Chapter 1. My system is malfunctioning. In the great Zhou martial dynasty, in Suizhou de Yin City, the Yi residence was adorned with lanterns and colorful decorations, filled with the sounds of drums and music and bustling with guests, celebrating with great fervor. A young man, visibly anxious, weaved through the crowd and hurriedly approached the head of the Fu family, Fu Xian, whispering urgently in his ear, "It's dire, master. The young lady has injured the guards and escaped the Fu residence." Fu Xian's expression shifted dramatically. On the day of the wedding, the bride fleeing at the last moment was nothing short of a blatant affront to the groom's family. How could he explain this to the Yi family? Father-in-law? Has something occurred? Yi Tiannan, the head of the Yi family, noticed Fu Xian's change in countenance and said solemnly, "Currently, the Fu and Yi families are intertwined. If there is any trouble, do not hesitate to speak. My Yi family will certainly stand with the Fu family." Just as Fu Xian was mulling over how to respond, a panicked voice emerged from the back courtyard of the Yi residence. "Not good, master. Third young master has injured the guards and escaped the Yi residence." Yi Tiannan's face instantly changed, and he scolded, "Were you not instructed to keep an eye on Xiao Bai? How could you let him run away?" Fu Xian, who had been wrestling with how to handle the situation, found his dilemma resolved. "Yi Tiannan, you have raised quite the son." Fu Xian feigned outrage, letting out a cold snort, his face darkening. "To flee on the day of the wedding. Splendid. If he doesn't wish to marry Kai, he should have said so sooner. My daughter Fu Kai is not someone who cannot find a suitor." "Father-in-law," Yi Tiannan attempted to explain. "Do not call me father-in-law. I am unworthy of such a title," Fu Xian replied coldly. "The engagement between Yi Bai and Kai is hereby annulled. Prepare to face the wrath of the Fu family." Yi Tiannan was left speechless. Without waiting for Yi Tiannan to respond, Fu Xian waved his sleeve and departed. Once outside the Yi residence, the anger on Fu Xian's face dissipated, replaced by a bitter smile. Alas, what a predicament! At that moment, the guests in the Yi residence exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing silent. Yi Tiannan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Ladies and gentlemen, it appears today is not auspicious. The wedding between Yi Bai and Fu Kai must be postponed. Please enjoy your refreshments. I must excuse myself for the moment, and I shall return to apologize on another day." With that, Yi Tiannan hurriedly left. In the back courtyard of the Yi residence, surveying the injured guards strewn about, Yi Tiannan furrowed his brow. What on earth happened? You are all seasoned warriors, comparable in strength to Xiao Bai. How could 5 of you fail to subdue him? We are at a loss as well. Third young master seemed like a completely different person. His strikes lacked form, yet were exceptionally sharp and unpredictable, leaving us utterly defenseless. While our skills may match his, we are far from being his opponents, and even one guard hesitated to continue. "Speak freely," Yi Tiannan urged. "I suspect that even those at the transformation realm might not be able to contend with third young master." The guard carefully voiced his concern. Yi Tiannan was taken aback. From what he knew of Yi Bai, the young man was competent within the refinement realm, but far from capable of defeating those of a higher tier. Yi Tiannan doubted the guards were lying to evade blame, yet their earnest demeanor left him at a loss. Could someone be aiding him from the shadows? Yi Tiannan speculated, as this would explain how Yi Bai managed to injure a group of guards and escape the Yi residence. "Father! Father!" 2 young men approached swiftly from a distance. One was robust, his clothes straining against his muscles, while the other exuded an air of refinement, his bright eyes sparkling with intelligence. These 2 were Yi family's eldest son, Yi Ming, and the second son, Yi Qiu. "Father, we just heard about third brother's situation," Yi Qiu stated. "The immediate priority is to locate him and quell the Fu family's anger. Given third brother's abilities, even if he has escaped the Yi residence, he cannot have gone far. He must still be within the Yin City." Yi Tiannan nodded, his voice grave. "This matter I entrust to the 2 of you. No matter the cost, you must bring this rebellious son back." Outside the Yin City, a figure darted through like a gust of wind, stirring up clouds of dust. Boom! The figure suddenly halted, its expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling a robot. Mission accomplished. Please rate your experience. In the next moment, the young man appeared to transform. Gasping for breath, muscles twitching, he collapsed onto the ground, his expression becoming animated. Ugh, ugh, the young man retched, feeling as if he had been thoroughly battered. Every cell in his body trembled, his stomach signaling relentless hunger. Mission accomplished. Please rate your experience. After a while, Yi Xiaobai regained his composure, his face darkening. System, your execution of this mission was exceedingly rudimentary. I can only grant you a 1-star rating. No more than that. The system completed the task. Escape to Yin City. Host rating, 1 star. Reward, 100 copper coins. Simple mode. Thank you for your use and evaluation. The system will strive for improvement and looks forward to your next use. Yi Xiaobai retrieved his pouch, pulling out a few pieces of silver, only to find them shrink in size almost instantaneously. I think you should stop calling yourself a supreme task system and instead just go by the greedy system. Yi Xiaobai rolled his eyes. For affluent families, 100 copper coins were trivial, but for ordinary households, it was no small sum. Fortunately, I managed to rummage through the house and find some silver before leaving. It should suffice for quite a few tasks. Yi Xiaobai tucked away the pouch, his face alight with pride. An hour prior, Yi Xiaobai had awakened to find himself transmigrated, inhabiting the body of a youth named Yi Bai. Transmigration itself was not frightening. What was alarming was that aside from language skills, he had inherited nothing else. He retained not a single fragment of the original owner's memories, merely gleaning rudimentary information from the conversations of a few guards outside. The original owner was named Yi Bai, the son of the martial arts master Yi Tiannan, the third young master of the Yi family, who was to marry Fu Kai'er today. As for the original owner's personality and interpersonal relationships, he was entirely in the dark, not even recognizing a single member of the Yi family. To suddenly be thrust into marrying a stranger? And at any moment, he could be mistaken for a monster and killed. Who could endure such a predicament? Yi Xiaobai had been terrified. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a system claiming to be a supreme task system had bound itself to him. Binding Supreme Task System 321, binding successful. Yet this so-called supreme task system was unlike anything Yi Xiaobai had envisioned. While other systems typically assign tasks and rewards to the host, this one inverted the concept, requiring the host to issue tasks for the system to fulfill. Incredible! Issuing tasks to the system. Yi Xiaobai was left utterly bewildered. The task modes were divided into 3 categories: simple mode, advanced mode, and ultra god mode. Each required different values of rewards to activate. The activation standard for simple mode was the lowest, usually requiring only a small reward. It was also known as the pauper mode. Advanced mode required a higher value reward to activate tasks, referred to as the moderately affluent mode. Ultra god mode had an extremely demanding activation standard, necessitating a substantial amount of wealth or treasures, known as the mode exclusive to the extraordinarily wealthy. Of course, the rewards needed to activate tasks were not fixed and depended on the task's difficulty. The higher the task difficulty, the greater the required activation rewards. Even simple mode required high rewards for challenging tasks. In short, the greater the task difficulty, the higher the mode, and the greater the consumption. Desperate times call for desperate measures. With a mindset of giving it a try, Yi Xiaobai issued his first task to the system based on his current predicament. Please select the task mode. Select? System, you overestimate me. With this little silver in my pocket, am I worthy of advanced or ultra god mode? Yi Xiaobai wished to choose advanced or ultra god mode, but he lacked the funds. Task, escape to Yin City. Difficulty, intermediate. Basic reward, minimum of 100 copper coins or equivalent items. Simple mode. Activate the task. Activate. Friendly reminder. During the task execution period, you will lose control of your body. In the next moment, Yi Xiaobai felt his consciousness being pulled from his body. An invisible force surged through him, and suddenly his body began to move on its own. P.S. A new book begins. Please support with votes, rewards, collections, and warm beds. Wah wah wah. Chapter 2. Simple mode? Life-threatening mode? If one were to overlook the side effects, the system proved to be quite reliable. At the cost of 100 copper coins, the system took control of Yi Xiaobai's body, effortlessly defeating 5 guards of the Yi family, before sprinting away and successfully escaping to Yin City. The terrifying speed was enough to frighten even Yi Xiao by himself. This system is remarkably effective, albeit at a steep cost to the host. Yi Xiaobai felt his muscles ache if this were to happen again. He feared his body would be ruined. But the side effects are rather severe, truly befitting the pauper-exclusive simple mode. Oh well, I only spent 100 copper coins, what more could I ask for? After a while, Yi Xiaobai gradually regained his composure. He turned to glance back in the direction of Diyan City. He had escaped, but what lay ahead? Based on the condition of the original owner's body and that group of guards, it seems that this world is at least a mid-level martial world, if not a high-level martial world. Yi Xiaobai's expression was grave. In the realm of martial arts, the law of the jungle prevails, and danger lurks at every corner. Yi Xiaobai had struggled to escape from the Yi family, and he certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise in confusion. It would be prudent to find a safe place to bide his time. By the way, those guards mentioned that there is a formidable sect to the north of Dian City, seemingly called the Tianjin sect, which even the Yi family dares not provoke. Perhaps I should seek refuge there? Yi Xiaobai pondered. With the Tianjin sect as his backing, even if he were to inadvertently expose himself, the Yi family would be powerless to act against him. The decision was made. He would head to the Tianjin sect. Without delay, Yi Xiaobai set forth towards the north. He found himself at a disadvantage due to his scant understanding of this world, leaving him with limited options. Among the few choices available, the Tianjin sect appeared to be the most favorable destination. As he advanced, Yi Xiaobai engaged in a mental dialogue with the system. System, what exactly are your capabilities? Poetry, prose, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, alchemy, formations, and cultivation all are within my purview, and none elude my grasp. Does that mean you can accomplish any task? In the minimalist mode, this system can only execute tasks relying on the host's physical abilities. Should the tasks exceed the host's limits, the system is powerless to assist. That makes sense. Yi Xiaobai nodded. This is akin to the relationship between hardware and software. Without hardware, even the most powerful software is rendered useless. If Yi Xiaobai's body is the hardware, then the system represents the software. But why emphasize the minimalist mode? Could it be that in advanced or super divine modes, the system could unlock new capabilities and perform feats beyond the limits of the body? Yi Xiaobai felt a growing curiosity, yearning to try the advanced and super divine modes. However, his empty pockets forced him to abandon the thought. Shaking his head, Yi Xiaobai remarked, "By the way, my body should be decent, right? Otherwise, even with your prowess, escaping from Dian City would have been impossible without a robust physique." Indeed, Yi Xiaobai felt a surge of joy. He had initially feared that his body was weak, only to discover that it was quite the opposite. It was remarkably strong. Yet, Yi Xiaobai still lacked the knowledge to harness this Bodhi's power effectively. One more question, Yi Xiaobai inquired. What is the purpose of the star rating? Why do you place such importance on it? Accumulating sufficient stars enhances the system's capabilities. Does that mean I can level up with enough stars? Yi Xiaobai contemplated. What advantages does that confer upon me? An enhanced system can serve the host more effectively. Will the rewards required be cheaper? The system fell silent for a moment. The rewards necessary for tasks will increase. Forget I asked. Yi Xiaobai decisively ceased the conversation. Continuing onward, he soon found himself in a secluded mountain range. The deep mountains were tranquil and silent, with lush vegetation, seemingly isolated from the world. Grumble. His stomach protested. Yi Xiaobai was about to search for some wild fruits to satiate his hunger when suddenly, a chilling roar echoed from nearby, piercing through his eardrums. Yi Xiaobai's expression changed, and as he turned to look, his demeanor shifted to one of incredulity. Before him, atop a massive rock, a small wolf cub covered in silvery fur bared its teeth, raising its head and growling fiercely at Yi Xiaobai. Though the sound was fearsome, the creature's appearance was utterly adorable. What a ferocious little dragon you are! Out and about at such a young age, have you been weaned? Yi Xiaobai grinned at the small silver wolf. His hunger provided the perfect opportunity. How fortuitous! System, Yi Xiaobai said cautiously, not intending to act personally. Please give your command, host. Yi Xiaobai pointed at the small silver wolf. Take it down. Please select a task mode. Minimalist mode. Yi Xiaobai was adamant that he would not expend 2 coins for a task that could be accomplished with 1. Task: eliminate the wolf. Difficulty high. Base reward: a minimum of 1,000 coins or equivalent items. Minimalist mode. Would you like to activate the task? Whoa, that's steep. 10 times the cost of the last task. It's just a wolf cub, and the difficulty is high. 1,000 coins could be exchanged for a tael of silver. Yi Xiaobai suspected the system was inflating prices, but his hunger compelled him to concede. Activate. In the next instant, his body entered a controlled state. His rich expressions vanished, and his form became mechanical, cold, and indifferent. Like an emotionless machine, only absolute rationality remained. Boom! The system guided Yi Xiaobai's body as he lunged forward, his foot striking down like a cannonball towards the small silver wolf. The astonishing speed created a deafening sonic boom, and the rushing wind bent the surrounding vegetation. Whoa! The small silver wolf's eyes glowed crimson, its diminutive frame darting forth with lightning speed, claws poised to strike at Yi Xiaobai's body. In the moment they were less than a foot apart, the system deftly maneuvered Yi Xiaobai's hand, redirecting his sword with no prior warning, the blade gleaming as it aimed for the wolf's waist. With coppery resilience and a vulnerable waist, wolves have their weaknesses. The clash of metal rang out sharply as sparks flew between the sword and the wolf's body. A shallow blood mark was etched into the wolf's waist, while Yi Xiaobai's body was met with a powerful recoil, plummeting like a meteor. Fortunately, the system reacted swiftly, adjusting his posture before he hit the ground, perfectly absorbing the impact. This wolf cub is quite formidable. Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. Previously, when the system controlled his body, it easily defeated the guards of the Yi family. Now, in combat with this small silver wolf, he could barely hold his ground. This little wolf was far stronger than the guards. No wonder this task required 1,000 coins to activate. A foreboding feeling crept over Yi Xiaobai. Could this creature be a legendary demon beast? It would not be surprising for a demon beast to appear in a mid- or high-level martial world. This won't do if this continues. Even if I win, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. Yi Xiaobai quickly instructed the system, "Withdraw. We must retreat." However, the system ignored his plea. Instead, it continued to propel his body towards the small silver wolf, engaging in yet another fierce battle, the tremendous force shattering the surrounding flora and sending debris flying. Yi Xiaobai's body sustained multiple injuries, bloodied and battered, with wounds deep enough to expose bone. As an onlooker in a state of panic, Yi Xiaobai felt his mind fracturing. Damn it, I don't want wolf meat anymore. Retreat quickly. Do you hear me? Rest assured, host, once a task is activated, this system will see it through to completion, so there is no need to worry about failure. While the system battled the small silver wolf, it even took the time to reassure Yi Xiaobai. "I'm not worried about you failing the task." Yi Xiaobai was on the verge of collapse, nearly spitting blood. "System, do you intend to kill me off to replace me with a new host?" Yet, regardless of how frantic or irate Yi Xiaobai became, the system remained unresponsive, continuing to direct his body in combat against the small silver wolf. After a fierce struggle, the battlefield lay in ruins. Ultimately, the system triumphed, and the small silver wolf met its demise in the northwest. However, Yi Xiaobai paid dearly, with deep claw marks marring his arms, thighs, back, chest, and abdomen, the wound severe enough to expose bone, flesh torn and gruesome. The control was released. Hiss! A wave of intense pain surged through Yi Xiaobai, causing him to gasp sharply, nearly losing consciousness. Who claimed the system was reliable? Task completed. Please rate the task, host. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Yi Xiaobai's eyes blazed with fury. I was nearly killed by you, and now you want me to rate the task? Task completed. Please rate the task, host. The system repeated itself. Yi Xiaobai cursed. Rate this. Get lost. Task completed. Please rate the task. The system persisted. Yi Xiaobai gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll give you a rating 1 star. How about that? Satisfied? The minimum rating is 1 star, and the maximum is 5 stars, with malicious ratings prohibited. Please re-evaluate, host. The system's voice remained impassive. Yi Xiaobai felt a profound sense of helplessness. Why am I quarreling with an emotionless machine? Forget it, 1 star it is. The system completed the task, eliminate the wolf, and the host rated it 1 star, receiving a reward of 1,000 coins, minimalist mode. Thank you for using and rating the system. We will strive to improve and look forward to your next use. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiaobai inquired, system, be honest, do you have any grievances against me? The system paused for several seconds. This system holds no grievances against the host. No grievances? If so, why did your first task nearly ruin my body and the second one almost cost me my life? Yi Xiaobai questioned. The rewards in minimalist mode are too low to minimize labor costs. The system can only utilize the resources available to the host to maximize the likelihood of task success. Some side effects are quite reasonable, don't you think? I understand the labor costs, but what on earth are intelligent labor costs? Yi Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly, and then he fell into silence. If the one injured were not himself, he would indeed find himself in agreement with the system's theory. But the issue remains. Someone nearly lost their life. What on earth is this so-called minimalist mode? It is, in truth, a mode that invites death, with 2 missions, each more brutal than the last. Shaking his head, burdened by resentment towards the system, Yi Xiaobai, despite his grievous injuries, approached the lifeless body of the small silver wolf. Unable to confront the system, he could only vent his frustrations on this creature. You nearly took my life, consuming you seems only fair, doesn't it? Yi Xiaobai gazed at the small silver wolf's corpse. Since you remain silent, I shall take that as your consent. Chapter 3. The inner Dan of the great demon in Yi Xiaobai's mind. He called out, Host, please command. The opportunity to rectify past mistakes has arrived. Yi Xiaobai pointed at the corpse of the little silver wolf and declared, Roast it, please select a task mode. Yi Xiaobai glanced at the silver coins in his pocket, realizing he had little choice. Minimalist mode, task, roast wolf meat, difficulty, low, basic reward, a minimum of 10 copper coins or equivalent items, minimalist mode. Would you like to activate the task? 10 copper coins? The system finally shows a hint of conscience, he mused. Activate. With a heart full of trepidation, Yi Xiaobai's body once again entered the system's management state. It's just roasting wolf meat. Surely there won't be any further complications this time? Before long, his body began to process the wolf's skin, segmenting the little silver wolf's corpse. Missing tools for ignition detected. Please wait. Curiously, his body moved toward the roadside, collecting a stone, dry twigs, bark, and other materials. 1 minute later, under the system's manipulation, the twigs were miraculously ignited. Missing seasoning items detected. Please wait. His body slowly approached a patch of grass. Plucking some unidentified leaves, utilizing all available resources around him, the system efficiently managed the entire process of igniting the fire, roasting the meat, and seasoning it. In merely half an hour, the task was completed. Management concluded. This time, the task proceeded without any mishaps, leaving Yi Xiaobai quite satisfied. Gazing at the roasted wolf meat, tears of sympathy welled up at the corners of his mouth. Famished, he seized the wolf meat and devoured it ravenously. Offering the system high praise, not bad at all. Your culinary skills warrant a better position. Perhaps you should consider becoming a chef. Task completed. Please rate the performance. The system seemed to have an obsession with ratings. Yi Xiaobai pondered for a moment before stating, though you executed this task quite well and deserve 5 stars, to prevent you from becoming conceited, I shall give you only 1 star for now. The rest will be rated later. High ratings were permissible, but star ratings must remain low. This was Yi Xiaobai's principle, stemming from the resentment of nearly being killed by the system before. Please rate based on your true feelings. Malicious ratings are prohibited. Yi Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. Why must my rating concern you? Task completed. Please rate the performance. The system repeated mechanically. Yi Xiaobai, exasperated, reluctantly provided a middling evaluation. 3 stars it is. While the roasted meat tasted decent, the time consumed was excessive, just barely acceptable. Task of roasting wolf meat completed. Host rating, 3 stars. Awarded host a generous reward of 10 copper coins, minimalist mode. Thank you for your usage and evaluation. The system will strive for improvement and looks forward to your next use. Hearing the word generous, Yi Xiaobai felt as though the system was subtly expressing something. Suddenly, he bit down on something hard, causing a jolt of pain in his teeth. Spitting it out, he discovered a small black stone. What is this? Does this tiny wolf cub have stones in its body? Rubbing his jaw, Yi Xiaobai continued to feast until he was thoroughly satisfied, then rose and stretched lazily. Accidentally pulling at the muscles of his wound, he grimaced in pain. After a brief rest, Yi Xiaobai glanced northward, pushing his severely injured body forward with great difficulty. As long as I return to the Tianjin sect, my father can no longer force me into that marriage. Outside the Wolf Residence Mountain, a charming young woman clad in fitted attire gazed hesitantly at the towering mountains ahead. Taking the route through Wolf Residence Mountain would lead me back to the Tianjin sect the quickest while avoiding detection. But the legends of the Wolf King loom large. If I were to encounter it, even 10 lives would not suffice to pay the price. Yet, the other routes were guarded by the Fu family's forces, rendering them impassable. Taking a deep breath, Fu Kaier steeled her resolve and advanced toward Wolf Residence Mountain. Her dream was to become a powerful figure like the Empress of the Great Zhou, rather than merely becoming a wife, adhering to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and dedicating herself to husband and children. She would rather die than marry that icy individual. Just as Fu Kaier stepped into Wolf Residence Mountain, a deafening roar echoed from within, causing her complexion to change. Maybe I should take another route? Fu Kaier swallowed hard. But before she could turn back, a cacophony of clashing metal and the sound of monumental forces colliding rang out from the mountain. Someone is battling a great demon. Fu Kaier focused her mind, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the mountain. Such a commotion indicated that both combatants possessed at least the strength of the transformation realm. Her father was a master, and as the daughter of a master, she was well acquainted with the strengths of various realms. Moments later, accompanied by a mournful wail from the great demon, the commotion from the mountain ceased. It seems that human expert has triumphed. Fu Kaier hastened her steps, moving swiftly toward the scene of the battle. Upon arrival, she beheld a scene of utter devastation. The ground lay in ruins, vegetation shattered, and numerous craters dotted the landscape. Not far away, a massive stone bore countless claw marks and sword scars. Such strength! Fu Kaier's expression grew serious. The destructive force here was undoubtedly comparable to that of the transformation realm. After scanning the surroundings, Fu Kaier keenly noticed some fragmented bones beside the giant stone, alongside a wolf pelt covered in silvery fur, and a cold ash pile wafting the aroma of roasted meat. Her eyes widened in disbelief. He actually roasted and ate a transformation realm great demon? Wait a moment, that is Fu Kaier's gaze fixated on a small black stone among the scattered bones. The inner dan of a demon beast. The inner dan of a demon beast can only be birthed under extremely harsh conditions by great demons with robust bloodlines and cultivation levels exceeding the transformation realm, making it worth its weight in gold. The inner dan can be directly refined to enhance one's cultivation or used in alchemy, formations, and more, drawing countless martial cultivators to its allure. Yet now, this invaluable inner dan was carelessly discarded among the bones. Treated like refuse, if I refine this inner dan, my cultivation will advance significantly, gaining more recognition from the sect. Then I can seize the opportunity to request the sect to annul my marriage. They would undoubtedly comply. Fu Kaier felt an overwhelming urge. Gingerly, she picked up the inner dan, wiping it clean. Its surface was smooth and round, with a glossy black sheen. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure, far surpassing the quality of the inner dan previously auctioned in Dian City. A few years prior, a demon beast inner dan was auctioned at the Tianjin auction house in Dian City, stirring fierce bidding among several masters, ultimately selling for a staggering 30,000 taels of gold. The inner dan before her was of even higher quality. If put up for auction, it would fetch no less than 40,000 taels of gold, perhaps even 50,000 taels, and at this moment, a high-quality inner dan worth 50,000 taels of gold lay carelessly discarded among the bones. Fu Kaier hesitated for a moment before sitting cross-legged and swallowing the inner dan in one go. It's sticky, salty, and somewhat tastes like saliva. Is this the flavor of a demon beast inner dan? This was her first experience refining a demon beast inner dan, and she had no idea what it should taste like. Channeling her energy, she refined the inner dan. Before long, her cultivation soared, the immense energy of the inner dan coursing through her limbs and body, cleansing her physical form while her dantian energy steadily increased and became more refined. After a considerable period, the inner dan was fully refined, and Fu Kai's cultivation leaped to the fourth stage of the transformation realm. In the martial arts realm, the stages are as follows. First stage, body refinement. Second stage, Qi gathering. Third stage, Qi transformation. Fourth stage, spirit refinement. Fifth stage, transformation. Sixth stage, nirvana. Above nirvana lies the formidable masters, capable of harnessing a portion of the world's power. A single individual able to command an army. Ascending further, one reaches the legendary Grand Master, whose every gesture can alter the heavens and earth, possessing the might to scorch the sky and split the earth. Previously, Fu Kai's third stage Qi transformation cultivation was already considered prodigious within the Tianjin sect, yet it still fell short compared to the top-tier talents. Now, with her enhanced cultivation, she stands shoulder to shoulder with those elite figures. Her dream of becoming a powerful woman akin to the Empress of the Great Zhou was one step closer. My current cultivation should be on par with that icy fellowed. Fu Kai's eyes sparkled brightly. Who says women are inferior to men? With the likes of the enchanting Miaoyin fairy shattering the void and the Empress with her silken tresses of 10,000 strands, cutting through the mundane world. I, Fu Kai, will not lead a life of mediocrity. The confidence gained from her cultivation advancement ignited within Fu Kai a fierce determination to break free from the shackles of fate and live authentically. Packing her belongings, Fu Kai cast a glance toward the direction of the Tianjin sect, her steps resolute as she pressed onward. As long as I return to the Tianjin sect, all problems will be effortlessly resolved. I refuse to believe that the Yi family would dare pursue me into the Tianjin sect. Filled with confidence and anticipation, her steps remained light and buoyant. Chapter 4. Free zero-cost purchase hiss beneath the bright moonlight. Yi Xiaobai limped along, each step pulling at his injured muscles, causing him to grimace in pain. His head throbbed from excessive blood loss, leaving him dizzy. All for a meal of wolf meat, and he had sustained such grievous injuries. What a loss. I cannot continue like this, at this rate. I won't even make it out of this forest before meeting my end. Yi Xiaobai furrowed his brow. System. Host, please command. Can't you do everything? Come on. Heal my injuries. Yi Xiaobai declared. Please select the task mode. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaobai opted for the minimalist mode. To him, it was merely about healing. What complications could possibly arise? Moreover, given his current circumstances, he seemed to have little choice. Task, healing, difficulty, intermediate. Base reward, a minimum of 300 copper coins or equivalent items, minimalist mode. Would you like to activate the task? Activate. 300 copper coins are within Yi Xiaobai's means. In the next moment, his body once again entered a state of system control. Though he lost control over his physical form, Yi Xiaobai felt no panic. After several tasks, he had grown accustomed to this state. Furthermore, during the system's management, his sense of pain dissipated, and he no longer felt any discomfort in his body. The system guided his body into a cross-legged posture, and a pure energy surged forth from his dantian, circulating throughout him to mend his injuries. Gradually, his body began to recover. Before long, the system's voice suddenly echoed, detected a lack of necessary healing herbs. Please hold on. To conserve labor costs, the system will proceed with a free purchase. Yi Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Before he could comprehend, his body abruptly stood and walked to a patch of grass, uprooting 3 plants. Is this what they call a free purchase? He can even gather the herbs himself? Yi Xiaobai felt invigorated, realizing he had misjudged the system. This free purchase is truly remarkable. Yi Xiaobai was ecstatic. With such a free purchase, the more, the merrier. His body once again settled down, and he chewed one herb and swallowed it while applying the other 2 externally. The energy within him began to circulate once more, and with the aid of the herbs, his recovery accelerated significantly. Just as Yi Xiaobai resolved to leave a 5-star review for the system, its voice rang out again, detected a lack of necessary healing herbs. Please hold on. With the medicine's effects depleted, was it preparing for another free purchase? Yi Xiaobai's eyes brightened with anticipation. To conserve labor costs. The system will proceed with a free purchase. Yi Xiaobai applauded the system. It was truly impressive. Just as he was reveling in joy, his body swiftly stood and darted away like lightning, heading in the opposite direction. Yi Xiaobai felt an ominous premonition. Wasn't it supposed to be gathering herbs? What on earth was the system planning? Surely it wouldn't create more trouble for him. surrounded by swiftly retreating trees and rocks. Yi Xiaobai's body raced through the forest until, upon surmounting a massive stone, it abruptly halted. Ahead, a clear view opened up. A cluster of flames, a small tent, and a stunningly beautiful woman with a radiant complexion and an ethereal aura. Her figure as graceful as a celestial being. However, Yi Xiaobai had no time to admire her beauty. He was solely focused on understanding the system's intentions. Meanwhile, having heard the commotion, Fu Kai'er also raised her head. Locking eyes with Yi Xiaobai, they exchanged glances, one expressionless, mechanical, and the other filled with shock and disbelief. As Fu Kai'er opened her mouth to speak, Yi Xiaobai's body moved, boom, in an instant, with terrifying speed. Yi Xiaobai's form appeared before Fu Kai'er, his fingers rapidly tapping on several points of her body, severing the connections of her nerves and energy flow, akin to the legendary technique of acupoint sealing. Fu Kai'er instantly lost her ability to move, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Stop! What are you doing?" Yi Xiaobai was drenched in cold sweat, panicking. "What do you want, system? Calm down. Stay composed. I only wish to survive. Not to become a scapegoat, system. Listen to me. You're still young. You must not tread the path of crime." The system remained silent. Yi Xiaobai could only watch helplessly as his body reached out a nefarious hand towards Fu Kai'er. That hand retrieved a small box from Fu Kai'er's sleeve, opened it, and picked up a fragrant pill lying within, which he then swallowed whole. Yi Xiaobai was momentarily bewildered. Was this the so-called free purchase? Had he overreacted? He sighed in relief, but felt a lingering sense of loss. Wait, what is this? Realizing his body's actions, Yi Xiaobai's heart raced. After consuming the pill, his body unceremoniously sat cross-legged before Fu Kai'er, commencing treatment in her presence. Were you hoping to drive me to madness? Yi Xiaobai was utterly flabbergasted by the system's actions. Stealing someone's healing pill and treating himself in front of her, could it be any more outrageous? Under the moonlight, Fu Kai'er stood frozen like a statue, unable to move, while Yi Xiaobai's body sat before her, channeling energy to refine the medicinal properties of the pill, continuously mending his injuries. At this moment, both Fu Kai'er and Yi Xiaobai were in a state of panic, with only the system remaining unfazed. Seeing the system refrain from any further antics, Yi Xiaobai managed to calm himself somewhat. "System, hurry up!" Yi Xiaobai was convinced that once this woman regained her freedom, she would undoubtedly strike him down without hesitation. "But I haven't done anything." Yi Xiaobai felt a sense of despair. Time passed slowly, and Yi Xiaobai's injuries healed rapidly, wounds closing and scabs falling away, while Fu Kai'er slowly regained her capacity for movement. Several hours later, the system's voice chimed. "Task completed. Please rate." The management phase concluded. Yet Yi Xiaobai paid no heed to the system. His gaze fixed on the woman before him, who glared at him with a frosty demeanor. As Yi Xiaobai's wounds healed, Fu Kai'er regained her freedom. "Task completed. Please rate." "You've got to be kidding me." Yi Xiaobai cursed internally. How could you time this so perfectly? Why did Fu Kai'er regain her freedom right at this moment? If the system claims it wasn't intentional, who would believe that? Task completed. Please rate. Feeling the murderous gaze from the woman, Yi Xiaobai's scalp tingled. Just as he was frantically searching for a way to justify himself, Fu Kai'er spoke. "Yi Bai, is this your way of getting revenge on me?" Chapter 5. Today's Fortune. Auspicious, avoid marriage, encourage elopement. Danger, danger, danger. High alert ahead. Yi Xiaobai's nerves were on edge, his mind racing. Having crossed into this world without inheriting the original owner's memories, what should he do when confronted with an acquaintance of the original owner? Help needed urgently. What is this woman's name? What is her relationship with the original owner? What does she mean by revenge? What was the original owner's personality like? How should I respond to her? Yi Xiaobai's mind was a chaotic whirlwind. The system is a classic case of being able to kill but not bury. Task completed. Please rate. As if hearing Yi Xiaobai's silent plea, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System, get lost. Stop making things worse for me. Yi Xiaobai had no time to deal with the system. If he mishandled the mess left behind, it could lead to disaster. However, the problem was that Yi Xiaobai knew almost nothing about the original Yi Bai's affairs and did not recognize the woman before him, leaving him utterly clueless about how to respond. Adhering to the principle that saying less is better, Yi Xiaobai chose to remain silent, hoping to adapt to the situation. Perhaps he could extract some useful information from her. Yi Bai, what do you want? Seeing Yi Xiaobai's silence, Fu Kai'er bit her plump lip, her gaze a mix of grievance and accusation. I admit, eloping is my fault. I accept the repercussions from your family. But what do you mean now? Are you intentionally humiliating me? Eloping? Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. Wait, could it be that you're my long-time unseen fiancé, Yi? What a coincidence, you're also eloping. So we are kindred spirits. By the way, what was this woman's name again? Fu Kai'er. Yi Xiaobai scrutinized Fu Kai'er. To be fair, this fiancé Yi of mine is indeed stunningly beautiful. With a blend of elegance and allure, she embodies both innocence and seduction, perfectly straddling the line between the two. That her aura seamlessly oscillates between that of a fairy and a temptress, without any hindrance. Especially her long, smooth, and delicate legs, truly a sight to behold. If she were to don black stockings, oh, I mustn't look any further. Another glance could lead to a nosebleed. Yi Xiaobai quickly averted his gaze, repeatedly reminding himself, Wake up, Yi Xiaobai. She is not your fiancée. You are Yi Xiaobai, not Yi Bai. You are Yi Xiaobai, not Yi Bai. You are Yi Bai, not Yi Xiaobai. You are Yi Bai, not Yi Xiaobai. You are Yi Bai. Task completed. Please rate. The system's voice shattered all of Yi Xiaobai's fantasies. Why Yi Bai? If you seek revenge, just act directly. There is no need to humiliate me like this, Fu Kai'er questioned. Controlling her yet disregarding her, merely stealing a healing pill. Wasn't that blatantly humiliating her? Gazing at Fu Kai'er's radiant visage. For a fleeting moment, Yi Xiaobai genuinely contemplated whisking her away to the Yi family to continue with the marriage process, especially the consummation. However, considering the risks of exposure upon returning to the Yi family, he quickly dismissed that thought. His life was at stake. Cherish life? Steer clear of Fu Kai'er. Yi Bai, speak up, Fu Kai'er exclaimed. Why Yi Xiaobai understood that he had to say something at this moment. He gazed earnestly at Fu Kai'er and replied as calmly as possible. If I were to claim that what just transpired was merely an accident, would you believe me? An accident? Fu Kai'er retorted with a laugh tinged with anger. You arriving here is an accident? And using strange methods to control me is also an accident? Indeed. You stealing my healing elixir is an accident too? Correct. Enough. Yi Bai. Fu Kai'er's face flushed with fury, her anger palpable. Dio, you truly think I would fall for your fabricated tales? What? The esteemed third young master of the Yi family, a renowned and ruthless swordsman of Suizhou, has taken to weaving lies. Yi Xiaobai immediately caught several key phrases. Suizhou, renowned, ruthless swordsman. He concluded that Dian City was situated in Suizhou, and the original owner of this body was a prodigy who practiced the emotionless sword technique. Given the nature of this technique, one would expect a personality that is aloof, taciturn, and merciless, following a path that eschews emotional attachments, to the extent that some might even resort to killing one's wife to attain enlightenment. Reflecting on his recent behavior, he realized it diverged slightly from the original owner's persona, but the difference was negligible. No matter. Now that he comprehended the original owner's character, Yi Xiaobai saw no need to engage in further repartee with Fu Kai'er and chose to leave, which was more in line with the original persona. As for silencing anyone, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he found himself incapable of such actions, though he wouldn't admit it was due to his reluctance. Wait, Fu Kai'er called out. Where are you going? Yi Xiaobai halted, his expression impassive as he stared at Fu Kai'er. She instinctively took a step back, her caution evident. Woman, do not presume to misinterpret. I have no interest in you. As he spoke, Yi Xiaobai unconsciously cast a glance at her long, fair and alluring legs, swallowing hard, yet maintaining an air of indifference and coldness as he stated. I already said, what just occurred was a misunderstanding. My goal is to master the emotionless sword technique. Women will only hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword. Fu Kai'er was half convinced, yet Yi Xiaobai's aloof demeanor and his words left little room for criticism. Then why are you here? She inquired suspiciously. Why? Yi Xiaobai responded nonchalantly. For the same reason as you. For the same reason as me? What do you mean? Fu Kai'er was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, you also ran away from a marriage, running away from a marriage, and yet you want to form a team? The absurdity of the situation struck him. How could one escape from an engagement alongside their fiancée? If everyone was fleeing an unwanted marriage, why could they not do so together? Fu Kai'er insisted. Given the perils of Wolf Mountain, we could support each other, could we not? Her reasoning was compelling, leaving Yi Xiaobai momentarily speechless. However, the notion of escaping a marriage with his fiancée was utterly confounding. As long as you agree to accompany me, I shall overlook the incident with the healing elixir, Fu Kaier declared earnestly. That was a precious life-saving potion I had cherished for ages. You cannot simply take it. Mention of the healing elixir rendered Yi Xiaobai mute. It was a matter of principle. He was in the wrong, and there was no justification. Relenting, he conceded that taking her along would not be a significant burden. And perhaps having a beautiful companion on the journey might not be so bad after all. With a resolute expression, Yi Xiaobai declared, "Let it be understood. Once we exit this mountain, we part ways." Strangers once more. Not wishing to become overly entangled with his nominal fiancée before ensuring his own safety, he made his intentions clear. Observing his eagerness to sever ties, Fu Kaier felt somewhat exasperated, thinking this was a sentiment she should have expressed. Yet, she replied, "Rest assured, once we leave Wolf Mountain, we shall each go our separate ways, without obligations to one another." "Very well, let us rest. We shall set out at dawn," Yi Xiaobai stated, climbing onto a nearby boulder and reclining comfortably as he counted the stars above. Fu Kaier hesitated briefly before retreating to her small tent. "Task completed. Please rate your experience," the system incessantly chimed. "While I wouldn't mind giving you a 5-star rating, have you considered the absurdity of your actions?" Yi Xiaobai mentally replied, "I won't deduct your stars, yet you still demand a rating. Task completed. Please rate your experience." Yi Xiaobai felt a headache coming on, and in resignation, he conceded, "Fine, 1 star will suffice." Task completed. Healing achieved. Host rating, 1 star. Reward, 300 copper coins. Simplified mode. Thank you for using and rating the system. We shall strive for improvement. We look forward to your next engagement. Finally, silence enveloped him. At dawn, a faint noise stirred Yi Xiaobai from his light slumber. He turned to see Fu Kaier packing her tent. Rising and stretching, Yi Xiaobai grasped his sword and leaped lightly down from the boulder. "Let us depart." Yi Xiaobai spoke softly, and Fu Kaier hurriedly followed suit. The two advanced for approximately 3 hours when suddenly a rustling sound emerged from the woods ahead. In the dim light of the forest, pairs of crimson eyes appeared particularly eerie. It was the unicorn wolves. Fu Kaier's tone revealed no hint of anxiety. Her demeanor was calm and composed. Adult unicorn wolves were classified as third-tier monsters, possessing strength comparable to that of human cultivators in the transformation realm, making them formidable opponents for most talented disciples of sects. Yi Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. "From your tone? It seems you can easily handle them," Fu Kaier replied confidently. "Had I encountered them before yesterday, I would have chosen to flee without hesitation, but now I have stepped into the 4th-tier refining spirit realm." As she said this, she cast a meaningful glance at Yi Xiaobai. "Then I shall leave it to you to deal with." Yi Xiaobai took 2 steps back, adopting an observer's stance. "And what about you?" Fu Kaier was momentarily taken aback. "I will cheer for you." Yi Xiaobai contemplated for a moment and said earnestly to Fu Kaier stared in disbelief. "Ooh." In the woods, 7 unicorn wolves emitted low growls. Suddenly charging toward Yi Xiaobai and Fu Kaier. Fu Kaier, disregarding her earlier critique of him, wielded her long sword with grace, her lithe form dancing like a sprite. Each movement exuded elegance, reminiscent of a divine maiden in a performance. As she dove into the pack of wolves, the seemingly light sword strikes unleashed powerful sword energies, accompanied by piercing sounds akin to the autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, devastating the wolf pack. Boom, 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 boom. Within a minute, the ground was littered with the corpses of the 7 unicorn wolves. Yi Xiaobai, having observed the entire scene, silently marveled. "This girl is quite impressive." He suddenly felt that bringing Fu Kaier along to escape marriage was a wise decision. Her presence allowed him to save a considerable amount on task expenses, preventing his purse from diminishing too swiftly. The simplified mode of task expenses was barely manageable, but saving where possible was always preferable. Most importantly, those legs were truly perfect. He could never get enough of them. If only she wore black stockings. Yi Xiaobai's mind was once again flooded with wicked thoughts. Unable to bear it any longer, he quickly averted his gaze, mentally chanting, "With a heart as clear as ice, the heavens may collapse without concern." Chapter 7. I do nothing while admiring legs. Clang. Fu Kaier sheathed her longsword and approached Yi Xiaobai. So, how about it? Though I may not be as formidable as you, I'm not lacking, am I? Fu Kaier was thoroughly pleased with her current strength, a hint of pride gleaming in her beautiful eyes. As a duo, I assure you, I will not be a burden. Yi Xiaobai discreetly glanced at Fu Kaier's thighs, then replied nonchalantly, quite good. It was unclear whether he was complimenting her legs or her abilities. All right, let us move on. Yi Xiaobai withdrew his gaze. You lead the way. Although he yearned to gaze at those exquisite legs for an eternity, he could not allow the persona of the unyielding swordsman to crumble. Why must I lead? Fu Kaier inquired, puzzled. Don't dawdle. Hurry up. Yi Xiaobai frowned, his impatience evident. Unless you are afraid, isn't it merely taking the lead? What is there to fear? Fu Kaier refused to back down before Yi Xiaobai. In fact, she was eager to demonstrate her prowess in front of him. As a determined woman aiming to become like the Empress of the Great Zhou, she would never allow herself to be underestimated. Especially not in front of a prodigy like Yi Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai followed leisurely behind Fu Kaier, all the while admiring her flawless legs and contemplating. I must enter the heavenly sword sect as soon as possible and find a method to control my body's energy. He thought to himself, I cannot rely on the system every time danger arises. The system should merely serve as an auxiliary tool. True strength lies in one's own capabilities. I must not become overly dependent on it. With this in mind, Yi Xiaobai quickened his pace. The Wolf Habitat Mountain was composed of numerous peaks, sprawling over an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, with towering ranges and lush vegetation. Largely untouched by human presence. Most ordinary masters would not dare to tread lightly in the Wolf Habitat Mountain, yet here were Yi Xiaobai and Fu Kaier, unafraid like a pair of newborn calves. They took breaks along the way and encountered numerous monsters, all of which Fu Kaier easily dispatched. Having stepped into the fourth-tier refining spirit realm, Fu Kaier's strength was indeed formidable. Were it not for the system by his side, Yi Xiaobai felt that even 10 of him combined would be no match for Fu Kaier. Bift, bift, bift. Fu Kaier swung her longsword once more, effortlessly defeating a pack of wolf demons. Observing Yi Xiaobai leisurely standing aside as if watching a show, Fu Kaier felt a surge of frustration. Can't you lend a hand? Are you leading me, or am I leading you? She had intended for Yi Xiaobai to guide her, only to find herself taking action while he merely spectated. I need to conserve my strength for dealing with more formidable beasts, Yi Xiaobai replied coolly. With such small fry, you can handle them alone. Why would I need to intervene? A perfectly valid excuse. Fu Kaier found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Let us go. Don't waste any more time. Yi Xiaobai turned and walked ahead. Fu Kaier stomped her foot, begrudgingly shouldering her pack to catch up. As Yi Xiaobai continued forward, he mused, what nonsense. If I intervened, when would I have time to admire these flying legs? Do you not find these legs beautiful? Only by focusing on this can I persist in my journey northward each day. Moreover, when I admire legs, I do nothing else. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed from hundreds of meters away as a towering ancient tree splintered, revealing a massive wolf demon. It had caught the scent of humanity. Its crimson eyes glowed like two great lanterns suspended in the air, its colossal form imposing and overwhelming. Ancient wolf demon. Fu Kaier's expression turned grave. It was a fourth-tier monster, on par with human cultivators in the refining spirit realm. The Wolf Habitat Mountain was home to many types of wolf demons, and the ancient wolf demon was undoubtedly among the more powerful varieties, with adult ancient wolf demons possessing strength that rivaled human cultivators in the refining spirit realm, making them formidable adversaries. Can you handle it? Yi Xiaobai inquired. Fu Kaier had previously mentioned her cultivation was in the refining spirit realm, and this ancient wolf demon was also in the same realm. I cannot guarantee victory, Fu Kaier replied pragmatically, yet was willing to try. This was her first encounter with a fourth-tier monster, and she felt both nervous and excited, having never before battled such a formidable beast. You go first. If it becomes necessary, I will step in, Yi Xiaobai said, adopting a cold and detached demeanor. Fu Kaier was accustomed to Yi Xiaobai's attitude and had little desire to argue further. Ah Wu. The ancient wolf demon crouched slightly, then charged toward Yi Xiaobai and Fu Kaier, its massive body crashing forward like a small mountain, creating a sharp sonic boom that filled the air with pressure. Humph! Fu Kaier exclaimed softly, her form as graceful as a butterfly, her long sword slicing through the air, aiming its 3-foot blade toward the ancient wolf demon. Zing! The long sword met the claws of the ancient wolf demon. Sparks flying and the sound grating to the ears. The momentum of the ancient wolf demon came to an abrupt halt, its massive body crashing back to the ground, creating a deep pit as earth and stone flew in all directions. Fu Kaier staggered back a few steps, her blood surging, her expression growing more serious. Her speed matched that of the ancient wolf demon, yet her strength fell short, placing her at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. The power and defense of monsters naturally surpassed those of human cultivators of the same tier, making head-on clashes unwise. Fu Kaier could only attempt to compensate for her lack of strength and defense through agility and technique. Leaping into the air once more, Fu Kaier's lithe body shifted through various intricate patterns, her beautiful legs dancing in the sky, leaving observers in awe. The battle resumed between the human and the wolf. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted in the air, the sound of their clash sharp and piercing. Yi Xiaobai stood quietly, his gaze following those exquisite legs with rapt attention. After dozens of exchanges, Fu Kaier began to tire. Her speed waning, her agility faltering. Whoosh! The ancient wolf demon swiped a paw toward Fu Kaier, who narrowly evaded the lethal strike, but not without sustaining deep gashes on her thigh. Quickly distancing herself from the ancient wolf demon, Fu Kaier landed atop a large rock, glancing at her bloodied thigh with furrowed brows. I've only just stepped into the refining spirit realm. Facing the ancient wolf demon is proving too challenging. Just as Fu Kaier pondered how to defeat the ancient wolf demon, she failed to notice Yi Xiaobai nearby, nearly on the verge of a violent outburst. Setting aside the fact that Fu Kaier was still his nominal fiancée, even if their relationship was non-existent, Yi Xiaobai could not tolerate the ancient wolf demon's actions. How dare it mar such a sacred work of art? This is a crime. System, Yi Xiaobai seethed. Host, please give instructions. Let me take it down. It has gone too far. Yi Xiaobai had never felt this furious, even when he himself was injured. Please select the task mode. Yi Xiaobai had never been so desperate. His gaze icy and terrifying. Simplified mode. Task. Take down the ancient wolf demon. Difficulty, intermediate, basic reward. A minimum of 100 copper coins or equivalent items. Simplified mode. Task activation. Activated. In an instant, the body entered a state of custody, lifting its head to fixate on the ancient wolf demon with a pair of emotionless eyes. Chapter 8. Truly Smoking. A howl erupted from the ancient wolf demon as it lunged towards Fu Kaier. Its hind legs crushing the stones beneath, Fu Kaier remained highly focused, her body taut, prepared to engage once more. Yet, in the next moment, a blurred shadow darted past her, stirring a whirlwind that sent her long, dark hair swirling. With a swift flash, a ray of sword light sliced through, causing the massive form of the ancient wolf demon to plummet, a long gash appearing in its waist, spilling crimson blood that stained the earth below. Oh, whoa! The ancient wolf demon emitted a piercing, anguished roar, its blood gushing forth like a torrent, coloring the ground beneath it in midair. The indistinct shadow descended slowly. Fu Kaier's beautiful eyes widened in shock. How swift! Her gaze fell upon a familiar visage, and her heart trembled. Heavens, what kind of eyes are those? They bore no hint of emotion, unlike a human's, evoking a chilling sense of lifelessness akin to a cold stone by the roadside. Leaving her unnerved. Which one is the true him? Is this his real face? A chill enveloped Fu Kaier, as if her very blood had congealed. Is this the true form after cultivating the emotionless sword path? She gazed at that familiar yet expressionless face. Though handsome, it felt alien, even somewhat frightening. However, Fu Kaier could not deny the terrifying might exhibited by Yi Xiaobai's emotionless sword path. Among the core disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, one had also practiced the emotionless sword path, yet that prodigy's execution paled in comparison to Yi Xiaobai's. Perhaps this is the genuine emotionless sword path. The disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect merely grasped the surface. While Yi Xiaobai had likely delved deep, attaining remarkable prowess in this realm, no wonder he could slay a 5th-tier great demon. Fu Kaier recalled the small silver wolf. Everyone had underestimated him. Simultaneously, Fu Kaier fully relinquished her wariness towards Yi Xiaobai. How could someone with such mastery in the emotionless sword path covet the fleeting beauty of the mortal realm? She even suspected that the impatience Yi Xiaobai had previously displayed was merely a fade. The genuine Yi Xiaobai behind the mask may have long since cast aside human emotions, even colder than he had shown. Tenfold, 100-fold. Oh well. The ancient wolf demon howled in fury, its voice tinged with rage and fear. The powerful sound waves causing the surrounding flora to tremble, Fu Kai'er snapped back to reality, her gaze drawn to the duel between Yi Xiaobai and the ancient wolf demon. With a swift motion, Yi Xiaobai's body shot forth like an arrow, devoid of flamboyant maneuvers, merely embodying pure speed. The friction with the air produced a sound akin to an arrow piercing the void. Faster than Yi Xiaobai's body was his sword. The long sword, imbued with a 3-foot blade's edge, sliced through the air, its light flickering with terrifying destructive force, accurately striking the ancient wolf demon's waist as if calculated with precision. Even as the ancient wolf demon endeavored to evade, it was still struck with pinpoint accuracy. Time and position were perfectly calibrated, not a fraction off. Enduring 2 successive powerful blows, the ancient wolf demon's waist was pierced, suffering unprecedented damage, its combat prowess diminished by more than half. With a clang, the long sword returned to its sheath, and Yi Xiaobai appeared behind the ancient wolf demon. Grabbing hold of its tail, he unleashed a surge of explosive power into his palms. In the next moment, the ancient wolf demon's massive form was lifted off the ground, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing down onto the earth with a resounding thud. Boom. The ground trembled slightly, creating a deep crater. Dazed and disoriented, the ancient wolf demon felt as though its body might fall apart. Devoid of the strength even to wield, Yi Xiaobai's wrist twisted, and the enormous ancient wolf demon was once again lifted, arcing gracefully through the air before slamming down on the opposite side of the earth. Boom! A 4th-tier great demon, comparable to a human in the refinement realm, was utterly powerless against Yi Xiaobai. Tossed about like a heavy hammer, boom, boom, boom. The ground was pockmarked and in disarray. With each impact, an emotionless voice echoed. 80. No. It should be 100. 100 coins, 100 coins, 100 coins. As the ancient wolf demon finally lost its combat ability. With breath coming in shallow gasps, smoke began to emanate from its fur, as if its coat had caught fire. Confirming it was indeed smoking. Task completed. Please rate the star. Custody concluded. Yi Xiaobai regained control of his body. His mind slightly bewildered. Wait, it really did end up smoking. The task of making it smoke was accomplished. System, you are remarkably sincere. Task completed. Please rate the star. 5 stars. This task was executed flawlessly. Yi Xiaobai could find no fault. System, maintain this standard, and I guarantee you'll receive 5-star reviews effortlessly in the future. The system completed the task of making the ancient wolf demon smoke. The host's evaluation, 5 stars, receiving a reward of 100 copper coins, simplified mode. Thank you for your usage and evaluation. The system will continue to strive for excellence. Looking forward to your next use. Turning to Fu Kai'er, he found her staring blankly, her exquisite face reflecting disbelief. Despite being in the same refinement realm, why was she unable to contend with the ancient wolf demon while he could make it smoke? Fu Kai'er felt a wave of powerlessness. Could the emotionless sword path truly be that formidable? A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she should also practice the emotionless sword path? Yet, recalling Yi Xiaobai's earlier emotionless face, her heart fluttered. Though the emotionless sword path was impressive, could she forsake her human emotions as the price? Are you all right? Yi Xiaobai approached Fu Kai'er, gazing at her thigh, and asked gently. Fu Kai'er regained her composure, her brows knitting together before she replied, It's nothing, just a minor injury. A little pressure will suffice. Concerned more for Yi Xiaobai's transformation than her own injury, she wondered why, after the battle ended, he seemed like a different person. Although his expression remained largely unchanged, he appeared to harbor a few more emotional ripples. Fu Kai'er keenly detected the subtle shifts in his gaze. Which one is the true Yi Xiaobai? Just stopping the bleeding? Yi Xiaobai frowned. What else should I do? Fu Kai'er retorted. My healing elixirs were snatched by you. Aside from stopping the bleeding, what else can I do? Moreover, healing elixirs are exceedingly precious. I truly hesitate to use one for such a minor injury. Yi Xiaobai scrutinized Fu Kai'er before casually stating, Very well, since we are comrades who escaped marriage together, I shall assist you once more. Fu Kai'er was taken aback. How will you help? Chapter 9. Sensual healing, a feast for the eyes. How will you help? Yi Xiaobai fixed his gaze on Fu Kaier's injured thigh. Upon hearing her question, he snapped back to reality. You will find out shortly, system. Such professional matters should naturally be entrusted to professionals. Host, please give your instructions. Heal her, Yi Xiaobai said, unable to tolerate the sight of her pristine thigh marred by bloodstains. What if scars remained? Please select the task mode, as per usual. I choose the simplified mode. Task: Heal Fu Kaier. Difficulty: Low. Basic reward: a minimum of 30 copper coins or equivalent items. Simplified mode. Task activation: Activated. Instantly, Yi Xiaobai's expression vanished, his gaze becoming vacant, as cold as stone. He regarded Fu Kaier with eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if observing a mere rock or a piece of wood by the roadside. That frigid gaze sent a shiver through Fu Kaier, who felt an inexplicable chill envelop her. Detecting a lack of medicinal herbs required for healing. Please wait. To conserve labor costs, the system will conduct a free procurement. Wait, where are you going? Fu Kaier shouted as Yi Xiaobai suddenly stood and walked towards a nearby thicket. Why? Yi Xiaobai offered no reply, instead weaving through the bushes. Moments later, he returned, his expression unchanged, holding several herbs. What are those in your hands? Fu Kaier asked, momentarily taken aback, her curiosity piqued. However, Yi Xiaobai ignored her, directly stuffing the herbs into his mouth and chewing them into a paste. Holding the mashed herbs mixed with his saliva in his palm, he fixed his emotionless gaze on Fu Kaier. Sit down. His voice was cold, indifferent, and calm, as if it emanated from an endless abyss, carrying an invisible pressure that transcended the boundaries of life itself. Fu Kaier felt a bone-chilling cold, as if her very soul had been frozen, evoking a sense of dread. Instinctively, she complied, her heart racing, as if something dreadful would occur if she disobeyed. With a rip, Yi Xiaobai crouched down, roughly tearing the lower half of Fu Kaier's shorts, nearly reaching the top of her thigh. Her fair thigh was instantly exposed to the sunlight, shimmering with a lustrous glow. Yet, this beautiful, flawless thigh bore several shocking bloodstains. Tongzi, you truly understand me, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed with great excitement. Is this really something I can witness for merely 30 coins? What are you doing? Fu Kaier gasped in shock, letting out a scream, instinctively preparing to rise. Don't move. The voice remained calm and indifferent, akin to a still pool of stagnant water. This voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, instantly calming Fu Kaier, halting her movements. That very moment, Yi Xiaobai's hand, which clutched the crushed herbs, hovered just above Fu Kaier's injured thigh. With a gentle grip, the mixture of saliva and herbal juice trickled through his fingers, dripping onto Fu Kaier's wounded area. Fu Kaier froze, her confidence wavering. Are you truly helping me heal? Yet the combination of herbal juice mixed with Yi Xiaobai's saliva made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Couldn't he just use stones to crush the herbs instead of his mouth? Once the herbal juice had dripped completely, Yi Xiaobai opened his palm, allowing the crushed herbs to fall directly onto Fu Kaier's wound with a resounding slap. Crack! Hiss! Fu Kaier gasped in pain, drawing in a sharp breath. After applying the crushed herbs to the wound, Yi Xiaobai swiftly removed his upper garment. Fu Kaier's expression changed dramatically, her anxiety escalating, her breath quickening as she stuttered. What are you doing? With a forceful grip, Yi Xiaobai's clothing instantaneously shredded, repeating the motion several times until what was once a complete garment transformed into numerous strips of fabric. In Fu Kaier's dazed gaze, he proceeded to wrap her thigh with the fabric strips. This not only prevented any exposure but also secured the crushed herbs in place, serving a dual purpose. Fu Kaier fell silent, seemingly misunderstanding Yi Xiaobai once again. But could she really blame him? After all, it was she who often engaged in peculiar actions in the past. Whenever she was injured, she would simply consume healing medicine, and though she had heard of such a treatment method, she had never experienced it herself. Channel your energy and refine the medicinal properties, Yi Xiaobai stated indifferently. At this moment, Fu Kaier felt a wave of apprehension towards Yi Xiaobai. She could only obediently comply, drawing upon her internal energy to circulate it throughout her body. The area around her wound tingled and numbed, healing at an astonishing speed. Moments later, the wound was completely healed, scabbing over, and would likely shed within 2 to 3 days. Task completed. Please rate the experience. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Yi Xiaobai's mind just as Fu Kaier was about to conclude her healing process, and the custody period ended. Has it finished so soon? Yi Xiaobai felt somewhat unsatisfied. He had yet to fully appreciate the moment since opportunities to openly admire beautiful legs were rare. Task completed. Please rate the experience, the system reiterated mechanically, merely a soulless task machine. Must say, Tongzi, you truly understand me. However, while your overall performance on this task was commendable, I can only grant you 4 stars this time, Yi Xiaobai remarked, adding, as for the deduction of 1 star, you may ponder upon it yourself. The system completed the task of healing Fu Kaier, and the host rated it 4 stars, earning a reward of 30 coins, extremely simple mode. Thank you for your usage and evaluation. The system will strive for improvement and looks forward to your next use. Noticing Fu Kaier's eyelashes fluttering, indicating she was about to awaken, Yi Xiaobai reluctantly withdrew his appreciative gaze. In the next moment, Fu Kaier opened her eyes. The pain from her wound completely vanished, and the tingling sensation had dissipated as well. Glancing at Yi Xiaobai, who was gazing towards the distant mountains, Fu Kaier stood up and earnestly said, Yi Bai, thank you. Don't mention it. We each have our needs, Yi Xiaobai instinctively replied. What? Fu Kaier did not comprehend. Nothing. What I mean is, we are ultimately comrades who escaped marriage together. If you are injured, I naturally cannot turn a blind eye. Yi Xiaobai swiftly corrected himself, his tone becoming slightly more indifferent. Regrettably, no matter how hard he tried, he could not replicate the emotionless tone of the system. Comrades? Fu Kaier suddenly chuckled, resembling a flower in bloom, enchanting and delightful. Indeed, we have escaped marriage together, scaled mountains together, fought wolves together, and healed wounds together. We should be comrades, moreover, the best of comrades. Romantic entanglements held no interest for Fu Kaier, yet she had no aversion to having a comrade like Yi Xiaobai, a comrade who practiced the ruthless sword path. Completely indifferent to her outward appearance, still missing one thing, Yi Xiaobai remarked nonchalantly. Missing what? Fu Kaier inquired curiously. Missing the fact that we slept together. Yi Xiaobai dared only to voice this thought internally, fearing the girl might retaliate. Chapter 10. A heartfelt melody. Where to seek a kindred spirit? We have shared a meal, Yi Xiaobai stated earnestly. Doesn't that count? Fu Kaier pondered for a moment and agreed. It counts. After a brief pause, she continued, by your logic, we should add another point. What? This time it was Yi Xiaobai's turn to be astonished. That we have slept together. Fu Kaier stated this without a hint of hesitation. Why Yi Xiaobai was left dumbfounded. Good heavens, she had articulated the very thought he dared not express. Women, you are peculiar. Seeing the unusual expression on Yi Xiaobai's face, Fu Kaier blushed, hurriedly clarifying, don't misunderstand. I merely mean sleeping in a purely platonic sense. No need for further explanation. I understand. Yi Xiaobai took a deep breath, suppressing the stirrings of his own desires, and firmly stated, all right, let us not waste time, and continue onward, as per usual. You lead the way. Fu Kaier did not grasp why Yi Xiaobai insisted on her walking ahead each time, yet she did not dwell on it, proceeding to take the lead as her lovely legs swayed before him. Yi Xiaobai sighed inwardly. Alas, it was a pity that one leg was bound with fabric, rendering it incomplete. Oh well, joy diminished by half. After this incident, while their relationship did not soar to great heights, it became significantly more amicable. Fu Kaier's wariness towards Yi Xiaobai had nearly dissipated to zero. After all, if Yi Xiaobai truly harbored any ulterior motives, she would have been unable to resist when she was injured just moments ago. Most importantly, she had firmly convinced herself that Yi Xiaobai practiced the ruthless sword path. The ruthless sword path. The ruthless sword path. The ruthless sword path. The significance of this was worth repeating thrice. If they could not become a couple, being comrades seemed quite satisfactory. Fu Kaier felt immensely content with her current relationship with Yi Xiaobai. What could be more reliable than the bond of comrades? As she walked, she mused. Come to think of it, we are quite alike. One aspired to master the supreme ruthless sword path, to become a legendary ruthless sword immortal. The other aimed to become a peerless empress, akin to the illustrious female emperors of the Great Zhou. Both harbored lofty dreams, both unwilling to be shackled by romantic entanglements. Otherwise, why would Yi Xiaobai flee from marriage? He was simply too extreme. Discarding all emotions, severing all attachments, nearly losing himself entirely. Suddenly, Fu Kai'er felt a twinge of sympathy for Yi Xiaobai. Tio abandoned every single emotion, even forsaking parents, siblings, and friends. How utterly tragic! She wondered at what stage his ruthless sword path had reached. It should not have completely severed all emotions, or else how could he acknowledge her as a comrade? To be recognized as a comrade by someone who practiced the ruthless sword path filled Fu Kai'er with pride and a sense of surprise. He must be profoundly lonely, or perhaps he no longer felt loneliness at all? Lost in her thoughts, Fu Kai'er instinctively turned to look at Yi Xiaobai, only to find him staring intently at her lower body. His gaze scorching and penetrating that Fu Kai'er was taken aback, feeling as though she had been stripped bare. Yet, when she focused again, she found Yi Xiaobai's expression was devoid of emotion, his brow slightly furrowed. Is something the matter? Fu Kai'er felt a flutter of unease, shaking her head. Nothing. She turned away, quickening her pace. It must have been an illusion. It surely was an illusion. How could someone who practiced the ruthless sword path possess such a fiery and intense gaze? That was close. Yi Xiaobai broke into a cold sweat, grateful for his quick reflexes. Who would have thought this girl would turn around without warning, nearly catching him in the act, with a newfound caution in his heart? Yi Xiaobai's appreciative gaze, though more discreet, remained fixed on her. After all, who could resist the beauty of this world? As day turned to night and night faded into day, time slipped by swiftly, unbeknownst to them. They had traversed more than half of the Wolf Residence Mountain, facing no major dangers, finally arriving at the northern edge of the mountain. With just one more day, they would completely exit the Wolf Residence Mountain and re-enter the lands of humanity. As night fell, they decided to rest for the evening, planning to set out again the following day. Fu Kai'er suggested that nighttime is a period when wolf packs are most active, making travel during these hours exceedingly perilous. Although both of them possessed commendable strength, there was no necessity to jeopardize their safety merely to save time. Yi Xiaobai nodded slightly and then cast a glance at a massive boulder not far away, skillfully climbing up its side. While Fu Kai'er felt sympathy for Yi Xiaobai, she could not possibly share her tent with him, for it was far too small to accommodate two people unless they were to squeeze together. With the moon hanging high, Yi Xiaobai sat cross-legged atop the boulder, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, shoulders slumped, chewing on a blade of wild grass while counting the stars above. He pondered whether among those stars there existed one named Earth. The thought of parting from Fu Kai'er the next day filled him with a sense of reluctance. With this separation, the only joy he had would vanish. Over the past few days, he had developed a fondness for this kind-hearted girl with an honest disposition, the only person he had come to know in this unfamiliar world. They had established a certain rapport during their brief time together. Yet starting tomorrow, he would once again revert to being alone. Gazing at the vast expanse of stars, Yi Xiaobai felt a profound sense of confusion. In the stillness of the night, he could never suppress the loneliness that welled up within him. Where would his future lead? What direction should he take? A deep-rooted solitude gnawed at him, inciting a restless anger. Damn fate, you brought me here without granting me the memories of my original self. What does this all mean? Inside the tent, Fu Kai'er tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The memories of her days spent with Yi Xiaobai replayed incessantly in her mind. Suddenly, a soft sigh emanated from outside the tent, laced with an intense loneliness, confusion, sorrow, and frustration, which made the listener feel utterly uncomfortable. Fu Kai'er found herself inexplicably overwhelmed by a wave of sadness. Where can one find a kindred spirit in this vast world? On the boulder, the poignant sound of solitude grew more pronounced. In this unfamiliar realm, who could share in his plight? Inside the tent, Fu Kai'er felt as if her heart had been struck by lightning. Aching with a newfound realization of his profound loneliness and confusion, she could sense the heart-wrenching solitude and bewilderment embedded in his words. Unable to sleep, she said, "System, play Guangling San for me." Yi Xiaobai suddenly desired to hear Guangling San, a piece imbued with a tone of grandeur and indignation. Perfectly aligned with his current state of mind, select Task Mode, Simplified Mode, Task, perform the ancient piece Guangling San, difficulty, low, basic reward, minimum of 10 copper coins or equivalent items, Simplified Mode. Do you wish to activate the task? Such a low price. Yi Xiaobai was taken aback, then nodded. Activate! In an instant, Yi Xiaobai's body sprang up like an arrow loosed from a bow, darting towards the nearby woods, his sword swirling, wood shavings flying. What was he doing? Hearing the commotion outside, Fu Kaier cautiously opened a small gap in the tent. Before her eyes, under Yi Xiaobai's sword, a Guqin frame took shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the wolf fur from the ancient wolf demon he had slain serving as strings, firmly attached to the Guqin frame, a rudimentary Guqin was thus completed. The efficiency and quality were nothing short of miraculous. With a clang, Yi Xiaobai sheathed his sword and leaped back onto the boulder. In the next moment, a melody full of fervor, struggle, indignation, and tragic beauty resonated through the lonely night forest. Chapter 11. Lifelong Comrades. Guangling San, one of the top 10 ancient Guqin pieces of Huaxia, is said to be the tune played by Nie Zheng in ancient times as he prepared to assassinate Wei Kuei. The Guqin masters of the Wei and Jin dynasties were renowned for their skill in this piece. Playing it calmly before execution and sighing, the Guangling San is now lost. This piece, characterized by its passionate, indignant, and tragic melody, is the only existing Guqin piece that embodies the atmosphere of battle and slaughter. The poignant and resounding notes of Guangling San shattered the night's silence, the melody oscillating between tranquility and fervor. Under the moonlight, Yi Xiaobai's face, devoid of emotional fluctuations, appeared as if carved from wood, embodying an unfeeling instrument of performance. His technique astonishing. What a mournful tune! Fu Kaier, though unfamiliar with Guqin music, discerned the sorrow and indignation within the piece. What was he lamenting? What grievance did he harbor? She suddenly felt that despite their days together, she knew nothing of Yi Xiaobai. Beneath that seemingly indifferent and cold visage lay an abundance of untold stories. She could not fathom the experiences that could evoke such melancholy and sorrowful music from him. The illustrious yet unfeeling swordsman concealed how many untold tales lay behind him. Moments later, Guangling San came to an abrupt halt. Task complete. Please rate. Yi Xiaobai carelessly tossed the Guqin aside, reclining upon the boulder as if he were a lord. Commenting system, it's not that I'm nitpicking. Your Guqin skills are undoubtedly impressive, yet I failed to perceive the emotion this piece should convey. 1 star feels too low, 5 stars too high. I'll reluctantly grant you 3 stars. The system's Guqin skills were nothing short of extraordinary, with technique reaching its pinnacle, flawless, yet devoid of any emotion. A Guangling San without feeling was akin to a soulless entity, failing to convey its true essence. System completed the task of performing the ancient piece. Guangling San. Host rating, 3 stars, reward, 10 copper coins, simplified mode. Thank you for your use and evaluation. The system will strive for improvement and looks forward to your next usage. Fortunately, they were at the northern edge of Wolf Mountain. Had they been deeper within, Yi Xiaobai and Fu Kaier would likely have been besieged by the wolf pack. Turning his head inadvertently, he caught sight of the tent slightly ajar. A pair of bright eyes peeking at him. Apologies for disturbing your slumber, Yi Xiaobai said nonchalantly. Fu Kaier, feeling akin to a thief caught in the act, hastily closed the tent, not daring to speak. After a moment, Fu Kaier's voice emerged from within. So you can play the Guqin, and so well, too. Yi Xiaobai chose not to respond. After waiting a while without receiving a reply, Fu Kaier spoke again. Could you tell me the name of that piece? Guangling San, Yi Xiaobai replied tersely. In truth, Fu Kaier's voice had softened. What? The whisper was so faint that Yi Xiaobai failed to catch it. Taking a deep breath, Fu Kaier summoned her courage and said, You are not truly alone. Do not forget, you have me as your comrade. Comrade? What kind of comrade? The kind that is a husband by day and a brother by night? Yi Xiaobai chuckled softly, bemused by her seriousness in response to his jest. I mean it. Fu Kaier quickly replied, Though we may not become husband and wife, we can continue as comrades, unless you grow weary of me one day. I, Fu Kaier, am willing to be your comrade for life, never to part. She would never forget the sigh that had escaped Yi Xiaobai's lips, laden with heartbreak and solitude. Where can one find a kindred spirit in this vast world? Every time she recalled that scene, her heart twisted with pain. Yi Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. The relationship of being both a husband and a comrade was turning increasingly convoluted. Let us just sleep, he urged. Until they freed themselves from the threat of death, he had no inclination to ponder anything else. At dawn, Yi Xiaobai and Fu Kaier awoke almost simultaneously. Upon opening the tent, Fu Kaier laughed at the dark circles around Yi Xiaobai's eyes. Those bags under your eyes are quite amusing. Before you laugh, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror, Yi Xiaobai replied. Gesturing towards her eyes, Fu Kaier froze, hastily retrieving a small bronze mirror, only to find that she too sported dark circles akin to Yi Xiaobai's. The laughter faded from Fu Kaier's face. After a hasty breakfast of dried provisions, they resumed their journey. They had reached the northern edge of Wolf Mountain. Just 10 kilometers ahead lay the boundary of the Tianjin sect. However, after only a short distance, they encountered a group of young men and women clad in blue. Upon spotting Fu Kaier, the group bowed respectfully in unison. Senior Sister Fu. Among them were a few individuals clearly older than Fu Kaier, who also addressed her with reverence. Are they from your sect? Yi Xiaobai remarked, casting a glance at the group. Since you've encountered acquaintances, I shall take my leave. Perhaps fate will reunite us another time. A twinge of regret surfaced within him. He would no longer have the chance to admire her fair legs. Before Fu Kaier could respond, Yi Xiaobai turned and walked away, fearing he might not want to leave. Nothing mattered more than his own life. Wait, Fu Kaier called out behind him. Where are you going? Wherever the path leads, I shall follow. Yi Xiaobai replied with a triumphant smile, perfectly embodying the original character's spirit. But where was he truly headed? Fu Kaier felt a bit confused, yet by the time she regained her composure, Yi Xiaobai had already vanished into the distance. Senior Sister Fu, who was that just now? A young girl inquired curiously. Fu Kaier met the curious gazes of the group and, with unwavering determination, slowly declared, "He is my comrade. A comrade for life." Comrade? The group exchanged bewildered glances, filled with confusion. By the way, how did you all end up here? In an effort to divert the topic and prevent further inquiries that might inadvertently reveal Yi Bai's identity during her elopement, Fu Kaier exercised utmost caution. Recently, the medicinal resources at the Pill Peak of our Tianjin sect were on the verge of depletion, prompting the announcement of a herb-gathering mission led, personally, by Elder Hua. Numerous senior brothers and sisters, as well as junior disciples, flocked to Wolf Residence Mountain to gather herbs, and even several core direct disciples, including Brother Li Xian, had arrived. And why Master has come as well? Fu Kaier exclaimed with joy. Where is she? After being tricked by her father and sent back, she had not seen her master for an entire month. We are unaware. A young man scratched his head and replied, but it seems Elder Hua heard some sounds last night and has been searching for something. She has yet to return, and we are merely waiting here for her. Chapter 12. The disciples in service. What are you all doing gathered here? Suddenly, a voice as gentle as flowing water resonated from the sky. A figure, elegant and as beautiful as a blooming lotus, descended gracefully. Elder Hua. The crowd exclaimed in unison, bowing deeply in respect. Fu Kaier, however, rushed forward, her hands coiling around Hua Qingwu's arms like a serpent as she playfully whined. Master, Kaier has missed you dearly. It has been a month, and you have actually stepped into the spirit refinement realm. Hua Qingwu, taken aback, responded, that shouldn't be the case. What do you mean, shouldn't be? Is my talent so lacking in the eyes of my master? Fu Kaier retorted defiantly. How your talent measures is something you should be well aware of. Hua Qingwu replied bluntly. Although Fu Kaier possessed commendable talent, it paled in comparison to several core direct disciples. Otherwise, she would not still be merely a core disciple at this stage. Though I am unsure why your cultivation has advanced so significantly, with your current prowess, you might well attempt the direct disciple trial. Hua Qingwu remarked, her hand gently brushing Fu Kaier's forehead. Once you pass the trial, you will ascend to become a core direct disciple and gain access to greater resources for cultivation. Fu Kaier nodded eagerly. Upon my return, I shall apply for the direct disciple trial. Core direct disciples hold the highest status among all disciples. They not only wield considerable authority but also enjoy numerous privileges and ample resources for cultivation. Fu Kaier had long dreamed of ascending to this esteemed rank, yet had always felt powerless. Now, with her unexpected advancement into the spirit refinement realm, her hopes of passing the direct disciple trial surged. The other disciples looked on in astonishment at Fu Kaier. Sister Fu has reached the spirit refinement realm, that is the cultivation level of several core direct disciples. Will our Tianjin sect produce another core direct disciple? The crowd's gazes toward Fu Kaier were imbued with newfound reverence. The Tianjin sect maintained a strict hierarchy, with disciples of varying levels enjoying vastly different statuses. Should Fu Kaier succeed in the trial, she would become the fourth core direct disciple of the Tianjin sect. Are you not weary of the multitude of trivial tasks? Once you become a core direct disciple, you may select 3 dedicated servant disciples to handle those matters for you. allowing you to focus entirely on your cultivation. Hua Qingwu encouraged with a smile. I look forward to the day you achieve your dream. Fu Kai's expression turned serious. I am determined to become a core direct disciple. Her ambition was to become a figure akin to the Empress of the Great Zhou. How could she allow a mere trial to obstruct her path? Hua Qingwu smiled with satisfaction before turning to the others. Have you all completed your tasks? The crowd nodded respectfully. Then let us return, Hua Qingwu instructed. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to disperse, but Fu Kai queried, Master, will you not return with us? Hua Qingwu shook her head. I am searching for someone. Who are you looking for? Fu Kai inquired curiously to a master of the Qin. Hua Qingwu replied, her eyes reflecting admiration, longing, and a hint of regret. This master possessed extraordinary Qin skills, nearly transcending the realm of artistry, yet for reasons unknown, their music lacked any emotional expression. Hua Qingwu's passion for the Qin was well known throughout the Tianjin sect. After a pause, she sighed. Last night, I heard that master playing the Qin. I had intended to engage in discourse with him, but alas, I was too far away, and I have yet to find him. Last night? Playing the Qin? Fu Kai's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that the master you speak of is Yi Bai? However, I have searched for so long and found nothing. Hua Qingwu smiled. I have located the Qin that master used, as she spoke. Hua Qingwu unveiled a canvas held in her left hand, revealing a brand new wooden Qin, slightly soiled. Coming into Fu Kai's view, it was indeed the very Qin that Yi Bai had carelessly discarded the previous night. Yi Bai's Qin skills are truly remarkable. Fu Kai stared blankly at the Qin, which appeared pristine, untouched by time, with strings crafted from the fur of ancient wolf demons. Hua Qingwu expressed her awe, extolling the craftsmanship. To produce such exquisite melodies from this instrument, the master's Qin skills were unparalleled throughout the great Zhou martial dynasty. If infused with emotion, one could easily transcend into the realm of artistry through the Qin. Regrettably, the master remained elusive, and she had been unable to converse with him. Fu Kai opened her mouth, yearning to reveal the truth to her master, but the words caught in her throat. After all the effort she and Yi Bai had expended to traverse Wolf Residence Mountain and escape the influence of the Fu and Yi families, how could she risk exposing Yi Bai's existence? Very well, you should return first. I will continue my search. Perhaps the master is nearby, Hua Qingwu said as she carefully covered the wooden Qin with the canvas. Gathering her spirits, if I could sit and discuss artistry with him, even if it means my cultivation falls to the level of a master, I would gladly accept. With a heavy heart, Fu Kai departed from Wolf Residence Mountain. As the sun began to rise, the dawn's glow draped the sky like a bride's red gown. Outside the Tianjin sect, a throng of young men and women anxiously awaited, a dark mass numbering around 2,000 to 3,000. Brother, may I ask if this is the Tianjin sect? A slender youth approached, curiosity etched on his face. I asked that even a question? Came the impatient reply from a nearby youth. Aside from the Tianjin sect, which sect could possibly attract so many to compete for the positions of servant disciples daily? Servant disciples. Yi Bai was taken aback that so. These 2,000 to 3,000 individuals were all here to vie for the servant disciple positions in the Tianjin sect? Is the martial world truly this competitive, even for servant disciples? Casting a glance at Yi Bai's handsome features, a nearby girl kindly explained, though they are servant disciples, the tasks they perform are of a menial nature. Yet the treatment they receive in Tianjin sect rivals that of inner disciples in other sections indeed. Others chimed in. There's an old saying, better to work as a servant in the Tianjin sect than to sip tea in other sections. In the great Zhou martial dynasty, sects were divided into 2 categories, the Tianjin sect and all other sects. Yi Bai was increasingly astonished. The Tianjin sect was truly impressive. It seemed that by mere chance, he had stumbled upon the right place. Joining the Tianjin sect was akin to soaring to great heights. Even as a servant disciple, there remained the opportunity to ascend to outer disciple, inner disciple, or even become a core direct disciple, receiving guidance from the legendary sword ancestor. Upon mentioning the sword ancestor, the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. In my lifetime, I do not aspire to achieve great feats. I merely wish to behold the true visage of the martial grandmaster. Then I shall have no regrets. The martial grandmaster, akin to a deity, was also referred to as the martial god. The great Zhou martial dynasty boasted 2 martial gods, the Empress of the Great Zhou and the sword ancestor of the Tianjin sect. The sword ancestor was the only figure capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the empress, thus solidifying the Tianjin sect's transcendent status. With the presence of a martial grandmaster in the Tianjin sect, Yi Bai gleaned vital information, further solidifying his resolve to join. Additionally, being a servant disciple suited him perfectly, allowing him to maintain a low profile. At that moment, 3 young men emerged from the Tianjin sect, all clad in matching attire featuring the sect's emblem, an ancient sword. This uniform seems oddly familiar. Where have I seen it before? Yi Bai pondered as he racked his brain. It is about to begin. The girl beside him remarked, interrupting his thoughts. They are outer disciples of the Tianjin sect, responsible for assessing the incoming servant disciples. The crowd swiftly fell silent, the sound of a pin drop echoing through the air. The 3 outer disciples stood before the throng, and the leading disciple spoke in a calm tone. You are fortunate. Today there are 3 positions available for servant disciples. Upon hearing this, excitement surged through the crowd. As per tradition, once I announce the start, you must race to the sword monument as swiftly as possible. The first 3 to reach the sword monument will join the Tianjin sect as servant disciples. The outer disciple gestured toward a gigantic sword monument, approximately 1,000 meters away, its design mirroring the sword embroidered on their sleeves. It really that simple? Yi Bai marveled. Begin. With the outer disciples' command, the throng surged toward the sword monument like a tidal wave. Dust rose, shrouding the sky. How slow! Yi Xiaobai was too lazy to assign tasks to the system. With a mighty leap, he relied on his formidable physical strength to outpace the crowd effortlessly. Being the first to arrive at the sword's steel point, one cannot help but marvel at how remarkably powerful the original body was. A few minutes later, Yi Xiaobai and the other 2 young men who had reached the sword steel first approached the 3 outer disciples of the Tianjin sect. The others could not conceal their disappointment and left in dejection. What are your names? One of the outer disciples inquired nonchalantly. Mo Wanming, Mo Wansheng. Just as Yi Xiaobai was about to speak, he heard the words of the 2 young men and immediately fell silent. The expressions of the 3 outer disciples darkened, and one of them barked, if you don't want to answer, then get lost. I will ask you again. What are your names? Mo Wanming, Mo Wansheng. The 3 outer disciples appeared even more irate. And the leader coldly remarked, are your names something to be ashamed of? Why are you refusing to answer? Indeed, brothers, our names are Mo Wanming and Mo Wansheng. The 3 outer disciples fell silent, their mouths twitching slightly. Yi Xiaobai nearly burst into laughter at such peculiar names. The leader of the outer disciples, cursing under his breath, turned to Yi Xiaobai and asked, what about you? What is your name? Yi Xiaobai. Yi Bai is dead. From now on, I shall be known as Yi Xiaobai. On the first day after parting from Fu Kaier, he thought of her. All right, you 3, follow me, the leader of the outer disciples said. They passed through the grand entrance of the Tianjin sect and ventured deeper into the sect. The hierarchical structure of the Tianjin sect was strict, and disciples of different levels held vastly different statuses. Inner disciples and core true disciples were all regarded as the pride of the sect. Not only the servant disciples, but even we outer disciples had to bow respectfully upon encountering them. As they walked, the 3 outer disciples provided explanations. Remember, in the future, when you meet inner disciples and core true disciples, you must bow respectfully, or else if you encounter some petty-minded senior brothers or sisters, the consequences could be dire. Don't blame me for not warning you later. Upon hearing this, the Mo brothers instantly felt anxious. Yi Xiaobai, however, remained unconcerned. How could those inner disciples and core true disciples be more dangerous than the Yi and Fu families? He had not forgotten that the original owner's father and the head of the Fu family were both martial arts masters. With their strength, they could easily hold a position as an elder within the Tianjin sect. Regrettably, without inheriting the original owner's memories, he pondered how he ended up enduring such hardships just to flee to the Tianjin sect for safety. Before long, they entered a majestic building. The servant hall, an elderly man was dozing at the counter, but upon hearing their footsteps, he opened his eyes and cast a bleary glance at Yi Xiaobai and the Mo brothers. Master Mei. The 3 outer disciples bowed respectfully. The old man waved his hand, and the 3 outer disciples promptly withdrew. Fixing his gaze on Yi Xiaobai and the others, the old man hoarsely introduced himself. I am Mei Tianli, the head of the servant hall of the Tianjin sect, and all servant disciples fall under my jurisdiction. While speaking, Mei Tianli casually tossed a booklet in front of Yi Xiaobai and the Mo brothers. Here are the registration forms. Fill them out yourselves. The Mo brothers exchanged glances. This old man had quite the personality. Yi brother, would you like to go first? Mo Wenxing asked Yi Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai waved his hand. You go first. The brothers did not hesitate and quickly filled in their information before passing the booklet to Yi Xiaobai. Upon receiving the booklet, Yi Xiaobai did not fill it out immediately. Instead, he glanced at the Mo brothers' entries and quickly devised a plan in his mind. Name: Yi Xiaobai, age 27, cultivation, body refinement realm, first stage, place of origin, Dingwu City, Suizhou specialty, innate divine strength. After swiftly completing the form, he handed it back to Mei Tianli. Upon seeing the entries, Mei Tianli's expression turned somewhat peculiar. The Mo brothers widened their eyes in astonishment, staring blankly at Yi Xiaobai. Aside from the differing names, every other detail Yi Xiaobai filled in was identical to that of the Mo brothers. It appeared as though he had simply copied them, only missing the names. Kid, are you sure you want to fill it out like this? Mei Tianli regarded Yi Xiaobai skeptically. Though no one would verify the identities of servant disciples and outer disciples, this was rather absurd. Are you taking me for a fool? Yi Xiaobai feigned innocence. I did not fill it out arbitrarily. If you don't believe me, you can verify it in Dingwu City. After all, he was merely a servant disciple. The Tianjin sect would hardly bother to verify the identity of a servant disciple so far away. Is it true that you were 27? Mei Tianli scrutinized Yi Xiaobai, doubting whether he had even reached 20. Yi Xiaobai appeared somewhat bashful. I simply look younger than my age. In truth, he himself was unaware of how old the original owner was. You possess innate divine strength? Mei Tianli's eyes carried a hint of skepticism. I truly have considerable strength. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate, Yi Xiaobai replied earnestly. The original body was incredibly strong. Even without harnessing the energy within, it could still unleash astonishing physical prowess. Forget it, do as you wish. Mei Tianli yawned and collected the booklet. Lowering his head, he retrieved 3 tokens from the cabinet. Inscribing the names Yi Xiaobai, Mo Wenxing, and Mo Wuming on them with a brush dipped in special ink. He then retrieved 6 sets of clothing, distributing 2 sets to each of the 3. Suitable for changing. You will reside in courtyard 3309 from now on. Mei Tianli appeared perpetually drowsy, speaking lethargically, as though he had just awakened. There are signposts outside. Find your way. Remember to come here punctually every day to receive the servant tasks assigned by the sect. Only by completing the assigned tasks will you qualify to take on additional tasks. After leaving the servant hall, Yi Xiaobai and the Mo brothers followed the signposts toward courtyard 3309. What exactly did that old man mean by servant tasks? Yi Xiaobai curiously inquired of the Mo brothers. Do you know? Mo Wenxing pondered for a moment before responding. I have inquired before. Aside from the exclusive servant disciples of the core true disciples, all other servant disciples must perform a task for the sect every day without pay, which includes but is not limited to sweeping, planting herbs, cooking, and other miscellaneous chores. Once those free tasks are completed, they can take on other tasks, which are said to pay quite well. So many people vie to become servant disciples of the Tianjin sect, but they are not truly doing so just to serve others. Who doesn't harbor ambitions of becoming a sect master? Core true disciples have their exclusive servant disciples. Yi Xiaobai was astonished. The status of core true disciples was indeed remarkable. Mo Wenxing replied gravely. The status of core true disciples is second only to that of the sect elders, with even better treatment than the elders. It is unsurprising that they have exclusive servant disciples. Brother, we have arrived. Mo Wuming suddenly halted, pointing to a small courtyard ahead. Mo Wenxing turned to Yi Xiaobai. Yi brother, we will all be living under the same roof from now on, so please look after us. Of course, Yi Xiaobai smiled, casting his gaze toward the small courtyard. It covered over 100 square meters. Although it felt a bit cramped for the 3 of them, it provided a fixed place to stay, relieving them from the need to wander aimlessly. The 3 entered the courtyard, each selecting a bedroom before beginning to tidy up and organize, working diligently until evening, after treating the Mo brothers to some wolf meat. The 3 returned to their respective rooms. Having eaten their fill and lying on the soft bed, Yi Xiaobai felt as though something was amiss. After glancing around, he sighed softly. On the first day after parting from Fu Kaier, I miss her. A day without seeing those legs was unbearable. Shaking his head, Yi Xiaobai banished his chaotic thoughts and began to ponder seriously. The goal of joining the Tianjin sect had been accomplished. The next step was to find a way to control the energy within his body. Surely the Tianjin sect possessed plenty of cultivation techniques? He would set aside time tomorrow to take a look. He could not rely solely on the system. If one day the system vanished, wouldn't he be rendered useless? Yi Xiaobai had no grand ambitions, but as a transmigrator, he certainly could not bring shame to those predecessors who had crossed over before him. Under the moonlight, rhythmic snoring emanated from Yi Xiaobai's bedroom. Since his transmigration, this was the most sound sleep he had experienced. He was not jolted awake by nightmares, nor did he have to worry about beast attacks. Allowing him to feel unprecedentedly relaxed in the blink of an eye, dawn broke. Knock, knock, knocked, ye brother. Knock, knock, knocked, ye brother. Yi Xiaobai awoke with bleary eyes, donned his clothing, and opened the bedroom door to find the Mo brothers waiting at the entrance. Ye brother, we prepared breakfast. Hurry and eat. Mo Wenxing tugged at Yi Xiaobai's hand, leading him directly to the dining table. After eating, they needed to hurry to collect their servant tasks. With his head feeling muddled, Yi Xiaobai groggily consumed breakfast and followed the Mo brothers toward the servant hall. It even dawned yet? Is it really necessary to be this diligent, just to be a servant disciple? After quite some time, Yi Xiaobai gradually regained consciousness. He had been contemplating the pursuit of cultivation techniques today, only to be unexpectedly dragged by the Mo brothers to undertake menial tasks early in the morning. Moments later, upon arriving at the hall of menial workers, Yi Xiaobai and his companions were taken aback by the throngs of people outside. The entire hall was overflowing with individuals, their heads bobbing like waves in the sea. Move along, hurry to collect your menial tasks. If we delay, there may not be any left for us, Mo Wenxing urged, pushing forward like a bulldozer, causing those around him to sway awkwardly. With the Mo brothers providing a protective escort, Yi Xiaobai managed to enter the hall with ease. Remarkable, truly a display of innate strength, Yi Xiaobai marveled, astonished that the Mo brothers, having only just joined the Celestial Sword Sect, could easily surpass even the seasoned menial disciples. A few minutes later, the three emerged from the hall, each holding a task card. Mo Wenxing, filled with pride, remarked, "Fortunately, I inquired ahead of time and arrived early to collect the tasks. What difference does it make to arrive a bit earlier or later?" Yi Xiaobai questioned, puzzled. "Brother Yi, you are unaware that menial tasks are limited in number. If you arrive late, there may be none left to undertake," Mo Wenxing patiently explained. "The Celestial Sword Sect has over 10,000 menial disciples. Yet there are only around 8,000 or 9,000 tasks available." Mo Wenxing nodded in agreement, adding, "Without completing menial tasks, we cannot take on other assignments. What would be the purpose of joining the Celestial Sword Sect otherwise? While menial tasks are unpaid, other tasks offer significant rewards. Is that so?" Yi Xiaobai replied weakly, "Then I truly owe you my gratitude." The Mo brothers had kindly brought him to collect the tasks, and he had no words to express his thoughts. He had initially believed that modern society was competitive enough, only to find that even in this fantastical realm, the competition persisted. This was merely among the menial disciples. One could only imagine how much fiercer the competition was among those of higher ranks. When would it all come to an end? If the host wishes to avoid hassle, tasks can be posted for the system to handle. Came the system's voice. Yi Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. The system was indeed opportunistic, missing no chance to insert itself. "Brother Yi, quickly open it and see what your task is," Mo Wenxing urged. Yi Xiaobai opened the task card, which stated, "Loosen the soil and fertilize spiritual field number 98. The front detailed the task, while the back featured a simple map marking the location of spiritual field number 98. "And yours? What tasks do you have?" Yi Xiaobai inquired, glancing at the Mo brothers. "My task is to sweep the floor." Mo Wenxing shrugged. "I'm responsible for cleaning the trial square." "Me too," Mo Wenxing echoed. "Very well, let's get to work," Yi Xiaobai decided. Studying the map before proceeding to the indicated location. It must be said that the Celestial Sword Sect was vast. Without the map, Yi Xiaobai would likely have lost his way. Even while following the map, he found himself wandering for 2 hours before finally arriving at the Alchemy Peak. The peak boasted 100 spiritual fields, with the soil becoming increasingly fertile and rich in spiritual energy as one approached the summit. Spiritual field number 98, however, was located at the mountain's foot, its soil and spiritual energy considerably inferior, typically used for cultivating cheaper herbs. At the entrance of the peak, several outer disciples were stationed. Yi Xiaobai presented his task card. Gaining permission to enter, after passing through a grove, He halted before a spiritual field, where he found the area overgrown with weeds, evidently having been neglected for quite some time. Beside the field lay a stone with various farming tools and specially formulated fertilizer from the Alchemy Peak. Emitting a fragrant aroma whose composition remained a mystery, "System, it's your time to shine," Yi Xiaobai summoned. "Please instruct the host," the system responded. "Attend to spiritual field number 98, Yi Xiaobai commanded. "Please select a task mode." Minimalist mode, task. Loosen the soil and fertilize spiritual field number 98. Difficulty, low, basic reward, minimum of 10 copper coins or equivalent items, minimalist mode. Activate the task. Activated. The tasks assigned by the Celestial Sword Sect were identical to those Yi Xiaobai posted for the system. He didn't bother changing a single word. Although it required a payment of 10 copper coins, Yi Xiaobai was not hesitant. Spending a small sum for tranquility and freedom was quite appealing. As his body entered a managed state, Yi Xiaobai leisurely watched the system manipulate him busily in the spiritual field. Resembling a diligent little bee, his mood buoyant. What is happiness? Happiness is having someone else do the things one does not wish to do. With this thought, being a menial disciple seemed rather pleasant. After all, he was not required to perform tasks himself. Just as Yi Xiaobai was enjoying this leisurely time, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Task completed. Please rate the performance. Managed state concluded. What on earth? Yi Xiaobai gazed at the now pristine spiritual field number 98, astonished by the speed of the system's efficiency. How come you didn't work this fast when I was doing tasks for you? UVE changed. Task completed. Please rate the performance. Though reluctant to give a 5-star rating, he had to admit that the system had executed the task impeccably. Fine, I'll give you a 5-star rating. Yi Xiaobai conceded. He had little choice. If he rated it poorly, the system might remind him of the prohibition against malicious rating. The system was unusually serious and obsessed with ratings, allowing not a hint of negligence. The system completed the task of loosening the soil and fertilizing spiritual field number 98, host evaluation. 5 stars, awarded 10 copper coins, minimalist mode. Thank you for your patronage and evaluation. The system will continue to strive for excellence. Looking forward to your next use. Having completed the menial task, Yi Xiaobai strolled leisurely towards the exit of the Alchemy Peak. What to do next? Yes, seek out cultivation techniques. Yi Xiaobai had long been fixated on the cultivation methods of this world. With techniques, he could harness the vast energy within him without relying on the system every time. Upon reaching the exit of the Alchemy Peak and presenting his task card, the leading outer disciple remarked, "So soon? Wait a moment. We need to conduct a check." He gestured to a nearby outer disciple to inspect spiritual field number 98. Several minutes later, the outer disciple returned to the peak's exit and whispered something to the leading disciple. The latter cast Yi Xiaobai a peculiar glance, his expression skeptical, yet he marked a check on Yi Xiaobai's task card with special ink before returning it, waving him off. "All right, you may leave." Stowing away the task card, Yi Xiaobai sauntered towards the hall of menial workers, appearing as if he were on a leisurely excursion. "Hey, isn't that the comrade mentioned by Sister Kyer?" Just as Yi Xiaobai was about to walk away, he happened upon a group of outer disciples coming to submit spirit herbs and grasses. One young girl halted, astonished. "Is he a menial disciple of our Celestial Sword Sect? Lingming, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up the mountain. If we delay, the spirit herbs and grasses will lose their vitality, and our task will be deemed a failure." "Oh, I'm coming." Chapter 15. The proper way to utilize the system after completing his menial task. Yi Xiaobai did not rush back to the hall of menial workers, but instead wandered about aimlessly. Submitting tasks could be done at any time. Finding cultivation techniques was of utmost importance. Regrettably, Yi Xiaobai found himself repeatedly intercepted at every location. His status as a menial disciple was too lowly. Many areas were off-limits, and only with the appropriate task card could he temporarily enter certain zones. What a wretched world of privilege! Yi Xiaobai maintained a cheerful facade while inwardly cursing. He finally understood the hierarchical system described by the outer disciple earlier. The disparities between disciples of different ranks were indeed stark. It made him wish to experience life as an outer disciple himself. Yi Xiaobai pondered what the criteria for being an outer disciple of the Celestial Sword Sect might be. With my current strength, am I qualified to be an outer disciple? He mused. Alone, he feared he would not suffice, but with the system's assistance, perhaps he could manage. However, considering the potential risks of exposure that came with being an outer disciple, He set that idea aside for the time being. Until he possessed the strength to confront a master, it was best to remain discreet. Brother Yi. Just as Yi Xiaobai was troubled about where to seek cultivation techniques, a familiar voice called from afar. Looking up, he saw the Mo brothers, Mo Wenxing and Mo Wanming. Have you finished your tasks? Yi Xiaobai inquired. Indeed, the trial square is vast. It took us quite a while to clean it all. Mo Wenxing replied with a wry smile. Me too. Mo Wanming echoed. Why Yi Xiaobai regarded the Mo brothers, a thought striking him. Do you know where the Celestial Sword Sect's cultivation manuals are located? Mo Wenxing nodded, stating, we inquired before coming. The cultivation manuals are housed in the library pavilion. However, those manuals are quite expensive and prohibited from being shared. To learn the techniques, one must spend a considerable amount of money. I calculated that if we work for a few months in the Celestial Sword Sect, we could gather enough funds to study the techniques. Why Yi Xiaobai scoffed. Expensive? How much could they possibly cost? I possess over 20 taels of silver. Surely that should be sufficient to purchase a set of techniques. Where is the library pavilion located? I inquired before coming. The library pavilion is situated in the southeast direction of the Celestial Sword Sect. Not far from the trial square, Mo Wenxing informed him. Do not ask for surnames, said Mo Wenxing. Could you assist me in finding my way? Yi Xiaobai inquired eagerly. Lead the way? Mo Wenxing responded with a hint of confusion. For the path was replete with signposts, and one could easily reach their destination by following them. Why, then, would one require a guide? Nevertheless, since Yi Xiaobai had requested it, Mo Wenxing felt it impolite to decline. After all, it was merely a trivial task, leading someone along the way. Very well, follow me, he said, glancing at the signposts before taking the lead. Mo Wanming, lacking any independent thought, mirrored his brother's actions. Whatever his brother did, he would do. Wherever his brother went, he would follow. As the two brothers led the way, Yi Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to catch up with them. 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the base of a magnificent tower, a grand structure with 7 levels, exuding an aura of solemnity and splendor. Here we are, Yi brother. Mo Wenxing gestured toward the tower. That is the library pavilion. Why Yi Xiaobai's excitement surged. He could finally learn the techniques he had longed for. Thank you, brothers. I shall treat you to wolf meat another time, he declared, patting Mo Wenxing on the shoulder before striding purposefully toward the library pavilion, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the techniques and secrets that awaited him. A minute later, however, Yi Xiaobai emerged from the library pavilion with a stoic expression, a stark contrast to the exhilaration he had displayed upon entering. You're out so soon? Mo Wenxing queried, puzzled. Did you master the technique? Yi Xiaobai shook his head, a look of melancholy clouding his features. Without waiting for Mo Wenxing to respond, he asked, you mentioned earlier that upon completing the menial tasks, one could undertake other assignments with decent rewards. Correct? Indeed, Mo Wenxing nodded. Then let us hurry to the menial hall and see what tasks are available, Yi Xiaobai urged, a sense of urgency creeping into his demeanor. Mo Wenxing, sensing Yi Xiaobai's underlying concerns, chose not to address them directly and promptly led him and Mo Wanming toward the menial hall. As Yi Xiaobai followed the two brothers, a heavy heart weighed upon him. This heavenly sword sect is rather unscrupulous. A mere handful of mediocre techniques demand exorbitant fees, dozens of taels of gold. A family of impoverished means could scarcely earn such a sum in a lifetime without sustenance. And this is not even the most expensive. Some techniques require hundreds of taels of gold. With my mere 20-odd taels of silver, I could only afford the name of a technique. Cursed capitalism. Alas, I am unworthy. Just a moment ago, Yi Xiaobai had felt as though he possessed a fortune, striding with confidence. Now, however, he felt like a wilted eggplant, his eyes filled with sorrow. The only solution was to visit the menial hall and see if suitable tasks awaited. Allowing him to earn some much-needed remuneration, with a heavy heart, he trailed behind the Mo brothers to the menial hall. At that moment, the menial hall was eerily quiet, as most of the disciples had departed to undertake tasks. After inspecting the task cards of Yi Xiaobai and his companions, the hallmaster, Mei Tianli, pointed toward a wall in the center of the hall. You may select tasks from that wall. The wall was adorned with a multitude of task cards, each representing different assignments. Yi Xiaobai examined them closely. Task: Assist in alchemy, requires a basic understanding of fire control. Reward: 3 taels of silver. Task: cultivate medicinal herbs, requires a basic understanding of herbalism. Reward: 2 taels of silver. Task: transport construction materials, requires a basic level of strength and endurance. Reward: 3 taels of silver. Task: mine, requires a basic level of strength, endurance, and agility. Reward: 5 taels of silver. To Yi Xiaobai's surprise, the rewards for these tasks were quite substantial. The least rewarding among them offered a tael of silver, while the most lucrative exceeded 10 taels. When converted to gold, that amounted to more than a tael. Naturally, higher-paying tasks came with greater requirements, rendering them unsuitable for the average person. But who was Yi Xiaobai? He was a man endowed with a system. Regardless of the standards, they posed no challenge to him. "Have you made your selections, brothers?" Imo Wenqing inquired. "Not yet," Yi Xiaobai replied. "What about you?" "I intend to take on the task of transporting construction materials," Imo Wenqing declared. "Strength is our forte, and our endurance is commendable." "This task suits us well. Me too," Imo Wenqing echoed. Yi Xiaobai's gaze wandered over the wall of task cards, and as he beheld the bountiful rewards, an idea struck him. System: how much would it cost to issue the task of assisting in alchemy? Please select task mode. Simplified mode. Task: assist in alchemy. Difficulty: low. Basic reward: minimum of 10 won of copper or equivalent value in items. Simplified mode. Would you like to activate the task? Do not activate. Gazing at the task card's reward of 3 taels of silver, then at the system's prompt of a mere 10 won of copper as a basic reward, Yi Xiaobai pondered thoughtfully. It appears I have discovered the proper way to utilize the system. Chapter 16. From today on, be a joyful middleman. 1 task. The sect rewards 3 taels of silver. The system charges 10 won of copper. After deducting the cost of 10 won, Yi Xiaobai would net a profit of 2 taels and 991 of copper. A lucrative venture indeed. With this perspective, even dozens of taels of gold seemed trivial, merely a drop in the bucket. Yi Xiaobai straightened his back. Feeling capable once more, he promptly selected tasks that were quick to complete and offered high rewards. Intending to gather enough funds for his desired technique, Yi Xiaobai scrutinized the task wall, thoroughly searching for opportunities. As for the difficulty of the tasks, it was of no concern to Yi Xiaobai. To consider task difficulty would be to underestimate the system. Just as Yi Xiaobai was about to undertake a planting task, a flurry of hasty footsteps echoed from outside the menial hall. Turning to look, he saw an inner sect disciple leading a group of outer sect disciples approaching briskly. "Master Mei," the inner disciple nodded to Mei Tianli before continuing. "There is an urgent task. Please arrange it promptly." Mei Tianli lazily glanced at the inner disciple. "What urgent task?" The inner disciple explained. "Just now, our Heavenly Sword sect has welcomed its 4th core disciple. The existing accommodation is inadequate. We require the construction of a new dwelling, necessitating a substantial quantity of heavenly steel wood. Please arrange the task of cutting heavenly steel wood. The more, the better." A new core disciple? Mei Tianli straightened in surprise. This was indeed significant news. The Heavenly Sword sect is the most formidable sect in the Great Zhou martial dynasty, and its core disciples are the Armée de la Armée across the dynasty. Thus, the emergence of a new core disciple within the Heavenly Sword sect is an event of immense consequence. It is not an exaggeration to say that before long, this new core disciple will make waves throughout the Great Zhou. "Very well, leave this matter to me." Mei Tianli waved his hand. "I will arrange it properly." "Thank you, Master Mei," the inner disciple replied with a courteous nod. "We must attend to other matters, so we shall take our leave." Go on, go on. The matter of the core disciple is of utmost importance," Mei Tianli said, a rare spark of enthusiasm evident. Once the group departed, Mei Tianli promptly produced a stack of blank task cards. Hastily inscribing them with special ink, "Urgent task. Cut heavenly steel wood reward. 1 tael of silver per tree. Quantity unlimited. The task can be completed multiple times." After writing dozens of identical task cards, he stretched and glanced at the curious Yi Xiaobai and the Imo brothers. "You lot, since you're all idle, help me hang these task cards." Without hesitation, the Imo brothers stepped forward, taking the task cards to affix them to the wall. Yi Xiaobai, however, inquired, "Is it true that one can earn 1 tael of silver for cutting down a tree, with no limits on quantity? This is practically free money." "What do you know?" Mei Tianli raised an eyebrow. "Heavenly steel wood is notoriously tough. An average menial disciple might take 3 to 5 hours to fell a single tree, and even cutting down 3 in a day would be impressive." As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he turned his gaze toward Yi Xiaobai and the Mo brothers. Why chance? Aren't you three endowed with exceptional strength? This task is quite suited to you. With a bit of luck, you could fell 5 or 6 trees in a day and earn yourself 5 or 6 taels of silver, asked the hall master of the menial hall. Overseeing thousands of menial disciples, he could not possibly know each one personally. Yet, Yi Xiaobai had left an indelible impression on him, having audaciously copied someone else's registration information right before his eyes. There were certainly thousands of menial disciples under his jurisdiction, but Yi Xiaobai was the first to do such a thing. Furthermore, the names of the Mo brothers had also left a lasting mark on his memory. Yi Xiaobai did not rush to make a decision. Instead, he summoned the system within his mind. System, host, please give your command. If I were to issue the task of cutting heavenly steel wood, how much would it cost? Yi Xiaobai inquired. Please specify the quantity to be cut. Yi Xiaobai pondered momentarily. 1,000 trees. Please select task mode. Simplified mode. Task. Cut 1,000 trees of heavenly steel wood. Difficulty. Intermediate. Basic reward. Minimum of 301 of copper or equivalent value in items. Simplified mode. Would you like to activate the task? Yi Xiaobai's eyes brightened. This business was indeed viable. This is the one. From today onward, I shall be a joyful middleman, cutting trees, and earning silver galore. Yi Xiaobai turned to Mei Tianli. Is it truly unlimited? For each tree felled, a reward of 1 tael of silver is granted. I fear that I might drive you to bankruptcy. The joy of the middleman is something you shall never comprehend. Fear not and chop away. Regardless of how many trees you fell, the Tianjian sect shall cover the costs. Mei Tianli smiled faintly. Very well. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Yi Xiaobai responded decisively. I shall accept this task. He promptly removed a task card hanging on the wall, while thinking to himself, with my inherent strength, felling several thousand Tian steel trees in a single day seems quite reasonable, does it not? After all, it is said that I possess innate divine strength. Surely, my slightly enhanced power cannot be deemed excessive. Can it? Based on Yi Xiaobai's understanding of the task system, a task rated as medium difficulty typically implies only a minor inconvenience, hardly worthy of being called difficult. Observing Yi Xiaobai's eagerness to undertake the task, Mei Tianli found himself somewhat astonished. Could it be that I was mistaken? This lad truly possesses innate divine strength. Since Brother Yi has taken on this task, I shall also accept it. Mo Wenxing declared confidently. Me too. Mo Wuming chimed in. The three of them, armed with their task cards, exited the servants' hall. Who would have thought our luck would be so splendid, encountering such a fitting task right upon arrival? Mo Wenxing exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, indeed. Mo Wuming echoed, equally thrilled. Yi Xiaobai, noticing the two brothers brimming with joy, cleared his throat and remarked, well, the hour is late. We must hasten to complete our task. Demo, please take the lead. Mo Wenxing, not troubled by the address, simply queried, but why must I lead the way? Shaking his head, he opened the back of the task card, gazed at the map, then at the signposts, and set off. With the Mo brothers guiding him, Yi Xiaobai reached the task location, Tian Steel Mountain, in merely half an hour. Upon witnessing the dense thickets of Tian steel trees sprawling across the mountainside, Yi Xiaobai felt invigorated. Each Tian steel tree represented 1 tael of silver. How much silver could this vast expanse yield? This mountain must harbor at least several tens of thousands of trees. Yi Xiaobai sensed that he was on the brink of becoming a wealthy man. Experiencing true overnight fortune, the kind that makes one walk with a swagger. Life was beginning to look exceedingly promising. Arriving at the mountain's entrance, he presented the task card, and an outer disciple promptly fetched 3 specially crafted axes. The Tian steel wood is exceptionally resilient. Regular axes will not suffice. These are specially designed for your use, and please remember to return them after use. After handing the axes to Yi Xiaobai and his companions, they weighed the tools before venturing into the mountain. Chapter 17. Becoming a conscientious capitalist. After walking for about 10 minutes into the mountain, Yi Xiaobai and his companions paused. This seems about right. Let us settle here. Yi Xiaobai grinned widely at the tightly packed Tian steel trees surrounding them. To him, they were not merely trees. They were a pile of gleaming silver. All he needed to do was gather the silver. So simple. The Mo brothers had no objections. After all, for them, felling trees was the same regardless of location. All right, Brother Yi, let us begin. Mo Wenxing nodded. Let us commence. Mo Wuming echoed. The two brothers immediately gripped their axes and began chopping down trees. Clang! With one swing, Mo Wunxing sent sparks flying as the bark splintered slightly. Observing the seemingly immovable Tian steel wood, he grimaced. How tough it is! Mo Wuming paused in his chopping, agreeing, indeed, indeed. Yi Xiaobai approached a Tian steel tree, caressed its bark, then stroked his chin. It is time to showcase my true skills. System, let us start with 1,000 trees. Please select Task Mode, Simplified Mode, Task. Fell 1,000 Tian steel trees. Difficulty, Intermediate. Basic reward, minimum 300 copper coins or equivalent items, Simplified Mode. Activate Task. Activate. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaobai activated the task, and his body instantly entered a state of automation. His expression became blank, and his eyes, devoid of emotion, sent a shiver down the spine of those nearby. The Mo brothers instinctively looked up at Yi Xiaobai, their gazes locking onto his emotionless eyes, causing them to shudder involuntarily. In the next moment, a terrifying force erupted from Yi Xiaobai's palm. With a swift motion, the axe sliced through the air, striking the Tian steel tree with a resounding crash. Boom! The entire tree shook violently, the axe nearly cleaving it in two, leaving only a quarter of the trunk standing to support the tree. The Mo brothers' eyes widened in disbelief as they gasped. Wow! Mo Wunxing glanced at the small notch he had laboriously carved after several strikes, then at the tree Yi Xiaobai had nearly split in two, lost in thought. What could have gone wrong? Is it possible that innate divine strength comes in different tiers? Are our levels of innate strength simply too low? Confusion clouded Mo Wunxing's mind. The term innate divine strength refers to one born with a robust physique, whose power remains extraordinary even without training. Yet the strength Yi Xiaobai displayed seemed beyond mere innate divine strength. Detected that the tree-felling tool is inadequate. Please wait. Wait a moment, system. Don't get carried away. Yi Xiaobai exclaimed, startled, fearing the system might initiate some sort of free giveaway. Did the Tianjin sect think he had too tough a neck, or that the Grand Master's axe was insufficiently sharp? Detected that the host possesses a qualified tree-felling tool. Requesting replacement. Why? Yi Xiaobai sighed in relief, only to be puzzled. When did I bring a tree-felling tool? I was unaware, however, as long as the system refrained from any peculiar operations. He was content. Approved. Quickly replace it. Yi Xiaobai promptly granted the system's request to avoid any troublesome antics. Boom. The specially crafted axe from the Tianjin sect was carelessly tossed to the ground, its blade embedding itself deeply. Yi Xiaobai grasped the hilt of the long sword on his back, and with a resounding chime, the sword was drawn in the sunlight. The gleaming white blade refracted a blinding light. Boom. The sound of the sword struck like thunder. The force of the sword surged forth, and the Tian steel tree collapsed with a thunderous crash. System, is this the qualified tree-felling tool you mentioned? Yi Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. To his surprise, the sword was indeed impressive. Regardless, since the system deemed this sword effective for tree felling, he would use it for that purpose. After all, making money is not disgraceful. One tael of silver secured. Yi Xiaobai gazed at the fallen Tian steel tree. His heart filled with joy. After deducting the cost of 300 copper coins, he netted a profit of 700 copper coins. The key is that every subsequent Tian steel tree he felled would be pure profit. As a middleman, is it not reasonable to earn a little markup? Yi Xiaobai mused. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, brandishing the long sword, which traced a graceful arc as if calculated with precision. Slicing through two Tian steel trees in succession, boom, boom. Both trees snapped and toppled to the ground. Yi Xiaobai's figure darted through the forest, each Tian steel tree falling like fragile bamboo, rolling to the ground. The Mo brothers were utterly dumbfounded. Brother Yi, no, from today onwards, he shall be known as Brother Yi. Mo Wunxing resolved, regardless of ancestral traditions. He must acknowledge this elder brother today. Even the King of Heaven cannot shake my resolve to recognize him as my elder brother. He murmured, how foolish I was that I had sensed that Brother Yi was no ordinary person. Yet I never expected that his displayed strength during the entrance examination was merely the tip of the iceberg. His true power is astonishing. Me too. Me too. Mo Wuming fervently nodded in agreement. Moments later, Yi Xiaobai had cleared the area within several hundred meters of standing Tian steel trees. Task completed. Please rate. As the mechanical voice of the system sounded, his automated state ended, and Yi Xiaobai regained control of his body. After a moment of introspection, he felt no discomfort. Notably, the long sword remained as sharp as ever after felling 1,000 Tian steel trees, its blade radiating a chilling brilliance. Not bad, an excellent sword system, you performed admirably. I grant you a 5-star rating. Keep up the good work. In less than half an hour, he earned nearly 1,000 taels of silver, a pace faster than theft itself. How could Yi Xiaobai not be satisfied? Task of felling 1,000 Tian steel trees completed. Host rating, 5 stars. Reward, 300 copper coins, simplified mode. Thank you for your usage and rating. The system will strive to improve. Looking forward to your next use. Several hundred meters away, the Imo brothers were still laboriously chopping at the initial Tian steel tree, their sweat-soaked appearance making Yi Xiaobai feel exhausted just watching in these times. Earning money is no easy feat. Therefore, system, let us fell another 1,000 Tian steel trees. Please select task mode, simplified mode, task, fell 1,000 Tian steel trees. Difficulty, intermediate, basic reward, minimum 400 copper coins or equivalent items, simplified mode. Activate task, wait a moment. System, if I recall correctly, it should be 300 copper coins, right? Are you really increasing the price? Yi Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Due to the host consumption of a certain amount of stamina, the difficulty of the task has increased. Thus, the basic reward has been appropriately elevated. This explanation left Yi Xiaobai momentarily speechless. Fine then, if it's 401, then so be it. Activate the task, if I am to enjoy the meat. I must at least provide some soup for the Lord. Yi Xiaobai vowed to become a conscientious capitalist. Chapter 18. You were tasked with chopping trees, yet how did you manage to strip the mountain bare? Yi Xiaobai's body weaved through the forest. Wherever he passed, not a single Tian wood tree could escape, nor could any withstand Yi Xiaobai's blade. After all, how could an egg endure the impact of a stone? While the Imo brothers were still laboriously chopping the third Tian wood tree, Yi Xiaobai had already felled 6,000 trees and was advancing towards the milestone of 7,000. The once densely wooded mountains now bore large gaps. Resembling a portion that had been stripped bare, Yi Xiaobai harbored no other thoughts. He merely wished to earn a quick fortune, for tasks involving the felling of Tian wood were not always available. Who could say when the next opportunity would arise if he let this one slip by? He had to seize the moment before the task was rescinded and earn as much silver as possible. With silver in hand, he could learn martial arts. With silver, he could continue issuing tasks to the system. After all, this lord was adamant about money. If he wasn't well fed, who would undertake tasks in the future? As the sun set, through Yi Xiaobai's diligent efforts, he finally illuminated the legendary achievement of felling 10,000 Tian wood trees. This achievement was unprecedented and likely unparalleled in the future, as the Tianjin sect would probably not make the same mistake twice regarding such matters. Task completed. Please rate the task. With the conclusion of the system's management, Yi Xiaobai gasped for breath, his muscles aching and his stomach churning, as if he had endured a rigorous exercise beyond his physical limits. No more. It felt as though felling 10,000 Tian wood trees was his limit. If he continued, his body might not withstand it. Glancing at the far side of the mountain, where nearly 2/3 of the area remained covered in Tian wood, Yi Xiaobai felt a deep sense of regret. The silver was right before him, yet he lacked the ability to grasp it. Shiitake. I'm feeling blue. Task completed. Please rate the task. Yi Xiaobai paused briefly before replying in his mind. Though my body feels somewhat unwell, I am in a good mood today. I shall begrudgingly give you a 5-star rating. Why am I in a good mood? Try earning 10,000 taels of silver in a day. The system completed the task of felling 8,000 Tian wood trees, and the host rated it 5 stars, earning a reward of 5,001 in copper coins. Extremely simplified mode. Thank you for your patronage and evaluation. The system will strive harder and looks forward to your next use. Instantly, Yi Xiaobai's pouch felt significantly lighter, missing a full 5 taels of silver, causing him a pang of regret. However, the thought of the imminent 10,000 taels of silver quickly alleviated his distress. The task expenditure was 5,701 in copper coins, and the task income was 10,000 taels of silver. This in-and-out transaction netted him a profit of 9,994 taels of silver, plus an additional 301 in copper coins. Yi Xiaobai's heart surged with excitement. Truly, our Lord is quite benevolent. The cost price of 5,701 in copper coins is remarkably reasonable. turning to glance at the Mo brothers, who were still laboriously chopping the fifth Tiangangwood tree. Yi Xiaobai chose not to rush and instead sat down to rest, waiting for them. After about 10 minutes, the two brothers finally felled a tree, drenched in sweat and with their clothes soaked through. "Brother Yi, are you finished?" Mo Wenqing hurriedly approached. "Brother?" Yi Xiaobai pointed at himself in astonishment. It was rather peculiar for someone appearing to be in their late 20s to address a seemingly youthful individual as brother. "Are you certain that was not a slip of the tongue? My parents always said that those with capability are called brother wherever they go," Mo Wenqing earnestly remarked. "Brother Yi is indeed a capable person. Not just a brother, but a brother among brothers. My parents have said the same." Mo Wenqing vigorously nodded in agreement. "Your parents possess great discernment," Yi Xiaobai replied earnestly, feeling that these two brothers were genuinely amiable. Their parents must have been wise individuals to raise such perceptive sons. Observing the sun nearing the horizon, Yi Xiaobai declared, "It's about time. Let us proceed to submit our task." The Mo brothers exchanged glances and then followed their newly acknowledged brother towards the Tiangang mountain exit. Upon reaching the exit, the three returned their axes, and the outer sect disciple in charge of task verification said, "Where are the Tiangangwood trees you felled? Lead me to them. I need to conduct an inspection." Demo, you lead the way," Yi Xiaobai suggested, glancing at Mo Wenqing. "All right, brother," Mo Wenqing readily complied, the term brother rolling off his tongue with increasing ease. A few minutes later, the four arrived at the felling site. Upon witnessing the desolate mountaintop and the multitude of Tiangangwood trees lying about, the outer sect disciple was left utterly bewildered. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and then stared wide-eyed at the ground strewn with fallen trees. Appearing as though he had seen a ghost. You all, this is," the outer sect disciple stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Who did this? Who so ruthlessly stripped the entire mountaintop bare?" The Mo brothers instinctively glanced at Yi Xiaobai, who raised his hand, displaying the task card. Is there a problem?" The outer sect disciple fell silent, for the sight before him, with no less than 8,000 or 9,000 trees, perhaps even more, was staggering. Even if all the miscellaneous disciples were summoned, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to achieve such a feat. In other words, Yi Xiaobai had accomplished the workload of over 10,000 miscellaneous disciples in just a few hours. With such capability, why would he even be a miscellaneous disciple? The outer sect disciple was left dumbfounded. Even a core disciple would find it impossible to achieve. "Hey, my brother is speaking to you," Mo Wenqing said, his gaze turning unfriendly at the outer sect disciple's prolonged silence. "Our brother is addressing you," Mo Wenqing echoed loudly. The outer sect disciple trembled, his mind racing, and quickly donned a cheerful expression. Speaking cautiously, "Three esteemed brothers, please do not misunderstand. The reward shall be as it is. The miscellaneous hall will certainly settle it for you. Moreover, I am merely a lowly outer sect disciple and have no authority to withhold your rewards. I am only responsible for inspecting the completion of your task." His words dripped with a desire for self-preservation. Wang Ergo had never been so humble before a miscellaneous disciple. However, he endured it. While felling trees does not necessarily indicate stronger prowess, it certainly holds great reference value. Yi Xiaobai's ability to fell so many trees undoubtedly marked him as an extraordinary expert. Could it be that a certain sect elder was experiencing life as a miscellaneous disciple? But this sect elder appears rather youthful, thought Wang Ergo, eyeing Yi Xiaobai's youthful visage filled with collagen, his imagination running wild. Could it be that the Dan Peak has developed some sort of youth-preserving elixir? Or has this sect elder practiced some method of rejuvenation? Regardless, a person capable of felling 8,000 or 9,000 or even over 10,000 Tiangangwood trees in a single afternoon is not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 19. The bustling miscellaneous hall. Seeing Wang Ergu's keen understanding, Yi Xiaobai finally revealed a satisfied smile. In that case, please verify the Tiangangwood. There are a total of 10,000 trees. And I also felled 5 trees, Mo Wenqing hurriedly added. I too, Mo Wenqing echoed. Wang Erga's mouth twitched slightly. He had thought there were only 8,000 or 9,000 trees. It seemed he had underestimated them. No need for verification. Since the brothers have stated 10,000 trees, it must be accurate. Wang Ergo lacked the courage to keep the esteemed figures waiting while he counted slowly. Instead, he promptly said, "Brother, please hand me the task card. I will fill in the number of trees felled." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai handed over the task card without hesitation. Wang Ergu wasted no time, swiftly filling in the numbers with special ink and then stamping it with the official seal. He repeated the process for the task cards of the Mo brothers, ensuring they were also filled out and stamped. All done. Wang Ergu returned the task cards to Yi Xiaobai and his companions. Three esteemed brothers, take care on your way. Yi Xiaobai pocketed the task card, a look of contentment on his face. With a wave of his hand, he addressed the Mo brothers. Let us go to the miscellaneous hall to collect our rewards. As per usual, Demo, you lead the way. A few minutes later, watching Yi Xiaobai and the Mo brothers gradually disappear from view, Wang Ergu wiped away a cold sweat and let out a long sigh of relief. The miscellaneous hall. As dusk fell, lights illuminated various areas, making the entire miscellaneous hall appear even more majestic and splendid. This time, the miscellaneous hall was bustling with activity, with many individuals arriving to submit tasks and collect rewards. Yi Xiaobai and his companions blended in effortlessly among the crowd. You've arrived, Mei Tianli remarked, taking the task card from the previous miscellaneous disciple and distributing rewards. Upon spotting Yi Xiaobai and his companions, he inquired with keen interest, So, how was the harvest? How many Tiangangwood trees did you chop? The surrounding crowd also gazed curiously at Yi Xiaobai and his companions. Mei Tianli typically maintained an aloof demeanor, rarely engaging with others. Let me confirm. Regardless of how many trees I felled, I can still exchange them for rewards, correct? Yi Xiaobai spoke in a calm and unhurried manner, while Mei Tianli chuckled in disbelief. What's the matter? Are you worried that my miscellaneous hall might default on the payment? Yi Xiaobai nodded slightly. I am indeed somewhat concerned. Haha, you little rascal, Mei Tianli laughed. Let me make this clear. Regardless of how many Tiangang trees you have felled, my miscellaneous hall will pay you in full, not a single coin less. Even if you were to strip Tiangang Mountain Bear, my miscellaneous hall would still honor the payment. Yi Xiaobai felt reassured and promptly handed the task card to Mei Tianli. Very well. Let us settle the payment. With a tone of arrogance, he added, I want to see just how many trees you've actually cut down. Mei Tianli took the task card, lowered his head to inspect it, and suddenly, his smile froze on his face. His once hoarse and aged voice became piercingly sharp, the pitch leaping 180 degrees. What is this? 10,000 trees? Have you truly stripped Tiangang Mountain Bear? His bleary eyes widened in shock, and his beard bristled, rendering him quite comical. After scrutinizing the ink and official seal on the task card and confirming its authenticity, Mei Tianli's brow furrowed deeply. How on earth did this kid accomplish such a feat? By the way, Yi Xiaobai, what did you just say? Mei Tianli asked, maintaining a poker face as he gently set the task card down. Just now. Yi Xiaobai pondered for a moment, replying, I said you should fulfill the payment. Not that. The previous statement I mentioned I was a bit worried. The one before that. That regardless of how many I felled, I could redeem the payment? Yes, that is the one. Mei Tianli nodded, then responded anew, that is not possible. What the hell? Yi Xiaobai was left dumbfounded. How could that be? Why is it not possible? Before Yi Xiaobai could elaborate, Mo Wenming immediately shouted, My brother has worked tirelessly to fell so many Tiangang trees. What gives you the right to withhold payment? His booming voice nearly shook the entire miscellaneous hall. Onlookers turned their heads, and even disciples passing by outside the hall gathered to witness the spectacle. What gives you the right? Mo Wenming shouted again, showing no respect to the hall master before him. Seeing the crowd closing in, Mei Tianli coughed nervously a few times. I was merely joking, trying to lighten the atmosphere. There's no need to be so agitated. He certainly wasn't afraid of a few miscellaneous disciples. But the issue was, if word got out, what credibility would he have left as the hall master? Moreover, he represented not just himself but the entire Tianjin sect. However, I have reason to suspect you bribed the outer sect disciples responsible for the task verification. Otherwise, how could a mere miscellaneous disciple, in less than a day, fell 10,000 Tiangang trees? Mei Tianli regarded Yi Xiaobai with suspicion. I insist on a re-examination. To cover up his monumental blunder, he needed a way to resolve the matter at minimal cost. Yi Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. Do as you please. Just make sure you don't shortchange my payment. Mei Tianli contemplated and beckoned to a nearby miscellaneous disciple. Come here. Yes, hall master, the disciple replied respectfully. Go to Tiangang Mountain and verify whether someone has indeed felled 10,000 Tiangang trees. Mei Tianli instructed. Hall master, I'm afraid I have other matters to attend to and cannot spare the time. The disciple hesitated. This is your compensation for the trouble, Mei Tianli snapped, tossing a couple of silver coins and a task card towards him to facilitate entry into Tiangang Mountain. The disciple caught the coins and task card and swiftly darted out of the miscellaneous hall. I guarantee I'll confirm the situation within half an hour. What is going on? Did this kid really fell 10,000 trees? That seems too far-fetched. Does he believe he is a core disciple? No, even core disciples couldn't accomplish that. It was likely only the elders themselves could fell 10,000 trees in a single day. Soon, the news spread rapidly. Within a minute, both inside and outside the miscellaneous hall, everyone was aware of the situation, and like wildfire, it quickly reached the entire area of miscellaneous disciples. An increasing throng gathered to witness the spectacle, rendering the hall utterly crowded. As it turned out, the miscellaneous disciple was indeed a man of his word, returning within half an hour. So, did this lad bribe the outer sect disciples to conspire and deceive? Mei Tianli asked, his spirits lifted. The disciple took a deep breath, seriousness etched on his face. Hall Master Mei, after my personal verification, I can confirm this. This elder brother, indeed felled 10,000 Tiangang trees. Almost half the mountain has been stripped bare. The ground is littered with Tiangang wood. His voice was filled with astonishment. The sight of countless fallen Tiangang trees was an overwhelming visual impact. Even now, he could not forget the shocking scene. At this point, he stole a glance at Yi Xiaobai, his eyes filled with awe and admiration. This elder brother is truly formidable, such terrifying efficiency in tree felling. Even core disciples would have to acknowledge him as superior. If Hall Master doesn't believe it, you can go verify it yourself, he suggested to Mei Tianli. Mei Tianli's brow furrowed deeply. This miscellaneous disciple was someone he had hastily summoned for verification, so collusion with Yi Xiaobai was out of the question. Didn't I mention? I possess innate strength, Yi Xiaobai shrugged. So, it's quite reasonable to fell a few more Tiangang trees. Right? Mei Tianli scrutinized Yi Xiaobai deeply before sighing. It seems I misjudged you. I never anticipated that our miscellaneous hall would host a true dragon. Tio felled 10,000 trees in half a day. His cultivation was likely far superior to several of the current core disciples. The remarkable part was Yi Xiaobai appeared to be only in his 20s. Such a prodigy had not graced the Tianjin sect in many years. What was most astonishing was that this anomaly was merely a miscellaneous disciple. Can you believe it? Mei Tianli sensed an impending upheaval within the Tianjin sect. He took Yi Xiaobai's task card and began calculating the payment. 10,000 Tiangang trees, right? Each tree earns 1 tael of silver, so that 10,000 taels, equivalent to 1,000 taels of gold. He rummaged beneath the wooden cabinet and retrieved a treasure chest. With a thud, the chest landed on the cabinet, producing a heavy sound of impact. Upon lifting the lid, a brilliant golden light erupted, dazzling the eyes of all the surrounding miscellaneous disciples. 1,000 taels of gold. Yi Xiaobai had never seen so much wealth in either of his lifetimes. Truly, being a middleman is the quickest way to earn money. In his past life, he toiled endlessly for a mere house. In this life, he merely had to speak, and he directly netted 1,000 taels of gold. Hoisting the treasure chest, Yi Xiaobai turned to the Mo brothers. It's your turn now. Mei Tianli immediately tensed. Please, don't let there be another 10,000 trees. Trembling, he received the task card handed over by the Mo brothers. And upon seeing the specially crafted ink indicating 5 trees, he released a huge sigh of relief. I thought as much. With such a prodigy, one is remarkable enough. How could there possibly be 3 in succession? Mei Tianli promptly dispensed the payment to the Mo brothers, who beamed with joy. Thank you, Hall Master. You are truly a good person. Mei Tianli's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself. You two weren't saying that when you were shouting at me just now. Nevertheless, he couldn't be bothered to argue with the 2 brothers, waving them off. All right, you may leave now. Don't linger here. He was still pondering how to explain the situation to the sect leaders. After all, that was 1,000 taels of gold. What a headache. Fine. Since Hall Master doesn't wish to see us, we shall take our leave. Yi Xiaobai shouldered the chest filled with gold bars and addressed the Mo brothers. Let us go. Mo, lead the way. The Mo brothers instantly transformed into a bulldozer, pushing through the crowd, who were sent sprawling in all directions, effortlessly clearing a path. The miscellaneous disciples, seeing there was no longer any spectacle to witness, dispersed in a hurry. However, the tale of Yi Xiaobai felling 10,000 Tiangang trees in a single day swiftly took flight, spreading like wildfire throughout the entire Tianjin sect. Yi Xiaobai also successfully unlocked a new title, Lumberjack Maniac. He initially intended to carry the gold straight to the library, but it was too late. The library had already closed. Thus, Yi Xiaobai had no choice but to return to his dormitory with the gold. Once back, in high spirits, he treated the Mo brothers to a feast of wolf meat, the last of which he had brought from Wolf Residence Mountain. After tidying up, Yi Xiaobai carried the gold back to his room. With so much gold, where should he store it? Yi Xiaobai felt a headache coming on. Carrying it all the time was too inconvenient, yet he didn't trust leaving it in the dormitory. He worried that this shabby place might attract thieves at any moment. System, do you have any suggestions? The host can store it in the system space. Yi Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise. System space? Is it similar to a storage ring? Indeed, is it safe to store in the system space? Perhaps it is best to let it go. Yi Xiaobai hesitated, considering the unpredictable nature of the system. Fearing it might cost him dearly, the system space is open to the host free of charge, requiring no additional expenditure. Although it may not be entirely safe, I have faith in your integrity. Tongzi. In an instant, Yi Xiaobai altered his stance. Thus I have resolved to store the gold in the system space. Please specify the items to be stored. This entire box of gold, I wish to store it all. As Yi Xiaobai's words fell, the box remained unchanged, yet the gold within vanished without a trace. With his worries alleviated, Yi Xiaobai finally felt at ease enough to sleep. However, as he lay in bed tossing and turning, he felt as though something was amiss. After much contemplation, a pair of beautiful legs floated through his mind, and Yi Xiaobai understood what he was missing. He missed Fu Kai'er, with a sigh of regret escaping his lips. He shook his head and drifted into a deep slumber. On Wudong Road, a stunningly beautiful woman walked alongside a lively and adorable girl. Kai'er, in just a few days, you will be residing in the main peak, and we will no longer be able to stroll together every day, the cute girl said reluctantly. Fu Kai'er appeared somewhat lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. Kai'er, the cute girl raised her voice, waving her hand before Fu Kai'er's eyes. Huh? Fu Kai'er snapped back to reality, looking at the cute girl. Ling Ming, what did you say? Ling Ming pouted. Kai'er, this is the umpteenth time you've spaced out. I'm sorry. Fu Kai'er replied. Ling Ming continued. I've noticed that ever since you returned from Wolf Residence, you've been zoning out from time to time. Also, didn't you pass the true transmission trial? Why do you seem so unhappy? Wasn't that your long-held wish? It was indeed strange that having achieved her wish, she felt no joy. No. I'm very happy, Fu Kai'er insisted. You're lying. If you're happy, why aren't you smiling? You used to smile so much. Ling Ming said, furrowing her brow. Fu Kai'er opened her mouth but found it difficult to explain. Although she was happy to have passed the true transmission trial, she couldn't shake the feeling of emptiness that lingered within, rendering her unable to smile. By the way, Kai'er, guess who I saw near the Pill Peak today? Ling Ming suddenly exclaimed. Who? Fu Kai'er asked listlessly. Your comrade, Ling Ming chuckled. I can't believe he is actually a servant disciple of our Tianjin sect. Fu Kai'er's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she grasped Ling Ming's hand. What did you say? My comrade. You saw him. Kai'er, you're hurting me. Ling Ming squeaked. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Fu Kai'er immediately released her grip and anxiously inquired. Did you really see my comrade at the Pill Peak? Are you telling the truth? You didn't mistake him for someone else, did you? How could Yi Bai be in Tianjin sect? Isn't he on a quest for the Tao? Could it be that his path lies within Tianjin sect? It's absolutely true. Ling Ming rubbed her hand, speaking with pride. I even asked the disciple guarding the mountain, and it turns out your comrade's name is Yi Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai, such a peculiar name. Fu Kai'er trembled. Yi Xiaobai, it must be him. Perhaps he adopted the name Yi Xiaobai to conceal his identity. Otherwise, why would their names be so similar, differing by just one character? Where is he? Fu Kai'er seemed to come alive, her countenance radiating renewed brilliance, her eyes sparkling even brighter. He should be in the servant area. Ling Ming pondered. He was wearing the servant disciple-less attire and was performing a task. So he must be one of our Tianjin sect servant disciples. Mid-sentence, Ling Ming noticed Fu Kai'er striding away. Wait, Kai'er, where are you going? Fu Kai'er paused her steps and replied. To the servant hall. She needed to confirm whether Yi Xiaobai was indeed Yi Bai. However, it was already quite late, and the servant hall was likely closed. Ling Ming remarked, even if you are eager to see him, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Fu Kaier blushed. Who said I wanted to see him? Ling Ming nodded. Sure, Kaier doesn't want to see her comrade. It was just my wild imagination. She emphasized the word comrade. You little rascal. Fu Kaier feigned a threat, raising her hand. Hee. Ling Ming made a funny face. I am not afraid. Dream Ming is so adorable. How could Kaier bear to hit me? Who says I wouldn't? Fu Kaier swatted her hand, delivering a playful smack on the girl's pert bottom, and inadvertently gave it a light squeeze. It felt rather nice. Chapter 21. Stirring the higher echelons, the night sky was dotted with countless stars, enveloped in profound silence. Beneath the tranquil moonlight, a figure departed from the servant area, swiftly traversing the outer gate and inner gate, heading towards the main peak. The main peak was even quieter, standing at the heart of Tianjin sect, surrounded by various peaks, as if the moon were cradled by the stars, its steep body piercing the clouds. Legend has it that the sword ancestor of Tianjin sect, revered as a martial deity, resides in the main peak. Halt! The entrance to the main peak was guarded by 4 inner disciples. As the aged figure approached, he was immediately stopped. I am Mei Tianli, the head of the servant hall. I urgently seek an audience with the sect master. One of the inner disciples replied, Follow me. 10 minutes later, the two arrived outside a grand hall. Sect master, the head of the servant hall, Mei Tianli, requests an audience, the inner disciple announced with respect. Enter. A commanding voice resonated from within. Please proceed, the inner disciple told Mei Tianli. Mei Tianli nodded, adjusted his attire, and cautiously ascended the steps, entering the hall. Mei Tianli, is it? What brings you here? In the center of the hall stood a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, adorned with a golden crown. Mei Tianli immediately bowed and respectfully replied, reporting to the sect master, we may have inadvertently allowed an extraordinary prodigy to infiltrate the servant hall. The sect master's ancient eyes flickered with a hint of interest. A prodigy? He inquired. What makes you say that? Mei Tianli promptly recounted the incident of Yi Xiaobai felling 10,000 Tian steel trees in detail. In just half a day, he felled 10,000 Tian steel trees? The sect master was taken aback. Are you certain? I have personally verified it. It is indeed true. Before coming to the main peak, Mei Tianli had specifically traveled to Tian Steel Mountain to confirm. Although he could not ascertain the method employed, it was undeniable that this individual was extraordinary, likely possessing cultivation above the spirit refinement realm. The spirit refinement realm? Several of the younger generation in Tianjin sect have already reached that level. 3 core true disciples, as well as the newly emerged core true disciple, all belong to this realm. However, if he is above the spirit refinement realm, that would be quite alarming. How old is he? The sect master inquired. He claims to be 27, but that is likely a falsehood. He appears to be in his early 20s, Mei Tianli respectfully explained. Furthermore, his name is Yi Xiaobai, which also seems to be an alias. Yi Xiaobai? The sect master mused over the name, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Mei Tianli cautiously remarked, Are you referring to Yi Bai, the foremost prodigy of Suizhou? Renowned as the Heartless Swordsman, comparable to our core true disciple Li Xian, initially, he also thought Yi Xiaobai's name sounded familiar, and upon further reflection, he realized that Yi Xiaobai's name differed from that of the esteemed Yi Bai by just one character. Do you think this Yi Xiaobai could be the same as Yi Bai? The sect master pondered. What a remarkable coincidence for a sword-wielding prodigy to emerge with a name and age so closely resembling Yi Bai's. Surely it cannot be? Mei Tianli was taken aback, not having considered this possibility. I have heard that the Heartless Swordsman possesses a cold demeanor and is exceedingly proud, yet this Yi Xiaobai, based on my observations, though somewhat eccentric, should be easy to get along with, behaving quite freely and casually. After a pause, Mei Tianli added, moreover, while that Yi Bai is indeed a genius, he could not possibly fell 10,000 Tian steel trees in half a day. Could he? Compared to the Heartless Swordsman Yi Bai, Yi Xiaobai is undoubtedly far more formidable. Regardless of whether he is Yi Bai or not, the fact that our Tianjin sect has gained such a talent is undeniably a fortuitous event. The sect master did not dwell on Yi Xiaobai's identity. Though fell 10,000 Tian steel trees in half a day is something even our core true disciples cannot achieve, and yet a mere servant disciple has accomplished it. If he did not employ any underhanded methods, then this youth may indeed be considered a prodigious talent. In his memory, throughout Tianjin sect's history, Only two individuals had accomplished such feats at the age of 20. One was the Sword Ancestor. The other was the current Elder of the Sword Peak, known as the Sword Maniac, Xie Shisan, who held the greatest potential to reach the realm of the martial deity Grandmaster. However, I am curious as to why he would wish to fell 10,000 Tian steel trees. Zhong Ke fixed his gaze upon Mei Tianli, who immediately lowered his head in embarrassment, stammering, I thought he could only fell a few Tiangang trees at most. So? Zhong Ke cast a deep glance at Mei Tianli and said lightly, considering that you have discovered a prodigious talent for the sect, the remuneration from the Zawajidian will be split equally. The sect will bear half, and the remaining half will be your responsibility. Upon hearing this, Mei Tianli's head drooped instantly. 1,000 taels of gold, even if he only had to pay half, would still amount to a staggering 500 taels. This was undoubtedly a considerable sum for Mei Tianli. He would be in for a hefty loss. Zhong Ke paid no further attention to Mei Tianli, instead walking to the entrance of the Great Hall and instructing the inner sect disciple who had yet to leave. Go and notify the elders of all the peaks to convene immediately at the main peak's Great Hall. A moment later, the elders of the 7 major peaks of the Tianjian sect gathered at the main peak. They were Elder Xie Shisan of the Sword Peak, Elder Zhang Wang of the Tool Peak, Elder Su Buke of the Pill Peak, Elder Liang Yi of the Array Peak, Elder Wu Jiao of the Dao Peak, Elder Zhou Dafu of the Talisman Peak, and Elder Hua Qingwu of the Flower Peak. Each elder presided over a peak and, aside from Elder Xie Shisan, all the other elders held equal standing. With no distinction in rank, bound only by the commands of Sect Master Zhong Ke, Elder Xie Shisan, with unparalleled strength, although an elder, was not subject to directives, his position being transcendent. Master Brother, you summoned us in such haste. What is the matter? Su Buke said lazily. I was in the midst of alchemy, and now this batch of pills has gone to waste. The other elders looked at Zhong Ke with curiosity, while only Xie Shisan leaned against a pillar of the Great Hall, exuding an air of serene detachment. Hearing Su Buke's address to Zhong Ke, Mei Tianli felt no surprise. It was no secret in the Tianjian sect that the sect master and the elders of the various peaks were all disciples of the Sword Ancestor. This is the master of the Zawajidian, Mei Tianli. Zhong Ke introduced Mei Tianli to the others, then turned to Mei Tianli and said, You may convey the matter to the elders. Mei Tianli lowered his head and cautiously stated, It is like this. Yesterday a new disciple joined our Zawajidian. As soon as Mei Tianli finished speaking, all 7 elders, except for Xie Shisan, were astounded. Only 20 years old and capable of felling 10,000 Tiangang trees in a single day, Elder Zhang Wang exclaimed, wide-eyed. Aside from our esteemed master and second senior brother, has another such freak emerged in the Tianjian sect? Third brother, aren't you afraid that our master and second senior brother will take issue with your words? Elder Su Buke looked at Zhang Wang with a mischievous glint. Zhang Wang shivered at once, cough, that was a slip of the tongue. Second senior brother, please forgive my indiscretion. Let us not dwell on our master, who is far away. Second senior brother is right here. If he were to act, it would be but a fleeting moment. Enough of your antics. The reason I gathered you all here is to inquire about your opinions. Zhong Ke stated. The motives behind this child joining the Zawajidian remain unclear. His identity and origins are entirely unknown. What stance should we take in the face of a potential prodigy who may reach the realm of the martial god? Exercising caution is never excessive. If he truly possesses the ability to fell 10,000 Tiangang trees in a day at such a young age, it may well be beyond our jurisdiction. It might necessitate our esteemed master's direct intervention, Su Buke said, his playful demeanor evaporating as he grew serious. A talent of this caliber could transcend an era, deserving of our master's personal attention. And what of you? Zhong Ke turned to the others, seeking their consensus. All nodded in agreement. Even Xie Shisan did not voice any objections. However, before proceeding, it was imperative to ascertain whether he truly possessed such capabilities. Zhang Wang interjected, let us not create a misunderstanding that would become the subject of ridicule for outsiders. Zhong Ke nodded, that is a valid point. However, it would be inappropriate for us to intervene directly. He glanced at the others, it would be best to send a disciple to test him, allowing for some leeway. But who should we send? Elder Wu Jiao pondered, a disciple with too low cultivation may not yield any results. At least a refining spirit disciple would be necessary. Among us in the Tianjian sect, we have a total of 3 refining spirit disciples, no, counting Fu Kaier, who has just passed the true inheritance trial. There are four. Who shall we choose? Li Xian and the others are still foraging on Wolf Residence Mountain, Hua Qingwu softly suggested. Let Fu Kai'er handle this matter. Zhong Ke smiled. Then let us trouble junior sister with this task. Go and inform Fu Kai'er. Additionally, you may tell her not to rush. She can take her time to probe and must not provoke him. How she conducts this is for her to decide as long as she fulfills this task. The sect will reward her generously. Is there anything else? Hua Qingwu inquired. None. Zhong Ke shook his head. Then I shall take my leave, Hua Qingwu said, turning to depart. Before long, the elders of each peak dispersed. Throughout the meeting, Mei Tianli had kept his head bowed, not daring to breathe a word. You heard what we just discussed? Zhong Ke regarded Mei Tianli coolly. You shall determine how to approach that Yi Xiaobai. Why yes, I understand. Mei Tianli hurriedly nodded. Go now. Zhong Ke waved his hand. As dawn broke, Fu Kai'er rose early, washed up, carefully adorned herself, donned an exquisite jade hairpin, and wore a joyful smile as she prepared to step out. However, just as she reached the door, she was unexpectedly intercepted by Hua Qingwu. Master. Fu Kai'er was startled, not expecting her master to be waiting at the entrance. You're up quite early. Where are you off to? Hua Qingwu asked, somewhat surprised. To meet a friend, Fu Kai'er replied, somewhat shyly. Hua Qingwu did not dwell on it, stating directly, since you have matters to attend to, I shall be brief. The sect has a task for you. You are to assess a person's capabilities. Fu Kai'er was taken aback. Who am I supposed to assess? A Zawajidian disciple, Hua Qingwu replied. This individual is named Yi Xiaobai. According to the master of the Zawajidian, he felled 10,000 Tiangang trees in half a day. Upon hearing this, Fu Kai'er's eyes widened in astonishment. Those gem-like eyes brimmed with disbelief. This person is likely an extraordinary prodigy, with the potential to touch the realm of the martial god. His talent surpasses that of you core true disciples. As Hua Qingwu spoke, her expression grew serious. If he truly possesses such abilities, our Tianjin sect must find a way to fully integrate him into our ranks. Rather than relegating him to a mere Zawajidian disciple, such an unparalleled prodigy deserves to be a core true disciple, not just a subordinate. The position of chief true disciple has been vacant for many years. Only an exceptional talent can fill it. If you can accomplish this task, the sect will not skimp on rewards. Hua Qingwu gently brushed Fu Kai'er's forehead. This is an opportunity. I hope you seize it well. With that, Hua Qingwu turned and left, leaving Fu Kai'er in a state of confusion. Me? To assess Yi Xiaobai. If Yi Xiaobai truly is Yi Bai, do I even need to assess him? Moreover, you all are unfamiliar with Yi Xiaobai. And you want me to probe him? Are you not afraid of leading a sheep into a tiger's den? Felling 10,000 Tiangang trees in half a day, and at such a young age, Fu Kai'er could almost confirm her suspicions. It was undoubtedly him. A person of such capability could not be obscured by the sun. Having witnessed Yi Xiaobai's strength, she naturally believed he could accomplish this feat, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves. Fu Kai'er made her way toward the Zawajidian. Along the way, no matter whether they were inner or outer sect disciples, all those who passed by respectfully greeted her as senior sister Fu. Yet, Fu Kai'er's steps did not falter. Those slender, snow-white legs continued to glide gracefully as she hastened toward the Zawajidian. Upon arriving at the Zawajidian, a crowd of disciples was drawn to her presence. Though they dared not approach too closely, filled with both awe and curiosity. The arrival of a core true disciple in the Zawajidian was akin to a high-ranking official visiting the grassroots to provide guidance, who could remain composed. Especially since this core true disciple had just emerged as a legendary figure after passing the true inheritance trial. Even a mere glance felt like a boon. True disciple Fu. The moment Mei Tianli spotted Fu Kai'er, he shook off his drowsiness, his spirit immediately invigorated as he approached to greet her. Fu Kai'er inquired, I would like to inquire about Yi Xiaobai's residence. Do you know where he lives? The Zawajidian keeps records of all disciples' residences. I know where the tree-felling maniac lives. Before Mei Tianli could respond, another Zawajidian disciple eagerly volunteered. My dormitory is right next to his. Tree-felling maniac? Are you referring to Yi Xiaobai? Fu Kai'er was taken aback to discover that Yi Xiaobai had only just arrived at the Tianjin sect and had already earned such a title. Senior sister Fu, let me take you there, the enthusiastic disciple exclaimed. Then I shall trouble you. Fu Kai'er graciously thanked him. Not at all. I've been so idle lately. It's truly my honor to guide senior sister Fu. The smile on the face of the menial disciple resembled that of a chrysanthemum. Mei Tianli watched Fu Kai'er gradually walk away with that menial disciple. His expression was filled with resentment. Kid? You did not say this yesterday when I asked you to verify whether Yi Xiaobai had indeed chopped down so many Tiangang trees. The crowd around them paid no heed to this. They were only aware that the esteemed core disciple Fu Kai'er had personally come to the menial area to seek out Yi Xiaobai. Originally a goddess among the inner disciples, Fu Kai'er had now ascended to core disciple status, becoming the epitome of perfection in the hearts of countless admirers, and now, this paragon of beauty had deigned to visit a menial disciple in their lowly domain. How exhilarating! It is well known that for most inner and outer disciples, the menial area is a place so despised that even dogs would turn away from it, let alone the lofty core disciples. The tree-chopping madman has truly brought honor to us menial disciples. I hereby declare that from this day forth, the tree-chopping madman shall be my idol. Chapter 23. Gold has spirit, only the virtuous may possess it. In Courtyard 3309, Yi Xiaobai and the Imo brothers ventured out early in the morning. The yard enveloped in silence, the side of the courtyard. A masked figure glanced around cautiously. Seeing no one, they stealthily scaled the wall and expertly picked the lock of the door with their remarkable skills. Heh, I knew it. The early bird catches the worm. With the door left slightly ajar, the masked figure entered Yi Xiaobai's bedroom, rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Moments later, confusion swept over them. Wait a moment. I distinctly saw him leave empty-handed, so where could it be? Where's the gold? Where has it gone? The masked figure stared at the empty treasure chest before them, bewildered. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the door slammed open. I am so sorry. I want to do it again. The masked individual jumped in fright, raising their hands in surrender, every hair on their body standing on end, drenched in cold sweat. Noticing the eerie silence behind them, the masked figure turned nervously, only to lock eyes with another similarly masked person, both of them caught in an awkward yet friendly smile. What a coincidence, are you here to borrow something as well? Indeed, I did not expect such a serendipitous encounter. The air fell silent, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness, as time seemed to come to a standstill, just as the two pondered what to say next. Soft footsteps echoed in the quiet room, almost imperceptible. They jumped in surprise and quickly turned to see yet another masked figure tiptoeing into the room, upon lifting their head and meeting the gaze of two pairs of inquisitive eyes. The newcomer felt their heart nearly stop. We are here to borrow something. From your attire, it seems we are all of the same ilk. Oh dear. It's like the flood has washed over the Dragon King's temple. Family members fail to recognize each other. The three stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. What a twist of fate that we all converge here to borrow something. Suddenly, a thud resonated from the main room, startling the three in the bedroom. They turned to see yet another masked figure, tiptoeing into the space. The four exchanged wide-eyed glances, the air thick with tension. In just half an hour, an astonishing 30 individuals had crammed into the small bedroom of Courtyard 3309. The once unassuming room was now filled to the brim with masked figures, their features obscured. Get out! I arrived first. The gold rightfully belongs to me. Nonsense. In terms of skill, you cannot compare to me. In terms of character, you fall short as well. What do you have to contest with me? Gold has spirit. Only the virtuous may possess it. You are unworthy. Stop arguing. We haven't even found the gold yet. What is the point of all this shouting? Let us seek the gold first. Once found, we shall rely on our own means. As over 30 individuals rummaged through the small bedroom, the scene was bustling, almost as if they were about to overturn the entire room. Stay away from me. Get off. Don't touch that treasure chest. Remove your filthy hands. Shouts and curses erupted within the room, escalating to physical confrontations. Keep it down. Are you all trying to make sure everyone knows we're here? With a powerful shout, the noise in the room immediately diminished, and everyone struggled to rein in their excitement. Here she comes, Sister Fu. Outside the courtyard, a sycophantic voice rang out. This is the residence of the tree-chopping madman. Why Yi Xiaobai lives here? A melodious female voice chimed in. Why is the door ajar? Is he home? The voices from outside rendered the 30-odd individuals inside the room motionless, each holding their breath. As footsteps approached, the melodious voice called out again. Is Yi Xiaobai here? No one replied. and instead, panic spread among them. Entering courtyard 3309, Fu Kaier looked puzzled. Strange, no one is home, yet the door is open. Perhaps he left in haste and forgot to close it, mused a nearby menial disciple. Never mind, I shall wait here for him. Fu Kaier turned to the menial disciple. Thank you for your guidance, but I shall wait here alone. The disciple opened their mouth, but ultimately lacked the courage to say anything. As the menial disciple departed, the courtyard fell silent once more, and Fu Kaier stood outside, patiently awaiting. Inside the bedroom, the crowd exchanged glances, paralyzed by uncertainty. Suddenly, a lengthy, resounding fart echoed in the stillness. The sound rose and fell, the high notes sweet, the mid-tones steady, and the low tones deep, as if performing a melodious symphony, clear and elegant, resonating deeply. The fart landed squarely on one individual's face, causing tears to stream down in overwhelming emotion. Ugh! The heartfelt resonance even stirred the stomach, leading to a retching display of sentiment. The expelled contents, however, found their target on another's head, the mixture of overnight food and digestive juices prompting a scream of revelation. Ah! That nearly transcendent scream elevated the previously clear and elegant fart symphony to an extraordinary level, as if the entire composition had been spiritually uplifted. Who is it? Fu Kaier grasped the hilt of her sword and called coldly into the room. A cacophony ensued as masked figures rushed out one after another, flooding the exit in a chaotic escape, as if fleeing from a haunted realm. One unfortunate individual emerged with remnants of the expelled contents atop their head, the indescribable odor assaulting everyone's senses. Fu Kaier's expression turned icy. She brandished her sword and stood firm at the courtyard entrance. As a throng of masked figures surged toward her, she snorted softly, her sword slicing through the air. Striking the waist of the foremost individual in an instant, the figure was sent flying backward, colliding with those behind them. One after another, 30-odd individuals tumbled to the ground, incapacitated. The blade returned to its sheath, and Fu Kaier regarded the wailing crowd with an icy gaze, her voice unwavering. Explain yourselves. Why are you all masked, gathered in Yi Xiaobai's room? Chapter 24. Not choosing the right, only choosing the expensive. Despite being a woman, not a single one of the 30-odd individuals dared to meet Fu Kaier's gaze. Even if they could not recognize her, they were well aware of the distinctive garb of a core disciple. A core disciple, and a beautiful woman at that. There was no doubt that the individual before them was Fu Kaier, the recently promoted core disciple who had just passed the true disciple trial. The former goddess of the inner sect. Having succeeded in the trial, Fu Kaier had undoubtedly reached the realm of divine refinement. Forget about the 30 individuals. Even if there were 10 times more, they would be no match for Fu Kaier. Fighting was out of the question. They could only devise alternative strategies. Sister Fu, please allow me to explain. One menial disciple spoke up. We are here on serious business. We are looking for Yi Xiaobai. Others quickly chimed in. Yes, we specifically came to find Yi Xiaobai. Fu Kaier scrutinized them, her lovely visage devoid of emotion. Do you take me for a fool? You think you can find Yi Xiaobai by simply stumbling into his bedroom? The crowd fell silent, at a loss for words. All right, I shan't waste any more time with you. When Yi Xiaobai returns, he shall deal with you. Fu Kaier stated coolly. The expressions of the crowd shifted to one of despair. Who wouldn't he be apprehensive of the tree-chopping madman? If Yi Xiaobai truly treated them as he did the Tiangang would, where could they possibly go to seek redress? As Fu Kaier stood resolutely at the entrance of the courtyard, they found themselves with no avenue for escape, compelled to remain within the confines of the yard. Akin to prisoners awaiting their judgment, by noon, Yi Xiaobai was oblivious to how long he had been wandering around the Tianjin sect. Upon sighting the library pavilion, his expression of immense relief indirectly revealed the myriad challenges he had faced along his journey. At long last, he had found it. Heaven knows how exhilarated he felt at that moment. The quest to learn a martial art was no trifling endeavor. After adjusting his attire, Yi Xiaobai strode purposefully towards the library pavilion. Reminiscent of his initial visit yesterday, exuding a striking confidence, it is said that a self-assured man is the most attractive. Yi Xiaobai firmly believed that he could undoubtedly captivate a multitude of admirers at this very moment. Library pavilion, sacred martial arts, here I come. With unprecedented confidence, he stepped once more through the grand entrance of the library pavilion. Inside, an array of martial arts manuals dazzled the eye. Long wooden cabinets were filled with various martial arts texts. One side adorned with transparent glass, while the other was guarded by inner disciples. The disciples of the Tianjin sect could gaze through the glass to select their desired manuals, which would then be retrieved by the guarding disciples for immediate transaction. After payment, they would proceed to designated learning areas for a limited study period. Once time was up, the manuals had to be returned. In essence, disciples of the Tianjin sect could not purchase a martial art manual outright, but could only buy time to study. Those with slightly lesser talents might find themselves learning nothing from a single session, akin to casting water into the void. Some disciples of extremely poor aptitude had spent decades at the Tianjin sect, dedicating their youth only to emerge with no skills whatsoever. What a tragic fate! Nonetheless, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the miscellaneous disciples. With a substantial sum in hand, Yi Xiaobai was unfazed as he meandered along the wooden cabinets, hoping to discover the perfect martial arts manual for himself. Tianiju, the heavens and I coexist, all things are one with me. Dian Gong. Master Earth Fire, cultivate human fire, summon heavenly fire. The three fires unite, igniting all things, known as Dian. Changchun Bulo Gong. The Tao begets one begets two begets three begets all things. Each manual's description sent his blood racing, making him yearn to practice each one. Yet, Yi Xiaobai could not shake the suspicion that these martial arts might be mere facades. If they were truly as formidable as advertised, how could they be casually displayed in this library pavilion for all to study? Though the prices were steep, they were not prohibitive. Even the miscellaneous disciples could save up for a study session after months of hard work. Continuing onward, Yi Xiaobai soon arrived at another row of cabinets. To his surprise, this row contained not martial arts manuals, but rather various techniques: swordplay, knife techniques, leg techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, spear techniques, and so forth, encompassing a vast array of skills. As he approached the next row of cabinets, he found an assortment of alchemical techniques and numerous recipes for elixirs. The Tianjin sect was truly impressive. Yi Xiaobai silently marveled, glancing up at the several remaining rows of cabinets, which likely housed an even greater plethora of mystical arts. Whatever he could conceive, it was likely contained within these walls. Shaking his head, Yi Xiaobai returned to the first row of cabinets and began to select with care. This one won't do. It only costs 20 taels of gold to learn. This one is better. It requires 40 taels of gold to learn. This one is remarkable. It demands 90 taels of gold for a single session. What? This one costs a staggering 150 taels of gold. After meticulous consideration, Yi Xiaobai's gaze finally settled upon a time-honored manual nestled centrally in the cabinet, entitled Tianiju. The cost for a single learning session was a staggering 999 taels of gold. Tianiju, the heavens and I coexist, all things are one with me. When cultivated to perfection, one can traverse heaven and earth, becoming omnipotent. With such an imposing description, who could possibly resist? Of course, the exorbitant fee also indirectly revealed Yi Xiaobai's selection criteria, not choosing what was right, but opting for what was costly. Martial arts may deceive, but price will never lie. I'll take this manual, please retrieve it for me, Yi Xiaobai instructed the inner disciple on the opposite side of the cabinet. The inner disciple paused momentarily, astonished. Tianiju, are you certain you wish to study this martial art? Yi Xiaobai's curiosity was piqued. Is there something special about this martial art? The inner disciple hesitated, but ultimately cautioned. Let me put it this way. This martial art is rather extreme, far beyond what an ordinary person could cultivate. You are not the first to be lured by its description. Many have invested substantial sums to learn it, only to find themselves disappointed. He shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. It is said that this manual was personally placed here by the sword ancestor in days of yore. And to this day, it has generated hundreds of thousands of taels of gold for the sect. Yi Xiaobai was left speechless. It seemed that I am not the only one with discerning taste. I am not alone on this path. All right, please retrieve it for me. I wish to see just how extreme it is. With 999 taels of gold at stake, he was not concerned about the expenditure. If necessary, he could always venture to the miscellaneous disciples' hall tomorrow to seek out lucrative tasks to replenish his coffers. Yi Xiaobai donned the garb of a miscellaneous disciple. The inner disciple could not help but wonder if Yi Xiaobai could truly produce 999 taels of gold. Were miscellaneous disciples truly this affluent nowadays? Brother, Let me confirm once more. Are you indeed certain you wish to study Tianiju? The inner disciple cautiously reiterated. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaobai reached into his sleeve, seemingly searching for something. The inner disciple's expression shifted, becoming wary. What are you planning to do? With a resounding thud, a gold bar was slapped onto the cabinet. Immediately afterward, Yi Xiaobai produced another gold bar. Placing it beside the first, the inner disciple stared in disbelief as Yi Xiaobai continued to extract gold bars from the voluminous sleeves of his robe. Each bar was worth 10 taels. Totaling 100 bars, 1,000 taels of gold, piled before him, their brilliant sheen dazzling the inner disciple's eyes. He truly could produce 999 taels of gold. The inner disciple's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. However, he was baffled as to how Yi Xiaobai managed to conceal 50 gold bars within such a modest sleeve. After all, who still carried physical gold in this day and age? Wasn't it customary to utilize gold or silver notes for transactions? It must be said, the visual impact of 1,000 taels of physical gold was overwhelmingly striking, far surpassing that of 1,000 taels in notes. The inner disciple stood dazed for a considerable time before regaining his composure. Taking a deep breath, "Please hold on. I need to weigh the gold to confirm its weight." Nearby lay the weighing tools, quite convenient, yet the scale could only measure up to 100 taels, making the task of weighing 1,000 taels rather cumbersome. After a flurry of activity, the inner disciple managed to weigh the gold, collecting all 1,000 taels, and then returned 1 tael of gold to Yi Xiaobai, saying, "Here is your change of 1 tael and a gold note. You may check it." Observing the exquisite and polished gold note, Yi Xiaobai frowned. Can this be exchanged for physical gold? Having never dealt with gold notes, he was unable to discern their authenticity and preferred the tangible nature of gold. The inner disciple, taken aback by Yi Xiaobai's earnest demeanor, found it puzzling why he was so fixated on physical gold. What an oddity this was, a miscellaneous disciple casually producing 1,000 taels of gold, yet insisting on using physical currency. Who would carry around such a vast sum in gold? In the realm of significant transactions, who did not utilize gold or silver notes? Yet, Yi Xiaobai had done just that. Physical gold, is it? Very well. The inner disciple composed himself, opened the lower compartment of the cabinet, and retrieved a piece of scrap gold. Weighing it before Yi Xiaobai. "This is 1 tael of scrap gold. See for yourself." Yi Xiaobai accepted the 1 tael of scrap gold, placing it into his sleeve, which was, in fact, his system's space. The inner disciple did not immediately produce Tianiju. Instead, he first consulted his ledger, meticulously verifying the entries before carefully unlocking the cabinet and gingerly retrieving the manual. Alas, yet another unsuspecting fool, the inner disciple lamented quietly, seemingly more pained by the loss than Yi Xiaobai himself. Nevertheless, he stated, "This Tianiju is a unique manuscript, brother, do take care of it. Once your study period concludes, be sure to return it in its entirety. Otherwise, the consequences are dire." Yi Xiaobai nodded, accepting the scroll of the martial art and proceeding directly to the second-floor training room. The library pavilion spanned 7 stories. The first floor showcased martial arts and mystical arts for display and transaction, while the second and higher floors served as dedicated learning areas. However, miscellaneous disciples were permitted to access only the second floor. Advancement to upper levels required greater privileges. Such an unjust hierarchical society. Yi Xiaobai glanced at the staircase leading to higher levels, but under the scrutinizing gaze of a guarding disciple, he reluctantly averted his gaze and made his way down the corridor, seeking an unoccupied training room. After a thorough search, Yi Xiaobai felt as though his mind might shatter. Surely, there must be a queue. The training rooms are always occupied, and those wishing to learn the techniques must queue, waiting for an available room to commence their studies. Oh, my explosive temper! Yi Xiaobai could no longer contain himself. What is the fuss about learning a technique? Why the need for a training room? He simply sat down on the corridor floor and unfurled the scroll of techniques, immersing himself in study as if no one else were present. Yet, upon gazing at the scroll filled with arcane terminology, Yi Xiaobai found himself utterly bewildered. What is the location of the heavenly pool acupoint? What does embrace the origin and guard the one signify? What is sitting in forgetfulness? And what on earth does man follows the earth? The earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao follows nature. He recognized each character, yet when they were strung together, Yi Xiaobai was completely lost. The text appeared lofty and grand, yet he understood not a single word. As though deciphering a celestial manuscript, after some time of scrutinizing, he discerned a singular conclusion. He was utterly illiterate. Why? Yi Xiaobai's expression darkened. He felt as if this technique were mocking him silently, lacking culture. What right did he have to study divine arts? It seemed he would have to resort to drastic measures. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiaobai called upon the system in his mind. System. Host, please give your command. I wish to master this technique. Can you accomplish this task? Yi Xiaobai inquired tentatively, uncertain of the system's capabilities. Please select a task mode. There's a chance. Yi Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Simplified mode. Task. Master the Heavenly One decision. Difficulty. Low. Basic reward. Minimum of 10 copper coins or equivalent items. Simplified mode. Do you wish to activate the task? Yi Xiaobai's eyes nearly bulged out. So inexpensive? Low difficulty? You mean to tell me that a divine art that so many have failed to learn is classified as low difficulty? System, are you mocking me? Alright, if it's low difficulty, I'll take it. Isn't it better to save some money? Yi Xiaobai exhaled lightly. Come on, system, activate the task. Yi Xiaobai had steeled himself for the system's management, but in the next moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The overwhelming influx caused a momentary dizziness, and it took several seconds for Yi Xiaobai to gradually regain clarity. Task complete. Please rate Yi Xiaobai. Is that it? I haven't even had the chance to prepare. The system had imparted all information regarding the Heavenly One decision to the host, who could now review it at leisure. Good heavens, was it truly that simple and straightforward? Yi Xiaobai was elated with satisfaction towards the system for the first time. Had he not been limited to a 5-star rating, he might have wished to award 10 or even 12 stars. This was akin to cheating. Task complete. Please rate. System, I won't shy away from praising you. This task deserves a 5-star review. Yi Xiaobai was overjoyed. If he did not grant 5 stars, he would feel morally remiss. The system confirmed the task of mastering the Heavenly One decision, and Yi Xiaobai received a reward of 10 copper coins. Simplified mode. Thank you for your patronage and review. The system will continue to strive for excellence and looks forward to your next use. Chapter 26. One-click management. Online training. Yi Xiaobai integrated the information imparted by the system, instantly gaining a profound understanding of the Heavenly One decision. However, he was astonished to discover that the entire text was filled with ethereal concepts, lacking any concrete cultivation methods. Even the so-called embrace the origin and guard the one and sitting in forgetfulness were merely aids to enter a transcendent state of unity with the cosmos. To feel the vastness of the heavens and earth, guiding the way with the spirit. Just as the Heavenly One decision states, man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao. The Tao follows nature. What was most peculiar was that the Heavenly One decision required one to reach the refining spirit realm before one could practice it. Other techniques were designed to enhance one's cultivation. Yet the Heavenly One decision was unique in that those who had not attained the refining spirit realm lacked even the qualification to cultivate it. The crux of the matter is that it demanded one to completely renounce all emotions and desires. To immerse oneself in the cosmos, merging with the heavens and earth, reminiscent of the concept of becoming one with the Tao. Yet how could a person genuinely abandon all emotions and desires? What kind of cultivation was this? Yi Xiaobai nearly erupted in frustration. No wonder that inner disciples claimed this absurd technique was not something an ordinary person could practice. How could a normal individual ever relinquish their emotions and desires entirely? If one were to forsake all desires, who would still engage in cultivation? Yet if one could not cast aside emotions and desires, entering that state of unity with the cosmos, devoid of wants and needs. Was this not a contradiction? Such a thing could not possibly be cultivated by a normal person, unless one were a robot. Yi Xiaobai suddenly paused. Wait, a robot? Oh my, system. Host, please give your command. Can you assist me in cultivating the Heavenly One decision? Yi Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with fervor. Affirmative, came the system's response, confirming Yi Xiaobai's suspicions. The case was cracked. This ridiculous technique was clearly designed for the system. What was he waiting for? Let us begin. Yi Xiaobai could hardly contain his eagerness to experience this extraordinary technique. What would it feel like to cultivate a technique valued at 999 taels of gold? No, the value of the Heavenly One decision far surpassed even that. 999 taels merely represented the cost for a single learning session. Its true value was immeasurable. Please select a task mode. Just as Yi Xiaobai was about to speak, a thought struck him. Wait, after cultivating this, will I be able to control the energy within my body? He had not forgotten the original intention behind learning techniques. If he could not control the energy within his body after learning the technique, what was the point? The host is unable to harness the energy within their body due to its overwhelming strength, necessitating formidable mental power for control. Should the host cultivate the Heavenly One decision, the spirit will merge with the cosmos, enabling a rapid enhancement of mental strength, ultimately allowing mastery over the energy within. Mental strength. Yi Xiaobai pondered, so you mean to say that the energy within this body is too powerful, rendering me incapable of control. If the energy were a tad weaker, or if my mental strength were stronger, I could manage it? Precisely. Yi Xiaobai winced. After all this, it turned out the issue lay with the original host cultivation. Who would have thought that having too high a cultivation could also be a burden? Last night, while treating the Imo brothers to wolf meat, Yi Xiaobai had taken the opportunity to inquire about the cultivation system of this world. From Imo Wenxing, he learned that the current martial arts cultivation comprises 8 realms. First stage, body refinement. Second stage, qi gathering. Third stage, qi transformation. Fourth stage, spirit refinement. Fifth stage, spirit transformation. Sixth stage, nirvana, and beyond that, one would reach the inhuman realm of masters and the divine realm of grandmasters. From the fragmented words of Fu Kaier, Yi Xiaobai could surmise that this body resided within the refining spirit realm. What the hell? Here I am, a time traveler, yet my mental strength is inferior to that of a native. Yi Xiaobai sighed in resignation. Now that he understood where the problem lay, it was time to resolve it. System, let us go. Yi Xiaobai urged eagerly. Please select a task mode. Simplified mode. Had he not depleted that 999 taels of gold, he might have considered trying out the advanced mode, but with his finances severely diminished, he had no other choice. Due to the high cost of task intelligence and the low rewards for simplified mode, a task cannot be generated. Why, Yi Xiaobai? System, I suspect you are deliberately making things difficult for me. If the simplified mode cannot generate a task, why let me choose a mode at all? Fine, let us go with advanced mode. Yi Xiaobai had never experienced advanced mode, yet he was uncertain whether he possessed sufficient funds for this experience. Task, cultivate the Heavenly One decision. Difficulty, advanced. Basic reward, minimum of 1,000 silver taels or equivalent items. Advanced mode. Do you wish to activate the task? Activate what? Yi Xiaobai felt as if his mind might fracture. Yes, merely a session of cultivation. And you demand 1,000 silver taels? Why don't you just rob a bank? System, you've gone astray. 1,000 silver taels is equivalent to 100 taels of gold. To cultivate once, and 100 taels of gold go down the drain. You dare to call this advanced mode? More like a middle-class mode. What family's middle class can afford such spending? Do you wish to activate the task? The system seemed to ignore Yi Xiaobai's protests and continued to mechanically repeat its inquiry. All right, I concede. I'll wait until I gather enough silver before proceeding. Yi Xiaobai lamented, knowing that his total assets barely amounted to 30 taels of silver, the majority of which he had possessed prior. With such scant savings, how could he consider the advanced mode? Alas, Yi Xiaobai wore a sorrowful expression. Host has 3 opportunities for an advanced mode experience, and the required reward cost can be temporarily deferred. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai's eyes brightened. Although this scheme felt strangely familiar, he could not deny that this opportunity for an advanced experience was precisely what he needed at this moment. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Yi Xiaobai's sorrow vanished, replaced by enthusiasm. Activate the task for me. In the next instant, as an invisible force surged within him, Yi Xiaobai's body entered a state of management. Boom. Yi Xiaobai's consciousness felt as though it had been violently shattered by a colossal hammer, accompanied by a piercing scream. His awareness was mercilessly ground into countless specks of light, which, under the aegis of a mysterious force, collided and fused with the vastness of the cosmos. In that fleeting moment, his emotions, desires, and even thoughts vanished, leaving him akin to a cold, unfeeling machine. Boom, 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 boom. Above the 9 heavens, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as the might of the heavens obliterated all existence. Below the 9 nether, myriad fires intertwined, incinerating the 8 desolations. The rhythm of the wind, the fury of the flames, the weight of the earth, and the embrace of the water. All of nature operated under specific laws, nurturing and constraining all things. These laws were devoid of emotion, desire, thought, or consciousness. They bore no favoritism towards any being. They were ethereal yet omnipresent. They represented the genesis of all things and the terminus of existence. They were the way of heaven. Chapter 27. The Overlooked Priceless Treasure, the Divine Sword Xiao Shui. If heaven had feelings, it too would age. For the way of heaven is impartial. Praise it, and it remains unmoved. Curse it, and it knows no anger. Do good deeds, and it offers no reward. Commit wrongs, and it inflicts no punishment. Whether acknowledged or ignored, it eternally stands resolute. Task complete. Please rate the experience. Accompanied by a cold, mechanical, and utterly emotionless voice, Yi Xiaobai's consciousness plummeted as if from a great height, crashing back into his body, ending the hosting state. Yet, Yi Xiaobai remained seated on the ground, motionless for a long while. His eyes resembled stone, indifferent, frigid, devoid of emotional fluctuation, akin to the hosting state, but with a hint more autonomy. After a considerable time, the lifeless gaze of Yi Xiaobai gradually rekindled with emotional resonance, revitalizing his spirit. Task complete. Please rate the experience. Why Yi Xiaobai paid no heed to the system's reminder, instead raising his gaze towards the heavens. Though obscured by the walls, his eyes seemed to penetrate through, beholding the vast expanse of the universe. Those profound eyes were filled with the weight of time's passage, evoking a sense of awe. So, this is the way of heaven? Yi Xiaobai murmured in that brief instant. He seemed to witness the fall of blossoms and the flow of water, the cyclical change of seasons, the rise and fall of all things. And the inherent laws of the universe, he felt as if he had become a droplet of water, merging into the boundless ocean, experiencing its majestic waves. He imagined himself as a wildflower, blending into the endless prairie. Feeling the resilience and growth of life, he envisioned himself as a stone, accompanying the earth, sensing the passage of time. He was Yi Xiaobai, and yet he was also the way of heaven, the essence of all beings. And the very laws governing existence. He was everything. Task complete. Please rate the experience. The system persistently urged Yi Xiaobai 0.5 stars. Why Yi Xiaobai cast aside personal preferences and impartially rated the system. System task completed. Cultivation of Tian Yiju. Host rating, 5 stars. Reward, 1,000 taels of silver, advanced mode. Thank you for your usage and evaluation. The system will strive for improvement and looks forward to your next use. Just as Yi Xiaobai believed the matter concluded. The system's voice resonated once more. Detection of host cultivating the technique Tian Yiju. Activating attribute panel. Yi Xiaobai age. 20 years. Cultivation. Late stage of 4th tier refining spirit realm. Pseudo. Technique. Tian Yiju, beginner. Tai Wangqing Ju, proficient. Body refinement Ju, mastered. Skills. Domain of Heaven's Way, beginner. 7 absolute emotion cutting sword technique, mastered. Ghost Shadow Step, proficient. Heartless Fist technique, mastered. Assets. 88,000 taels of gold, fixed assets. 3 taels of gold, 5 taels of silver, 112 of copper coins, liquid assets. Liabilities. 1,000 taels of silver, owed to the system. This body is 20 years old, which is consistent with Yi Xiaobai's expectations. The cultivation at the late stage of the 4th tier refining spirit realm also aligns with his anticipations. However, what does the word pseudo in parentheses signify? The host's mental energy remains inadequate and cannot harness the energy within the body. Hence, the cultivation level is not applicable. Why Yi Xiaobai fell silent. After all this, his mental energy was still insufficient. It felt as though he had squandered 1,000 taels of silver cultivating in vain. Wait, what are Tai Wangqing Ju and Body Refinement Ju? Yi Xiaobai could not recall practicing these 2 techniques. Could they be the original owners? Furthermore, those 7 absolute emotion-cutting sword technique and Heartless Fist technique were clearly the original owners as well. Yes, host. No, I don't know these techniques either. Why are you including them? Yi Xiaobai was perplexed. The techniques and skills have formed bodily memories, becoming instinctual abilities. Is that so? How come I don't feel this body possesses such instincts? Yi Xiaobai's brows furrowed. Due to the host's low mental energy, the energy within the body cannot be harnessed. Thus, the innate abilities cannot be triggered. Again, with the mental energy, it stung. Yi Xiaobai gritted his teeth, vowing to elevate his mental energy as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, possessing such high cultivation would serve no purpose other than to look good. I just want to display my prowess with dignity. Why is that so difficult? What about the domain of Heaven's Way? Is it also practiced by the original owner? Yi Xiaobai inquired. The domain of Heaven's Way is a derivative skill of Tian Yiju. No wonder it's only at the beginner stage. Yi Xiaobai felt utterly exasperated as he continued to read. When his gaze swept over the assets section, he was utterly dumbfounded. Whoa! Yi Xiaobai rubbed his eyes. His mind clouded. 88,000 taels of gold. How was he unaware of possessing such wealth? System, are you sure there's no accounting error? If I truly had that much, why would I still be eating steamed buns? The host carries the divine sword Xiao Shui, valued at 88,000 taels of gold. You mean to say that this sword I carry is worth at least 88,000 taels of gold? Yi Xiaobai inhaled sharply. System, are you joking? Indeed. That worn-out sword is valued at 88,000 taels of gold? If the system hadn't stated it, Yi Xiaobai would never have believed it. Am I seriously walking around with 88,000 taels of gold strapped to my back? And using it to chop wood? Yi Xiaobai suddenly felt a heavy burden on his back, as if it were pressing him down, making him struggle to stand upright. 88,000 taels equated to 800 jin. Wouldn't he that be heavy? This sword must be the family heirloom of the original owner. Yi Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. How bold was the original owner's father to bestow a family heirloom upon a mere child? Was he not afraid of it being stolen? This was troublesome. Owning a sword valued at 88,000 taels of gold should have been a cause for celebration, yet Yi Xiaobai felt no joy whatsoever. He could easily imagine that the Yi family would go to great lengths to reclaim this divine sword. Who could he find to return this to the Yi family? The mere thought made Yi Xiaobai abandon the idea. Who would he trust to return a sword worth 88,000 taels of gold? If he asked someone else to deliver it, wouldn't he feel secure? If he personally delivered it, wouldn't he that be walking into a tiger's den? No matter how he looked at it, it was a losing proposition. Forget it. Let the chips fall where they may. First, he needed to elevate his mental energy. Yi Xiaobai took a deep breath, resolving to feign ignorance and see if he could bluff his way through. If all else fails, he would directly approach the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword sect to see if they could protect him. Although this contradicted his initial intention of keeping a low profile, it was preferable to being dragged back to the Yi family. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Xiaobai directly asked the system, tell me honestly, how much more mental energy do I need? And how many more times must I practice Tian Yiju to meet the requirements for harnessing the energy of my body? The host needs to practice Tian Yiju 2 more times to meet the requirements for harnessing the energy of the body. Including the task just released on credit, this means the remaining 2 opportunities for advanced mode experiences are precisely sufficient to elevate Yi Xiaobai's mental energy to the requirement for harnessing the energy of his body. If that's the case, then let's proceed. Although he knew this was likely part of the system's scheme, Yi Xiaobai had no choice. As the saying goes, debts do not weigh down the shoulders, since he already owed one. 000 taels of silver. What was another 2,000 taels? Chapter 28, Transformation into Spirit Realm. Please select Task Mode. Advanced Mode. Yi Xiaobai quickly replied. Task. Cultivate Tian Yiju. Difficulty. Advanced. Base reward. Minimum of 1,000 taels of silver or equivalent items. Advanced Mode. Activate the task. Activated. In the next moment, Yi Xiaobai felt as though his consciousness was once again being ground to dust. And with a resounding crash, it seemed to vanish entirely. Time slipped by. Perhaps it was an instant, perhaps an eternity, before a mechanical voice reverberated. Task complete. Please rate the experience. Yi Xiaobai's consciousness plummeted, returning to his body. Gasping for breath, it felt as though he had traversed the gates of death. This Tian Yiju was truly not something an ordinary person could cultivate. Even with the system's assistance, Yi Xiaobai felt he could be assimilated by the way of heaven at any moment. In the state of unity with heaven and man, he was devoid of desires and demands. His consciousness was tranquil, and his thoughts ceased to function, akin to a sage's state post-fulfillment of their greatest passion, finding no interest in anything, all worldly matters rendered insipid. Fortunately, upon exiting the cultivation state, his consciousness revived, and he did not remain ensnared in that sage-like condition. Task complete. Please rate the experience. 0.5 stars. Yi Xiaobai hastily rated, then declared, Enough with the chatter, system. Let's continue. The subsequent step was omitted, and the system generated a task once more. Task: Cultivation of the Heavenly One Decision. Difficulty: Advanced. Basic reward: a minimum of 1,000 taels of silver or equivalent items. Advanced mode. Shall the task be activated? Activated. As the body entered a state of entrustment, the consciousness felt as if it were being ground to dust, merging with the heavens. The operation of all things, the laws of the world, everything became unprecedentedly clear. The entire library, with He Xiaobai at its center, was engulfed in a vast surge of energy, swirling around him like a colossal vortex. Meanwhile, the energy within him surged through his body, fusing with the energies of heaven and earth. However, Yi Xiaobai, immersed in the state of unity with the heavens, remained completely oblivious to the changes occurring in the external world. Task completed. Please rate the task. Just as Yi Xiaobai's consciousness roamed between heaven and earth, a mechanical voice awakened him once more. After several rounds of cultivation, Yi Xiaobai gradually adapted to this state, feeling even more composed than before. When his consciousness returned to his body, he distinctly sensed that his awareness had become clearer and sharper. As if it had been tempered through countless trials, with even his thoughts operating more swiftly. His body felt an unprecedented relaxation. Every cell seemingly exuding joy was an exhilarating sensation, as if he had cast off a 1,000-pound burden. Task completed. Please rate the task. I say, system, could you not change your lines? The pleasant atmosphere had been utterly shattered by the system. Please rate the task. Fine, fine. I'll give you 5 stars. I'm intimidated by you. Yi Xiaobai shook his head helplessly. The system completed the task of cultivating Heavenly One Decision. Post evaluation. 5 stars. Reward of 1,000 taels of silver. Advanced mode. Thank you for your usage and evaluation. The system will continue to strive for excellence and looks forward to your next USE. Yi Xiaobai stored the scroll of martial arts, stood up, and moved his slightly numb limbs. A sound like firecrackers crackled from his body. I should be able to control the energy within me now, right? Yi Xiaobai clearly felt a significant enhancement in the intensity of his consciousness, even experiencing the sensation of being able to see the surrounding scenery with his eyes closed. It was a wondrous feeling, a testament to the strength of his mental faculties. He closed his eyes, attempting to perceive the energy within. Finally, he could wield that immense energy. Yet, the next moment, Yi Xiaobai was stunned. Where is my energy? His dantian felt utterly empty, as if something had drained it completely, leaving not a single drop. Yi Xiaobai's expression darkened. System, where is the energy within me? Did a dog swallow it? The energy within the host has already merged with the heavens and earth, becoming one. What do you mean by merging with the heavens and earth? Is it legitimate? Please comprehend it at your own discretion. System, you've changed. Did you forget me after receiving a 5-star rating? Yi Xiaobai's gaze turned mournful. So, will love disappear? Please maintain self-respect. Confused about the situation, Yi Xiaobai decided to open the attributes panel to observe any changes. Yi Xiaobai age, 20 cultivation, initial stage of 5th rank transformation of spirit martial arts, Heavenly One Decision, skilled, Tai Chi forgetting emotion decision, proficient, body refinement decision, mastered, skills, Heavenly Dao domain, skilled. 7 absolute severing emotion sword technique, mastered, ghostly shadow step, proficient, heartless fist technique, mastered, assets, 88,000 taels of gold, fixed assets, 3 taels of gold, 5 taels of silver, 112 of copper coins, liquid assets, liabilities, 3,000 taels of silver, owed to the system. His cultivation had changed, initial stage of 5th rank transformation of spirit. Cultivating a martial art even led to a breakthrough in his cultivation. With the heart to plant flowers, they do not bloom. With no intention to plant willows, they flourish. Yi Xiaobai was solely focused on enhancing his mental strength, yet accidentally achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. Moreover, the proficiency of the Heavenly One Decision and the Heavenly Dao domain had both advanced from novice to skilled. Additionally, his liabilities had successfully increased from 1,000 taels of silver to 3,000 taels of silver. 5th rank transformation of spirit should be rather impressive, right? Yi Xiaobai was uncertain. After all, he had not interacted with many individuals and was unaware of others' cultivation levels. He only knew that the original owner's father, Yi Tiannan, was a martial arts master, and Fu Kaier's father was also a martial arts master, with Fu Kaier at the 4th rank refinement of spirit, while the sword ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sect was a grandmaster of martial arts. Constantly referring to grand masters and masters, It seemed that the initial stage of fifth rank transformation of spirit was not particularly formidable. He could only bully Fu Kai, and compared to his two fathers, he fell far short. In comparison to that sword ancestor, he was leagues away. Not to mention martial arts masters. Even a casual practitioner in the nirvana stage would leave Yi Xiaobai at a loss. It seemed only by allowing the system to control his body could he possibly contend with a practitioner in the nirvana stage, and even then, victory was uncertain. The revolution has yet to succeed. The system still needs to exert effort, Yi Xiaobai sighed. The system appeared somewhat perplexed. That statement doesn't seem unreasonable. By the way, where did my energy go? I painstakingly enhanced my mental strength, finally meeting the criteria to control energy. And now you tell me it's gone. Are you joking with me? Yi Xiaobai's brow furrowed deeply. System, I need an explanation. The energy within the host has already merged with the heavens and earth. Becoming one. What does it mean to merge with the heavens and earth? Yi Xiaobai's expression darkened. What does my energy have to do with the heavens and earth? You can't be implying that the energy of the heavens and earth is my energy. Can you? Wait, the energy of the heavens and earth is indeed my energy? Oh my heavens! At that moment, Yi Xiaobai abruptly halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 29. Flesh and blood are weak. Thus, one draws in the energy of the heavens and earth. Yi Xiaobai's hands trembled with excitement. If the truth of the matter was as he speculated, then the Heavenly One decision was simply extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiaobai made an effort to calm his excitement, closing his eyes to sense the heavens and earth. With that formidable mental strength, he attempted to harness the energy of the heavens and earth. Gradually, Yi Xiaobai perceived a vast energy surrounding him, akin to spirits dancing around him, connecting to his consciousness. With a mere thought, that immense energy flowed and surged in miraculous harmony with Yi Xiaobai's intentions. This energy belonged to the heavens and earth. And it was also Yi Xiaobai's energy. It was truly possible. Yi Xiaobai's emotions at this moment were beyond words. He longed to laugh joyously towards the heavens to release his uncontrollable excitement and joy. So powerful, the Heavenly One decision, truly worthy of being the superlative martial art personally placed in the library by the sword ancestor. To be one with the heavens and earth, all things united with me. This is the true essence of the unity of man and nature. Flesh and blood are weak. Thus, one draws in the energy of the heavens and earth, completely shedding the frail mortal coil. Treating the heavens and earth as one's dantian, the unity of man and nature, wielding the power of the heavens and earth with the human form. What an imposing force this is, compared to this. What do masters and grandmasters amount to? A gentle reminder. The host should not become overly complacent. You are still not a match for a master or grandmaster. Could it be? I can control the power of the heavens and earth, yet I am still not a match for masters and grandmasters. Yi Xiaobai furrowed his brow. The host can only wield a limited amount of the power of the heavens and earth, far less than that of masters and grandmasters. Why? Yi Xiaobai calmed down. I can only wield a limited amount of the power of the heavens and earth. He carefully sensed the surrounding energy of the heavens and earth and quickly understood the system's meaning. Indeed, the amount of the power he could command had its limits, determined by his consciousness or, in other words, the limit of his mental strength. Any energy of the heavens and earth within his range of perception was under his control. But beyond that range, it fell beyond his grasp. In other words, the size of the heavenly and earthly dantian was dictated by the scope of his consciousness. The strength of the energy of the heavens and earth was determined by the intensity of his consciousness. I can perceive the energy of the heavens and earth within a radius of 6 meters, which means that centered on me, the area within a 6-meter radius is my dantian of the heavens and earth. Yi Xiaobai pondered. This is the host's heavenly Dao domain. Heavenly Dao domain? Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. Isn't that a derivative skill acquired after cultivating the Heavenly One decision? Initially, Yi Xiaobai didn't quite understand what the Heavenly Dao domain entailed. But now he grasped it. After all this, the Heavenly Dao domain was the dantian of the heavens and earth. I wonder how powerful I am now. Why? Yi Xiaobai was eager to try, wanting to find someone to test his newfound abilities. After all the effort he had put in, he finally could wield energy personally. He needed a suitable place to show off. As the saying goes, possessing strength without flaunting it is like wearing fine clothes at night. Didn't the host want to be low-key? Low-key? When did I ever say I wanted to be low-key? I don't recall that. Yi Xiaobai looked puzzled. System. Only those without ability choose to be low-key. Once you have the capability, who would still wish to be low-key? I merely suggested being low-key in conduct, not in action. Yi Xiaobai felt the need to explain to the system. Moreover, with my current cultivation in the transformation of spirit, even if I wanted to be low-key, it would be impossible. After all, gold will shine no matter where it is. My talents cannot be hidden. This system merely wishes to remind the host that you still owe the system 3,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai's fervor instantly cooled, leaving him feeling icy and desolate. System, you are in danger of losing me. Should you bring this up again, we may very well find ourselves unable to remain friends. Yi Xiaobai wore a sorrowful expression. What if we sold this divine sword? The thought crossed Yi Xiaobai's mind but was swiftly extinguished. He couldn't bear to part with it and lacked the courage to do so. Never mind, let's take it one step at a time. It's only been a day since I last saw that old man Mei, and I find myself rather missing him. I wonder if he thinks of me as well. Holding the scroll of cultivation methods, Yi Xiaobai made his way to the first floor. After returning the task scroll, he noticed that the sky had already darkened. Gurgle. His stomach protested. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent an entire day cultivating in the library. Over here, Mo Wenxing's voice called from nearby. Right here, Mo Wumming echoed. Yi Xiaobai's eyes brightened. You arrived just in time. Come, let's go back and have dinner. Demo, you lead the way. In courtyard number 3309. Fu Kaier remained stationed at the entrance, despite her stomach's severe protests. She showed no inclination to leave. I'm so hungry. Senior Sister Fu, could we return to eat first? I promise we will come back after the meal. Whoever doesn't return is a coward. Fu Kaier appeared to hear nothing. Ignoring their pleas, I protest. Senior Sister Fu, you are mistreating captives. Even if you are a core disciple, you cannot unjustly torment your junior brothers. As the crowd's voices grew louder, Fu Kaier frowned slightly and admonished, Silence. If anyone speaks again, I shall send you directly to the law enforcement hall. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, as the thought of being sent to the law enforcement hall was terrifying. Suddenly, a languid voice drifted in from outside the courtyard. What is going on? Why all the commotion? Brother, it seems someone has entered our courtyard, Mo Wenxing remarked. Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, their expressions tense. Fu Kaier, however, trembled slightly. That voice is him. It really is him. Yi Xiaobai, unaware of the unfolding situation, strode into the courtyard with a carefree demeanor, only to freeze in shock the next moment, as though he had seen a ghost. What the heck? How could it be her? Apologies, we took a wrong turn. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. Though he missed that person dearly, upon their actual encounter, Yi Xiaobai felt a surge of cowardice. Yi Xiaobai, Fu Kaier called out urgently. Where are you going? Well, I've been recognized. Yi Xiaobai halted, sighing internally. How did this woman end up in the Heavenly Sword sect? Furrowing his brow, he pondered the situation. Seeing him stop, Fu Kaier felt a mix of grievance and indignation. Yi Xiaobai, do you truly dislike me so much? What is going on? They know each other? The surrounding onlookers were astonished. A mere servant disciple and a core disciple, two individuals who seemed worlds apart, were indeed familiar with one another. Moreover, judging by Fu Kaier's tone, there seemed to be an untold story between them. This news was truly explosive. Yi Xiaobai fell silent for a moment before turning to Fu Kaier. You are a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? Initially, he hadn't considered this angle, but suddenly recalled the group of disciples he had encountered at Wolf Residence, whose attire resembled that of the outer and inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. No wonder those outer disciples' clothing had seemed strangely familiar. I've walked right into a trap. Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. Chapter 30. They are here to repay a debt. Weren't you aware that I had joined the Heavenly Sword sect? Fu Kaier inquired, puzzled. Aware? How would I know? If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the Heavenly Sword sect even if you beat me to death. Yet Yi Xiaobai found himself unable to deny it. For Fu Kaier was referring to the original owner. The original owner must have known that Fu Kaier had joined the sect. Forget it. Let it be. I'm tired. Whatever happens, happens. I've come to the Heavenly Sword sect to seek enlightenment. Do you believe me? Yi Xiaobai said wearily, tired of the pretense. Why pretend to be a heartless swordsman? Wouldn't it be better to be myself? At worst, my identity would be exposed, and if I truly angered someone, I could simply resort to ruthless measures. Yi Xiaobai, am known for my mercilessness. Who doesn't he know my name? Fu Kai'er nodded seriously. I believe you. Yi Xiaobai. The Heavenly Sword Sect is regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of sword practitioners. With the sword ancestor achieving the pinnacle of martial arts through the sword, Fu Kai'er continued, I should have realized that if you are seeking enlightenment, your first choice would naturally be the Heavenly Sword Sect. How did she manage to spin this around? Yi Xiaobai was left dumbfounded. Fine, just tell me directly what you want from me. Why matters can wait. Fu Kai'er indicated the group of people in the courtyard. Let us discuss their situation first. The group of masked individuals that Fu Kai'er pointed at became instantly tense, barely daring to breathe. He is coming. The man who chopped down 10,000 heavenly steel trees in a day. Yi Xiaobai looked at Fu Kai'er in confusion. Aren't they your people? Fu Kai'er shook her head. When I arrived, I found them lurking around your residence, looking suspicious, so I stopped them and waited for your return to decide how to deal with them. Upon hearing this, the group of masked individuals broke out in a cold sweat. This is a misunderstanding. One shouted, we came to find the tree-chopping man. To find Yi Xiaobai, and we have legitimate business. The others chimed in, yes, we are here for a serious matter. Senior Sister Fu, we swear we are not lying. Look closely. Do you see our sincere eyes? Is that enough to prove our innocence? Fu Kai'er snapped, be quiet. She then turned to Yi Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai, how do you wish to handle them? Yi Xiaobai paused before casting his gaze over the group, whose eyes were filled with pleading and hope, appearing anxious and pitiful. Are they trying to take advantage of me? Upon noticing their attire, Yi Xiaobai could vaguely guess their purpose for being there. Thankfully, he had stored all his money in the system space. Otherwise, he might have fallen prey to these rascals. However, even without incurring any losses, Yi Xiaobai did not intend to let them off easily. He stroked his chin, contemplating, and suddenly had an idea. I remember now. Yi Xiaobai feigned a look of realization and said, they indeed have legitimate business with me. Upon hearing this, not only was Fu Kai'er stunned, but the group in the courtyard also looked bewildered. Yes, finally, Brother Xiaobai remembers. Senior Sister Fu, see? Brother Xiaobai can vouch for us. We are truly not lying. Though they did not know why Yi Xiaobai was helping them, they still seized the opportunity to exonerate themselves. Brother Xiaobai, you aren't thinking of letting them off, are you? Fu Kai'er questioned skeptically. I'm serious. They indeed have legitimate business with me, Yi Xiaobai said, gesturing to the masked individuals. Isn't that right? Yes, they hurriedly affirmed. Brother Xiaobai is absolutely right. We are indeed here for serious business. As for the specifics of this serious business, they had no idea it was just serious business. What serious business? Fu Kai'er asked curiously. The group of masked individuals exchanged glances, then turned to Yi Xiaobai. Yes, what serious business? Of course, it's about repaying debts, Yi Xiaobai stated matter-of-factly. They all owe me money, and they must be here today to repay their debts. Repay debts? The group of masked individuals was left dumbfounded. When had they ever owed Yi Xiaobai money? You owe Brother Xiaobai money? Fu Kai'er asked, puzzled. How much? The crowd hesitated. How much should we claim to owe? How much are we supposed to owe? One of them stammered, casting an inquiring glance at Yi Xiaobai. Brother Xiaobai, how much do we owe? Let me think. Yi Xiaobai mused, his tone uncertain. 5 taels of gold? Huh? The group of masked individuals looked utterly shocked, some even turning pale. I must have misremembered. Why? Yi Xiaobai quickly corrected himself. The group collectively sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. Not 5 taels, but 10 taels of gold, Yi Xiaobai stated earnestly. That's right, it's 10 taels of gold. At this point, it wasn't just a few individuals who turned pale. Rather, the entire group went ashen. 10 taels of gold represented a substantial portion of their respective fortunes, with some not even possessing that much. Brother Xiaobai, could you possibly reduce the amount? One masked individual asked tremulously. What? You don't want to repay the debt? Yi Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning sharp. No. I just meant to ask if we could have a little more time, the individual stammered, intimidated by Yi Xiaobai's increasingly menacing demeanor. Before Yi Xiaobai could respond, Fu Kai'er asked curiously, aren't you here to repay the debts? Why do you still need Brother Xiaobai to grant you more time? Thanks to the beautiful legs of the goddess, with the core disciple's authoritative words, no one dared to utter a sound any longer. Well, just accept your fate. Losing 10 taels of gold is far preferable to being sent to the law enforcement hall point. One of the masked individuals exhaled deeply, then approached Yi Xiaobai, trembling hands retrieving a gold note from his bosom. This is a note for 10 taels of gold. Please take a look, Senior Brother Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Is there no physical gold? The masked man twitched his lips, responding with silence. Fine. A gold note it is. Consider this a one-time exception. Yi Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. The onlookers followed suit, forming a line to pay. Not everyone could produce 10 taels of gold. Those who couldn't wrote IOUs, promising to repay within a month. In total, 36 individuals contributed, with an actual collection of 332 taels of gold and 28 taels in IOUs. Once everyone had departed, Yi Xiaobai stretched lazily, feeling quite at ease. How do you think I performed, Xiaobai? Fu Kai'er asked with a smile. Without my assistance, you wouldn't have earned even a single tael of gold. Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. Did you see through it all along? Fu Kai'er rolled her eyes. I'm not foolish, thank you, Yi Xiaobai replied, discreetly stowing away the gold note and IOUs, skillfully redirecting the conversation. Now, what brings you here? Chapter 31. A message in the wind. Fu Kai'er hesitated before speaking, her gaze shifting towards the Mo brothers. Could you two please excuse us? The Mo brothers, being Yi Xiaobai's roommates, were met with her polite request. My apologies, Sister Fu. We'll leave at once, Mo Wenqing hurriedly said. Yes, we'll take our leave, Mo Wuming echoed. The two circumvented Fu Kai'er and Yi Xiaobai and hurried into their room, closing the door behind them. Observing the Mo brothers' tact, Fu Kai'er displayed a satisfied smile, her enchanting face glowing. What are you staring at? Noticing Yi Xiaobai's gaze roaming over her thigh, Fu Kai'er felt a chill and instinctively closed her legs. Yi Xiaobai maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Let us get to the point. Fu Kai'er paused, not immediately divulging the sect's intention for her to test Yi Xiaobai, instead asking, could you tell me why you were felling 10,000 Tiangang trees? I'm short on funds and seeking to earn some quick money. Is that a problem? Yi Xiaobai replied, having given up on pretense. Short on funds? As the son of a master, the third young master of the Yi family, Fu Kai'er found it hard to believe Yi Xiaobai could be in such dire straits. Can't you express yourself more clearly? Fu Kai'er retorted, even without your explanation. I could guess. You must be practicing some form of swordsmanship, right? I've heard that the elder of the Sword Peak used Tiangang wood for sword training. Is that so? Yi Xiaobai hadn't considered that perspective. Since you've already guessed, why ask me? He replied coolly. Sensing Yi Xiaobai's cold demeanor, Fu Kai'er frowned, disliking the vibe. Though Yi Xiaobai had been aloof at Wolf Residence, that coldness felt genuine, unlike the current apparent distance he maintained. Do you find me so distasteful? Have you forgotten our days by Daming Lake? Have you forgotten our battle side by side at Wolf Residence? You, Fu Kai'er began but was abruptly interrupted by Yi Xiaobai. You've mistaken me. I am Yi Xiaobai, he stated earnestly. Very well, Yi Xiaobai, Fu Kai'er swiftly corrected herself. Do you realize that your act of felling 10,000 Tiangang trees has already been exposed? Exposed? What do you mean? Yi Xiaobai was startled. Isn't it just felling 10,000 Tiangang trees? How could that be exposed? Tiangang wood is known for its resilience, primarily used for constructing competition platforms and significant venues. An ordinary disciple might fell 3 to 5 trees a day, and even the core disciples could manage only around 1,000. Yet, you have felled a staggering 10,000 trees. Fu Kai'er scrutinized Yi Xiaobai. Do you realize your actions have attracted the attention of the higher-ups at the sword sect? The sect leader and the 7 elders are aware of your existence. Even what? Even they sent me to test you. Fu Kai'er replied softly. Why? Yi Xiaobai's astonishment grew. It was merely 10,000 trees. How did I catch the attention of the sword sect's higher-ups? Is felling a Tiangang tree that difficult? You core disciples can only manage 1,000 a day? How did such inept individuals become core disciples? As Yi Xiaobai spoke, he felt a chilling gaze upon him. Fu Kai'er wore a resentful expression. I am a core disciple. Yi Xiaobai opened his mouth, feeling somewhat awkward. This girl is a core disciple of the sword sect? I see the sword sect highly esteemed. How could someone so lacking achieve such a rank? Shouldn't core disciples possess at least the transformative or rebirth realm? Am I misinformed about core disciples? What went wrong? Yi Xiaobai was filled with questions. Feeling Yi Xiaobai's doubtful gaze, Fu Kai'er was both exasperated and helpless. At 20 years old, with an initial cultivation of the spirit refinement realm. Isn't that commendable? Do you think everyone in the world is as monstrous as you? However, Yi Xiaobai pondered, the sword sect is so vast. Surely they can find a few disciples in the transformative or rebirth realms? Fu Kai'er rolled her eyes. Are you truly oblivious or just pretending? Once one reaches the transformative or rebirth realm, they are considered formidable experts in the great Zhou martial dynasty. Who would want to remain here as a disciple? Those without ambition might settle for an inner sect steward, while the ambitious have long since established their own sections. Upon reaching the transformative realm, one can apply to become a steward, which is superior to being a disciple. Right? Currently, over 20 stewards in the sword sect have risen from the ranks of core disciples. Establishing a sect? The sword sect wouldn't allow that, would they? Yi Xiaobai exclaimed. The sword sect invests vast resources to cultivate a single expert. How could they permit someone to leave and establish their own sect so easily? The sword sect is not a charity organization, as long as one participates in border wars and accumulates enough military merit. The sword sect allows one to leave and establish their own sect. I've heard this was an agreement reached many years ago between the sword ancestor and the empress, Fu Kai'er added. I don't know the specifics, but it appears that those who have established their own sects still maintain a good relationship with the sword sect. These sects are considered subordinate. Despite this, Yi Xiaobai remained astonished. How could a mere transformative realm disciple possess the audacity to establish their own sect? Has the standard for founding a new sect dropped so low? Yi Xiaobai believed that one must at least be a master of martial arts to create a sect. Without even stepping into the realm of mastery, how could one establish a sect? Wouldn't he that mislead others? No wonder everyone is so eager to join the sword sect, even preferring to be ordinary disciples. Finally, Yi Xiaobai grasped the reason. If one wishes to learn true skills, they must join the sword sect. Speaking of which, with my cultivation, can I not directly become an inner sect steward? Yi Xiaobai mused. Shaking his head, he turned to Fu Kai'er. You mentioned the sword sect sent you to test me? What then? What do they intend? The sword sect's stance would determine Yi Xiaobai's attitude. If the sword sect were to treat him poorly, he would have to find another sect to bide his time. The great Zhou martial dynasty is vast. The sword sect is not his only refuge. Worst case, he could seek refuge with the empress. Hearing Imo Wenqing mention that the empress was hundreds of years old, Yi Xiaobai silently wondered about the truth of that claim. Hundreds of years old. That would make her my great-great-grandmother. At such an age? Yi Xiaobai, who had initially considered relying on others, now felt deterred. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he found it hard to swallow. The food had expired, and he feared food poisoning. Chapter 32. Your father and my father, if I am not mistaken, the sect leader and the others wish to recruit you, Fu Kai'er stated. After all, at 20 years old, you are a genius in the transformative realm. You would be the third such talent since the sword sect's establishment. Who would turn away such a prodigy? The third? Yi Xiaobai's interest piqued. Who are the first two? The first is the sword ancestor, one of the two great martial gods of the great Zhou martial dynasty. The second is Elder Xie Shisan of Sword Peak, the foremost expert beneath the sword ancestor. Fu Kai'er's eyes sparkled with admiration and respect. Yi Xiaobai had heard of the sword ancestor, but this Elder Xie Shisan was a new revelation. Is this Elder Xie Shisan truly impressive? Yi Xiaobai inquired curiously. Elder Xie Shisan has long stepped into the realm of mastery. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? Fu Kai'er countered. You must understand that mastery comes in various tiers. Your father and my father are ordinary masters, among the least distinguished. Any elder from the sword sect could easily sweep away a group of such masters. Yi Xiaobai regarded her with a peculiar expression. Isn't it inappropriate to judge your father in such a manner? What is inappropriate about it? I am merely articulating a fact. Fu Kai'er shows no deference to her father, speaking with utter candor. Similarly, every elder of the Tianjin sect possesses extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary master. Among the many masters within the Tianjin sect, Elder Xie Shisan is indisputably the foremost expert. Having attained the pinnacle of mastery, and is hailed as one of the martial arts masters closest to divinity. What constitutes a god? The Grandmaster of martial arts is, indeed, a god. The title of martial god is not merely a moniker. It signifies the deity of martial arts. The acclaim surrounding Xie Shisan as one of the masters closest to divinity on the formidable nature of his prowess and the heights of his cultivation. Upon hearing Fu Kai'er's words, Yi Xiaobai increasingly felt that joining the Tianjin sect was a sagacious decision. Wait a moment, that's not right. I have already joined the Tianjin sect, so why are they trying to recruit me? Suddenly, a thought struck Yi Xiaobai. Fu Kaier, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, although you have joined the Tianjin sect, you are currently just a disciple of menial tasks, while disciples of menial tasks and outer disciples are considered part of the Tianjin sect. Their connection is not as profound. The sect imposes little constraint on the disciples of menial tasks and outer disciples. They may depart at any time if they wish. Fu Kaier explained. Only by becoming an inner disciple can one truly be considered a member of the Tianjin sect. Given your talent, the Tianjin sect would never allow you to languish in the menial area. So, you're suggesting they want me to directly become a core disciple? Yi Xiaobai vaguely surmised the intentions of the Tianjin sect's upper echelons. At the very least, a core disciple. Fu Kaier paused in contemplation, perhaps even the chief core disciple. What is a chief core disciple? Yi Xiaobai was perplexed. Isn't the core disciple already at the apex? I have never heard of a chief core disciple. The chief core disciple is indeed a part of the core disciples, but their authority and status surpass those of other core disciples, making them the indisputable foremost among all disciples. Some even refer to them as the Holy Son. If all goes as expected, they will surely inherit the position of the sect leader in the future. Fu Kaier took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling with tumultuous waves. Throughout the years, every generation of core disciples has fiercely competed, all yearning to occupy the position of chief core disciple. Yet, that position has remained vacant, with no one succeeding to ascend. They would rather leave it unfilled than settle for an unsuitable candidate. Yi Xiaobai is certainly qualified for that position, but ironically, he has no interest in it. Let that chief core disciple be. Whoever desires it may take it. I have no yearning for it, Yi Xiaobai stated. I merely wish to know what tangible benefits the Tianjin sect can offer me. Must you be so mercenary? Fu Kaier rolled her eyes. She genuinely hoped Yi Xiaobai would remain and continue his stay within the Tianjin sect. Regardless, I have conveyed everything that should and shouldn't be said to you. How you decide is for you to ponder, Fu Kaier cautioned. You should consider your choice carefully and inform me of your decision soon. The sect awaits my reply. Yi Xiaobai pondered deeply and inquired, I just want to ask one thing. If I truly join the Tianjin sect, what if one day your father and my father come to kill me? Will the Tianjin sect protect me? This was the matter of utmost concern for Yi Xiaobai. Why on earth would my father want to kill you? Even if you were to elope, it wouldn't warrant death. Fu Kaier was somewhat bewildered. And furthermore, why bring up your father as well? She truly wished to pry open Yi Xiaobai's head to see what was inside. Regardless of the reasons, just tell me if the Tianjin sect will protect me. Yi Xiaobai's expression turned serious. The Tianjin sect undoubtedly possesses the capability to protect him, of that there is no doubt, but having the ability does not imply they will necessarily act. Nonsense, Fu Kaier scoffed, stating, given the talent you have exhibited, even if your father and my father were to come, not to mention the Empress herself, unless you have committed some heinous act, the Tianjin sect would never forsake you. A prodigious talent with the potential to reach the realm of the martial god is a treasure wherever they may be. The Tianjin sect would be eager to treat you as a cherished offspring. How could they allow others to harm you? Hearing this reassured me. Yi Xiaobai smiled. You may report my situation truthfully. As for whether I should join the Tianjin sect, that depends on their sincerity. The emphasis lies on the word sincerity. Fu Kaier gazed at Yi Xiaobai with a hint of intrigue. You are doing this deliberately, aren't you? What do you mean deliberately? Yi Xiaobai replied in confusion. You are purposefully presenting yourself as so mercenary, greedy, and self-serving. Fu Kaier's beautiful eyes blinked as she scrutinized Yi Xiaobai. What could this all be for? Could it be that you wish to refine your sword heart through this method? Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. Little girl, your imagination runs wild. I have not practiced the emotionless sword path, nor do I understand it, but if this truly aids your cultivation, I shall certainly cooperate. Fu Kaier said earnestly. You must believe that I will always be your trustworthy comrade. After a moment, her face flushed. However, could you refrain from staring at my legs? Yi Xiaobai experienced instant embarrassment. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying I want to look at you. That's not right either. Fu Kaier hurriedly added. What I mean is, if looking at my legs serves as a form of cultivation for you, I can accommodate you, but can we perhaps change to a more private location? I fear others may misconstrue our actions. Yi Xiaobai was left speechless. Woman, Are you certain the Tianjin sect sent you to test me and not to entice me? Chapter 33. The Summoning of the Great One. You truly do not mind me looking at your legs? Yi Xiaobai probed. Suspecting Fu Kai'er was speaking in jest, I know that you do not genuinely wish to see my legs, but rather intend to use it as a means to refine your sword heart. Fu Kai'er's delicate face bore a serious expression. As a comrade, I feel ashamed that I cannot be of more assistance to you, but if this truly can aid your cultivation, I wouldn't mind. Yi Xiaobai was astonished. Upon hearing Fu Kai'er's words, even he began to question whether gazing at legs genuinely contributed to one's cultivation. What was that saying again? Prodigy, I need you to assist me in my cultivation. Is that the logic behind it? For some inexplicable reason, a familiar line flashed uncontrollably through Yi Xiaobai's mind. Great Dragon of Heaven, Earthly Zong, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bamakong. Stealing a discreet glance at those beautiful legs, Yi Xiaobai felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly chanted in his heart, If my heart is as pure as ice, I shall not be disturbed by the heavens falling. You are using this to test a candidate? Which candidate could withstand such a trial? You should head back for now. Let us reconvene another day to look at legs. Oh no, I mean to cultivate. Yi Xiaobai turned away, realizing he could no longer look. Any further gazing would lead to embarrassment. Fu Kai'er's face turned crimson to the base of her neck, her fair skin appearing as though it were painted with a layer of rosy hue. Very well, I shall return to find you tomorrow. Fu Kai'er hastily uttered a sentence and fled the courtyard. Once Fu Kai'er departed, Yi Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief. Turning to glance outside the courtyard, the night had concealed that radiant figure, Prodigy, attempting to undermine my resolve. Thankfully, I resisted temptation. Yi Xiaobai smiled triumphantly, then sighed softly. There are indeed ill-intentioned individuals among the crowd. If this continues, my chaste reputation as a transmigrator will inevitably be compromised. No, after all the effort to escape marriage, I cannot allow this young lady to drag me into the grave of matrimony. Yi Xiaobai steeled himself. Yi Xiaobai has harbored an ambitious dream since childhood. His dream is to provide a warm home for all the beautiful women in the world. As the saying goes, until the great cause is accomplished, how can one think of home? Until he realizes this dream, Yi Xiaobai resolutely refrains from indulging in romantic entanglements. However, that pair of legs is indeed captivating. Yi Xiaobai found himself wavering. Yet, he soon reaffirmed his determination. Among the vast waters, I shall not be greedy. I shall take but a ladle. This ladle, even if it contains thousands upon thousands of droplets, should suffice. Any more, and Yi Xiaobai feared his slight frame could not bear it. Tianjin Sect, Main Peak. After gaining Yi Xiaobai's consent, Fu Kai'er promptly arrived at the main peak to report Yi Xiaobai's information accurately. You mean to say, Yi Xiaobai is the very Yi Bai, the renowned emotionless swordsman from several years ago in Suizhou? The sect leader was astonished. He truly possesses the cultivation of the transformation realm? Fu Kai'er nodded, stating, I have witnessed him severely injure the ancient wolf demon with a single sword strike. Furthermore, I am no match for him in a single exchange. Reflecting on the matter of a single exchange, Fu Kai'er recalled the time Yi Xiaobai had subdued her with one strike, only to disregard her and seize her healing elixir. As she pondered, her face flushed. Do you know his purpose for coming to the Tianjin sect? The sect leader inquired. Fu Kai'er came back to her senses, contemplated for a moment, and replied, To seek the path. To seek the path? Fu Kai'er nodded earnestly. Xiaobai is captivated by the sword, particularly enamored with the emotionless sword path, and possesses an exceptionally high level of proficiency. Even Li Xian, my senior brother, would likely be inferior. Xiaobai is a purely emotionless swordsman, and since he has arrived at the Tianjin sect, it is undoubtedly to seek a higher understanding of the emotionless sword path, to refine his sword heart, and elevate his swordsmanship to new heights. The Tianjin sect stands as the foremost among all sects, with a unique approach to swordsmanship. The Sword Ancestor and Elder Xie Shisan of the Sword Peak are renowned for their unparalleled sword techniques that dominate the world. All swordsmen regard the Tianjin sect as a sacred ground, with the Sword Ancestor being the pinnacle of contemporary swordsmanship. At first glance, it becomes evident that Yi Xiaobai's pursuit of a higher swordsmanship led him to the Heavenly Sword sect. Making his intentions understandable, it appears that this young man's aspirations are directed towards junior brother Xie. Zong Ke pondered thoughtfully. The Heavenly Sword sect boasts countless practitioners of swordsmanship, many of whom delve into the realm of emotionless sword techniques. Yet, among them, only Xie Shisan has truly achieved remarkable success. If the sword ancestor represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship, then Xie Shisan embodies the zenith of the emotionless sword path. Should Xie Shisan advance further, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine being of swords. Have you inquired whether he would be willing to join the Heavenly Sword sect? Zhong Ke asked. Such an extraordinary prodigy, if not brought into the fold of the Heavenly Sword sect, would be akin to a jewel obscured by dust, leaving a sense of regret. I have indeed asked. And how did he respond? He said. Fu Kaier hesitated for a moment, but ultimately replied, whether to join the Heavenly Sword sect depends on the sincerity of the sect. Sincerity? Zhong Ke chuckled. Ah, what an amusing young fellow. It has been quite some time since he encountered someone making demands of the Heavenly Sword sect, which speaks volumes about Yi Xiaobai's confidence. Zhong Ke smiled lightly. If he truly possesses the capability, then why should the Heavenly Sword sect not accommodate some of his requests? Fu Kaier was somewhat taken aback. She had expected Zhong Ke to erupt in anger. Tomorrow morning, bring him directly to the main peak. Zhong Ke stated calmly, I shall demonstrate the sincerity of the Heavenly Sword sect to him. However, this is contingent upon his ability to prove his true skills. Pausing, Zhong Ke turned to Fu Kaier. Furthermore, regarding his matters, you must maintain confidentiality and not disclose anything to anyone. Under the dim moonlight, amidst the stillness of the night, Yi Xiaobai tossed and turned, unable to find rest. System, return my hard-earned money. Ultimately, Yi Xiaobai could no longer restrain himself. The 332 taels of gold he had just acquired had dwindled to a mere 32 taels in the blink of an eye. Thus, Yi Xiaobai's assets transformed into assets, 88,000 taels of gold, fixed assets, 35 taels of gold, 5 taels of silver, and 112 of copper coins, liquid assets, and 28 taels of gold, IOU. System, stop playing dead, Yi Xiaobai demanded. Why was my money deducted without my consent? Do you have any idea how hard I worked for this meager amount? The host owes the system 3,000 taels of silver, which has been automatically deducted. Why should I repay money owed based on my capabilities? Yi Xiaobai asserted boldly. When he owes someone else, he feels anxious and wishes to repay immediately. However, when it comes to the debts to the system, he could drag it on for a lifetime. Unfortunately, while Yi Xiaobai wished to be a deadbeat, the system granted him no such opportunity. The moment the money arrived, it was swiftly transferred away. Faced with the system's silence, Yi Xiaobai had no recourse. You are indeed ruthless. Entering dreams with profound resentment, he unleashed a torrent of frustration upon the system in his slumber. When he opened his eyes, it was already the next day. Upon rising, before he could even have breakfast, he caught sight of a pair of beautiful legs standing at the gate of the courtyard. Instantly, he felt invigorated. Now, the only reliance left is the 7 absolutes sword technique, the ghost shadow step, and the heartless fist that the original owner cultivated. However, whether these skills are truly effective is a matter of uncertainty for Yi Xiaobai. Although the system claims that these skills have become ingrained in his muscle memory, he remains skeptical. At this moment, Gong Tao leaps into the spacious courtyard outside the main hall, adopting a combat stance and smiling at Yi Xiaobai. Brother Yi? Please. Despite Yi Xiaobai's youth, likely only half of his age, Gong Tao does not harbor the slightest disdain towards him, and his words are filled with respect. Regardless, if he truly cannot compete, he can always issue a task to the commander for assistance. With a steely resolve, Yi Xiaobai steps into the center of the courtyard, standing 10 meters apart from Gong Tao, gazing at him from afar. Let us begin. As Zhong Ke glances at the two. His words signal the start. In an instant, Gong Tao draws his sword, moving with the speed of lightning, leaving behind afterimages. His heavy blade, like 1,000 troops charging forth, emits a dazzling light, slicing through the air with a hissing sound, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a mountain crashing down. All eyes are fixed on Yi Xiaobai, filled with anticipation and curiosity. The truth of his abilities is about to be revealed. Chapter 35. A prodigy across eras. Gong Tao's strength is formidable. Prior to becoming a steward, he was an inner disciple and a standout among them. While his prowess may not stand out among the stewards, he is undeniably an unstoppable force compared to the other disciples. His swordsmanship is swift and sharp, like a clap of thunder. Each strike resonates like booming thunder. Yi Xiaobai remains highly focused, his nerves taut, yearning to employ the seven absolutes sword technique. Yet his mind is blank, utterly clueless on how to execute it. As Gong Tao's blade approaches within 3 feet, perhaps sensing danger, Yi Xiaobai instinctively dodges. Ghost shadow step, his body shifts like a phantom, swiftly evading the downward strike of the heavy blade. What remarkable footwork! Gong Tao exclaims as his blade strikes only the afterimage. He swings his heavy sword once more, accompanied by a thunderous crack, the immense force seemingly cleaving the air itself. Simultaneously, Yi Xiaobai begins to grasp the concept, so that it. He realizes that this so-called bodily instinct is somewhat akin to a passive skill. Although his mind is devoid of relevant information and he is unaware of how to execute the technique, when the moment arises, his body instinctively drives him to perform the necessary actions. He merely needs to empty his mind and allow his body's instincts to take over. Each offense, defense, and evasion becomes an unconscious reaction, requiring no conscious thought. Trust your body. It knows better than you how to avoid harm. I understand now. Yi Xiaobai's eyes gleam as he relinquishes all thought, confronting Gong Tao's formidable strike. Relying solely on his body's instinct, he grasps his sword and, in an instant, unleashes the seven absolutes sword technique. Heartless, divine, intentless, thoughtless, illusory, fatal, unfeeling. These are the seven absolutes. The seven absolutes sword technique channels emotion into the sword, transcending the mundane and approaching the Tao, embodying purity. As the sword is drawn, the autumn water divine sword seems to trace the path of the Tao with a gentle sweep. The sword's shadow is elusive, like a gazelle's horn, leaving no trace. The sword's momentum appears slow yet is swift. As it strikes, the surrounding forces of heaven and earth converge upon the divine sword. Bursting forth in a radiant, dazzling light, beautiful and ethereal, clang. The seven absolutes sword technique synchronizes with the realm of the Tao. The autumn water divine sword strikes first, its aura shattering Gong Tao's blade light. Sparks flying, and the force released nearly causes Gong Tao to lose grip on his heavy sword. Thud, thud, thud. Gong Tao retreats 3 steps, each footfall shattering the ground, finally halting his backward motion. Yi Xiaobai remains motionless, his expression indifferent, maintaining the stance of his sword. The disparity is evident. What sword technique is this? Gong Tao exclaims in astonishment. The seven absolutes sword technique, Yi Xiaobai replies calmly. Zhong Ke exchanges glances with the 5 elders, their eyes sparkling with excitement. A genius of the sword, a true genius. Fu Kaira's eyes shine with admiration. He has become even stronger than before. Before their battle commenced, none could have anticipated that Yi Xiaobai would so decisively suppress Gong Tao. No, your strength is far beyond the initial stage of the divine transformation realm. Gong Tao acknowledges the brilliance of Yi Xiaobai's strike. Yet he believes that the reason he was suppressed lies more in the terrifying burst of power Yi Xiaobai displayed in that instant. No matter how skilled the sword technique, it cannot amplify a person's strength to such an extent. After all, he wielded a heavy sword. In a contest of power, the heavy sword was bested by a long sword. This is unusual, very unusual. Could it be due to the realm of the Tao? Yi Xiaobai muses. The celestial dantian harnesses the forces of heaven and earth, its might surpassing human capabilities, and it accelerates the energy flow within his body. Once more, Gong Tao drags his palm, the heavy blade carving a deep groove into the ground, then rises without flourish, delivering a straightforward counterstrike. Heavy as a mountain, swift as thunder, the power belonging to the initial stage of the divine transformation realm, accumulated over 10 years, erupts in an instant. So fierce, Yi Xiaobai is startled. Gong Tao's strike is even more grand than the previous 2. In that case, I must take this seriously. His form shifts like a phantom, shadows flitting as the forces of heaven and earth continuously reinforce the autumn water divine sword. After 3 seconds of accumulation, the sword's momentum reaches its peak. As the sword is drawn, it strikes like a bolt of lightning in the night. The sword light flickering, the sound of the blade echoing like thunder, boom. The heavy sword seems to bear a pressure it should not endure. Upon colliding with the autumn water divine sword, it shatters into pieces. The autumn water divine sword resembles a beam of light, piercing through the heavy sword, ultimately hovering just above Gong Tao's head, a mere foot away. Beads of cold sweat appear on Gong Tao's forehead. and he collapses as if drained of strength, crashing to the ground with a thud. Gazing at the unmoving Yi Xiaobai and his bloodied, mangled hand, Gong Tao forces a wry smile. I admit defeat. I am completely convinced. The disparity in strength is too great. Gong Tao's expression is complex, filled with helplessness. While he may not fall short in swordsmanship compared to Yi Xiaobai, the overwhelming difference in power is insurmountable. Had Yi Xiaobai not held back, he might very well have become a corpse. When the gap in strength is too vast, no technique can compensate, especially when his swordsmanship is inherently inferior to Yi Xiaobai's. Clap, clap, clap. Zhong Ke leads the applause, a radiant smile illuminating his face, as if he has discovered a treasure. The 5 elder masters also express their astonishment. The initial stage of the divine transformation realm possesses power comparable to the later stage. Moreover, the sword moves swiftly, leaving no trace, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. If it were not witnessed with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it. Zhong Ke praised. Why, Yi Xiaobai, you have truly delivered a tremendous surprise. Who could have anticipated that Yi Xiaobai would so cleanly and decisively defeat Gong Tao? Elder Qifeng remarks in a rough voice. In my opinion, among the stewards of the divine transformation realm, it is unlikely anyone could defeat Yi Xiaobai. After all, there are certainly those at the later stage of the divine transformation realm among the stewards of the heavenly sword sect. Is Xiaobai really this formidable? Fu Kaier is left dumbfounded, a 20-year-old youth rivaling the older generation's late-stage experts. Good heavens! For the first time, Fu Kaier feels the insurmountable chasm between herself and Yi Xiaobai, as if a vast divide exists that cannot be crossed. While she revels in her status as a core disciple, Yi Xiaobai has already begun to challenge the older generation's prodigies, even toppling those of the past. This is the prodigy that transcends eras. Only such a genius can surpass age barriers, break through the constraints of time, and defeat the prodigies of the previous generations. Zhong Ke cannot help but reflect, Yi Xiaobai is like this, and so was my second disciple back in the day. Chapter 36. The right to explain belongs to the party A. With the display of power and talent Yi Xiaobai has shown, everyone has reason to believe that, as long as he does not meet an untimely end, he is destined to achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. Indeed, it seems that not long from now, our heavenly sword sect will gain a new master. Perhaps even a martial god grandmaster will emerge. Elder Qifeng declares with a hearty laugh, a martial god grandmaster is still a distant dream. Even Xie Sanjin has yet to reach that level, another counters. However, a martial arts master is well within reach. At just 20 years old, Yi Xiaobai has already entered the divine transformation realm, and no one doubts his future potential to attain the realm of martial arts master. The sole question remains, at what age will he reach that pinnacle? 50, 40, or perhaps 30? While the martial god grandmaster is a distant aspiration, the title of master is also far off. Many things are always urgent. The world turns, and time presses on. A mere 10,000 years is too long. One must seize the day. Why, Yi Xiaobai states calmly, good lad, such eloquence. Zhong Ke unabashedly expresses his admiration. Fu Kair's eyes sparkle with excitement. Elder Qifeng frowns slightly. What does that mean? Such profound words are beyond the comprehension of this rugged elder. It means I desire silver, Yi Xiaobai replies. Why, Yi Xiaobai felt no embarrassment whatsoever. He directed his gaze towards Zhong Ke and inquired, the sect leader just promised me that if I defeat Elder Gong Tao, I may present any 3 requests. I wonder if that still holds true? Zhong Ke responded with a faint smile. Of course it holds true. Why, Yi Xiaobai chuckled in return. Then my first request is to grant me 10,000 taels of gold. No problem, Zhong Ke replied without a moment's hesitation, appearing quite agreeable. What other requests do you have? Feel free to state them all at once. How rash, observing Zhong Ke's prompt agreement to his request. Yi Xiaobai felt not joy, but rather a pang of regret, wishing he could deliver a couple of hard punches to himself for being so modest. 10,000 taels of gold may seem a substantial fortune. But as the foremost sect in the world, the Tianjin sect truly did not lack such trivial amounts. May I revise my first request? Yi Xiaobai asked timidly. Certainly, Zhong Ke replied, still quite obliging. The sect leader is truly wise. Yi Xiaobai's eyes brightened, perceiving Zhong Ke as a paragon of wisdom and virtue, enveloped in an aura of divine light. Surely a most exceptional leader of the sect. Speak, what would you like to change your request to? Zhong Ke inquired with a smile. I want 30,000 taels of gold. Yi Xiaobai boldly declared, tripling his initial request. 30,000 taels of gold would suffice for a long period of indulgence, even allowing him to experience the transcendent task mode of a sovereign. Zhong Ke pondered for a moment and nodded, very well. His response was still clean and decisive, embodying the demeanor of a wealthy individual unperturbed by financial matters. Goodness! Yi Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Is the Tianjin sect truly so affluent? 30,000 taels of gold, just like that? How small-minded of me! Yi Xiaobai lamented inwardly. Had I not been genuinely in need of money, I would have looked down upon this ostentatious display of wealth. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiaobai resolved to go for broke. Can I amend my first request once more? 30,000 taels of gold is merely a pittance. I must change it. Young man, do not overreach. Elder Qi Feng glared sternly at him. Oh dear, third senior brother, you can actually use idioms now. Impressive, truly impressive. Elder Danfeng Su Buke regarded Zhang Wang with astonishment, as if he had discovered a new continent. Zhong Ke waved his hand dismissively at the elders, then turned to Yi Xiaobai with an unwavering smile. All right, what do you wish to change it to? I want 80,000 taels of gold. Yi Xiaobai boldly announced a staggering figure, confident that Zhong Ke would not remain indifferent to such a request. After all, his Autumn Water Divine Sword was valued at only 88,000 taels of gold. Should Zhong Ke acquiesce to his request, it would be tantamount to gifting him an Autumn Water Divine Sword. 80,000 taels of gold? Zhong Ke's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. Very well, I can agree to that. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai was once again astounded by the wealth of the Tianjin sect. Truly, as the foremost sect in the world, their resources were indeed unfathomable. All right, I will grant you all three of your requests, Zhong Ke remarked casually. Now, we should discuss your joining the Tianjin sect. Why? Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. Wait a moment, I have only stated my first request. When did I present my second and third requests? I am unaware of having made 3 requests. No, you have already made 3 requests, Zhong Ke corrected him. When did this happen? How could I not know? Yi Xiaobai was somewhat befuddled. It was not just him. The other elders, as well as Fu Kaier and Gong Tao, wore expressions of confusion. Ah, the youth of today? Their memories are so poor. Zhong Ke shook his head in resignation. Very well, let me clarify for you. Why? Yi Xiaobai nodded, curious to see what Zhong Ke would articulate. Zhong Ke began, your first request was for 10,000 taels of gold. Why? Yi Xiaobai nodded, confirming that he had indeed said that. Your second request was to revise the first request, Zhong Ke continued unfazed. Your third request was to further amend the first request. Adding those up, does that not equal 3 requests? Wait, does this also count as 3 requests? Yi Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Are you playing with nested dolls here? Why does this count? Zhong Ke retorted, then continued, in any case. I have agreed to all 3 of your requests. This does not constitute a breach of promise. The elders, along with Fu Kaier and Gong Tao, were all left speechless. Master Sect Leader, you are truly a genius. Such impeccable logic, it is faultless. Yi Xiaobai realized he had been outmaneuvered by this old fellow. This is the helplessness of being the subordinate party. All interpretive rights belong to the primary party. What recourse do you have? Ah well, receiving 80,000 taels of gold for nothing is still a windfall. Why? Yi Xiaobai consoled himself, primarily because reason could not contest the wisdom of a martial arts master. Now, let us continue discussing your joining the Tianjin sect. Zhong Ke smiled. Given your talent and strength, being a core direct disciple would be beneath you. How about you settle for the position of chief direct disciple instead? Chief direct disciple? Holy Son! Yi Xiaobai shook his head vigorously, adamantly refusing. Although he had decided to join the Tianjin sect, he had no desire to be bound to it for life. His dream was to indulge in a life of pleasure and debauchery. If he were to become the Holy Son, would he not be destined to inherit the position of sect leader? Zhong Ke frowned slightly but did not press Yi Xiaobai. There was no need to rush matters. Since he did not wish to be the chief direct disciple, he would have to settle for being an elder. Zhong Ke stated calmly, currently, the inner sect affairs have their respective elders, but we are still short-handed in the outer sect. You may consider taking on the role of an outer sect elder. Alternatively, if you have any specific ideas, feel free to express them. The Tianjin sect is willing to establish a new elder position for you. Elders, you say? Yi Xiaobai contemplated. Very well, then I shall accept the position of an elder. Thus, the youngest elder in the history of the Tianjin sect was born. Chapter 37. High-ranking outer sect elder. The elders of the Tianjin sect are divided into inner sect elders and outer sect elders. Inner sect elders hold a higher status than outer sect elders and enjoy better benefits. Correspondingly, the requirements for cultivation and strength are also more stringent for inner sect elders. One can apply to become an outer sect elder upon reaching the divine transformation realm, but to become an inner sect elder, the minimum requirement is to have entered the nirvana realm. Note, this is the minimum requirement, not the only requirement. In other words, simply reaching the nirvana realm does not guarantee qualification to become an inner sect elder. One must meet a series of additional requirements as well. The competition for inner sect positions is at least tenfold more intense than that of the outer sect. In the inner sect, being in the nirvana realm is hardly regarded as significant, and the elders there possess the cultivation level of martial arts masters. With Yi Xiaobai's current cultivation level, being a high-ranking outer sect elder would be more than sufficient. But to become an inner sect elder, he was still unqualified. Currently, the outer sect's intelligence department, combat department, reception department, and miscellaneous department are all in need of personnel. Zhong Ke inquired about Yi Xiaobai's preference. Which department would you like to join? Only Yi Xiaobai would have the opportunity to choose. Other elders would not have such a luxury. What do these 4 departments each entail? Yi Xiaobai asked, taking his time to make a decision. Since this would impact his life in the Tianjin sect, it was wise to be cautious. As the name suggests, the intelligence department is responsible for intelligence-related work, including but not limited to gathering intelligence, transmitting intelligence, analyzing intelligence, and organizing intelligence, among other tasks. The combat department is in charge of combat-related work, including but not limited to slaying demonic beasts, apprehending criminals, and providing frontline support. The reception department oversees reception duties, including but not limited to hosting individuals from various factions, arranging venues, and hosting banquets. The miscellaneous department manages the miscellaneous area, including but not limited to recruiting miscellaneous disciples, issuing miscellaneous tasks, supervising the miscellaneous hall, and accounting. You are free to choose from these 4 departments. Of course, let me reiterate, if you are dissatisfied with these departments, you may express your own ideas. The Tianjin sect is open to establishing a new elder department specifically for you. After all, such a prodigious talent, acquired for 80,000 taels of gold, Zhong Ke was eager to fulfill any reasonable demands Yi Xiaobai might have. Is there a department where one does not have to work and can simply lounge about to earn money? Yi Xiaobai inquired with eager anticipation. Zhong Ke fell silent. The 5 elders, Fu Kaier and Gong Tao, were also rendered speechless. The Tianjin sect does not harbor idlers. Zhong Ke cast a deep glance at Yi Xiaobai. Having expended such effort and resources to recruit him was not merely to allow him to idle away his days. If you cannot accept this, you may leave. The Tianjin sect will not force you. While a prodigious talent is indeed precious, it is not sufficient for the Tianjin sect to compromise its principles. No, I was merely inquiring. I did not imply that I couldn't accept it. Yi Xiaobai felt wronged. You mentioned that I could express my thoughts. Express your thoughts, not entertain daydreams, Zhong Ke retorted, observing Yi Xiaobai with indifference. You may choose one of the 4 departments. Why? Yi Xiaobai sighed internally. For the sake of 80,000 taels of gold, I suppose I will have to make do. Earning money is not beneath my dignity. Very well, I shall choose the combat department. Why? Yi Xiaobai chose the combat department, compared to other departments. The combat division was relatively straightforward, requiring little cerebral effort. One merely needed to take action when necessary. Zhong Ke nodded slightly, saying, very well, you shall serve as a senior steward in the outer combat department. You will oversee the entire outer combat division, with your position subordinate only to that of the outer steward chief. Given Yi Xiaobai's strength, he was more than capable of fulfilling the role of a senior steward. Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. Did I oversee everything? Are there no other stewards in the outer combat department? There are 2 ordinary stewards besides you. Zhong Ke replied calmly. However, from this moment forward, they will also report to you. A senior steward holds authority over ordinary stewards, possessing absolute decision-making power within their department, while the steward chief stands above the senior stewards, governing all departments, whether inner or outer. Let it be so. Yi Xiaobai shrugged, finding it even better to have 2 assistants rather than having to handle everything personally. Zhong Ke glanced at Gong Tao and instructed, Gong Tao, please escort Yi Xiaobai to the outer steward's hall. Gong Tao respectfully bowed. Yes, master. Steward Yi, Please. Gong Tao turned and gestured for Yi Xiaobai to follow. Yet, Yi Xiaobai remained motionless, fixing an unwavering gaze on Zhong Ke, murmuring, Master, have you forgotten something? This old fellow seems intent on shirking his responsibility for the 80,000 taels of gold. There's no way out of this. This is a gold note worth 80,000 taels, with each note representing 10,000 taels, totaling 8 notes. Zhong Ke paused for a moment, then retrieved 8 gold notes from his robe. These notes were crafted from a special material, rarer than gold itself, and could be used throughout the great Zhou martial dynasty. Could you exchange these for physical gold? Yi Xiaobai inquired tentatively. What use are gold notes? It's far more reassuring to possess tangible gold. Without physical gold, what value do the notes hold? Zhong Ke cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xiaobai. Besides, even if I were to give you 80,000 taels of physical gold, would you be able to take it with you? That amounts to 80,000 taels, or 8,000 jin, enough to form a small mountain. And you, the foremost among the 10,000 clans, lack even 80,000 taels of physical gold. Yi Xiaobai inwardly scoffed, yet his hands moved quickly, naturally accepting the 8 gold notes from Zhong Que.it. Seemed he would need to find a money exchange soon to convert these notes into gold. With this thought, Yi Xiaobai tucked away the notes and turned to Gong Tao, saying, Steward Gong, please lead the way. The two promptly began their descent down the mountain. Wait, Xiaobai, I'm coming too. Fu Kaier hurriedly followed. Once Yi Xiaobai, Gong Tao, and Fu Kaier had departed, Zhong Ke turned his gaze toward the 5 elders. What do you think of this lad? His character is erratic, insatiably greedy, and he shuns hard work. I truly wonder how he has cultivated such power and prowess. Elder Liang Yi of the Array Peak expressed his disappointment. Elder Zhang Wang of the Instrument Peak added, he is undoubtedly a fine seedling, but it seems his growth has gone awry. Elder Su Buke of the Pill Peak and Elder Wu Jiao of the Path Peak, alongside Elder Zhou Dafu of the Talisman's Peak, shared their views, lamenting his talent is undoubtedly top tier, perhaps even surpassing that of the second senior brother. However, if his malevolent tendencies do not change, it is unlikely he will achieve greatness, at most becoming a martial arts master. But never a martial god grandmaster. What a waste of a fine seedling. Their remarks were imbued with a hint of frustration, as if lamenting a failure to realize potential. However, Zhong Ke smiled mysteriously. Ah, my perspective diverges sharply from yours. Oh, what insights do you possess, senior brother? Elder Su Buke inquired with curiosity. His high cultivation can be attributed to his exceptional talent. But is his mastery in the realm of the unfeeling sword path simply a result of talent? Zhong Ke surveyed the assembly, a serene smile gracing his lips. The 7 Absolute Heartbreak Sword technique, as legend has it, was created by the elder of the 7 Absolutes in ancient times. Only those who are utterly heartless, devoid of divine intent, thought, delusion, and life, can master it. Yi Xiaobai has not only mastered it but wields it with tremendous power. Does this not hint at something profound? The elders were momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that Elder Su Buke exclaimed in astonishment, this boy's greed and erratic behavior are all an act? If my deductions are correct, this lad is deliberately amplifying the flaws of humanity, immersing himself in the depths of human emotion, only to ultimately transcend them, thereby achieving mastery in the unfeeling sword path. One must experience attachment to genuinely let go of it. One must have concerns to ultimately be free of them. I must admit, this lad has forged an alternative path in the unfeeling sword path, one that starkly contrasts with that of the second senior brother. Zhong Ke's eyes sparkled with wisdom, as though he had long seen through Yi Xiaobai's faade. While the crowd remained intoxicated, he alone stood clear-headed. While others were muddied, he remained pure. Alas, possessing unparalleled wisdom is such a lonely endeavor. In this moment, Zhong Ke felt as if he stood above the atmosphere. Chapter 38. A poisonous counterattack. If this boy is indeed so, then his close association with Fu Kaier must be a means to refine his sword heart through her, Elder Liang Yi of the Array Peak remarked, his brow slightly furrowing with concern. Although Fu Kaier's talent did not match Yi Xiaobai's brilliance, she was still a core disciple and had entered the tutelage of Elder Hua Qingwu of the Flower Peak, making her their junior niece. In their eyes, Yi Xiaobai, who practiced the unfeeling sword path, was akin to a perilous pit. The closer Fu Kaier drew to him, the more likely she would end up grievously wounded. Reflecting on Elder Xie Shisan of the Sword Peak, he was indeed a ruthless character devoid of familial ties. If he Xiaobai aimed to hone his sword heart through Fu Kai'er, it would require her cooperation. Zongke pondered for a moment and then said, I believe Fu Kai'er is well aware of her choices. If she is willing to assist Yi Xiaobai, what reason do we outsiders have to intervene? That may be true, but as her elders, we cannot simply watch her step into a pit of fire, Elder Liang Yi asserted. Perhaps we should take a moment to remind our junior niece to discuss this with Fu Kai'er. Regardless of her final decision, we would have done our utmost. Leave this task to me, Elder Su Buke of the Pill Peak interjected, his eyes lighting up. I shall speak with our junior niece about Fu Kai'er. Fourth brother, are you truly aiming to discuss Fu Kai'er? Elder Zhang Wang of the Instrument Peak scoffed. I'm almost embarrassed to point it out. Allow me, Elder Zhou Dafu of the Talisman's Peak chuckled. Patting his round belly like Maitreya Buddha, I recently composed a new Qin piece and wish to discuss it with our junior niece. Seventh brother, Elder Su Buke advised solemnly, listen to fourth brother. With your appearance, do not even think about pursuing our junior niece, it's futile. Zhou Dafu remained unperturbed, smiling, not necessarily. Perhaps our junior niece appreciates my type. Nonsense. Elder Zhang Wang retorted, glaring, clearly, our junior niece favors tall and robust men. Fourth brother is effeminate, seventh brother is greasy. Our junior niece would be blind to consider you. At this, he flexed his muscular arms in a display of strength. No, our junior niece favors a mature and stable type like me. Elder Liang Yi confidently smiled. Only I can provide her with the sense of security she needs, caring for her with utmost diligence. Observing the elders quarrel with flushed faces, Zong Ke chuckled silently, choosing not to interject. You all misunderstand. Our junior niece truly admires those who are wise and sagacious. In terms of wisdom, who among the Tianjin sect can rival me? Zong Ke felt a sense of clarity amidst the chaos, as if he alone remained sober while others were intoxicated. The world is ignorant, and the wise must endure their solitude. Enough, let us cease this bickering. I shall go. Elder Wu Jiao of the Path Peak suddenly interjected. I have a method to spare Kai'er from the pain of love. The assembly turned their attention to Wu Jiao. Even Zong Ke was taken aback. Can you truly unravel the riddle that has persisted for 1,000 years? Sixth brother, do enlighten us, Zong Ke urged with curiosity. If I tell you all, will you allow me to proceed? Wu Jiao queried. Speak first, and we shall decide afterward, Su Buke replied. I refuse to disclose anything. Wu Jiao countered, refusing to be baited. The others sighed in resignation. Fine, we shall grant you permission to proceed, Su Buke urged, quickly, tell us. The others nodded in agreement. There's ample time ahead. We'll have many opportunities to be alone with our junior niece. No need to rush, Wu Jiao began. The solution is quite simple. If you are concerned about Kai'er suffering from the pain of love, why not have her cultivate the unfeeling sword path? This would effectively resolve the issue. Wu Jiao beamed with pride. After all, those who practice the unfeeling sword path are devoid of feelings. How could they possibly suffer from emotional pains? This approach directly addresses the problem at its root. The crowd was left speechless, astounded. Good heavens, you're suggesting a poison for poison approach? Instead of resolving the issue, you at the northern edge of Longju Mountain, a figure clad in a simple skirt, Hua Qinggu, gracefully emerged from the forest, her face betraying an unmistakable sense of disappointment and regret. Could it be that my life is truly devoid of any connection to the art of the zither? She murmured softly, when she first entered the fold of the sword ancestor. He had once remarked that her talent in swordsmanship was indeed on par with that of Xie Shisan. Had she devoted herself to the path of enlightenment, there was hope for her to touch the realm of the martial deities. Yet, her heart leaned towards the zither, leading her to years of cultivation that, despite yielding commendable achievements, still fell short of her aspirations. Her gaze swept across the boundless forest, and with a heavy heart, she whispered, where might those masters of the zither be? Not long ago, the fleeting presence of a zither master had illuminated her mind, their music enlightening her profoundly. However, after following the echoes of that melody for days on end, she had yet to locate that elusive virtuoso, as if they had vanished from the mortal realm. No, I shall not surrender. Her determination rekindled. Hua Qinggu resolved that regardless of how far you may hide, I shall find you. In a world teeming with zither enthusiasts, the truly skilled are but a rare few. Yet, The artistry of that zither master was unparalleled, truly one of a kind. At the foot of the main peak of the Tianjin sect, Yi Xiaobai inquired of Gong Tao, "What exactly is the outer sect steward's pavilion? Why has the sect master instructed you to take me there?" Gong Tao explained, "The outer sect steward's pavilion is the place where the stewards of the outer sect conduct their duties and hold discussions. Now that you have become a steward, it is necessary for you to report there to complete your onboarding process and to familiarize yourself with your future colleagues." Fu Kaier interjected, "Indeed. You must also collect your stewardess attire, official seal, waist badge, and so forth. As for the monthly remuneration, it appears to be dispersed on the last day of each month." "Wait a moment, monthly remuneration?" Yi Xiaobai smacked his forehead, realizing he had completely overlooked such an important matter. He turned to Gong Tao, anxiety etched on his face, and asked, "By the way, how much is my monthly remuneration?" "The remuneration comprises two parts, a base salary, which varies according to the steward's rank and department, and a performance bonus, which depends on work efficiency." Gong Tao patiently clarified, "My base salary is 100 taels of gold, with the performance bonus typically around 50 taels, totaling approximately 150 taels. Is that all?" Yi Xiaobai felt utterly disheartened. "This won't do. I must find a way to earn some extra income, or else how will I feed my pet?" Already, he began contemplating methods to supplement his earnings. Chapter 39. With one punch, he could cry for a long time. Our outer sect trial department is rather leisurely, with a monthly salary considered low, and I am merely an ordinary steward within it. So my remuneration is naturally not very high. Gong Tao chuckled. "Yi Xiaobai, as a senior steward belonging to the outer sect combat department, your salary will undoubtedly be higher, especially during times of frequent conflict. The remuneration in the outer sect combat department can be astonishingly high. Of course, the remuneration itself is not of utmost importance. What truly matters are the privileges. As stewards, we enjoy numerous benefits, such as the ability to study techniques valued at up to 100 taels of gold for free. Including martial arts and swordsmanship, these privileges far outweigh any mere salary. Evidently, the most alluring aspect of being a steward is not the salary, but the myriad privileges that come with it. With such benefits, even a slightly lower salary would not cause anyone to complain, except for Yi Xiaobai. Here we are. Ahead lies the outer sect steward's pavilion. Fu Kaier halted, pointing towards a grand building. The edifice was cylindrical, covering several thousand square feet, with 2 stories, even more massive than the main hall of the peak itself. "My dear, your part ends here. You may leave now." Yi Xiaobai, increasingly carefree, paid little heed to the original character's persona. With the Tianjin sect backing him, he had no fear of exposure. If worst came to worst, he could always feign madness. Would the Yi and Fu families dare to confront him? He had confidence that neither would take such a bold step. Gong Tao wisely chose to remain silent. It was best not to meddle in the affairs of the young. "Who says I have nothing to do?" Fu Kaier huffed. "Then tell me, what business could you possibly have?" Yi Xiaobai regarded her with skepticism. "You, a core disciple, have no connection to the outer sect steward's pavilion, so what could it possibly entail?" Fu Kaier's eyes sparkled with determination. "I intend to join the outer sect combat department." Both Yi Xiaobai and Gong Tao were taken aback. "But you, a core disciple, should be aiming to join the inner sect combat department. What business do you have in the outer sect combat department?" Yi Xiaobai was at a loss. Could it be that the gold of the outer sect combat department is more enticing than that of the inner sect? "Mind your own business," Fu Kaier retorted proudly. "Regardless, I am determined to join the outer sect combat department. No one can stop me, that's what I say. Look at you, so self-satisfied. Am I not proud to be a senior steward of the outer sect combat department?" Yi Xiaobai scoffed. At that moment, the steward's pavilion was bustling with activity, filled predominantly with outer sect disciples. As more and more individuals turned their attention towards them, Yi Xiaobai promptly suggested, "All right, let us first report to the head steward of the outer sect." The trio hurried into the outer sect steward's pavilion. "Fu Zhenchuan, the second floor is restricted to stewards only. You should wait downstairs." Upon reaching the staircase leading to the upper floor, Gong Tao instructed Fu Kaier. Following this, Gong Tao led Yi Xiaobai up to the second floor. Unlike the bustling first floor, the second floor contained only a single private office and an enormous hall. The entire hall was eerily empty, devoid of any occupants, creating a stark contrast to the lively first floor. Gong Tao quietly introduced, "That room is the head steward's office. The hall serves as the meeting place for our outer sect stewards." As he spoke, Gong Tao softly knocked on the head steward's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon opening the door, Gong Tao and Yi Xiaobai stepped inside. Inside sat a middle-aged man behind a desk. Gong Tao approached respectfully, bowing slightly as he said, "Head steward, the sect master has appointed Yi Xiaobai as a senior steward of the combat department. Here is the document signed by the sect master for your review." He stepped forward, presenting a letter to the middle-aged man. The man examined it closely, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, and he slowly looked up, praising, "Young steward Yi. To have attained the position of senior steward at such a young age is truly commendable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ming Yin, the head steward of the Outer Sect, responsible for overseeing the entire Outer Sect's management. Greetings, head steward." Yi Xiaobai nodded slightly. "Gong Tao, please go to the combat department and summon the 2 stewards there." Ming Yin instructed Gong Tao. Certainly, Gong Tao complied and departed. A few minutes later, Gong Tao returned, accompanied by a burly middle-aged male steward and a competent female steward. "This is Yi Xiaobai, the sect master's appointed senior steward of the combat department." Ming Yin introduced with a smile. "Yi steward, these 2 are the combat department's steward Song Yu and steward Xiao Feilong, who will be your future right-hand allies. Please get to know each other." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai remained unfazed. However, Song Yu and Xiao Feilong exchanged incredulous glances. "Head steward, are you joking with us? This little white face? The sect master's appointed senior steward?" Xiao Feilong exclaimed in disbelief. "With those delicate arms and tender flesh, do you really believe that with one punch, he could cry for a long time?" Ming Yan's lips twitched slightly. Xiao Feilong's lack of discretion would surely bring trouble upon himself. Song Yu shot him a warning glance. Even if he harbored doubts, he should not voice them so openly. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Yi Xiaobai did not take offense. Instead, he appeared eager, brimming with anticipation. "I am quite familiar with this scenario." Yi Xiaobai had read countless web novels, and this situation was all too familiar. A prime opportunity to showcase his prowess. He had long awaited this moment, having anticipated it for over 20 years. Ever since his rebirth, do not underestimate Steward Yi. He is a person of true capability. Gong Tao hastily interjected. The sect master and various elders have personally acknowledged that Steward Ye's prowess is seldom matched among stewards in the transformation realm. I have also sparred with Steward Yi, and he effortlessly defeated me in just 2 moves. Xiao Feilong remained skeptical. "This little white face is that formidable? My apologies, Steward Yi." Xiao Feilong is simply brash and often speaks without thinking. "Please forgive him." Song Yu quickly apologized, then turned to Xiao Feilong. "Xiao Feilong, you better hurry up and apologize to Steward Yi. A sect master's appointed senior steward is either backed by a powerful lineage or possesses extraordinary strength. Either way, they are not someone we can provoke." Yi Xiaobai smiled benignly. "No need for apologies. How about this? Since Steward Xiao is unfamiliar with me, let us spar to foster understanding. With a new position comes the need to assert oneself." Yi Xiaobai felt it necessary to make a statement. Now that someone had willingly come forward to challenge him, he would not hold back. "Today, I shall firmly establish my reputation." With that thought, Yi Xiaobai turned to Xiao Feilong. "How does that sound, Steward Xiao?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Feilong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. "Excellent, you said it," Xiao Feilong eagerly replied. "There is a duel arena right outside the steward's pavilion. Let us go and compete. For several months, there has been no proper match, and this child is on the verge of bursting with pent-up energy. It is merely a sparring session. Why must it take place in the duel arena? In my opinion, the office of the steward is more than sufficient." Yi Xiaobai turned to Ming Yin and asked, "Steward, may I borrow your office for a moment?" Ming Yin cast a penetrating glance at Yi Xiaobai and replied, "Sure. However, let me make it clear. If anything gets damaged, you shall compensate for it at market value." Xiao Feilong furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. "Steward Yi, are you certain you wish to spar here? The power of the transformation realm is tremendously formidable. Should a real fight ensue, the sheer force of the clash could easily demolish this entire room. Are you ready? I am about to make my move." Yi Xiaobai reminded him with a smile. Chapter 40. The new aristocrat of showmanship, Yi Xiaobai. "Come on." Xiao Feilong was determined. If this pale-faced youth was unafraid, why should he be? If the room were to be destroyed, it was not solely his responsibility to compensate. He placed his hands on his waist, gripping a massive hammer on either side. Ming Yin watched with keen interest, while Song Yu remained cautiously on guard. This madman Xiao had finally met his match. Gong Tao harbored a slight sense of schadenfreude. Xiao Feilong was notorious for his reckless nature, a battle fanatic who had challenged nearly everyone in the outer sect's steward office. Many sought to avoid him at all costs, and now, the battle department had finally produced someone capable of putting him in his place. This would spare the other stewards from his incessant harassment. "Are you ready?" Yi Xiaobai inquired once more. "If you're going to fight, then do it swiftly. Don't dawdle like a coward," Xiao Feilong urged. Song Yu's expression turned icy. "Xiao, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on women?" Xiao Feilong immediately felt a chill run down his spine and quickly smiled apologetically. "It was a slip of the tongue. I meant no offense. Please don't misunderstand, Steward Song." Fearing that Song Yu might pursue the matter further, Xiao Feilong hastily turned to Yi Xiaobai. "Let us get started." As the words left his mouth, Xiao Feilong had yet to react when he felt a powerful surge of energy swirling around him. Followed by a sword light illuminating the room. As he gazed at the long sword suspended above him, Xiao Feilong's mind went blank. At that moment, Yi Xiaobai's original position vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Gulp! Xiao Feilong swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ming Yin and Song Yu were equally astonished. Although Gong Tao had mentioned that Yi Xiaobai was quite powerful, witnessing his strength firsthand was still a shock. No wonder this fellow was so confident as to spar in this modest office. "I knew it," Gong Tao mused inwardly, realizing that once Yi Xiaobai truly focused, even the early stages of the transformation realm would struggle to withstand a single strike. Yi Xiaobai held the sword in one hand, the other tucked behind his back, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle as he spoke coolly. "You have lost." An aura of overwhelming superiority enveloped him. Akin to a solitary master of unmatched prowess, seeking a worthy defeat yet finding none. It was as if he silently recounted, "In those days, I stood with my hands in my pockets, unaware of what a rival truly was." The onlookers in the room regarded Yi Xiaobai's peculiar posture, their minds filled with questions. "You've won, so why adopt such a strange stance?" Xiao Feilong snapped back to reality. "That doesn't count. You ambushed me." His discontent was evident. "Let us start over. That round was invalid," Xiao Feilong shouted. "Fine," Yi Xiaobai responded, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Feilong's antics, readily agreeing to his unreasonable demands. He smiled and watched Xiao Feilong. "You can call this start." With a serious expression, Xiao Feilong assumed a combat stance, his muscles taut and ready for action. "Begin." Upon the command, he swung his dual hammers and charged at Yi Xiaobai like a tank. However, just as he took a single step, Yi Xiaobai's figure suddenly transformed into an afterimage. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed as the sword light flickered, causing the eyes of those present to squint. The sword, like a bolt of lightning, flashed to Xiao Feilong's side, the blade striking heavily against his arm. Empowered by the forces of heaven, Ming Yin instructed Song Yu and Xiao Feilong with a firm demeanor. Song Yu nodded in acknowledgement and then briskly said, "Elder Yi, please this way." Yi Xiaobai followed Song Yu downstairs, while Xiao Feilong leaned against the wall, unsteadily making his way after them, each step causing his legs to tremble slightly. Gritting his teeth in pain and drawing in sharp breaths. "Gong Tao, does the sect master have any other instructions?" Ming Yin inquired of Gong Tao. "The sect master privately asked me to convey a message to the chief elder." "What message?" "The sect master insists that the chief elder must guarantee the safety of Elder Yi Xiaobai. At the age of 20, in the early stage of the transformation realm, his combat prowess was not inferior to that of someone in the later stage. It is no wonder the sect master places such great importance on this prodigy." Ming Yin sighed. "If given another 10 years, I can scarcely imagine the heights he will attain." Yi Xiaobai. As soon as Fu Kaier spotted Yi Xiaobai descending the stairs, she immediately approached, though her peripheral vision noted the presence of Song Yu and Xiao Feilong. Fu Kaier slowed her pace, adopting a respectful yet unassuming tone. "Elder Song, Elder Xiao, Fu Zhenchuan knows Elder Yi?" Song Yu asked in surprise. "We are comrades in arms." Before Yi Xiaobai could speak, Fu Kaier interjected, "Very good comrades." "Comrades?" Song Yu was taken aback. "Let her say what she wishes." Yi Xiaobai shrugged and then inquired, "Where is the combat department? Compared to comradeship, he would prefer to share a bed with Fu Kaier. No ulterior motives, merely a desire to engage in intimate discourse with her. This way, please, Elder Yi." Song Yu guided Yi Xiaobai and Fu Kaier toward the combat department. while Xiao Feilong continued to lean against the wall, inching his way forward. The first floor of the Elder's Pavilion contained over a dozen rooms, each representing a distinct department, with the combat department located in room 109. At that moment, the hall of room 109 was filled with several outer sect disciples, both male and female. Some were sparring in the center of the hall, while others sat quietly in meditation at the edges, and a few leaned against the walls to observe the matches. Upon the trio's entrance, all eyes in the room were drawn to them. Elder Song. The crowd respectfully bowed, and those sparring ceased their activities. Also bowing in deference, however, the majority of the gazes lingered on Fu Kaier. Her breathtaking beauty and voluptuous figure rendered her the focal point of attention wherever she went. Fu Jinchuan, dressed in the exclusive attire of core true disciples and possessing fair skin and striking looks. She was unparalleled within the Tianjin sect. Heavens, Fu Jinchuan has graced our outer sect combat department. She is the perfect goddess in my eyes. She is also my idol. Am I dreaming? Excitement surged through the crowd. Both male and female, displaying fervent enthusiasm. As for Yi Xiaobai, he was predictably overlooked. After all, who would pay attention to a 20-year-old lad clad in the garb of a mere servant? Feeling the intense stares from the crowd, Fu Kaier subtly shifted a step back behind Yi Xiaobai. Although she had long been accustomed to being the center of attention, the scrutiny from these outer sect disciples was overwhelming. Silence. Song Yu's gaze swept over the assembly, her voice calm yet authoritative. Allow me to introduce, this is Elder Yi Xiaobai. From this day forth, Elder Yi Xiaobai will serve as the senior elder of our outer sect combat department, overseeing the entire department. At these words, the gazes of the disciples shifted instantaneously from Fu Kaier to Yi Xiaobai, their faces registering shock and disbelief. A young man who appeared barely 20 years old was to assume the role of senior elder in the outer sect combat department. Yi Xiaobai felt a flicker of anticipation. Come on, challenge me, doubt me, do not spare me simply because I am handsome. Call me a pretty boy, claim I took shortcuts to get here, whatever it takes. He had even mentally prepared their lines, envisioning a scenario where they would doubt him, mock him, only for him to reveal his strength and slap their faces with reality. Yet reality disappointed Yi Xiaobai. Though many outer sect disciples harbored doubts in their eyes, not a single voice was raised. This current crop of outer sect disciples was lacking. Yi Xiaobai had braced himself to show off and deliver a resounding comeback. But this group of disciples stubbornly refused to give him the opportunity. At that moment, Xiao Feilong, still leaning against the wall, finally shuffled into the combat department room. Observing the silence that enveloped the space, he was taken aback. What on earth are you all doing? Why is no one speaking? The disciples turned their attention toward Xiao Feilong. Wow! An outer sect disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Xiao, after just one outing, your muscles have bulked up. Did you learn some special technique while you were out? What an impressive technique, to achieve such remarkable muscle growth in such a short period. Elder Xiao, can you share which technique it is? We want to learn it too. The male disciples were animated, but the female disciples were even more exuberant. If this technique could be applied to certain areas, would it yield equally astonishing results? Yi Xiaobai's eyes lit up at the thought. Such a boon was irresistible. Whoever needs it, just come to me, and I'll assist you. However, Xiao Feilong was not in the mood for such frivolities. Hearing the outer sect disciples chatter, his expression darkened, his mouth twitching, and he growled, "You bunch of brats, have you lost your minds? Quiet down. If anyone speaks out of turn again, I swear I'll smack you." These little rascals truly knew how to push his buttons. If he weren't currently feeling weak, they would soon learn why flowers bloom so vibrantly. The disciples exchanged glances, bewildered by Xiao Feilong's sudden outburst. Just then, a voice from across the corridor interrupted the simmering tension. What's all this noise? Xiao Feilong, are you feeling restless again? A man in his 30s emerged from the room across the hall, casting a cool gaze at Xiao Feilong. Dio, you want me to help you loosen your bones again? In that instant, the combat department fell silent, every disciple clenching their fists, glaring at the man in a mix of fury and helplessness. Even Xiao Feilong, the brash one, swallowed his anger, unwilling to retaliate. Yi Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and quietly asked Song Yu beside him. Who is this guy? Chapter 42. If you dare, come fight me. Lin Feng, an ordinary elder from the academic department. Song Yu whispered. He was a core true disciple of the previous generation, and after entering the transformation realm, He immediately applied to become an elder. His cultivation has since reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Our combat department and the academic department have historically been at odds, with frequent conflicts. However, a few years ago, our last senior elder in the combat department perished during a mission, leaving us without leadership, which the academic department seized as an opportunity to strike. Xiao Feilong had suffered his fair share of setbacks at Lin Feng's hands. After the introduction, Song Yu turned to Lin Feng and coldly stated, "Lin Feng, our combat department conducts its affairs without your interference. Leave immediately. You are not welcome here." Yi Xiaobai was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Song Yu to be so assertive. Clearly, this female elder possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, what gave her the audacity to chastise someone at the mid-stage of the transformation realm? Lin Feng seemed to harbor a measure of trepidation towards Song Yu. Upon hearing her rebuke, he refrained from retaliating, merely responding coolly, "Elder Song, I am speaking to Xiao Feilong, not to you." "What is the matter, Xiao Feilong? You, a grown man, relying on a woman for protection. Aren't you ashamed?" "You re-talking nonsense," Xiao Feilong exploded. "When have I ever needed a woman to protect me? Lin Feng, you better clarify your words today, or this matter won't end here." He could tolerate many things, but not this particular affront. "Not ending? Very well. I shall see how you intend to carry on." Lin Feng replied with a smirk. "Shall we step outside to have a little spar?" Though Xiao Feilong was apprehensive, his anger boiled over, and he disregarded his reservations, ready to charge forward. However, as he took a step, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Nearly toppling over, a hand had firmly grasped his shoulder, pulling him back. Followed by a calm voice, "Elder Xiao, have you forgotten about me?" The senior elder of the combat department has yet to speak. Why the rush to charge in? Hearing this, Xiao Feilong turned to glance at Yi Xiaobai, then fell silent, gently patting Xiao Feilong on the shoulder. Yi Xiaobai did not rush to act but instead asked Song Yu, "By the way, what is the cultivation level of the senior elder from the academic department?" It was prudent to ascertain the situation in the academic department to avoid any pitfalls. Song Yu replied gravely, "The senior elder of the academic department is a genuine expert, having reached the late stage of the transformation realm for many years. Even when our senior elder in the combat department was still present, we occasionally suffered losses against him." The late stage of the transformation realm? Yi Xiaobai had expected something more formidable. Is that all? His confidence surged. Although he was merely at the early stage of the transformation realm, it did not hinder him from looking down upon those in the late stage. "Lin Feng, is it? You have 3 breaths to vacate my combat department, or you shall face the consequences." Yi Xiaobai wore a smile on his face, yet the words that escaped his lips were far from courteous. The numerous outer disciples of the battle department gazed at Yi Xiaobai in astonishment. Ever since the previous senior steward of the battle department met with misfortune and perished, no one had dared to speak to the members of the academic department in such a manner for years. Even Song Yu, when confronting the academic department, maintained a strong yet far less domineering and confident demeanor than Yi Xiaobai. What a relief! How exhilarating! I find myself rather fond of this newly appointed senior steward. Based solely on this resolute attitude, I hereby declare that Steward Yi Xiaobai shall be my idol from this moment forth. For years, the hearts of everyone in the battle department have been stifled with pent-up frustration. Many could no longer endure the mockery and oppression from the academic department and chose to withdraw from the battle department. Some even turned tail and joined the academic department, leaving those who remained utterly disgusted. 3 years. Do you have any idea how we have endured during this time? Now, at last, there comes someone brave enough to challenge the academic department. How could they not admire him? How could they not revere him? Steward Yi, feel free to confront them. Rest assured, should any trouble arise, we will burn paper offerings for you. Yes, we can burn a substantial amount of gold ingots. I assure you, you will live splendidly on the other side. Why burn gold ingots? Let us burn paper beauties instead, so that Steward Yi will not feel lonely or isolated over there. The discussion began to veer off course, taking a rather bizarre turn. Lin Feng scrutinized Yi Xiaobai with a condescending gaze. You are the newly appointed senior steward of the battle department? Yet, Yi Xiaobai paid him no heed and began counting. Why not? Ha ha ha! Lin Feng erupted in laughter. Is the battle department truly so desperate that they have appointed a mere boy as a senior steward? Kid, have you weaned yet? Should I go to Longju Mountain and fetch you a she-wolf to nurse you? Yi Xiaobai continued to count unhurriedly. This young man is finished, Xiao Feilong, hearing Lin Feng mock Yi Xiaobai, could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Feng. Even if his boss were to arrive, he might not be able to save him. Having personally clashed with Yi Xiaobai, he understood better than anyone how terrifying Yi Xiaobai's strength truly was. Wait, that's not right. This brat just insulted me. Why should I feel sorry for him? Xiao Feilong realized. But Lin Feng was clearly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing his reckless behavior, racing toward the edge of disaster, as if 10 oxen could not pull him back. Want me to leave the battle department? Fine. Lin Feng took 2 steps back, just outside the door of the battle department. Yet, the next moment, he stepped back inside. Ah, I'm back in. The crowd was left speechless. Lin Feng, seemingly unsatisfied, continued his antics. Ah, I'm out again. As he spoke, he took 2 steps back, then stepped forward again. Ah, I'm back in. Hey, this is just for fun. After repeating this several times, Lin Feng declared triumphantly. What do you think? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, come at me. The outer disciples of the battle department felt their blood pressure spike, seething with rage. Damn it, where is my 32-meter-long greatsword? Don't hold me back. I'm going to settle this with him. Wang Erge requests to engage. The crowd was filled with indignation, shouting loudly, yet for a while, no one moved. Point 3. As Yi Xiaobai's voice fell, his figure flickered like a ghost, and the crowd heard a swoosh, followed by a blinding flash. Bang! A sound that struck the ears of everyone present echoed through the air. The next moment, they felt their vision blur, and a figure flew out of the battle department's door, soaring through the air. Boom! That figure crashed through the door of the battle department, traversed the corridor, and smashed into the wall of the academic department on the opposite side, leaving a large hole and causing the wall to tremble slightly. At the entrance of the battle department, Lin Feng's figure had vanished, replaced by Yi Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai straightened his clothes and walked into the battle department, declaring, "Everyone can testify for me. It was he who provoked me." Yi Xiaobai spread his hands, appearing both helpless and contemplative, as if he had never encountered such a request in his life. After a brief pause, he continued, "Although this request is rather unreasonable, I, Yi Xiaobai, have always been eager to help, so I shall reluctantly oblige." Chapter 43. Let go. Don't pull me. In truth, Yi Xiaobai's strength was not formidable enough to eliminate Lin Feng in an instant. One could only blame Lin Feng for being overly complacent, entirely disregarding Yi Xiaobai. When Yi Xiaobai suddenly struck, it was too late for Lin Feng to evade. Otherwise, with his mid-stage God transformation realm cultivation, he should not have been sent flying with a single punch, even if he could not defeat Yi Xiaobai. However, the many outer disciples of the battle department were unaware of these nuances. They only believed what they had witnessed with their own eyes. A formidable mid-stage God transformation disciple, Lin Feng, had been sent flying by Yi Xiaobai's single punch. How powerful! Simply unparalleled. Well done, Xiao Feilong exclaimed excitedly. Steward Yi, from this moment forth, I, Xiao Feilong, officially acknowledge you as the true leader of our battle department. Yi Xiaobai rolled his eyes. So, previously, you were only pretending to submit? It seemed he had been too kind, too lenient in his approach. Steward Yi, Steward Yi, Steward Yi. The outer disciples cheered and applauded, releasing years of pent-up frustration. Fu Kaier looked at the celebrated Yi Xiaobai, a proud smile adorning her face, sharing in his glory. Song Yu also wore a smile, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After years of oppression, the battle department finally welcomed a glimmer of hope. Having spent over a decade in the battle department, treating it as her second home, she felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. You ambushed me. Suddenly, a voice filled with fury echoed from the opposite corridor. Lin Feng appeared, looking disheveled, with several tears in his clothing, his abdomen swollen and reddened, resembling a woman in the middle of pregnancy. Behind Lin Feng stood a large group of outer disciples from the academic department, glaring angrily at the battle department. Beside Lin Feng stood a balding middle-aged man, his gaze directed at the disciples of the battle department, his expression decidedly unfriendly. Oh, I say this steward Lin Feng? In just a few seconds, how has your belly grown so much? Xiao Feilong mocked. How many are you expecting, a boy or a girl? Who has the father? Known for his brashness, Xiao Feilong had transformed into a sharp-tongued wit this time. Lin Feng's face darkened, his eyes fixed on Yi Xiaobai. Kid, if you have the ability, let us have a proper duel. Sneak attacks are no skill at all. What gives you the courage to challenge me? A mere mid-stage god transformation. Yi Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. What, do you find the lesson you just received insufficient? At this, both Lin Feng and the balding middle-aged man frowned slightly. You look down upon mid-stage god transformation. May I ask what your cultivation is? The balding man inquired. Yi Xiaobai replied with confidence. I'm at the early stage of god transformation. Lin Feng and the balding middle-aged man were left stunned, as were the many disciples of both the battle and academic departments. Wait, how can a mere early-stage god transformation have the audacity to look down upon someone in the mid-stage? Lin Feng was bewildered. He even doubted if he had misheard, thinking Yi Xiaobai had said late stage instead of early stage. However, upon glancing at the balding man's expression, he confirmed he had not misheard. Kid, are you mocking me? Lin Feng's face turned ashen, feeling like a clown being toyed with by Yi Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai remained unfazed, calmly stating, don't you want to know why I, an early-stage god transformation, can serve as a senior steward? The crowd fell silent, except for Fu Kaier, Song Yu, and Xiao Feilong, who had witnessed Yi Xiaobai's prowess firsthand and were filled with curiosity. Why? Lin Feng asked, momentarily taken aback. Because the sect master appointed me as the senior steward of the battle department, Yi Xiaobai replied earnestly. Kid, you are courting death. Lin Feng's face turned a shade of green as he felt once again mocked, his anger flaring, blood pressure rising. The balding middle-aged man's expression also darkened, his eyes growing increasingly hostile. Yet Yi Xiaobai continued, don't you want to know why the sect master would appoint me as the senior steward of the battle department? On the verge of exploding, Lin Feng suppressed his rage and coldly demanded, why? Because the sect master admires me, Yi Xiaobai grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Kid, you're mocking me again? Lin Feng's fury erupted completely, his emotions spiraling out of control, his eyes turning red as he leaned forward like a furious beast. Let go. Don't pull me. I'm going to settle the score with this brat today. The balding middle-aged man raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. I'm not holding you back. Behind him, a group of outer disciples from the academic department also raised their hands. We're not holding you back either. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, the corridor enveloped in an eerie stillness. Yi Xiaobai looked at Lin Feng in confusion. What is this act? Stop it. Just now, someone was clearly holding me back. Lin Feng cast a fierce glare at the crowd behind him, then turned to face Yi Xiaobai, speaking with a menacing tone. You wait, kid. Once our leader returns, we'll make sure the combat department knows their place. The balding middle-aged man shot a deep look at Yi Xiaobai and said, We in the academic department will remember today's events. There will be plenty of time in the future. We shall see. Lin Feng and the balding man exchanged harsh words before leading the members of the academic department back to their classroom. Weren't they here to fight? And now they're leaving. Yi Xiaobai expressed his astonishment, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He had expected the academic department members to be more formidable, yet they turned out to be a group that feared the strong and bullied the weak. They are wicked, but not foolish. Song Yu shook her head. At this moment, they can only muster a few harsh words to save face. If it came to actual conflict, they wouldn't dare. What do you mean? Xiao Feilong asked, puzzled. The meaning is quite straightforward. They lack confidence, Yi Xiaobai replied with a faint smile. Although my previous attack had an element of surprise, their actual strength is not to be underestimated. The two of them together struggled to contend with me, especially with Song Yu, our steward, on our side. Wait, you forgot to mention someone. Me, Xiao Feilong interrupted. You? Yi Xiaobai scrutinized Xiao Feilong. You can just stand by and cheer. Before Xiao Feilong could respond, Yi Xiaobai turned to the crowd and smiled lightly. So, how did everyone find that just now? Enjoyable. Very much so. The crowd responded in unison. Dio, you want even more enjoyment? Yi Xiaobai inquired. Absolutely, the crowd exclaimed, invigorated. Then take your time to think. Yi Xiaobai feigned leaving. I will take my leave now. The fervent atmosphere abruptly froze, and the excited voices fell silent. Ahem. Just a joke? Yi Xiaobai halted, gradually retracting his smile. I don't know how you managed before, and I won't express my opinions on that. But starting today, stand tall and embody the spirit that our combat department deserves. I won't say much, but as long as I am in the outer sect's combat department, no one will bully you. Not a soul. His calm yet commanding voice reverberated throughout the room, resolute and unquestionable. The crowd was stirred. their eyes ablaze, blood boiling with fervor. How infuriating! He got us. Fu Kaier felt her heart racing, her beautiful eyes fixated on the youthful man at the center of attention, whose handsome face seemed to radiate light. Chapter 44. The goddess joins Steward Yi. Steward Yi. Steward Yi. The combat department erupted in cheers and applause, each heart brimming with unprecedented exhilaration, eyes filled with excitement and admiration. Yi Xiaobai's arrival allowed the combat department to finally hold their heads high and no longer suffer under the oppression of the academic department. They could now stand proud and declare themselves members of the Outer Sect's combat department. Steward Song, could you please retrieve the roster of the combat department? Yi Xiaobai requested. I noticed that the academic department has a considerable number of members. Why does our combat department only have so few? Did some not come? Xiao Feilong interjected. Steward Yi, there's no need to check. Our combat department has just this few members. Yi Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Such a large combat department, and only a dozen members? At this point, Song Yu sighed. A few years ago, our combat department had an impressive number of over 300 members, making it the largest department in the Outer Sect. However, since the previous senior steward of the combat department fell, we have frequently faced humiliation and suppression from other departments. Many could no longer endure it and chose to leave, leaving us with just a handful of members. Those spineless cowards do not deserve to remain in the combat department, Xiao Feilong scorned at this moment. Fu Kaier spoke up. I've heard some rumors regarding the Outer Sect's combat department. The fall of the previous senior steward caused quite a stir within the Tianjin sect. How did he die? Yi Xiaobai inquired curiously. To hold the position of senior steward, one would have to be at the late stage of the transformation realm. With such a title in the Tianjin sect, his safety should have been assured. It is said that while executing a task, he encountered a formidable demon and was turned to mush with a single slap, Fu Kaier explained. Upon hearing of this, the entire Suizhou was thrown into chaos, and the Tianjin sect was enraged. Elder Xie Shisanjian personally pursued the demon from Suizhou to Qingzhou, slaying the demon with the 5 swords. Yi Xiaobai was left dumbfounded. A dignified martial arts master, hunted down and turned into pulp for killing a steward of the Tianjin sect. Is the Tianjin sect so protective of its own? Excellent, I quite like such a sect. Yi Xiaobai felt that the Tianjin sect's approach resonated deeply with him. He appreciated this protective nature, which provided a sense of security. As for the so-called demon, Yi Xiaobai couldn't care less. History is written by the victors. If I declare you a demon, then you are indeed a demon. The Tianjin sect's determination to label the opponent as a demon was unquestionable. In the vast Zhou Wu dynasty, who would dare to dispute it? Aside from that empress, it was unfortunate for that senior steward. Being reduced to mush was truly tragic. The decline of the combat department stemmed from this incident. Song Yu continued, during that time, the combat department was leaderless, and everyone felt insecure. No one even dared to carry out tasks for fear of encountering another demon. After all, death is final. Even if the Tianjin sect sought vengeance afterward, what significance would it hold for the deceased? As she spoke, Song Yu's gaze turned somber. That time, the sect master intended to appoint a new senior steward, but those at the late stage of the transformation realm preferred to serve as ordinary stewards in other departments rather than take on the mantle in the combat department. No one wished to tread this treacherous path. The combat department became a hot potato that no one wanted to touch. With no senior steward to oversee things, no fresh blood to invigorate the ranks, and existing members leaving one after another, the combat department's decline accelerated. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the combat department could no longer be seen in its former glory. Struggling to survive amidst the oppression and exclusion from various departments. Reflecting on the humiliation endured over the past 3 years, the crowd felt a shared sense of sorrow. It appears that in order to revive the combat department, the immediate priority is to recruit more members and increase our numbers. Understanding the current state of affairs, Yi Xiaobai quickly formulated a plan. Let's set a modest goal, to raise the combat department's membership to 100. Steward Yi, I don't mean to discourage you, but this won't be easy, Xiao Feilong remarked. In recent years, Song Steward and I have done considerable work, even personally going to the Outer Sect to persuade others. Yet not a single person has shown interest in joining the combat department. In their eyes, joining the Outer Sect's combat department equates to facing immense danger while enduring oppression and disdain from other departments. Who would willingly seek such hardship? People are not fools. Without sufficient benefits, why would anyone join the Outer Sect's combat department? Xiao Feilong's words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the crowd's fervor and passion. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy in an instant. However, at that moment, Fu Kaier chirped brightly, "I wish to join the Outer Sex Combat Department." All eyes turned to Fu Kaier, astonished. "Girl, don't be foolish." Yi Xiaobai chuckled helplessly. "You, a core true disciple, want to join the Outer Sex Combat Department? Don't joke with me? Who says I'm joking? I genuinely wish to join the Outer Sex Combat Department. Hurry, bring out the contract and a seal." "I'll sign it right away," Fu Kaier stated earnestly. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. "Are you serious?" Yi Xiaobai looked at Fu Kaier with suspicion. "Of course. Steward Song, Steward Xiao, what do you think? Does this violate sect rules?" Yi Xiaobai turned to Song Yu and Xiao Feilong. Song Yu hesitated for a moment. The sect does not mandate this, but historically, there has been no precedent for a core true disciple joining the Outer Sex Combat Department. I am uncertain if this is permissible. A core true disciple would typically join an inner sect department. Never has anyone like Fu Kaier directly joined an outer sect department. Xiao Feilong shook his head vigorously. "Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Where there is no prohibition, there is freedom to act," Yi Xiaobai decisively declared. "It is settled. From this moment on, Fu Kaier is a member of our Outer Sex Combat Department. Steward Song, quickly prepare the contract and seal." Song Yu appeared a bit hesitant. "Are you sure you want to do this? What's there to fear? Hurry up. If the sect really holds me accountable, I will take full responsibility," Yi Xiaobai asserted with conviction. Upon hearing Yi Xiaobai's words, Song Yu no longer hesitated. If the person in charge was unafraid, why should she, an ordinary steward, feel fear? A few minutes later, Fu Kaier signed the contract, stowing away the seal before looking at Yi Xiaobai with a bright smile. "So, how about it? Did I meet your expectations as a comrade?" "Absolutely," Yi Xiaobai gave a thumbs up. "Tomorrow, we shall become sworn brothers." "Get lost. Who would swear brotherhood with you?" Fu Kaier rolled her eyes, yet her charm was irresistible, captivating the hearts of those around her. The many outer sect disciples in the room were as if caught in a dream, feeling a sense of unreality. The goddess in the hearts of tens of thousands of disciples from the Tianjin sect, Fu Kaier, one of the 4 core true disciples, had truly joined the Outer Sex Combat Department and become their colleague. It was simply unbelievable. That said, joining the Outer Sex Combat Department alone is of little use. Yi Xiaobai furrowed his brow, stating that what they needed was not just 1 or 2 individuals. Is it not simply a matter of recruiting people? How difficult could that be? Fu Kaier smiled lightly, her charming face brimming with confidence as she volunteered. "Just wait. I will go bring you a group of people right now." Before Yi Xiaobai could respond, Fu Kaier swiftly departed the combat department, her elegant legs moving with urgency, seemingly more eager than Yi Xiaobai himself. Chapter 45. A flood of arrivals before her promotion to core true disciple. Fu Kaier was already recognized as the goddess of the inner sect, her influence undoubtedly immense. Tio put it mildly. Her appeal among the inner and outer sect disciples far surpassed that of the 3 established core true disciples, even eclipsing many of the stewards, second only to the Sword Ancestor, the Sect Master, and the 7 Elders. After leaving the outer sect steward office, the first place Fu Kaier arrived at was a tranquil courtyard in the outer sect. Knock, knock, knock. The doorbell echoed as a young girl emerged from within. "Who is it?" Upon opening the door and seeing Fu Kaier, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Kaier Shiji, what brings you here?" Fu Kaier's first words were, "Lingming, I need your help." "Help?" Lingming questioned, puzzled. "Kaier Shiji, have you encountered some trouble?" There was no time for lengthy explanations. "Just come with me." Fu Kaier seized the delicate, pale hand of the girl and hurriedly exited the courtyard. Lingming, bewildered, followed Fu Kaier until she mentioned the Outer Sex Combat Department, at which point Lingming's eyes widened. "Kaier Shiji, you've joined the Outer Sex Combat Department?" "The Outer Sex Combat Department is in dire need of personnel." "A significant number," Fu Kaier stated earnestly. "Lingming, can you assist me?" But Lingming's mind was muddled. The shortage of personnel in the Outer Sex Combat Department was a matter for the stewards. What did it have to do with Kaier Shiji? Fu Kaier hesitated, unsure how to explain. "Oh, just forget about that. Will you help me or not?" Fu Kaier took the initiative. "How can I help?" Lingming asked, still dazed. "Help me inform everyone in both the inner and outer sects. Saying that I, Fu Kaier, earnestly request everyone to join the Outer Sex Combat Department." After pondering, Fu Kaier added, "You have many friends. You should be able to spread the news swiftly throughout the inner and outer sections. She could manage this herself, but it would be too time-consuming. Lingming stammered, Kaier Shiji, are you sure you want to do this? With your appeal, if the news truly spreads throughout the inner and outer sects, I fear the threshold of the outer sects combat department will be trampled. Come on, little Lingming, will you help or not? Fu Kaier playfully ruffled the girl's hair, her long, dark locks becoming disheveled. Stop messing with my hair. Kaier Shiji, if you keep this up, I'll go bald. Lingming quickly turned away, escaping Fu Kaier's clutches. As she tidied her hair, she sighed, fine, I'll help you. Thank you, little Lingming, Fu Kaier exclaimed joyfully. I'm not little. Lingming frowned, huffing, in just a few days, I'll be 19, and you're only 20, Kaier Shiji. Fu Kaier glanced at Lingming's ample bosom and nodded in agreement. Indeed, not so little anymore. One could only wonder how this girl developed such a devilishly alluring figure while maintaining an angelic, innocent countenance. With this innate, exceptional capital, even though Lingming's talent paled in comparison to Fu Kaier's, her popularity in the outer sect was equally remarkable, with even some inner sect disciples treating her as a goddess. Fu Kaier suspected that if Lingming's talent were even slightly stronger, she might surpass Fu Kaier in popularity. Playfully, Fu Kaier pinched the girl's perky bottom, saying, little Lingming, I'm counting on you for this. I'll be waiting for your good news, be modest. Lingming swatted Fu Kaier's hand away. Kaier Shiji, you're the inner sect goddess. Can you please act a bit more seriously? A short while later, Fu Kaier returned to the outer sects combat department. Is it just you? Yi Xiaobai inquired. Didn't you say you were going to bring a group of people? Fu Kaier rolled her eyes. Don T. Rush, let the news spread a bit. Yi Xiaobai was skeptical, but as he had no immediate ideas for recruiting, he decided to wait in the outer sects combat department and see if Fu Kaier could truly bring him a surprise. Approximately half an hour later, a sudden knock echoed at the door of the outer sects combat department. Knock, knock, knock. All eyes in the room turned towards the sound. A shy young man dressed in the inner sect disciples' attire timidly asked, excuse me, is the outer sects combat department still recruiting inner sect disciples? When did our outer sects combat department become so prestigious as to attract inner sect disciples? The crowd exchanged glances. Fu Kaier, however, displayed a hint of pride. You see, people are coming. Before Yi Xiaobai could respond, the outer sect corridor was filled with a cacophony of footsteps as a large group approached the outer sects combat department. Soon, the entrance of the outer sects combat department was packed with a throng of inner and outer sect disciples, completely blocking the corridor. The noise was thunderous, akin to a roaring sea. Even personnel from other departments, such as the Academic Affairs Department, were stirred, opening their doors to see what was happening outside. Inside the combat department, everyone was dumbfounded. It was understandable for outer sect disciples to wish to join. But what on earth were these inner sect disciples doing here? At first glance, there appeared to be no fewer than several hundred, and they continued to flood in. Seems I underestimated you, girl, Yi Xiaobai expressed his surprise. He hadn't anticipated Fu Kaier's appeal to be this formidable, returning with so many people after just one outing. Now, the outer sects combat department need not worry about recruitment. Approaching the door and surveying the crowded, noisy throng outside, Yi Xiaobai harnessed a modicum of heavenly power to amplify his voice, making it resonate like a thunderclap. Silence. Instantly, the corridor fell silent, and all eyes converged on Yi Xiaobai. Do you all wish to join the outer sects combat department? Yi Xiaobai inquired. In unison, the crowd responded, yes, very well, please line up and sign the contracts in order. With a grand gesture, Yi Xiaobai indicated that he would accept all those gathered. Seeing the situation, Song Yu immediately cautioned Yi Xiaobai. You must not. This is completely unmanageable. Why not? Yi Xiaobai asked. Is there a limit on the number of people each department can have? Song Yu shook her head. There are no such regulations from the sect. However, our combat department is simply not large enough to accommodate so many people, she continued, lowering her voice, and the quality of these individuals varies greatly. If we accept them all, it could lead to issues. Who knows if there are instigators among them sent from other departments? Moreover, even if the combat department is struggling, not everyone can join. Yi Xiaobai sought her guidance. Then what do you suggest we do? When no one was coming, they longed for people to arrive. Now that so many had come, it was also a problem. Perhaps this was the dilemma of happiness. Song Yu glanced at the densely packed inner and outer sect disciples in the corridor. The long line extending even beyond the outer sect steward office's square. Taking a deep breath, she made a bold decision. How about we only recruit inner sect disciples? Is that appropriate? Yi Xiaobai frowned. These outer sect disciples were also invited by Fu Kai'er. If they were turned away, how would Fu Kai'er face them in the future? Fu Kai'er had done him a great favor, and naturally, he wanted to consider her feelings as well. This Song Yu hesitated, recognizing that this decision would indeed cause Fu Kai'er some trouble. How about this? Let us first recruit 300 people, regardless of their cultivation or background. Those who are at the front of the line will secure the spots. Yi Xiaobai contemplated for a moment before suggesting, for the remaining individuals, if they express a desire to join the combat department, we can temporarily establish an internship department akin to our combat department's external members. We can set a 1-month trial period for the internship department, and those who perform excellently can formally join the combat department. An internship department? That's a brilliant idea. The crowd's eyes lit up, finding this proposal feasible. The only question remained. Would these inner and outer sect disciples be willing to join the internship department? The outer sect disciples might be more agreeable, but the inner sect disciples were often quite proud. Their willingness to join the outer sect's combat department was already a favor towards Fu Kai'er. Now, asking them to enter an internship department might rub many the wrong way. However, this was the best solution available. They couldn't simply send everyone away, could they? Girl, what do you think? Yi Xiaobai sought Fu Kai'er's opinion. I think it's quite good. Fu Kai'er nodded hurriedly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her intentions had been genuinely altruistic, yet she had underestimated her own influence, inadvertently presenting Yi Xiaobai with a dilemma. As long as Yi Xiaobai did not hold it against her, she would be content. As for the inner and outer sect disciples who had come seeking her out, she could hardly muster concern. Chapter 46. A complete sweep. If the multitude of disciples were to discover Fu Kai'er's thoughts, many hearts would undoubtedly shatter. Nevertheless, Fu Kai'er remained indifferent to such sentiments. Whether they felt heartbroken or not was of no consequence to her. Her only concern was Yi Xiaobai's happiness. Esteemed colleagues, Yi Xiaobai declared decisively, I must apologize. Due to administrative constraints within the Outer Sect's combat division, we can only accept the maximum of 300 individuals at this time. The first 300 disciples in line will be granted immediate admission to our combat division, while the remaining applicants will be temporarily placed in an internship division. Should you wish to join the combat division, you may first enter the internship for a month of evaluation. Those who excel will then be welcomed into the combat division. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into a commotion. While the outer sect disciples managed to endure, the inner sect disciples could not contain their displeasure. They had humbled themselves to approach the outer sect, only to be turned away. Where could they save face? However, before they could voice their grievances, Yi Xiaobai continued, as a gesture of goodwill, we shall distribute 1 tael of silver to each disciple present. We hope for your understanding. 1 tael of silver for nothing. Is this for real? The disciples, who had initially been aggrieved, found themselves pacified in an instant. Though 1 tael was not a substantial amount, it nonetheless demonstrated the combat division's sincerity. Moreover, they had done nothing but walk over, and now they were to receive 1 tael of silver. What was there to complain about? Elder Yi, Song Yu hesitated. The funds for our combat division are tightly allocated. If we proceed with this, we may find it difficult to report back to the chief elder. There must be 2,000 or 3,000 people in the corridor and outer sect square. Practically all the vacant disciples from both inner and outer sects have likely arrived. If each were to receive 1 tael, that would amount to several thousand taels, equivalent to hundreds of taels of gold. This was no trivial sum. Let us do it for now. I will personally cover the difference later, Yi Xiaobai stated. Even as he spoke, his heart ached at the thought. Having not yet earned a single coin, he was already set to shell out several hundred taels of gold. This outer sect's combat division was indeed a burden. Upon hearing Yi Xiaobai's words, Song Yu no longer opposed the idea. As long as the funds did not come directly from the combat division. How about this? I will contribute 1/3 of the total amount, she offered. This isn't your fault. Why should you bear the entire burden alone? After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Feilong, under Song Yu's prompting gaze, chimed in, I will also contribute 1/3. Seeing others willing to share the burden, Yi Xiaobai promptly exclaimed, Excellent. It is settled then. Song Yu and Xiao Feilong were momentarily taken aback. You really didn't have to be so agreeable. Even a pretense of politeness would suffice. Let us begin. Yi Xiaobai directed, assigning tasks. Elder Song, you will handle the contracts and records. Elder Xiao, you will distribute the funds. And you? Song Yu and Xiao Feilong inquired, puzzled. Me? As a senior elder of the combat division, do you truly expect me to handle such trivial matters personally? Yi Xiaobai replied, as if it were the most natural thing. If I must do everything myself, what purpose do you serve? Fine then. Song Yu and Xiao Feilong had no retort. In no time. Song Yu and Xiao Feilong became engrossed in their tasks, while Yi Xiaobai leisurely stood aside. I apologize for the inconvenience, Fu Kaier murmured. I should have only notified the inner sect disciples and not the outer sect ones. She had not anticipated her influence to be so profound. She had thought a few hundred individuals would be commendable enough. It's no trouble at all. It's but a small sum, Yi Xiaobai feigned nonchalance. As long as there were attendees, spending a little money was inconsequential. The absence of attendees would have been the real dilemma. I should actually thank you for alleviating my significant predicament. Though he would spend several hundred taels of gold, the expenditure was justified. For many among this group of disciples were from the inner sect and the vast outer sect. It would be nearly impossible to find another department capable of recruiting inner sect disciples, let alone core true descendants, aside from the combat division. Surrounding the combat division, various departments were taken aback by the lively scene, particularly as they observed the inner sect disciples. Many elders felt a pang of envy. Goodness, is the combat division truly aiming to sweep up both the inner and outer sects? The elders were rife with jealousy. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed before, not even among the most popular departments of the inner sect. Those unaware might have assumed that it was a joint recruitment effort among several inner sect departments. What is so remarkable about the combat division? Why is everyone so eager to join? Even attracting inner sect disciples? Lin Feng, the educational affairs elder, remarked with a hint of jealousy. What does our educational affairs department lack compared to the combat division? The bald middle-aged man furrowed his brow. The long-standing rivalry between the educational affairs and combat division had persisted for years, and he was unwilling to see the combat division thrive. After a moment of contemplation, the bald man addressed an inner sect disciple in line. Young friend, the combat division has fallen into decline, offering meager benefits. Moreover, the tasks are perilous. Our educational affairs department provides nearly double the compensation with far less strenuous work. What say you? Would you consider joining our educational affairs department? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Indeed, this is the perfect opportunity to poach talent, he exclaimed eagerly. Yes, yes. Our educational affairs department offers superior benefits, guaranteed to be 100 times better than your experience in the combat division. Furthermore, the combat division has limited slots and has even established an internship division. With your status and capabilities, to be relegated to an internship would be a waste of your talents. Come join us in the educational affairs department. I assure you, you will shine. Are you Lin Feng, the senior brother? An inner sect disciple hesitated, recognizing the once renowned core true descendant who had not been in the public eye for some time. Yes, I am Lin Feng, he replied, wearing a self-satisfied smile. Now, as an elder of the educational affairs department, would you like to know more about us? Does the educational affairs department also offer money? The inner sect disciple asked expectantly. Lin Feng hesitated, glancing at the bald man before stammering, Do we offer money? The bald man gritted his teeth. Yes, we do, junior brother. Did you hear that? We also offer money, Lin Feng declared confidently, his smile radiant. I am sorry, senior brother Lin, your educational affairs department is indeed appealing, but I still choose the combat division. The inner sect disciple's response shattered Lin Feng's composure. What is so great about the combat division? Why are you so insistent on joining them? Lin Feng pressed. Before the inner sect disciple could respond, a sudden stir erupted from behind the corridor. A pure, innocent girl maneuvered through the crowd, arriving at the front of the line with a naive and innocent expression. Dear senior brothers and sisters, may I cut in line? Ling Ming wishes to join the outer sect combat division, but she has arrived late. Her pitiful demeanor was utterly endearing. Not only did the male disciples find it irresistible, but even the female disciples could hardly resist. Let her in, let her in. The male disciple at the front immediately offered up his spot, looking around to ask, Does anyone have any objections? Unsurprisingly, the crowd shook their heads in unison. The girl joyfully cut in line, signed the contract, received the official seal, and join the Outer Sect Combat Division. Hee, Sister Kai'er, I have arrived, Ling Ming beamed, skipping over to Fu Kai'er. From now on, we are colleagues. At this, her expression turned serious as she offered a formal bow. Ling Ming, a member of the Outer Sect Combat Division, reports for duty. I look forward to your guidance. Observing Fu Kai'er and Ling Ming standing side by side in the Combat Division S-quarters, onlookers were awestruck. An Inner Sect Goddess, an Outer Sect Goddess. The two most enchanting flowers of the Tianjian sect had both joined the Outer Sect Combat Division. Even if they were to do nothing but stand there, their mere presence constituted the most beautiful scenery of the Tianjian sect. In addition, several female disciples who enjoyed a friendly rapport with Fu Kai'er and Ling Ming followed suit, eagerly cutting in line to join the Outer Sect Combat Division. Within the room, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, captivating all eyes. This scene invigorated the previously hesitant Inner and Outer Sect disciples, who promptly declared that they had no intention of seeking alternatives beyond the Outer Sect Combat Division. No ulterior motives were intended. They merely wished to experience life within the Outer Sect Combat Division. What? Not enough slots to join the Outer Sect Combat Division? No matter. The Internship Division is also appealing. We relish challenges. How else can we showcase our abilities? Senior Brother Lin, it's not that your Educational Affairs Department is lacking. I simply prefer the atmosphere of the Combat Division. The Inner Sect disciple once again rebuffed Lin Feng's invitation, gazing longingly at the lively scene within the Combat Division. Money can always be earned, but beauty fades. One must not overlook the allure of lovely maidens. Not only the disciples in the corridor, but even those from various nearby departments were stirred into action. Lin Feng exchanged glances with the bald, middle-aged man, both feeling a sense of helplessness. Relying on women to recruit talent truly a legitimate strategy? Lin Feng grumbled, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of futility. He turned to the bald man. Shall we also consider employing this tactic? The balding, middle-aged man cast a glance at a few rather unsightly individuals within the Academic Affairs Department and thought better of it. Chapter 47. You take the lead. I shall play a subordinate role, ensuring that I do not vie for your favor. IT was not only the Academic Affairs Department. Other departments were also employing various tactics in their attempts to poach talent. Yet, what had once been infallible methods for them had now collectively faltered. The Inner and Outer disciples seemed resolute in their commitment to the Outer Sect Battle Department, preferring to join the newly established Internship Division rather than align themselves with any other department. Numerous stewards were filled with apprehension, worried for the future of their respective departments. However, fortune seldom comes alone. Not only had they failed to recruit anyone, but members within their own departments were now resigning en masse. Steward after steward found themselves encircled, besieged by requests to withdraw from their ranks. For goodness sake, not only did we fail to recruit anyone, but now our own house has been ransacked. Many stewards were infuriated to the point of blood spitting. Enduring a moment of anger only led to further resentment. Taking a step back only intensified their frustration. The stewards exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent consensus. Thus, a dozen or so stewards strode through the crowd, their demeanor fierce as they made their way toward the battle department's quarters. The multitude of disciples was taken aback, their gazes converging upon this group of stewards. Songyu, are you all being too excessive? Lin Feng coldly remarked, the Outer Sect Steward Hall does not belong solely to your battle department. If you take every disciple for yourselves, what becomes of our Academic Affairs Department? What about our Miscellaneous Department? What of our Reception Department? What of us? The stewards, brimming with indignation, accused the battle department of their transgressions and expressed their discontent. Songyu furrowed her brow, poised to respond, but was halted by Yi Xiaobai. Recruitment is based on merit. How the battle department conducts its affairs is not for you to dictate, Yi Xiaobai asserted confidently. If you have the capability to recruit, then do so. If you can attract talent, do we even need to be here debating with you? The stewards were left speechless. Who do you think you are? One steward coldly glared at Yi Xiaobai. When did the Outer Sect Steward Hall come to be addressed by a mere errand disciple? It was only then that the crowd noticed Yi Xiaobai donned in the garb of a miscellaneous disciple. I initially sought to engage with you as an ordinary individual, yet all I received in return was indifference. Yi Xiaobai sighed lightly before coolly declaring, very well, no more pretense. I hereby reveal my true identity. I am Yi Xiaobai, the newly appointed senior steward of the Outer Sect Battle Department. This battle department is under my jurisdiction. The crowd stared at Yi Xiaobai in astonishment. Senior steward? One steward questioned skeptically, "Are you trying to deceive me? Come, let me show you my prized possession." Yi Xiaobai beckoned to the stewards and then produced a waist token, which not only bore his name but also inscribed the words Senior Steward of the Outer Sect Battle Department. Can you read? Do these 9 characters ring a bell? Well, judging by your expressions, it seems not. Come, let us read together. Outer Sect Battle Department Senior Steward. Good. Let us repeat that once more. Outer Sect Battle Department Senior Steward. Have you comprehended it yet? The crowd fell into silence. Who would have thought that this brash young man clad in the attire of a miscellaneous disciple was indeed a senior steward of the Outer Sect Battle Department? Although we reside in a fantastical world, this is quite surreal. Lin Feng, already aware of Yi Xiaobai's identity, remained unfazed. I care not for your title. In any case, the Outer Sect Battle Department is not permitted to cause further disruption. I have neither violated sect rules nor coerced anyone. Which of your eyes witnessed us causing any chaos? Yi Xiaobai retorted with a sharp tone, showing no courtesy. As for you, our battle department is merely conducting normal recruitment. Yet you obstruct us. What does that signify? What, do you wish to join the battle department as well? You have 3 breaths to vacate, otherwise, upon hearing this, while other stewards were yet to react. Lin Feng instinctively took a step back. He was all too familiar with that phrase to this day. His stomach still ached slightly, and the swollen muscles had yet to subside. Otherwise what? The other stewards stood their ground, entirely unperturbed by Yi Xiaobai's threat. Regardless of Yi Xiaobai's strength, there were simply too many of them to fear a mere young lad. Otherwise, I shall summon the chief steward to adjudicate this matter on behalf of our battle department. Yi Xiaobai stated languidly. Upon hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows. They were indeed in the wrong, and should the chief steward be summoned, they would most likely face reprimand. Young man, is your only recourse to report us? One steward retorted angrily. If you possess the capability, let us engage in a genuine battle. Should you emerge victorious, we shall heed your every command. The familiarity of this statement reminded Lin Feng of his own predicament. Causing his stomach to subtly ache once more, Yi Xiaobai began to count down. The stewards exchanged glances, their anger palpable yet accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness, ultimately retreating in defeat. Forget it. We cannot manage this. Let us first find a way to stabilize our own members who are restless. Effortlessly diffusing a chaotic situation, Yi Xiaobai waved at the crowd. Continue the music, resume the dance. Oh no? Proceed with the contracts and distribute the funds. Nearby, Ling Ming tugged at Fu Kai's arm, whispering, Kai, your comrade is quite the rascal and amusing, isn't he? Don't speak nonsense, Fu Kai immediately defended. Xiaobai is not that kind of person. What's the rush? I never said there was anything wrong with being mischievous, Ling Ming chuckled. Those who are cheeky are simply more entertaining. Besides, he is not only cheeky but also quite charismatic. And let us not forget, he is rather handsome as well. Indeed, he is cheeky and undeniably commanding, Ling Ming exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with newfound admiration. What a fascinating individual, Kai. I think I might have developed a bit of a fondness for your comrade. Can we strike a deal? You take the lead, and I shall take a supporting role, ensuring I do not vie for your favor. Fu Kai was left dumbfounded. This girl truly dares to say anything. Haha, I'm just joking, Kai. Do not be alarmed. Rest assured, I won't steal your comrade. Ling Ming emphasized the word comrade with a playful tone, then added cheerfully at most. I might just borrow him for a bit, perhaps for 3 nights? No, 2 would suffice, if absolutely necessary. Even 1 night would be acceptable. Fu Kai felt her cheeks flush at such brazen words. Girl, are you feeling frisky? Fu Kai dared not let Ling Ming continue, fearing that if this went on, she might start to think that Yi Xiaobai was unclean. Moments later, 300 disciples completed their contracts, comprising 28 inner disciples and 272 outer disciples. If divided by gender, there were 265 female disciples and 35 male disciples. The remaining individuals were also registered, joining the internship division. The internship division totaled 3,150 individuals, with 196 inner disciples and 2,954 outer disciples. This number was nearly equivalent to the combined total of all other outer departments. Not to mention, there were so many inner disciples among them. Just the roster alone consumed several volumes. Gazing at the stack of numerous registries, Song Yu drew in a sharp breath. Surely we haven't truly captured every available inner and outer disciple in the Tianjin sect? Chapter 48. Reporting a grievance. How many disciples does the Tianjin sect have in total? Song Yu inquired of Xiao Feilong. I can't recall precisely. There should be over 10,000 miscellaneous disciples, more than 6,000 outer disciples, and around 900 inner disciples, with 3 core true disciples. No, now there are 4. Xiao Feilong scratched his head. Aside from the core true disciples, he could only vaguely remember the numbers for the other ranks. Thus, excluding the miscellaneous disciples, the total number of other disciples should be around 7,000. Song Yu glanced at the thick stack of registries, and now, our battle department's membership accounts for half of the total inner and outer disciples? With 300 formal members, plus 3,150 internship members, that amounts to 3,450 individuals. This does not even include the original 13 members of the battle department. By sheer numbers, this eclipses the battle department's most glorious peak. Multiplying tenfold. Hiss. Song Yu and Xiao Feilong exchanged stunned glances, both unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. It felt surreal, akin to a dream. A staggering total of 3,450 individuals, among them, so many inner disciples. Throughout the history of the Tianjin sect, no department has ever achieved such a feat. The outer sect battle department has set an unprecedented record. While I anticipated the rise of the outer sect battle department, the speed and suddenness of this ascent are truly astonishing. Song Yu felt slightly dizzy. Within the span of mere hours, they had not only reclaimed their peak, but had far surpassed it, with numbers 10 times greater than during their most illustrious period. But what of the process? Was it not said that ascent requires a gradual process? Steward Song, Steward Xiao, Yi Xiaobai remarked at that moment. It is now time for your efforts. We must assign specific tasks for our outer sect battle department. We need to ensure that both formal and internship members have duties to fulfill. Song Yu's lips twitched slightly. With over 3,000 individuals, where am I to find enough tasks to assign them all? Previously, I lamented the abundance of tasks with no one to execute them. Now, I must worry about not having enough tasks to go around. What, do you find this challenging? Yi Xiaobai inquired. Elder Yi, this matter seems to be quite concerning. Just then, Song Yu, who had been speaking, suddenly had a moment of clarity, her eyes sparkling with realization. We still have those long overdue tasks from previous years. If we lack new assignments, we can certainly utilize those accumulated tasks to fill the gap. The scope of Song Yu's thoughts broadened instantly. Those outstanding tasks were relatively challenging, typically difficult for ordinary outer disciples to execute, and there were quite a number of them. But now, with so many inner disciples at their disposal, what was there to fear? This approach not only addressed the issue of members' income, but also conveniently resolved the backlog of tasks, truly a double benefit. With this in mind, Song Yu smiled reassuringly at Elder Yi, saying, Rest assured, Elder Yi, Xiao Feilong and I will handle this matter well. Xiao Feilong, indifferent to the details, merely planned to follow Song Yu's lead when the time came. At that moment, a commotion echoed through the corridor, prompting everyone to look up. They saw the outer sect steward, Ming Yin, approaching, accompanied by Lin Feng and a group of other stewards. Lin Feng, with a mocking grin directed at Yi Xiaobai, reveled in his self-satisfaction. Did you not wish to lodge a complaint? I shall beat you to it and report to the steward first. Let us see how you will respond. He aimed to block Yi Xiaobai's path, leaving him with no retreat. Steward. The crowd respectfully bowed. In the outer sect, those in the Nirvana realm were undeniably top-tier figures, and none dared to defy their will. Elder Yi, what is the situation with your outer sect's combat department? Ming Yin inquired with a curious demeanor, lacking any intent to reprimand. How could he offend someone the sect master had instructed him to protect? Yi Xiaobai shrugged. As you can see, we have merely recruited a few individuals for our outer sect's combat department. Merely a few? Ming Yan's expression twisted in disbelief. This is hardly a few. The number of recruits here is nearly equivalent to the total personnel of all inner and outer departments combined. He inhaled deeply, speaking gravely, Elder Yi, while you may recruit, it must not disrupt the operations of other departments. Just look. The corridor is completely blocked by your people. Do you truly believe this is acceptable? As for the issue of the outer sect's combat department recruiting inner disciples, he chose to turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance. What could he say against inner disciples recruited based on merit? Moreover, he had long harbored disdain for the inner sect's elite, And now that the Outer Sex Combat Department had brought in so many inner disciples, it only served to elevate his status. He was more inclined to commend Yi Xiaobai than to reprimand him. We simply do not have the space to accommodate so many people in our Outer Sex Combat Department, Yi Xiaobai lamented, spreading his hands in exasperation. We do not intend to impede our brother departments, but the sheer number of members in our Outer Sex Combat Department is overwhelming. Then recruit fewer individuals, Lin Feng interjected, attempting to sow discord. Would it not be better for the surplus to join our other departments? The fox's tail had been revealed. Yi Xiaobai sighed. I wish it were that simple. Yet they insist on joining the Outer Sex Combat Department. There is nothing I can do to stop them. Hearing this, the stewards felt a surge of frustration. You can ask them yourselves. Yi Xiaobai pointed to the multitude of disciples present. Elder Yi is correct. We only wish to join the Outer Sex Combat Department. I apologize, but I am allergic to the atmosphere of other departments. I, Wang Ergo, live as a member of the Combat Department and die as a ghost of the Combat Department. Yi Xiaobai turned to Ming Yin and said, Steward, did you see? This matter is truly not my fault. Ming Yin fell silent, while the other stewards grew anxious. Yet we cannot allow your Outer Sex Combat Department to obstruct the path and hinder the operations of other departments. One steward persisted. This rationale was undeniably valid. Enough, everyone be quiet, Ming Yin interjected, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Here's the deal. For the next few days, you will keep a low profile. I will personally request the sect master to allocate a separate office building for you. In the future, your Outer Sex Combat Department will operate independently from the Outer Sex Steward Office. Any matters can be reported directly to me, and I will notify you of any issues concerning the Steward Office. Upon hearing this, the stewards were left dumbfounded. Wait a moment, we came to create trouble, not to assist him. Lin Feng's mind began to swirl. How had the situation turned such that he gained no advantage, instead inadvertently aiding Yi Xiaobai? He desperately wanted to ask, Steward, whose interests are you truly serving here? Yi Xiaobai, however, was elated. A separate office building. That sounds splendid, Steward. You are truly generous. On behalf of the Outer Sex Combat Department, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Enough with the flattery, Ming Yin replied with a hint of exasperation. Let us disperse these individuals for now. Once your office building is constructed, we will formally commence operations. Understood. Yi Xiaobai readily agreed, then turned to the members of the Outer Sex Combat Department, saying, You all heard the steward's words, correct? Without further ado, let us disperse for today. Once our dedicated office building is complete, we shall reconvene there. For the next few days, consider it a break for everyone. In no time, the members of the Outer Sex Combat Department began to depart, leaving only Yi Xiaobai, Song Yu, Xiao Feilong, Fu Kai'er, and Ling Ming behind. Well then, are you all satisfied now? Yi Xiaobai addressed the group of stewards. Their faces were dark with displeasure, yet they could not express their frustrations, ultimately leaving with scowls. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Ming Yin excused himself and returned to his office. Young lady, why have you not yet departed? Yi Xiaobai's gaze lingered momentarily on Ling Ming's noticeably ample bosom before turning to Fu Kai'er. Fu Kai'er, blushing, asked, Are you still planning to cultivate today? Yi Xiaobai thought to himself, What business is it of yours whether I cultivate or not? But upon seeing Fu Kai'er's flushed cheeks, he quickly realized, Cultivate, of course, we must cultivate. Yi Xiaobai's eyes briefly roamed over Fu Kai'er's snow-white thighs before he earnestly stated, Here is the plan. Please wait for me in my courtyard. Once I finish attending to matters in the combat department, I will seek you out. We shall engage in earnest cultivation, discussing profound insights and sharing experiences. The others looked on in confusion. The way he spoke of cultivation sounded rather peculiar. And as for Fu Kai'er, why was she blushing at the mention of cultivation? Something seemed amiss. Very well. I shall wait for you in your courtyard. Fu Kai'er quickly agreed, pulling Ling Ming away. Wait, Sister Kai'er. I still wish to converse with Elder Yi for a few moments. Unfortunately, Ling Ming's words were cut short as Fu Kai'er dragged her out of the Outer Sect Steward office. Once Fu Kai'er and Ling Ming left, Yi Xiaobai reluctantly withdrew his gaze and turned to Song Yu and Xiao Feilong. The issues concerning our members and office space have been resolved. Is there anything else that requires my attention? Song Yu pondered for a moment and approached a desk, retrieving a bundle of scrolls from beneath it. Upon seeing the scrolls, Xiao Feilong's expression grew serious, tinged with an oddity. These 13 tasks are high-level assignments that have been backlogged in the Outer Sex Combat Department for 3 years. We have already addressed the simpler high-level tasks, but these 13 are beyond our capability to complete alone. Song Yue's demeanor turned grave. Initially, we intended to transfer these tasks to the Inner Sect's combat department, but some inner stewards looked down on them, while others lacked the courage to undertake them, returning them to us. Ordinary tasks can be completed by regular disciples, but high-level tasks require the direct involvement of stewards. Yi Xiaobai inquired curiously, are these high-level tasks particularly difficult? The issue is not about difficulty per se. Rather, most of these tasks are exceedingly peculiar, Song Yu replied, her expression laden with discomfort. Aside from the first few tasks which are relatively normal, the rest, well, it's best if you see for yourself. Peculiar? Yi Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. What tasks could possibly be deemed peculiar? Just how strange are they? He took the bundle of task scrolls and began to peruse them. Task: collect 10 pairs of Windwolf Demon wings. Reward: 100 taels of gold. The Windwolf Demon is a 4th-tier great demon, known for its dual wings and lightning-fast flight, rivaling the speed of a human at the divine transformation stage. If it were merely this, the task would be simple, Song Yu explained from the side. However, Windwolf demons inhabit the depths of Wolf Residence Mountain, where powerful demons at the divine transformation stage frequently roam. Encountering such a demon could easily lead to fierce battles, attracting even more formidable creatures, including the legendary Wolf King. This task appears deceptively simple but is fraught with peril. Wolf Residence Mountain? Yi Xiaobai pondered, feeling perplexed. Are there truly many divine transformation demons residing there? I was unaware. He had traversed the entirety of Wolf Residence Mountain, encountering only a single small silver wolf that seemed to hint at being a divine transformation demon. Yi Xiaobai shook his head and continued to read. Task: eliminate the fish demon clan at Weiyang Lake. Reward: 80 taels of gold. I am familiar with this one. Xie Feilang, with an air of expectation, spoke loudly. The fish demon clan at Weiyang Lake used to be quite docile, keeping to themselves and not interfering with us humans. However, since last year, for reasons unknown, they have begun to assault humans. Anyone who ventures near Weiyang Lake falls victim to their attacks, resulting in the loss of many lives among the local populace. Song Yu nodded thoughtfully and continued, the challenge lies in the vastness of Weiyang Lake and the overwhelming number of fish demons. Although individually they are not particularly strong, mostly 1st or 2nd-tier beasts, the sheer volume makes it exceedingly difficult to eradicate them. Even a being of the divine transformation realm would find it a daunting task to cleanse the area in a short time. Though these tasks present some difficulty, they are not entirely unexpected. Are they? Yi Xiaobai pondered, a sense of confusion brewing within him as he examined the tasks. Task: host the Youth Talents Battle in Tianya City. Date: June 13. Location: Tianya City. Requirement: late-stage divine transformation. Reward: 100 taels of gold. Here, the nature of the tasks shifted dramatically. Task: successfully persuade the Grass Lamp Monk of Dadong Temple to renounce his monastic vows. Reward: 800 taels of gold. Task: successfully convince the Purple Garment Princess to abandon her scholarly pursuits for martial ones. Reward: 1,000 taels of gold. Task: force Yi Qiu, the 2nd young master of the Yi family in Dian City, to publicly admit his foolishness. Reward: 3,000 taels of gold. Task: assist Master Li Tianhuan obtaining forgiveness from his wife, Master Shui Rou. Reward: 5,000 taels of gold. Task: publicly confess to the leader of the Imperial Army, Iron Fairy. Reward: 10,000 taels of gold. Task? Yi Xiaobai's mind felt momentarily jumbled. Persuade a monk to renounce his vows? Convince a princess to forsake literature for combat? Force someone to publicly declare themselves a fool? Mend fences between 2 master practitioners? Confess to the leader of the Imperial Army? Yi Xiaobai fell silent. These tasks were not merely strange. They were utterly bizarre. Who in their right mind would issue such tasks? Such assignments could only be conceived by someone with a decade or 2 of brain hemorrhage. He finally understood why Song Yu's expression had been so peculiar. These tasks could very well endanger lives. Xie Feilang swallowed hard and remarked, let's not even mention the divine transformation realm. Even those in the Nirvana realm could lose their lives if they are not careful. In reality, for these tasks, there was little distinction between the divine transformation and Nirvana realms. To those high-ranking individuals, it was merely a matter of crushing someone with a single blow. Song Yu, meanwhile, urged, perhaps we should reconsider and opt for a few simpler tasks. After all, these assignments are not mandatory. Xie Feiling quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is no need to risk our lives for money. Wait a moment, money? Yi Xiaobai's gaze fell on the various rewards for the tasks, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, such generous rewards. Yi Xiaobai became increasingly agitated. While the rewards for the first 3 tasks were negligible, the subsequent tasks boasted rewards that escalated dramatically, starting at 800 taels of gold and peaking at an astounding 30,000 taels, striking directly at Yi Xiaobai's heart. After a prolonged silence, Yi Xiaobai took a deep breath and, with a stoic expression, declared, I will accept these tasks, no ulterior motives, simply a fondness for challenging endeavors. Chapter 50. I want to practice with you. Yi Steward, please don't act impulsively, Song Yu exclaimed anxiously, hastily attempting to dissuade him. While the rewards for these tasks are substantial, they truly are not worth the risk. Xie Feiling also chimed in, you are the pillar of our outer sect's combat department. Should anything happen to you, our department would surely face disaster. Yi Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Are you genuinely concerned for my well-being, or merely for the outer sect's combat department? Are you so eager for my demise? Before either could respond, Yi Xiaobai continued, rest assured, I value my life more than anyone. If the situation becomes dire, I will not act recklessly. Upon hearing Yi Xiaobai's words, Song Yu and Xie Feiling found it difficult to press further. Very well, it is settled that I shall take these task scrolls with me. Yi Xiaobai retied the task scrolls and added, if there are similar tasks in the future, please direct them my way. With that, Yi Xiaobai's figure vanished down the corridor. As twilight descended, lights flickered on in various department chambers, yet the outer sect's combat department remained shrouded in darkness. After a long pause, Xie Feiling stammered, what should we do? Yi Steward seems quite serious. Yi Steward's status is not trivial. We have no authority to intervene and can only report to the head steward. Unlike Xie Feiling, Song Yu, with her keen insight, deduced much from Yi Xiaobai's attitude. Perhaps the head steward would possess a solution. In courtyard 3309. The Mo brothers sat stiffly at the dining table, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they disturb the fairy. Ling Ming, I already mentioned that my discussions with Xiaobai are merely about cultivation. Could you please refrain from causing a ruckus? Fu Kaier said helplessly. The lively girl, Ling Ming, grinned and replied, I'm not causing a ruckus. I too wish to discuss cultivation with Sister Kaier and Steward Yi. You both have such high cultivation levels. Any guidance you offer would be immensely beneficial. Fu Kaier replied sternly, if you seek guidance, go to your master. I won't. My master only reads from books and teaches nothing else. It's boring, utterly boring. Child, do you not fear your master's ire for such remarks? Fear what? I would dare speak thus even in her presence. Besides, she dotes on me the most. How could she possibly be angry? Observing the unyielding girl, Fu Kaier felt a headache coming on, while the Mo brothers remained silent, pretending not to hear or see anything. Oh, what a lively scene! Yi Xiaobai's voice resonated from the courtyard entrance. Drawing everyone's attention, Fu Kaier quickly rose to greet him, but Yi Xiaobai waved his hand. Sit, eat. Regardless of the matter at hand, let us eat first. The Mo brothers collectively sighed in relief and promptly urged, Boss, your meal is ready. Hurry and eat. Yi Xiaobai plopped down beside Fu Kaier and began to eat. As he did, everyone else followed suit, though their thoughts were varied and unclear. After the meal, Yi Xiaobai reclined lazily in his chair and asked Fu Kaier, Is this little girl your friend? I am Ling Ming, a close friend of Sister Kaier. Ling Ming spoke with a bright, lively voice, her inquisitive gaze fixed upon Yi Xiaobai. I have heard Sister Kaier speak of you. I never imagined you would become a senior steward at such a young age. How did you manage that? What is your cultivation level? I heard only those in the late divine transformation stage can serve as senior stewards. Is that true? It seems the head steward treats you quite well. Could it be you have some special identity? Are you perhaps the illegitimate child of a certain elder? The young girl babbled incessantly, leaving Yi Xiaobai's mind reeling. She appeared innocent and charming, yet her enthusiasm was overwhelming. Stop, stop, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed urgently. What is it? Ling Ming inquired, puzzled. Has no one ever told you that when outside, one should refrain from prying into a man's affairs? Yi Xiaobai feigned severity, adopting a fierce demeanor. The Mo brothers sensed the shift in atmosphere and hastily excused themselves. Mo1, quick on his feet, said, Big brother, I'm off to bed. I'll clean the dishes in the morning. Good night. Mo Ming followed suit. Big brother, good night, girl, you may leave now. While you may be pure and lovely with a figure resembling a devil, I must nevertheless issue you a dismissal. I need to discuss cultivation with Sister Kaier. Fu Kaier flushed but remained silent. I want to join too, Lingming exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. I also wish to practice with you. Begone, you little brat. What do you know of cultivation? Yi Xiaobai shot a glare at Lingming and insisted. I have serious matters to attend to with Sister Kaier. You should not meddle. If it's a serious matter, why can't I join? Lingming countered with a sly smile. Why Yi Xiaobai felt a throb of annoyance. This girl must have been sent by the heavens to torment him. Xiaobai, why don't we postpone this for another day? Fu Kaier blushed. No matter how thick-skinned she was, she could not possibly assist Yi Xiaobai in front of Lingming. Rest assured, I promise to help you cultivate, and I will keep my word. Without waiting for Yi Xiaobai to respond, she took Lingming by the hand and began to lead her away. Lingming, let us go. Wait, Sister Kaier, I still want to discuss cultivation with Steward Yi, Lingming protested, flailing her arms. Child, heed your sister. The depths of cultivation are profound, and you will not grasp them, Fu Kaier advised earnestly, watching the two retreating figures. Yi Xiaobai's expression darkened. That girl was intentionally causing trouble. He had prepared himself for a serious discussion about cultivation with Fu Kaier, hoping for an engaging exchange of insights and techniques. Yet, unexpectedly, a wrench had been thrown into his plans. Very well, I shall seek another opportunity for cultivation later. For now, I must concentrate on my endeavors. Yi Xiaobai entered the bedroom, igniting the oil lamp, and then retrieved a bundle of task scrolls. Perusing them once more, it was baffling that someone would issue such peculiar tasks, and even more astonishing that the higher-ups of the Tianjin sect would actually arrange for them to be carried out. However, this arrangement proved advantageous. Otherwise, how could he possibly earn such a substantial amount of gold? As he gazed at the generous rewards, Yi Xiaobai found himself unable to look away. I do not wish to take risks. Yet, the rewards they offer are simply too enticing. The combined rewards for these tasks approached a staggering 100,000 taels of gold. Chapter 51. Mid-stage of the transformation realm, he stored the task scrolls in the system space and opened his attribute panel. Yi Xiaobai age, 20 cultivation. 5th stage, initial transformation realm techniques. Tianyi decision, proficient. Tai forgetting emotion decision, advanced. Body refinement decision, masterful skills. Heavenly Dao domain, proficient. 7 absolute severing emotion sword technique, masterful. Ghostly shadow step, advanced. Heartless fist technique, masterful. Assets. 88,000 taels of gold, fixed assets. 80. 035 taels of gold, 5 taels of silver, 112 1 of copper, current assets. 28 taels of gold, IOU, liabilities. 115 taels of gold with current assets, not even reaching 100. 000 taels of gold. I am indeed still too poor. Yi Xiaobai sighed, shaking his head. Wait a moment, what on earth is this 115 taels of gold and liabilities? Yi Xiaobai exclaimed. System, don't you intend to explain? The Outer Sect Combat Division has recruited 3,450 members, and the host has pledged to pay each person 1 tael of silver, totaling 345 taels of gold. Song Yu and Xiao Feilong have each agreed to bear 1/3 of the cost. Therefore, the host only needs to pay 1/3, amounting to 115 taels of gold. I truly appreciate it. You've certainly worked hard, system, keeping track of all this for me. Yi Xiaobai gritted his teeth. Serving the host is not a burden. Can't you discern between flattery and mockery? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Yi Xiaobai felt his blood pressure rising. I am not angry. Not angry at all. Yi Xiaobai forced a smile, silently reciting. Do not be angry, oh not be angry. Life is but a stage, and we gather here by fate. Supporting each other into old age is no easy feat. Should we not cherish it even more? It is foolish to lose one's temper over trivial matters. Upon reflection, what is the point? If others are angry, I shall not be. If illness arises from anger, there shall be no one to replace me. The 98-character mantra successfully suppressed his surging emotions. System, I wish to cultivate, Yi Xiaobai declared. Please select a task mode. Besides the advanced mode, do I have other options? Yi Xiaobai rolled his eyes. The host may also choose the Super God mode. Yi Xiaobai clenched his fist, inhaling deeply and enunciated, Advanced mode, task. Cultivate the Tianyi decision. Difficulty, advanced. Base reward, minimum of 1,000 taels of silver or equivalent items, advanced mode. Shall I activate the task? Activate. His body entered a state of entrustment, automatically assuming the cultivation posture of the Tianyi decision. Boom. His consciousness felt as though it had been shattered in an instant. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Yi Xiaobai's thoughts seemed frozen, devoid of emotional fluctuation or cognition, entering a state of desirelessness. His consciousness expanded like endless starlight, enveloping the universe. This sensation was akin to a mere mortal suddenly transforming into boundless cosmos, where under unimaginable scales of space and time, everything seemed to lose significance and flavor. Even life itself appeared meaningless in this state. Yi Xiaobai could not even think, merely allowing his consciousness to roam freely throughout this vast expanse until the end of time. Task completed, please rate. Uncertain how long had passed, Yi Xiaobai's consciousness was awakened by a mechanical voice, emerging from the sage-like state, and the world seemed to regain its colors. Huff, huff, Yi Xiaobai gasped for air. Although he had cultivated several times before, he still could not fully adapt to the state of unity of man and nature. Task completed, please rate 0.5 stars. Yi Xiaobai came to his senses, feeling the enhancement of his consciousness strength and perceptive range. Without hesitation, he assigned the system a 5-star rating. Though the system had just deliberately irritated him, Yi Xiaobai was a principled individual, and he would never seek revenge. It was certainly not due to the system's prohibition against malicious reviews. Anyone who doubted could simply ask the system to try removing that prohibition. The results would speak for themselves. The system completed the task of cultivating the Tianyi decision. In the host's evaluation, 5 stars, earning a reward of 1,000 taels of silver, advanced mode. Thank you for your patronage and evaluation. The system will strive for excellence and looks forward to your next use. After a brief respite, Yi Xiaobai's tense nerves relaxed, and he once again addressed the system. Come on, system, let us continue cultivating. His aspirations were modest. He simply wished to reach the level of Martial Dao Master as swiftly as possible. Achieving that would guarantee a certain degree of safety. Although the Tianjin sect was formidable, one could not rely on it for everything. Please select Advanced Mode. Yi Xiaobai interrupted the system. Task: cultivate the Tianyi decision. Difficulty: Advanced. Base reward: minimum of 1,000 taels of silver or equivalent items. Advanced Mode. Shall I activate the task? Activate. Time flew by, and before he knew it, an entire night had passed. Yi Xiaobai had cultivated a total of 12 times that night. 12 times in one night. Who else could achieve such a feat? His current assets plummeted from 80,035 taels of gold, 5 taels of silver, and 112 of copper to 78,835 taels of gold, 5 taels of silver, and 112 of copper. At this rate of consumption, 80,000 taels of gold would last no more than 2 months. Who could withstand such a drain? It was imperative to earn gold without delay. Of course, high consumption also brought high rewards. After a night of cultivation, Yi Xiaobai's cultivation level rose from the initial transformation realm to the mid-stage transformation realm, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. Additionally, the proficiency of both the Tianyi decision and Heavenly Dao domain saw notable improvement. He could clearly sense that his control over the forces of heaven and earth had become more adept, as if they were extensions of his own will. Yi Xiaobai age 20 cultivation, 5th stage, mid-stage transformation realm techniques, Tianyi decision, masterful, Tai forgetting emotion decision, advanced, body refinement decision, masterful skills, Heavenly Dao domain, masterful, 7 absolute severing emotion sword technique, masterful, ghostly shadow step, advanced, heartless fist technique, masterful, assets, 88,000 taels of gold, fixed assets, 78,835 taels of gold, 5 taels of silver, 112 of copper, current assets, 28 taels of gold, IOU, liabilities, 115 taels of gold. If I were to confront Lin Feng, that foolish fellow, I would not even need to resort to stealth, even in plain sight. He would be unable to react. Yi Xiaobai was quite pleased with his improvement. Having joined the Tianjin sect only a few days prior, he had already reached the mid-stage transformation realm, with the prospect of becoming a Martial Dao Master soon. By the way, system, how many levels of proficiency are there? Yi Xiaobai inquired. There are 7 levels of proficiency. Entry, Proficient, Masterful, Advanced, Peak Mastery, Supreme Mastery, and Super God. Thus, it seems the original owner was quite impressive, a transformation realm cultivator with such high proficiency in techniques and skills. How unfortunate that it all ended up benefiting me. This even human language. Dressed in the attire exclusive to high-ranking attendants, Yi Xiaobai opened the bedroom door. This moment, the Mo brothers had already tidied up the dishes from the previous night and prepared breakfast. "Good morning, big brother." Wenqing looked at Yi Xiaobai and exclaimed, "Wow, big brother, you look incredibly handsome in this outfit." "So handsome," Mo Wuming agreed. "Am I not handsome when wearing servant clothes?" Yi Xiaobai laughed heartily. After a night of cultivation, he felt not weary but rather invigorated and full of vitality. "Of course you're handsome. My big brother looks good in anything. Even without clothes, he is handsome." Mo Wenqing gave a thumbs up. "Even without clothes," Mo Wuming chimed in. Yi Xiaobai's expression darkened. "Eat. Hurry up and eat." Mo Wenqing realized he had misspoken and chuckled as he quickly resumed eating. As they ate, Yi Xiaobai suddenly noticed that Mo Wenqing and Mo Wuming appeared rather glum, as if troubled by something. "What is wrong with you two? Not happy even while eating? Did someone bully you yesterday?" Yi Xiaobai asked. "No, big brother." Mo Wenqing hesitated. "Speak your mind. Don't hold back. Big brother, I heard you've become a high-ranking attendant. Is that true?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "Then doesn't that mean you'll be moving out soon?" Mo Wenqing's expression darkened. His eyes filled with sorrow, resembling a forsaken spouse. "We won't be able to live together anymore." "Who said I'm moving out?" Yi Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, looking at the Mo brothers with sincerity. "Rest assured, since you've called me big brother, I, as your elder brother, will never abandon you. Yi Xiaobai have never been that sort of person. The key is, if I really do move out, where will I go to scrounge for food?" Chapter 52. "You call this a fourth stage great demon? Excellent, big brother. I knew you weren't that kind of person. You'll always be my big brother," Mo Wenqing exclaimed, elated. "Big brother?" Mo Wuming also shouted excitedly. Observing the straightforward two brothers, Yi Xiaobai contemplated. "It is unsustainable to continue living off their generosity. I should find time to assist them in the future." Although he had yet to devise a concrete plan for how to help, he was resolute in ensuring that the two brothers would not suffer any loss. After having breakfast, Yi Xiaobai sauntered to the outer gate steward's office to sign in. He meandered for 2 to 3 hours, and as noon approached, he finally arrived at the office. "Good afternoon, Steward Yi." Song Yu greeted, then lowered her head to continue organizing tasks. Over the years, the outer gate combat department had accumulated an overwhelming number of tasks, and now they needed to be sorted and allocated, which was no small undertaking. Good afternoon." Yi Xiaobai coughed lightly, then inquired, "Where is Xiao Feilong?" "Xiao Feilong has gone to the library pavilion to study the hammer technique," Song Yu replied. "Why isn't he helping you with the task organization?" Yi Xiaobai frowned. "With his intellect? Forget it. As long as he doesn't hinder us, that's good enough." Song Yu shook her head. She then looked up at Yi Xiaobai. "Steward Yi, if you're not busy." "Busy?" Yi Xiaobai interjected, decisively turning to leave. "Apologies, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." With the speed of lightning, he vanished without a trace. Upon exiting the outer gate steward's office, Yi Xiaobai found himself with nothing to do. So he decided to pull out the task scroll and tackle the 3 simpler tasks first. Task: collect 10 pairs of Swift-Wind Wolf Demon Wings. Reward: 100 taels of gold. Although 100 taels of gold wasn't a significant amount, it would at least allow him to assist Tongzi in training once, and Yi Xiaobai was not one to be picky. Wolf Residence Mountain, is it? Here I go. Yi Xiaobai summoned the power of heaven and earth, his body launching like a cannonball towards the direction of Wolf Residence Mountain. While the outer gate steward's office was somewhat elusive, the vast forest of Wolf Residence Mountain was easily visible from afar. Boom! A loud rumble echoed in the sky above the outer gate steward's office. However, when the nearby individuals looked up, the sky was utterly empty, with nothing to be seen. Wolf Residence Mountain had recently seen a surge in the activity of wolf demons, causing even those at the fringes to encounter them frequently. Some disciples of the Tianjian sect and young members of various clans had been forced to withdraw from the vicinity of Wolf Residence Mountain, leaving only those with relatively high cultivation and strength remaining inside. What's going on? So many people! Yi Xiaobai's figure descended from the sky, landing several hundred meters away from Wolf Residence Mountain. Scanning the crowd, he noticed some individuals bearing the insignia of the Tianjian sect. Yi Xiaobai approached them and inquired, "What brings you all here?" Upon seeing Yi Xiaobai in his steward's attire, the group of Tianjian sect disciples respectfully bowed. "Steward." One of the inner disciples spoke up. "Recently, The number of wolf demons at the edges of Wolf Residence Mountain has surged, and even third-tier wolf demons have appeared. We have been forced to retreat and are observing the situation from here. Yi Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement rather than concern. Are you saying that the wolf demons deep within Wolf Residence Mountain have come out? Indeed. The inner disciple nodded. Very well, continue your observations. Yi Xiaobai waved his hand, then once more summoned the power of heaven and earth, his figure slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning, plunging into Wolf Residence Mountain. The Tianjin sect disciples exchanged glances. Speaking of which, this steward seems rather young, remarked one outer disciple, touching his rough, mature face with envy. I wonder how he maintains such a youthful appearance. He looks no older than 20. Is it possible he truly is only 20? Haha, I haven't heard such a funny joke in ages. A 20-year-old steward, haha, haha. If I recall correctly, the youngest steward in our Tianjin sect should be Steward Lin Feng, and he is already in his 30s. This steward, though he appears youthful, might well be old enough to be Lin Feng's father. It is said that upon reaching profound cultivation, one can maintain eternal youth and unchanged appearance. For true masters, one cannot ascertain their actual age merely by their looks. Yi Xiaobai soared above Wolf Residence Mountain. His gaze searched the forest below. How exhilarating it is to manipulate the power of heaven and earth. He could fly as he pleased. Yi Xiaobai discovered another advantage of the Tian Yiju: infinite endurance. While human strength may be finite, the power of heaven and earth is boundless. Although he could only manipulate the power within the range of his consciousness, the energy was inexhaustible. Once it was depleted, it would be replenished in equal measure almost immediately. Unless the very heavens were to wither and the great path collapsed, he would never need to worry about energy consumption. By the way, what do the swift-winged wolf demons look like? Yi Xiaobai was utterly ignorant of the knowledge regarding beast demons. He recalled how Song Yu had described them. They have wings on their backs and fly as swiftly as lightning. Yes, that must be correct. With these two characteristics in mind, Yi Xiaobai began searching with purpose. During this time, several wolf demons sensed Yi Xiaobai's presence, but his speed was too great, and he flew too high. They could only howl a couple of times, watching helplessly as he soared farther away. After flying for about half an hour, a massive wolf demon suddenly entered Yi Xiaobai's line of sight. This wolf demon had a pair of purple flesh wings sprouting from its back, covered in numerous fleshy tumors. Its body resembled a small mountain, exuding a formidable presence. Its eyes were crimson, as if flames burned within, and its muscles were well-defined, with bristly fur that appeared daunting. With wings on its back, flying as swiftly as lightning. I found you, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully, believing this to be a promising beginning, at the same time. The wolf demon seemed to sense something, its crimson eyes displaying a remarkably human-like excitement. It raised its head and locked its gaze onto Yi Xiaobai. Wolf brother, I shall borrow your wings, Yi Xiaobai. Like a specter, exploded into action. A thunderous roar echoed as he vanished, reappearing above the wolf demon. The Qiushui divine sword cleaving towards the wolf demon's wings. Sizzle. The Qiushui divine sword struck as if against resilient rock. Sparks flying. Yi Xiaobai's hand went numb, yet the flesh wings only bore a shallow scar. Simultaneously, the tip of the wolf demon's wings swept towards Yi Xiaobai at lightning speed. Damn. Yi Xiaobai narrowly evaded it. Boom! He was unable to fully dodge. The left arm was struck by the wings, a terrifying force crashing upon him as if struck by a meteor. With a deafening impact, Yi Xiaobai's body was sent flying like a broken kite. The sound of his left arm's bones fracturing ringing in his ears. He was stunned. Yi Xiaobai was utterly bewildered. Did they not say it was a fourth-tier great demon? How can this thing be called a fourth-tier great demon? Can a fourth-tier great demon send me flying with a single flap of its wing? What part of this went awry? Never mind. It's too late to ponder such matters. Tongzi, Yi Xiaobai hastily called out to the system. Chapter 53, Remote Assistance Request Host, please give your instructions, the system's mechanical voice responded. Can you kill this creature? By any means necessary? Out of caution, Yi Xiaobai endured the searing pain in his arm to ask an additional question. Wishing to avoid being led astray by Tongzi, yes. The system's reply was unequivocal, without sustaining any injuries while doing so. Yi Xiaobai still felt uneasy and added, Indeed, host. Excellent. Yi Xiaobai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Excitement bubbling forth. Quickly, end its life. Please select the task mode, Ultra Simplified Mode. Yi Xiaobai was not one to be stingy, primarily because there was no surplus in the landlord's household. He aimed to conserve whatever he could. Task: eliminate the purple-winged blood wolf demon. Difficulty: advanced. Basic reward: minimum of 1,000 copper coins or equivalent items. Ultra Simplified Mode. Would you like to activate the task? Wait, isn't it a swift-wind wolf demon? What on earth is this purple-winged blood wolf demon? Seeing the wolf demon charge again, Yi Xiaobai had no time to ponder further and promptly declared, "Activate." As the words fell, his body instantly entered a managed state. The panic on his face faded, replaced by a deep-sea calm. His gaze became as still as a pool of stagnant water, devoid of any emotional ripples, his eyes lacking focus, resembling a lifeless figure. Evoking no sense of vitality, this instantaneous transformation caused an inexplicable tremor within the purple-winged blood wolf demon. Yet soon, the wolf demon emitted an excited howl. A woo. Its emotions ran high, and its massive, mountain-like body charged towards Yi Xiaobai. In an instant, Yi Xiaobai's form shifted like a wraith, evading in an unpredictable manner. He fleeing. Yet the purple-winged blood wolf demon was even faster, in mere moments. It closed the gap and, with an eerily human-like grin, its enormous wings swept towards Yi Xiaobai once more. Clang! The autumn waters, like a divine sword, have unknowingly sliced through the heavens, radiating a brilliant light as it collided with the fleshly wings. Strangely, the terrifying force transmitted from those wings not only failed to harm Yi Xiaobai's body but instead acted like a propelling force, pushing him away. The system's manipulation of power has reached an extraordinary level, even allowing the borrowing of the enemy's strength. With the aid of this propulsion, Yi Xiaobai's speed multiplied several times, abruptly escaping the attack range of the purple-winged blood wolf demon. Wait, system, why are you fleeing? Yi Xiaobai was a bit bewildered. Aren't we supposed to eliminate it? To suddenly flee right off the bat. What did that mean? Due to the meager rewards from the ultra-simplified mode task and to conserve intelligence expenditure, the system would resort to seeking external assistance. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai's consciousness froze. Is this how it works? Well, if it leads to the demise of this wolf demon, then so be it. Under the system's control, Yi Xiaobai's body became akin to a small boat amidst the vast sea, effortlessly evading the attacks of the purple-winged blood wolf demon, infuriating it to the point of howling in rage. It pursued, he fled, and in the blink of an eye, they covered dozens of kilometers. Detecting the presence of a master teammate, please hold on. To save on intelligence expenditure, the system would initiate remote assistance. Master teammate? Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. What does that mean? And what is this remote assistance? It sounds rather advanced. Just as he pondered, a voice suddenly boomed like thunder, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, mechanical in nature. Help. The voice emanated from Yi Xiaobai's own lips, summoning the power of the heavens and resonating with the surrounding environment, amplifying infinitely, creating a powerful shockwave that caused trees below to sway as if caught in an 8th-level tempest. This deafening sound could be heard clearly from dozens of kilometers away. Is this what you call remote assistance? Yi Xiaobai stared in astonishment. Most importantly, if you are going to call for help, why do it so dramatically? The purple-winged blood wolf demon, startled by this sound, felt its eardrums throb painfully and immediately retaliated with a roar, as if to compete with Yi Xiaobai's voice, a woo. Yet, lacking the medium of celestial power, even if its roar was 10 times louder, it paled in comparison to Yi Xiaobai's. What a disgrace! The proud purple-winged blood wolf demon, a master of its craft. Outshone by a mere human, however, before the wolf could launch another attack, a gentle voice, tinged with surprise, rang out. Are you a senior steward of the Tianjin sect? At some point, a graceful and enchanting woman appeared beside Yi Xiaobai. She appeared to be in her 30s, exuding an elegant and refined aura, her beauty extraordinary, like a celestial maiden descended to earth. Anyone who beheld her would likely find it impossible to suppress their heart's flutter. Wow, the Tianjin sect has such beautiful women. Yi Xiaobai was dumbfounded. In terms of looks, this woman was not necessarily more striking than Fu Kaier, each possessing their own allure, but her aura was simply exceptional, eclipsing any woman Yi Xiaobai had ever encountered in his lifetime. Why Yi Xiaobai had thought he would never feel attracted to anyone, yet this woman stirred something within him. However, his body was in a controlled state. manipulated by the system. Faced with this stunning woman, the system resembled a cold, unfeeling stone, displaying no expression, and its eyes showed no flicker of emotion, as though this breathtaking beauty was no different from the stones by the roadside or the weeds beneath his feet. Upon meeting the system's gaze, the woman felt a shiver run through her. What a cold gaze! No, not just cold. It's devoid of any emotional fluctuation, 1,000 times more terrifying than the second brother's gaze. Is this truly the gaze of a human? Ha, this woman seems to be intimidated by the system. Yi Xiaobai chuckled at the bewildered woman. In his controlled state, he indeed appeared quite imposing. His indifferent demeanor seemed to convey, I've been gutting fish at Run Fa for 10 years. My heart has grown as cold as the blade. Yet, was this woman truly a master? Yi Xiaobai harbored doubts. She appeared far too youthful a Wu. Feeling overlooked, the purple-winged blood wolf demon let out an enraged howl before lunging once more at Yi Xiaobai. Its massive form crashing down like a small mountain, inducing dread. Why? Yi Xiaobai's temper flared. Damn, is this wolf demon insane? There's a woman right next to me. Why is it fixated on me? Do I look like an easy target? Were it not for the presence of others, Yi Xiaobai would have issued a high-level, even divine task to the system to give that beast a thorough beating. Chapter 54. The might of a martial arts master, the purple-winged blood wolf demon? The woman glanced at the demon in astonishment, then swiftly pulled Yi Xiaobai behind her while unveiling a wooden zither concealed beneath a veil on her back. That wooden zither looked oddly familiar. Yi Xiaobai caught a glimpse of it and felt a sense of recognition. Wasn't this the very zither the system had crafted on Wolf Residence Mountain? How did it end up in this woman's hands? The zither spun gracefully in the air before landing steadily in her grasp. In the next moment, her delicate fingers, akin to tender green onions, gently plucked the strings. Zheng. The sound of a beautiful melody rang out. At the instant the sound resonated, a beam of sword light shot forth from the strings, invoking the forces of heaven and earth, unleashing a cataclysmic power. The terrifying wave of energy made Yi Xiaobai's heart race with trepidation. Poof! The sword light flickered, as swift as the wind and as sudden as lightning, slicing through the wolf demon's body in an instant, cleaving it in two. The residual force continued to surge, striking the earth beneath, which instantly split apart, creating a gaping fissure several dozen meters long and wide. Within the chasm, a chilling sword aura lingered, refusing to dissipate, while soil and stone were obliterated, reduced to dust. What the hell? Yi Xiaobai, lacking any sophisticated vocabulary, could only express his astonishment with a simple exclamation, What the hell? What the hell? The seemingly gentle woman unleashed such terrifying power with a single move. Is this the power of a master? It was astonishing. Yi Xiaobai admitted to being thoroughly awestruck. Task completed. Please rate the star level. The system's voice jolted Yi Xiaobai back to reality, ending the controlled state. System, aside from fleeing and seeking help, you have the audacity to say the task is completed and ask me to rate it? Yi Xiaobai scoffed. Task completed. Please rate the star level. Fine. I'll give you 3 stars, Yi Xiaobai conceded begrudgingly. System has completed the task of eliminating the purple-winged blood wolf demon. Host evaluation. 3 stars. Reward. 1,000 copper coins, ultra-simplified mode. Thank you for your usage and evaluation. The system will strive for improvement and looks forward to your next use. You've sustained a serious injury to your arm. It's best to treat it promptly, or you might suffer lingering effects. The woman didn't even glance at the fallen wolf demon's carcass, flicking her finger to send a fragrant healing elixir flying toward Yi Xiaobai. This is a high-grade healing elixir. Upon consumption, it will quickly mend your ARM. Yi Xiaobai caught the elixir instantly, saying, Thank you. The woman regarded Yi Xiaobai with curiosity. I know most of the stewards of the Tianjin sect. Yet I have never seen you before. What is your name? Yi Xiaobai. So it's you. The woman seemed to light up with understanding. No wonder you have become a senior steward at such a young age. It appears we underestimated you before. Now it was Yi Xiaobai's turn to be surprised. You know me? He asked with intrigue. Tio have felled 10,000 Tiansteel trees in half a day and at merely 20 years of age. A talent like yours is hard to forget. The woman smiled faintly, her warm and tranquil smile making one feel as if they were bathed in spring sunshine. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hua Qinggu, elder of the Flower Peak in the Tianjin sect. You may call me Elder Hua. Hua Qinggu, Elder Hua, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. You are Fu Kai's master? He had heard of Hua Qingwu but had never seen her. He originally imagined her to be a woman in her 40s or 50s. But she turned out to be so youthful and stunningly beautiful. The mature allure she possessed was something Fu Kai could never compare to. Since you know me, there is no need for further introductions. Hua Qingwu smiled. Why have you come to Wolf Residence Mountain and provoked the purple-winged blood wolf demon? It was better not to mention this at all. As soon as he did, Yi Xiaobai felt a pang of anger. He asked Hua Qingwu, are you certain this is the purple-winged blood wolf demon and not the Gale wolf demon? You don't even recognize the purple-winged blood wolf demon? Hua Qingwu was taken aback. Beginning to understand why Yi Xiaobai had provoked the demon, she was both amused and exasperated. The purple-winged blood wolf demon is a 5th-tier great demon, equivalent to a human in the transformation realm, and they are quite rare. This particular one has even surpassed the limitations of its bloodline. Reaching the late stage of the Nirvana realm, it is truly a prodigy among wolf demons. After a moment, Hua Qingwu continued, as for the Gale wolf demon you mentioned, it is merely an ordinary 4th-tier great demon, just entering the ranks of great demons, and its power is vastly inferior to that of the purple-winged blood wolf demon. Yi Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly. After all that effort, he had ended up targeting the wrong foe. This purple-winged blood wolf demon was truly toxic. Why must it resemble the Gale wolf demon so closely? Isn't this just a waste of time? It would be prudent for you to depart from Wolf Residence Mountain. Hua Qingwu's expression turned somber as she spoke. Recently, the wolf demons of Wolf Residence Mountain had revolted, and numerous formidable demons had emerged from the depths of the mountain, including several at the Nirvana stage. Remaining here poses a considerable danger for you. Why? Yi Xiaobai fell silent, feeling a pang of reluctance. He had yet to complete his mission and had sustained injuries. Leaving now felt unsatisfactory, especially after suffering such a significant setback. He had never encountered such a grave loss before. Do you know what has transpired at Wolf Residence Mountain? Yi Xiaobai inquired. What has caused the wolf demons to revolt? Hua Qingwu shook her head, replying, from my observations, they seem to be searching for something, though I am unclear about the specifics. Yi Xiaobai furrowed his brow. But I have yet to fulfill my task. What task? Hua Qingwu asked. Collect 10 pairs of the windstorm wolf demon's winged flesh. Yi Xiaobai replied candidly. Given your current condition, it is not advisable for you to engage in combat in the near term. Hua Qingwu remarked, observing the dissatisfaction etched on Yi Xiaobai's face. After a brief contemplation, she suggested, for the time being, accompany me. If we encounter windstorm wolf demons, I will handle them for you, and you can simply collect the items to fulfill your mission. Is there truly such an opportunity? Yi Xiaobai's spirits lifted immediately. With a master of such caliber backing him, could he not traverse Wolf Residence Mountain with impunity? Remember, stay close to me. Moreover, if we encounter the Wolf King, do not engage, flee at once. Hua Qingwu instructed. The Wolf King? Surely you jest. You are a master yourself. Are you not capable of confronting the Wolf King? Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. The Wolf King transcends the 6th-tier demons, standing as a king-level beast whose strength is comparable to that of a martial arts master among humans. Hua Qingwu elucidated. Of the 3 demon kings of Wolf Residence Mountain, I can contend with 2, but I have no confidence in facing the most formidable one. Before Yi Xiaobai could pose another question, Hua Qingwu soared towards a particular direction. Her ethereal voice echoed in Yi Xiaobai's ears. Let us proceed swiftly to hunt the windstorm wolf demons. Yi Xiaobai stowed away the advanced healing elixir bestowed upon him by Hua Qingwu and quickly followed suit. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to complete his task. After all, it was a rare opportunity to venture out, and returning empty-handed was not an option. With a powerful ally offering assistance, what was there to fear? Yi Xiaobai felt no burden whatsoever. Chapter 55. You are heading the wrong way. The two soared above the forest, vast expanses of woodland racing past them. A whoa! Below, waves of wolf demons howled as if invigorated, charging towards Yi Xiaobai and Hua Qingwu. Among them, the 2nd-tier and above wolves took to the skies, relentlessly pursuing them. Fortunately, Yi Xiaobai and Hua Qingwu's speed was sufficient to easily shake them off. With only a few 4th-tier demons remaining in close pursuit, but even they were quickly left behind. Strange. Why do these wolf demons persist in their chase? Hua Qingwu queried, perplexed. Aren't they supposed to react this way upon seeing humans? Yi Xiaobai hesitated before responding. He recalled that when he had arrived, those wolf demons had relentlessly pursued him, but he had managed to outrun them. Hua Qingwu explained, under normal circumstances, when a beast encounters a human, it may attack, but if the human's speed exceeds that of the beast, the pursuit will cease once a certain distance is established. After all, beasts aren't foolish. They recognize when their chase is futile. Is that so? Yi Xiaobai remained skeptical. Why were the beasts I encountered not like that? During his earlier search for the windstorm wolf demons, the wolves had seemed frenzied, pursuing him without relent. Have you noticed? These wolf demons exhibit unusual behavior, Hua Qingwu noted, her brow furrowed, reflecting a mix of anger and excitement. Yi Xiaobai shook his head, unable to discern any difference. All he perceived were mad wolves, akin to rabid dogs. Chasing him. As they continued their flight, after a quarter of an hour, Hua Qingwu halted. I have found them. She pointed to a group of wolf demons with white wings in a valley, stating, These are the windstorm wolf demons you mentioned. They were only 1/5 the size of the purple-winged blood wolf demons, their wings cloaked in white wolf fur, with a lightning-like mark adorning their foreheads. In total, there were 15, scouring the valley for something. Windstorm wolf demons typically preferred solitary pursuits, making this gathering all the more peculiar. As Yi Xiaobai and Hua Qingwu approached, the demons seemed to sense their presence, raising their heads in unison. Upon spotting Yi Xiaobai and Hua Qingwu, the pack erupted in a frenzy, howling and soaring towards them. Hua Qingwu retrieved her wooden flute once more, unveiling it from its cloth cover, her slender fingers dancing across the strings. Zheng, 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 zheng. The enchanting melody resonated, and radiant sword lights erupted forth, channeling the might of the heavens towards the wolf pack. With effortless precision, the bodies of the fourth-tier demons were cleaved asunder, plummeting from the sky in halves. In mere moments, all 15 windstorm wolf demons met their demise, none surviving the onslaught. Despite having witnessed Hua Qingwu's prowess before, Yi Xiaobai was still left in a so formidable. Slaying fourth-tier demons is easier than slaughtering chickens. Yi Xiaobai marveled, astonished at the sheer terror she could unleash without even exerting her full strength. What destruction might she wreak if she unleashed her full potential? Hua Qingwu stowed the flute and instructed, You go and harvest their winged flesh. Yi Xiaobai nodded and descended to the center of the pile of wolf corpses, unsheathing his sword with a gentle flick. Whoosh. The sharp blade glinted, severing a pair of wings from the bodies. In this manner, he acquired 15 pairs of windstorm wolf demons' wings, exceeding the mission's requirement by 5 pairs. Quickly, the wolf pack is closing in, Hua Qingwu urged. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai sheathed his sword and, after retrieving a vine nearby, bound the 15 pairs of wings together, slinging them over his shoulder. All done. At this moment, the wolf pack had drawn near, raising a cloud of dust from the ground, their ominous presence darkening the sky. Zheng. Hua Qingwu emitted a soft hum, then gently plucked the strings of her flute. A massive wave of sword energy erupted from the instrument, sweeping across the heavens with the force of the universe. In an instant, the multitude of wolf demons in the sky was obliterated, reduced to mere powder scattered by the wind. Let us depart. With her command, the two ascended swiftly, flying towards the horizon. Once they had covered a considerable distance and confirmed that the pack would not catch up soon, Hua Qingwu halted and addressed Yi Xiaobai. You should leave now. Refrain from returning to Wolf Residence Mountain for the time being. And you? Yi Xiaobai expressed concern for Hua Qingwu. Although this masterful beauty possessed extraordinary strength, the demon kings were not to be trifled with. Moreover, she had mentioned that of the 3 demon kings, she could only contend with 2, and one was beyond her capabilities. I have an important matter to attend to. Hua Qingwu replied calmly, I shall not leave Wolf Residence Mountain until this matter is resolved. Yi Xiaobai was eager to know what it was, but it was clear that Hua Qingwu was not inclined to elaborate. Very well, take care of yourself, Yi Xiaobai said. Furthermore, regarding the windstorm wolf demons, consider it a favor owed to you. As a senior elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a martial arts master, would Hua Qingwu truly place any value on Yi Xiaobai's favor? Clearly not. Make haste. If you linger, the wolf pack will be upon us again, Hua Qingwu urged, swiftly changing the subject. Yi Xiaobai wished to inquire about the source of her wooden flute, but with her insistence, he refrained from delaying further, bidding her farewell. Elder Hua, I take my leave. Turning, Yi Xiaobai sped away in a particular direction. Wait! Hua Qingwu called out. Indeed, A person as handsome and talented as I would surely be hard to part with. A smile broke across Yi Xiaobai's face as he stopped, glancing back at her. Is there anything else, Elder Hua? If you wish for me to stay, just say the word. I am easy to retain. You are heading the wrong way. Hua Qingwu paused for a moment before pointing in another direction, saying softly, that way leads to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yi Xiaobai's smile faltered, nearly causing him to stumble. Ahem, the Heavenly Sword Sect. I am aware of that direction. I merely wish to stretch my legs, abit. Yi Xiaobai coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment and then darted toward the Heavenly Sword Sect as if fleeing. Feeling utterly vexed. After hiding for so long, had he finally been exposed? Watching Yi Xiaobai depart, Hua Qingwu shook her head in resignation. What a peculiar individual. Meanwhile, the wolf pack, which had initially pursued this direction, abruptly redirected their course, chasing after the path Yi Xiaobai had taken. Were they targeting him? Hua Qingwu was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. With the flute poised, her delicate fingers plucked the strings, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped the skies, annihilating thousands of wolf demons in an instant, the acrid scent of blood wafting through the air. Chapter 56. A month's time. What on earth has this fellow done to provoke the wrath of the wolves? Igniting such a tumult among their ranks? With a graceful motion, Hua Qingwu retracted her wooden xylophone, her brows slightly furrowing. If she had not witnessed the wolf pack madly pursuing Yi Xiaobai with her own eyes, she would scarcely believe that such a widespread upheaval among the wolves could be incited by a mere mid-stage transformation realm cultivator. Suddenly, a deafening howl echoed from the distant sky. A woo. That howl seemed to carry a formidable pressure, causing countless wolf demons to cower and tremble. A woo! A woo! A woo! An endless chorus of wolf howls erupted from all directions, as if responding to that powerful call. Hua Qingwu's expression grew grave. Hua Qingwu. A piercing sound of wind rushed from afar, and a blurred figure streaked across the sky. Moments later, the figure became clear. It was an enormous wolf demon. Most terrifyingly, this wolf demon spoke human words, directly calling out Hua Qingwu's name. Kuei-mu. Hua Qingwu gazed at the wolf demon. Kuei-mu, one of the 3 wolf kings of Wolf Mountain, a renowned demon king of Suizhou. Hua Qingwu, hand over that human boy. Kuei-mu's voice thundered, reverberating through the heavens and earth. What exactly did this boy do to provoke even a demon king? Hua Qingwu's brows knitted deeper, her heart sinking. Seeing Hua Qingwu remain silent, Kuei-mu's fury flared. Hua Qingwu, should you choose to protect that boy, you will be at odds with my entire wolf clan. Given that the Heavenly Sword Sect is guarded by a martial godmaster, the wolf clan usually adopts a relatively submissive stance towards them, often turning a blind eye to the slaughter of wolf demons by the sect's disciples. Yet this time, Kuei-mu's attitude was remarkably uncompromising. After a moment of silence, Hua Qingwu inquired, what exactly has he done to warrant such a disturbance? I know not what that boy has done, but I do know that my brother's child has gone missing. And that boy just so happens to carry my nephew's scent. Kuei-mu's voice was grave. The disappearance of my nephew is inextricably linked to that boy. Hua Qingwu's pupils constricted. Your brother? Which brother? Of course, it is my elder brother Kuei-tian. Kuei-mu retorted coldly. You should be well aware of my brother's temper, and you ought to be thankful that he is yet unaware of this matter. Otherwise, a conflict between my wolf clan and the Heavenly Sword Sect would be inevitable. Were it not for his apprehension of Hua Qingwu's strength, he would not waste words on her. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Hua Qingwu's expression. The 3 demon kings of Wolf Mountain, Kuei-tian, Kuei-mu, and Kuei-shing, of whom Kuei-tian was the most formidable, stood among the 5 great masters of the Great Zhou martial dynasty. It was precisely because of Kuei-tian, this master-level demon king, that the wolf clan could thrive on Wolf Mountain. With Kuei-tian's child missing, it was no wonder the entire wolf clan was in an uproar. What on earth had this boy done? Hua Qingwu wished to drag Yi Xiaobai over immediately for questioning. You dare provoke a master-level being? Are you courting death? Taking a deep breath, she spoke earnestly. Perhaps this is a misunderstanding. Grant me a moment to investigate thoroughly. If it is confirmed that he is responsible, the Heavenly Sword Sect will undoubtedly provide an explanation to your wolf clan. Kuei-mu fell silent. His earlier threats, it seemed, had merely been bluster. In truth, He lacked the courage to launch an assault on the Heavenly Sword Sect, especially since Kuei Tian was not present on Wolf Mountain. Alone, he and Kuei Xing posed no threat to the sect. A month, Kuei Mu declared, fixing his bloodthirsty gaze upon Hua Qingwu, his lantern-like eyes glinting ominously. I can only grant you 1 month. After that, you must provide my wolf clan with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, my entire clan will emerge in full force, even if it means our annihilation, to level the Heavenly Sword Sect. Before Hua Qingwu could respond, Kuei Mu soared into the depths of Wolf Mountain, unleashing a powerful roar filled with regal authority. A woo! With that, countless wolf demons retreated. Sounding the retreat, a crisis had been temporarily averted. Although Hua Qingwu was somewhat astonished by Kuei Mu's decisive withdrawal, her thoughts were consumed with the urgent matter at hand. Where exactly was Kuei Tian's child, and what had Yi Xiaobai done to evoke such a response? With a soft sigh, she hurriedly flew towards the Heavenly Sword Sect. The gravity of the situation leaving no room for her to seek out a master of the QI and the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yi Xiaobai had been wandering for quite some time before finally locating the Outer Sect's deacon office. Upon entering the Outer Sect's battle department room, he directly inquired, "Deacon Song, I have completed the mission regarding the Swift Wind Wolf Demon. Where do I collect my gold?" Song Yu looked up, her expression shifting. "Deacon Yi? You are injured, a bit of an accident," Yi Xiaobai replied. "Where do I submit the task?" "Simply head to the 2nd floor to find the chief deacon for task submission," Song Yu answered, then added with concern. "Deacon Yi, your injury looks quite severe. Perhaps you should tend to it first. I no need. I'll submit the task first," Yi Xiaobai said as he bid farewell to Song Yu and promptly ascended to the 2nd floor. Arriving at the chief deacon's office, before Yi Xiaobai could speak, Ming Yin frowned. "What happened? How did you get injured?" The sect master had instructed him to ensure Yi Xiaobai's safety. "There was a slight mishap during the mission," Yi Xiaobai explained, placing the bundle of Swift Wind Wolf Demon wings on the desk. Testing the waters, he added, "Chief Deacon, these are the wings from the Swift Wind Wolf Demon, 15 pairs in total. Exceeding the task requirement by 5, could you possibly increase my reward?" Ming Yin was both amused and exasperated. "Your arm is nearly ruined, and yet you are concerned about the reward. Please, take care of your injury first. Don't leave any lingering effects," Ming Yin urged. "And the reward?" Yi Xiaobai pressed. "Very well, I'll increase your reward by 50 taels of gold, totaling 150 taels. Here are the gold notes. Take them and tend to your injury," Ming Yin said, handing over the notes while urging him to hurry. Receiving the 150 taels of gold, Yi Xiaobai's face broke into a radiant smile. "Chief Deacon, may I use your office for a moment? It's quieter here, more conducive for healing." After greeting him, Yi Xiaobai took out the high-grade healing pill gifted by Hua Qingwu, preparing to consume it. "Wait!" Ming Yin exclaimed upon seeing the high-grade healing pill. "Don't take it." Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. "What is going on? Is that high-grade healing pill toxic?" Sensing Yi Xiaobai's confusion, Ming Yin clarified, "High-grade healing pills are incredibly precious. A specialty for master-level beings. Your injury, while not light, doesn't warrant such a waste. It should be saved for a more critical moment. How about this? I have some mid-grade healing pills. You should take one of those instead." "High-grade healing pills are that valuable?" Hua Qingwu is truly generous, Yi Xiaobai remarked. "By the way, does this mid-grade healing pill cost anything?" "Don't worry, it's a gift," Ming Yin replied, somewhat annoyed. "Just take care of your injury." "Free? Then I won't hold back." Yi Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the mid-grade healing pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Chapter 57. Chief Deacon, do we have a grudge? He quickly consumed the mid-grade healing pill, fearing that some unforeseen circumstance might arise regarding the free offer, for otherwise, Yi Xiaobai would find it difficult to explain even if he had 1,000 mouths. The fragrance of the medicine was reminiscent of the healing pills he had previously acquired from Fu Kaier, suggesting they were of the same quality. "Host, please instruct, quickly, heal, please select, simplified mode. Task, healing, difficulty, low. Basic reward, minimum 30 copper coins or equivalent items, simplified mode. Activate task, such a low cost?" Yi Xiaobai was astonished. Was it due to the mid-grade healing pill? Nevertheless, pleased to save some coin, he replied. "Activate the task." In the next instant, his body entered a managed state, as the powerful medicinal energy of the mid-grade healing pill was swiftly directed to his arm. Every bit of medicinal power was utilized without waste, as if meticulously calculated. The shattered bones quickly aligned and healed, while the flesh regenerated, sending tingling sensations through the injury in just 1 minute. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Yi Xiaobai's mind. Task completed. Please rate the task. In managed state. That was fast, Yi Xiaobai thought, somewhat dazed. The healing was too swift. It felt as though the money spent was not worth it. Task completed. Please rate the task. 3 stars. Yi Xiaobai felt thoroughly deceived by the system. Just a minute had elapsed, and it had already deducted 31 of copper from him, undeniably a cunning merchant. The system completed its task of healing, and the host rated it 3 stars, receiving a reward of 31 of copper in simplified mode. Thank you for your use and evaluation. The system will strive to improve, and we look forward to your next use. First, a mission to slay the purple-winged blood wolf demon was posted at Wolf Residence Mountain, costing 1,001 of copper. Shortly thereafter, the task of defeating the swift-wind wolf demon was submitted, bringing in 150 taels of gold. Following that, a healing task was issued, costing 31 of copper. Thus, Yi Xiaobai's assets underwent another change. Assets, 88,000 taels of gold. Fixed assets, 78, 985 taels of gold, 4 taels of silver, and 82 of copper. Liquid assets, 28 taels of gold. IOUs, liabilities, 115 taels of gold. This debt was glaringly conspicuous. Yi Xiaobai resolved to pay Song Yu shortly, to avoid the discomfort of seeing it. He stood up to stretch, and his body crackled with the sound of firecrackers. His arm had completely healed, leaving no lingering effects. Despite the system's avarice, Yi Xiaobai had never doubted its capabilities. Why are you up? Aren't you continuing your healing? Ming Yan's words trailed off mid-sentence as he stared at Yi Xiaobai in astonishment. Cough. Yi Xiaobai said earnestly, I have a rather unique constitution, allowing me to absorb medicinal effects swiftly, hence my rapid recovery. This pale explanation was scarcely convincing, even to himself. Ming Yan paused in silence before nodding. Since you have recovered, you may leave. Though he was curious about Yi Xiaobai's secret, he wisely refrained from probing further. The reason was simple. Yi Xiaobai had powerful connections. Not yet, I have another matter to consult you about, Chief Steward, Yi Xiaobai stated. What is it? Do you know the value of a high-grade healing pill? Yi Xiaobai's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Ming Yan pondered. A high-grade healing pill is worth between 1,000 and 5,000 taels of gold, primarily depending on its quality. The higher the quality, the greater the price. That expensive? Yi Xiaobai gasped, his breath quickening. He had not anticipated that the high-grade healing pill casually given to him by Hua Qingwu was worth such a fortune. Then tell me, how much is this high-grade healing pill worth? Yi Xiaobai produced the high-grade healing pill once more. At least worth 5,000 taels of gold. Ming Yan replied without hesitation. The quality of this high-grade healing pill is exceptional. Even someone like me, lacking expertise, can easily discern its value. To be frank, pills of this caliber are truly life-saving and exceptionally rare. There was a glimmer of desire in his eyes. A high-grade healing pill of such quality could equate to an extra life. If I were to spend 5,000 taels of gold to purchase a pill of equivalent quality, would you be willing? Yi Xiaobai held his breath, feeling somewhat anxious. Of course. Ming Yan responded immediately. Very well, I shall sell you this high-grade healing pill. Upon sensing an opportunity, Yi Xiaobai made his decision instantly. Ming Yan was taken aback, staring at Yi Xiaobai in disbelief. Are you certain you wish to sell it to me? This high-grade healing pill is tantamount to a life. Below the master level, anyone consuming it can recover from even the gravest injuries in a very short time. Even a martial arts master would see a significant acceleration in their healing process. I will sell it, Yi Xiaobai declared without a moment's hesitation, as though further deliberation would be a slight against the 5,000 taels of gold. Ming Yan hesitated briefly before biting the bullet. All right, I will buy this high-grade healing pill from you. Consider it a favor owed to you. 5,000 taels of gold for a pill of supreme quality. Ming Yan could scarcely believe such good fortune had befallen him. The two swiftly concluded the transaction. One received the long-desired high-grade healing pill of extraordinary quality, while the other acquired 5,000 taels of gold. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. With the influx of 5,000 taels of gold, Yi Xiaobai's assets once more shifted. Assets, 88,000 taels of gold. Fixed assets, 83, 985 taels of gold, 4 taels of silver, and 82 of copper. Liquid assets, 28 taels of gold. IOUs, His liquid assets were nearing the amount of his fixed assets. In the entire Tianjin sect, Yi Xiaobai might well be the wealthiest individual below the master level. By the way, Chief Steward, could you spare me another intermediate healing pill? Yi Xiaobai asked nonchalantly, merely inquiring. If denied, it was no matter, I only have 6 left, but I can give you 3. Seeing Yi Xiaobai's need, Ming Yin was pleased, considering the significant debt of gratitude he owed. He might as well repay a portion of it. After all, he needed to keep a few for himself. High-grade healing pills were far too precious to be used lightly, except in critical moments. Yi Xiaobai quickly accepted the 3 intermediate healing pills handed over by Ming Yin, saying, "Then I shall not decline your generosity." Having secured the healing pills into the system space, Yi Xiaobai found no further business to attend to and took his leave. Chief Steward, please continue with your work. I shan't disturb you. He made a hasty exit to avoid any potential regrets from the Chief Steward. Before Yi Xiaobai could step out of the Chief Steward's office, Ming Yin called out, "Wait!" Yi Xiaobai froze. Could it be that in just a few seconds, the Chief Steward had already changed his mind? Yi Steward, I recognize your considerable talents, but I must advise you against pursuing those high-level tasks that have been accumulating in the Outer Sect's combat division. Their difficulty is substantial, and some are exceedingly perilous. I hope you will reconsider and not stubbornly pursue them, Ming Yin urged. Rest assured, the sect will not hold you accountable for abandoning those tasks. Chief Steward, do we have enmity? Yi Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Ming Yin was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the inquiry. If there is no enmity, why do you advise me to give up? Yi Xiaobai questioned. Isn't it for your own good? Ming Yin replied, bemused. To obstruct someone's source of income is akin to killing their parents. You cannot claim there is no animosity, Yi Xiaobai retorted. Ming Yin was rendered speechless. All right, since you insist on this course, I shall cease my counsel. However, if you decide to undertake those tasks, you must have Song Yu or Xiao Feilong accompany you. If you go alone, even if you complete the task, I will not disburse any reward. Yi Xiaobai frowned. Then how will the rewards be divided? He had no intention of sharing the rewards. You haven't even completed the task yet, and you're already contemplating the distribution of rewards? Ming Yin sighed in exasperation. Here's how it will work. You will receive your full reward, while the accompanying personnel's compensation will be paid separately by the sect. This amounted to the sect investing a sum to keep an eye on Yi Xiaobai, ensuring he did not act recklessly. Chapter 58. The Great Zhou Living Map. Yi Xiaobai agreed to Ming Yan's conditions as long as his reward remained intact. Everything else was negotiable. Moreover, having an additional free aid seemed advantageous. Choose one, Song Yu or Xiao Feilong, Ming Yin suggested. Xiao Feilong, Yi Xiaobai decided. Why not choose Song Yu? Ming Yin asked, astonished. Song Yu is in the mid-stage of the transformation realm, while Xiao Feilong is in the early stage. Clearly, Song Yu would provide greater assistance, Ming Yin remarked. In the Outer Sect's combat division, someone must handle the affairs. Yi Xiaobai looked at Ming Yin as if he were a fool. Do you think Xiao Feilong is capable of managing those affairs? Does he possess the requisite skills? Ming Yin fell silent. Aside from fighting, it seemed Xiao Feilong lacked any other abilities. The troubling aspect was that even in combat, Xiao Feilong was no match for Song Yu. This was indeed disheartening. Very well then, wait here in the Outer Sect's combat division. I have a few words to relay to Xiao Feilong, Ming Yin said, changing the subject. Yi Xiaobai nodded and headed downstairs. Ming Yin promptly dispatched someone to notify Xiao Feilong. Before long, Xiao Feilong arrived at the Chief Steward's office on the 2nd floor. Chief Steward, you called for me? Though rather reckless, Xiao Feilong was utterly deferential in the presence of Ming Yin, a formidable figure of the Nirvana realm. Ming Yin's demeanor towards Xiao Feilong was far from the gentleness he displayed with Yi Xiaobai. He spoke coolly. Xiao Steward, the sect has assigned you an important task that you must complete. What is it, Chief Steward? Xiao Feilong asked, not daring to refuse as Ming Yin personally issued the assignment. You are to go nowhere else but to closely accompany Steward Yi Xiaobai, Ming Yin instructed solemnly. Your task is to monitor his actions during missions and, should he engage in any dangerous behavior, do everything possible to prevent it. Is that all? Xiao Feilong blinked in surprise. Yes, that is all, Ming Yin replied curtly. During this task, your monthly remuneration will be doubled. This is your task's compensation. What do you say? Will you take it? Absolutely, Xiao Feilong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Very well, you may go. Steward Yi Xiaobai is waiting for you in the Outer Sect's combat division. Ming Yin waved him off. Xiao Feilong hurried downstairs, anxious not to miss Yi Xiaobai. Merely assigning Xiao Feilong to observe Yi Xiaobai seemed insufficient. Ming Yin contemplated, ultimately deciding to personally visit the main peak to report this matter to the sect leader. There was no escaping the increased responsibilities that came with having such a formidable subordinate. Haha. Steward Yi, I have arrived. Xie Filing entered the outer gate of the battle department with great exuberance, his loud voice accompanied by a rather foolish expression. Yi Xiaobai felt a twinge of regret. Choosing Xie Filing did not seem like the wisest decision. Nevertheless, she decided to proceed with the task at hand, contemplating a change if it did not go well. Rising from her seat, Yi Xiaobai bid farewell to Song Yu and then exited the outer gate steward's office. Why, Yi steward, slow down. Wait for me. Xie Filing hurriedly called out as he chased after her. Yi Xiaobai glanced at him and asked, Are you familiar with Weiyang Lake? With a hearty laugh, Xie Filing replied, Yi steward, do not underestimate me. I, Xie Filing, am a living map of the great Zhou martial dynasty. There is no place in the entire dynasty that I am unaware of. Yi Xiaobai's eyes brightened. At last, Xie Filing seemed capable of fulfilling his role as a useful companion. Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way, she urged. With two resounding booms, the pair soared into the air. Swiftly racing towards the horizon, disappearing from sight, the peak of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a beautiful silhouette cut through the air, and the mountain guardians respectfully bowed. Senior brother, Hua Qingwu elegantly landed outside the main hall. Her expression fraught with urgency. There has been an incident. Zhong Ke nodded at Ming Yin, acknowledging, I am aware. You may attend to your matters. Yes, sect master. Ming Yin respectfully retreated. Zhong Ke then turned to Hua Qingwu and gently said, Little junior sister, do not be anxious. Speak of the matter at your own pace. Hua Qingwu, her countenance grave, responded, Senior brother, the wolf pack at Longju Mountain has gone into a frenzy, and the Wolf King Kuemu has mobilized. Kuemu has mobilized? Zhong Ke exclaimed in surprise. Dio, you know the specifics of what transpired. Hua Qingwu recounted the events at Longju Mountain in detail. The child of Kuetian has gone missing. It may be related to Yi Xiaobai. Zhong Ke's expression darkened, his brow furrowing slightly. It is imperative that we summon Yi Xiaobai at once to clarify the situation. If this matter is not handled properly, it could indeed spark a war between the Wolf Clan and our Heavenly Sword Sect. Indeed, we must locate Yi Xiaobai first. Zhong Ke snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing, oh no, Yi Xiaobai may have already left the Heavenly Sword Sect. His spiritual energy instantly detached, extending in all directions, the surrounding scenery flooding into Zhong Ke's mind. Moments later, he retracted his spiritual energy, wryly smiling. I suspect this lad has somehow foreseen the events and slipped away too swiftly. Has Yi Xiaobai left? Hua Qingwu inquired, perplexed. He has gone out to execute a task, Zhong Ke explained. He intended to personally handle those backlog assignments from the Outer Gates Battle Department. What shall we do? Hua Qingwu's brows knitted in concern. What else can we do? We must find Yi Xiaobai first. Zhong Ke sighed. I will dispatch someone to search for him immediately. Senior brother, do you know where he might be? Hua Qingwu asked. I am familiar with some of those backlog tasks. Since he intends to complete them, he will undoubtedly head to those locations, Zhong Ke replied. We simply need to send someone to wait there. Of course, if fortune smiles upon us, he may return after finishing a task to report. After a pause, Zhong Ke continued, the only troubling aspect is that Kuemu has given us a month's time. If he remains out there completing tasks, we may not find him quickly. What if we cannot find him? Hua Qingwu expressed her worry. If we cannot find him, Zhong Ke glanced towards Longju Mountain. If the Wolf Clan dares to wage war, our Heavenly Sword Sect will not shy away from the confrontation. In truth, Zhong Ke understood that this battle was nearly unavoidable. The disappearance of Kuetian's child was highly likely tied to Yi Xiaobai. Even if he was not directly responsible, he certainly had some involvement. The Wolf Clan would not let Yi Xiaobai escape, and likewise, the Heavenly Sword Sect could not forsake him. Setting aside the fact that Yi Xiaobai possessed the prowess of a martial deity, even if he were merely an ordinary disciple, the sect would never surrender him for the sake of peace. The pride of the Heavenly Sword Sect would not allow such an act. Should they truly hand him over, Zhong Ke would care little for his own reputation. The primary concern was how to justify such an action before the Sword Ancestor. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at Kuetian for failing to safeguard his child. Yi Xiaobai bore no fault in this matter. Zhong Ke's domineering nature led him to dismiss any notion that his thoughts were misguided. Forget it, I shall personally seek out Yi Xiaobai. What if this matter has nothing to do with him? Hua Qingwu's heart softened, unwilling to see innocents suffer. While the annihilation of the Wolf clan might be inconsequential, the Heavenly Sword Sect could not afford to lose even a single soldier. Zhong Ke hesitated for a moment, pondering why Yi Xiaobai warranted such dedicated effort from his junior sister. It's all right. I also wish to venture out for a bit. Consider it a chance for relaxation, Hua Qingwu remarked, shaking her head. Very well then, this matter falls to you, little junior sister, Zhong Ke sighed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow painted the sky with hues of red, the remnants of sunlight appearing as if draping a golden veil over the heavens. Eye in the sky, two indistinct figures sped forward, occasionally accompanied by sonic booms. Are we not there yet? Yi Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Is Weiyang Lake truly this far away? With an air of confidence, Xie Filing replied, We are almost there. At most, half an hour more, we shall surely arrive. Half an hour later, as the sun set and the last rays of light vanished, the world was enveloped in a blanket of moonlight. Xie Filing, is this truly your promised half an hour? Yi Xiaobai glowered. Where is Weiyang Lake? Show me. Xie Filing awkwardly scratched his head. I miscalculated the time, but I assure you, Weiyang Lake must be close, at most 1 hour. We will definitely reach it. Yi Xiaobai looked on with skepticism. Fine, I shall trust you one last time. An hour later, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed, Xie Filing, I have truly been misled by your deceit. Gazing down at the vast expanse of desert, he realized there was not even a small puddle in sight. Clenching his fists in frustration, he lamented, How could I, Yi Xiaobai, with my illustrious reputation, make the sole error of allowing you, a notorious directionally challenged individual, to lead me astray? Chapter 59. The Unwitting Journey to Weiyang Lake. Wait. Yi Steward, will you not hear my defense? Let me explain. Xie Filing urgently pleaded. Be silent. Yi Xiaobai took a deep breath. I do not wish to hear another word from you. Xie Filing, feeling dejected, promptly shut his mouth. Fearing Yi Xiaobai would unleash his wrath upon him. Having experienced their prior sparring session in the steward's office, Xie Filing held a genuine apprehension towards Yi Xiaobai. After a moment, the two landed, using the sky as their blanket and the ground as their resting place. Let us cultivate. Yi Xiaobai settled cross-legged upon a large rock, reminiscing about the state of desirelessness in his cultivation. Free from desires, one is untroubled. As Yi Xiaobai immersed himself in cultivation, Xie Filing tossed and turned. Unable to sleep, he sat up, gazing at the vast barren land before him, muttering in confusion, Where is the lake? Where could such a grand Weiyang Lake have gone? He firmly believed he had not strayed from the path. Weiyang Lake must be nearby. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. Perhaps due to the improvement of his skills that night, Yi Xiaobai practiced 13 times, one more than the previous night, his progress remarkably evident. Yi Xiaobai age, 20 cultivation, mid-stage of the 5th level of transformation techniques, Tianyi decision, mastered, Tai emotionless decision, proficient, body refinement decision, flawless skills, heavenly Dao domain, mastered, 7 absolute severing emotion sword technique, flawless, ghostly shadow steps, proficient, heartless fist technique, flawless, assets, 88,000 taels of gold, fixed assets, 82, 685 taels of gold, 4 taels of silver, 82 1 of copper coins, liquid assets, 28 taels of gold, IOUs, liabilities, 115 taels of gold. His cultivation had progressed, drawing him closer to the late stage of transformation. Yet the cost came with a sharp decline of 1,300 taels of liquid assets. Each instance of cultivation felt akin to burning money. And a single night had consumed 1,300 taels of gold, an expense few could endure. Even with over 80,000 taels of gold and liquid assets, Yi Xiaobai still felt the weight of his own poverty. Even the wealthiest in the world would find it challenging to satisfy the insatiable appetite of this endless pit. Yi Steward, you are awake, came Xie Filing's hoarse voice from beside him. Yi Xiaobai opened his eyes to see a rugged face adorned with dark circles. Startling him, a ghost. Xie Filing immediately tensed, looking around nervously. A ghost? Where? Where's the ghost? Goodness, Xie Filing, who are you trying to scare with your ghost act so early in the morning? Yi Xiaobai swatted Xie Filing's head away. I am not pretending to be a ghost. Xie Filing rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. Yi Xiaobai scowled. Enough. Speak quickly, or spare me your nonsense. Well, Yi Steward, I actually want to say that you must believe me. I truly did not misremember. Weiyang Lake is indeed nearby. Xiaofeng earnestly asserted. I pondered all night and finally deduced the reason. The reason we have not seen Weiyang Lake is undoubtedly because it has vanished. Yi Xiaobai stared at Xiaofeng with an expression devoid of emotion. So this is your reason for staying awake all night and scaring me this morning? Yi Steward, you must trust me. I, Xiaofeng, am reputed as the living map of the great Zhou martial dynasty. Anyone may err, but I shall not. Xiaofeng insisted with conviction, a confident smile gracing his face as if he had unraveled all the world's mysteries. Since it is not my fault, the only conclusion left is that Weiyang Lake has indeed disappeared. Is that so? Then enlighten me, O living map, how exactly did Weiyang Lake come to vanish? Yi Xiaobai spoke softly. It could be that someone has filled it in. Or perhaps the battle of martial arts masters has affected Weiyang Lake. Xiao Feilong pondered for a moment and replied, I have heard that formations can bewilder one's vision and perception. Thus, there may indeed be a formation nearby. He added sarcastically, you might as well say that Weiyang Lake has grown wings and flown away. Yi Xiaobai retorted with a hint of irritation indeed. How did I not think of that? If fish and shrimp can attain spirituality, why can't Weiyang Lake? Xiao Feilong's eyes lit up. Master Yi, you truly deserve to be a senior steward. Your quick wit and imaginative thinking are commendable. I, Xiao Feilong, am in awe. Yi Xiaobai fixed a steady gaze on Xiao Feilong. I believe you should consider changing your name. To what? De Tsongming da. Yi Xiaobai patted Xiao Feilong's shoulder earnestly. That name suits you quite well. Xiao Feilong immediately brightened, his spirits soaring. Ha, Master Yi, you flatter me. However, I do like this name. Henceforth, please call me De Tsongming. Feeling deeply touched, De Tsongming felt as though he had finally found a kindred spirit after so many years, someone who truly understood him. Rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, Yi Xiaobai gazed into the distance before soaring skyward. Wait, Master Yi, where are you going? Xiao Feilong hurriedly followed. Moments later, Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong arrived at a remote mountain village, where greenery was sparse and the surroundings were barren, with sand swirling in the air. As they entered the village, they spotted a burly middle-aged man resting by the roadside. Yi Xiaobai approached him politely and inquired, Sir, could you tell us the way to Weiyang Lake? The man looked at Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong with a strange expression. Weiyang Lake? Young man, are you sure you're asking about Weiyang Lake? Yes, I am certain, Yi Xiaobai replied cautiously, sensing an ominous premonition. Is there a problem? Weiyang Lake is located south of Suizhou, yet you have come to the north of Suizhou. The man scrutinized Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong. Are you certain you're not joking with me? The air suddenly fell silent. Yi Xiaobai's expression stiffened. So? You're saying we've been headed in the wrong direction from the very beginning? As he felt the chilling glare from Yi Xiaobai, Xiao Feilong shivered involuntarily, despite the sweltering heat. It was as if his blood had turned to ice. Not good, there's a murderous aura, Yi Xiaobai exhaled deeply. Suppressing the urge to strike Xiao Feilong, thank you, sir. Turning away, Yi Xiaobai ascended expressionlessly into the sky, darting towards the horizon. Master Yi, I was wrong, Xiao Feilong shouted as he chased after him. No, you are not wrong. I am the one at fault. Yi Xiaobai's eyes burned crimson, laughing maniacally. How foolish of me to choose you as my guide. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feilong unexpectedly began to console Yi Xiaobai. Master Yi, do not be too hard on yourself. After all, life is long, and everyone makes mistakes. Although you erred, your ability to recognize your mistake is commendable. Many people go their entire lives without ever realizing their errors. As the saying goes, to know one's mistake and be able to amend it is a great virtue. Master Yi, believe in yourself. You are exceptional. Yi Xiaobai was on the verge of exploding. Oh God, please take away this divine ability. What have I done to deserve torment from such a prodigy? Hurry, take this prodigy away. Wait, Master Yi, Xiao Feilong shouted. It seems you are heading in the wrong direction. You should go that way. That way is south. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai sped up even more. Chapter 60. Late stage of the transformation realm, carrying a burden from day to night, traversing countless mountains and rivers. As night fell, Yi Xiaobai paused atop a snow-covered mountain, gazing at the world draped in silver, lost in silence. See, Master Yi, I told you, you were heading in the wrong direction. Xiao Feilong huffed, yet wore a smug expression. I am the living map of the great Zhou martial dynasty. Trust me, I am never wrong. I in the southern part of Suizhou. Weiyang Lake shimmered under the bright moonlight, the emerald waters rippling in the wind. Perched atop a grand tree, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged among the branches, her fingers gently plucking the strings of a zither, the melodious sound adding vibrancy to the tranquil night. The fish demons in the lake, however, seemed oblivious to the beauty of the music, lurking beneath the surface, too afraid to breathe, paralyzed by the subtle pressure emanating from the melody. Strange, at their speed, they should have arrived at Weiyang Lake by now. The captivating woman furrowed her brow. Could it be that I miscalculated? Is Weiyang Lake not the next target for Yi Xiaobai? Before leaving the sect, Hua Qingwu had made a special trip to the Outer Steward's office to inquire about the backlog of tasks in the Outer Sect's combat division. After analysis, she believed that Weiyang Lake was likely to be Yi Xiaobai's next task target. Thus, she hurried to Weiyang Lake, hoping to find him as soon as possible. However, her expectations were dashed upon her arrival. Weiyang Lake was calm and serene, with groups of fish demons showing no signs of battle. Initially, she thought it was because she had arrived too quickly while Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong were still en route. Therefore, she decided to wait at Weiyang Lake, thinking that they would arrive shortly. Yet, she waited for 2 whole days. Not a single soul appeared. Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong seemed to have vanished without a trace. Leaving her with no news, for the first time, Hua Qingwu doubted her own wisdom. What went wrong in the process? Daylight broke. As her proficiency and her techniques improved, Yi Xiaobai's training frequency increased dramatically that night, 14 times. A staggering 14 times. Not only did the frequency of his training rise, but the effectiveness also showed significant enhancement. The most direct manifestation of this was the change in Yi Xiaobai's cultivation level. Yi Xiaobai age, 20 cultivation level, late stage of the 5th level of the transformation realm techniques. Tianyi Ju, mastered. Tai Wangqing Ju, proficient. Duani Ju, exceptional, skills. Tian Dao domain, mastered. Qijue Duanqing sword technique, exceptional. Guiying step, proficient. Jueqing fist technique, exceptional. Assets: 88,000 taels of gold, fixed assets, 81, 285 taels of gold, 4 taels of silver, and 82 one of copper coins, liquid assets, 28 taels of gold, IOUs, liabilities. 115 taels of gold liquid assets decreased by 1. 400 taels of gold. His cultivation had progressed from the mid-stage of the 5th level of the transformation realm to the late stage. The effects of Tianyi Ju were almost monstrous. If this continued, Yi Xiaobai had every reason to believe that within a year, he could very well step into the realm of martial arts masters. Just imagine, a martial arts master at 20 or even 21. It was exhilarating. Of course, this was predicated on Yi Xiaobai amassing enough gold. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary the effects of Tianyi Ju were, they would be in vain. Without the system's assistance, he could not cultivate Tianyi Ju. Nor could he enter that state of unity of man and nature. If he encountered the purple-winged blood wolf demon again, even if he could not defeat it, he would not be so helpless. Yi Xiaobai felt a surge of eagerness, yearning for another encounter with the purple-winged blood wolf demon. Glancing down at Xiao Feilong, who was sleeping like a log, Yi Xiaobai stood up and gently nudged him with his toe. Who? Xiao Feilong sprang up, his hair standing on end, filled with vigilance. Why Yi Xiaobai, initially intending to spar with Xiao Feilong, promptly dismissed the idea, fearing that a beating would obliterate the little intelligence the poor fellow possessed. Time to set off, Yi Xiaobai stated impassively. Without waiting for Xiao Feilong to speak, he took to the skies once more, soaring in a particular direction. Wait, Master Yi, you're heading the wrong way again. Xiao Feilong shouted. That way is east, not south. Shut up. If you say another word, I swear I will castrate you. As soon as Yi Xiaobai uttered these words, the temperature around them plummeted, becoming even more frigid. Xiao Feilong felt a chill in his lower body, shivering involuntarily. He had a plethora of words to say but found himself stifling them all. This time, Yi Xiaobai was more prudent. He asked for directions whenever he encountered someone, clarifying the way before proceeding. They moved along, stopping intermittently. Although it consumed a considerable amount of time, they did not go astray again. Before long, noon arrived. It seemed that Yi Xiaobai's target was truly not Weiyang Lake. Hua Qingwu put away her wooden zither, pondering, if not Weiyang Lake, then where could it be? Suddenly, it struck her, the Yin City. Hua Qingwu recalled that among the numerous backlog tasks, one was related to Yiqiu. the second young master of the Yi family in Diyin City. Could it be that Yi Xiaobai had gone to Diyin City? There was a possibility. After all, that task was likely the simplest of them all. As the target was Yi Xiaobai's second brother, Yi Xiaobai would only need to persuade his brother to cooperate to complete the task and claim the rewards, essentially acquiring a fortune for nothing. Then let us head to Diyin City, she resolved, intending to discuss Yi Xiaobai's situation with the Yi family in passing. Yi Tianshan likely still had no knowledge that Yi Xiaobai had joined the Heavenly Sword Sect and had become a senior steward of the Outer Sect. Casting a fleeting glance towards the direction of Diyin City, Hua Qingwu lightly tapped her toes, her figure rising like a whisper of wind, gliding effortlessly through the air, disappearing into the horizon within mere breaths. As she vanished from sight, the tranquil surface of the lake erupted into chaos. Countless fish demons leaped from the water, only to plunge back into its depths, greedily gasping for air as bubbles surged from the bottom. The fish demons rejoiced, celebrating their narrow escape. Gulu, Gulu, Gulu. After 3 days of waiting, that woman has finally left. Bring me a few humans for some amusement. A fish demon leader croaked with an odd sound. Yet, just as the fish demons surfaced, 2 sharp gusts of wind pierced the sky. Finally, the moment had come. Yi Xiaobai's eyes brimmed with tears. Heaven knows the trials he had endured over the past 3 days. The indignities he had suffered, with nowhere to vent his frustration. Gazing at the boiling lake, filled with thriving fish demons and the ominous shadows beneath the surface, his blood surged with fervor. The autumn water divine sword on his back seemed to resonate with his emotions. Growing hot and feverish, a long-suppressed emotion yearned for release. Gulu! Ha! Humans, splendid! Quickly, seize them! Commanded the fish demon leader, excitement coursing through the ranks of fish demons as they emitted bizarre sounds while leaping towards Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong. Both the fish demons and Yi Xiaobai were invigorated. Grasping the hilt of his sword, the blazing autumn water divine sword instantly unsheathed, its brilliance dazzling. Chapter 61. Annihilation buzzing filled the air as the power of the world seemed to awaken, amplifying the brilliance of the autumn water divine sword, making its radiant glow blinding. Centered around Yi Xiaobai, the vast energies of heaven and earth surged towards him, creating a 30-meter radius of overwhelming force. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The glow of the autumn water divine sword intensified, resembling a miniature sun. Waves of scorching air cascaded outward in all directions. Just as the swarm of fish demons was about to collide with him, he finally swung his sword. There was nothing ornate about the strike. It was an ordinary, unremarkable slash, yet at that moment of movement, it unleashed a cataclysmic force. Boom! The autumn water divine sword traced a graceful arc, releasing an unprecedented and terrifying sword aura. The aura swept downward, obliterating the densely packed fish demons at a visible speed, reducing them to dust. Hundreds of fish demons evaporated on the spot, leaving the surface of the lake desolate. Xiao Feilong's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. The fish demons in the lake stood frozen, staring blankly at the blood mist dispersing in the sky. Sunlight illuminated the blood mist, transforming it into a beautiful, ethereal rainbow hanging over the lake, captivating in its beauty. However, neither Xiao Feilong nor the fish demons had the heart to admire the enchanting scenery. Silence reigned. A deathly stillness enveloped them all. Every fish demon, including Xiao Feilong, was rendered speechless by Yi Xiaobai's strike. This won't do. Compared to Hua Qingwu, I am still lacking significantly. Yi Xiaobai furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with his own strength. Had Hua Qingwu intervened, she could have effortlessly dispatched thousands of fish demons with a mere flick of her strings. Suddenly, the fish demons snapped back to reality and fled in a panic, their earlier excitement transforming into sheer chaos. Yi Xiaobai cast a glance at the fleeing fish demons, snorted softly, and his figure glided like a specter over the lake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The autumn water divine sword danced in the air, unleashing waves of sword energy that eradicated countless fish demons, even penetrating to the lake's bottom, stirring the silt. Each strike encompassed a power comparable to a full-force explosion at the Nirvana realm. The destructive capacity far exceeded the limits of the transformation realm. The most terrifying aspect was that Yi Xiaobai wielded his sword after sword, as if the energy within him was boundless, showing no signs of exhaustion. When human strength wanes, heavenly power remains infinite. As long as the world endures, Yi Xiaobai's energy would never deplete. Xiao Feilong stood dumbfounded, watching Yi Xiaobai wreak havoc. Is my boss truly this powerful? Wait, when did Yi Xiaobai become the boss? Moments later, Yi Xiaobai struck from east to west, from south to north, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. The cries of the fish demons echoed throughout the world, and in Yi Xiaobai's mind, a mysterious BGM resonated. First blood, double kill, triple kill, quadruple kill, quintuple kill, dominating the match, slaughtering mercilessly. No one can stand in my way. Rampant killing, berserk, approaching divinity, super god, super god, super god. At last, with the complete eradication of the fish demon clan in Weiyang Lake, the exhilarating BGM in Yi Xiaobai's mind reached its climax. Annihilation. With a gentle tremor of his will, the blood upon the autumn water divine sword transformed into a mist, dispersing into the air. Task accomplished. Yi Xiaobai sheathed his sword and flew towards Xiao Feilong. Boss, you're incredible. Xiao Feilong gazed at Yi Xiaobai with admiration, his eyes aflame with excitement, stumbling over his words. Boss? You're calling me boss? Yi Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Xiao Feilong questioned, puzzled. Haven't I always called you boss? Have you? No? Not at all. Stop with the circular reasoning. Yi Xiaobai concluded this unproductive exchange. The mission at Weiyang Lake was complete. It was time to set off for the next destination. The reward for this mission was a mere 80 taels of gold. Yi Xiaobai had no intention of returning to the Heavenly Sword sect for such a paltry sum. Preferring to avoid the hassle of a round trip, boss, where to next? Xiao Feilong inquired eagerly. To Dian City. Among the various missions, only Longju Mountain, Weiyang Lake, and Dian City were located in Suizhou. The other mission sites were much farther away. However, Yi Xiaobai shook his head. We won't be going to Dian City. We'll head elsewhere first. Dian City was the stronghold of the Yi family, and he had no desire to walk into a trap. Despite the protection of the Heavenly Sword sect, he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Moreover, he had yet to determine how he should confront the members of the Yi family. He was not Yi Bai himself, but rather a traveler occupying Yi Bai's body. And the idea of masquerading as Yi Xiaobai was something he was reluctant to undertake. Even if he could, it was an undeniable fact that this body bore the blood of the Yi family. Completely severing ties with them seemed impractical. Yi Xiaobai found himself uncertain of what to do, opting to set the matter aside for now until he gained clarity. So, where shall we go? Xiao Feilong asked. It was now May 11th, and with a month until the Tinya City Young Talent Competition, there was no rush. Yi Xiaobai rummaged through the mission scrolls, examining them one by one. Each mission appeared increasingly perilous. Perhaps it would be wiser to select a simpler task to test the waters. Among the tasks, persuading the Grass Lantern Monk at Dadong Temple to renounce his vows seemed to be the least complicated. Primarily due to its meager reward, as the saying goes, while other missions may deceive, the price is always truthful. The name Grass Lantern Monk sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it before. Yet it seemed slightly different. You are the one, Grass Lantern Monk, are you? Wait patiently at Dadong Temple. Your Lord Xiaobai shall come to escort you home, Yi Xiaobai declared, stowing away the mission scroll and preparing to depart. However, just as he stepped forward, he halted. Wait, where is Dadong Temple located? As he pondered, Yi Xiaobai caught a glimpse of Xiao Feilong's eyes darting about. What are you looking at, boss? Where are the mission scrolls? Xiao Feilong inquired, eyes fixed on Yi Xiaobai's sleeve. You had such a large bundle of scrolls. Where did you hide them? With your intellect, it's challenging to explain. All I can say is, those who understand will understand, and those who don't, even if I say it, won't comprehend it. So, do not inquire. The stakes are too high, and discussing it would not benefit you. I can only say the waters run deep. Yi Xiaobai replied with a solemn expression, exuding an air of profundity that left others in awe. So, do you get it? Xiao Feilong? Yi Xiaobai patted Xiao Feilong's shoulder. Since you understand, let us embark. With a firm step, he soared into the sky like a wild goose, leaving Xiao Feilong bewildered in the wind. What did I understand? Xiao Feilong's expression was one of confusion. Yet Yi Xiaobai gradually flew away, and Xiao Feilong, disregarding his bewilderment, hurriedly followed, fearing being left behind. Chapter 62. Master, I have attained enlightenment. 800 years ago, the great Zhou martial dynasty established its supremacy, dividing the land into 8 provinces. Each province was vast and rich. Once a kingdom in its own right, until unified under the Great Zhou martial dynasty, at which point they were reduced to provinces. The 4 external provinces encircled the 3 internal provinces, which in turn surrounded the core capital province. Jingzhou, resembling a large circle enclosing a smaller circle, which in turn encircled a point. The 4 external provinces were divided into northern Jingzhou, eastern Huangzhou, southern Yuezhou, and western Qingzhou. The 3 internal provinces comprise Suizhou, Yuzhou, and Danzhou. At the heart of these 7 provinces lay the core of the Great Zhou martial dynasty, Jingzhou. Although Jingzhou serves as the heartland of the Great Zhou dynasty, drawing forth the talented and formidable from various provinces, it cannot obscure the brilliance of the other regions. Suizhou, renowned for its swords, boasts a flourish of diverse swordsmanship, with various techniques pushed to their zenith. Each province possesses its own distinct characteristics. For instance, Yuzhou is famed for its mastery over puppetry, singular in its art. Danzhou's Buddhist sects excel in vanquishing demons and evil, purifying the world through their teachings. Yuezhou is known for its elusive trickery, leaving others defenseless against its cunning. In the same vein, Suizhou is home to the formidable Tianjin sect, which commands the world with its sword, compelling all to submit. Other provinces likewise house prestigious sects. However, lacking martial deities or grandmasters of unparalleled prowess, their status pales in comparison to that of the Tianjin sect. Nonetheless, within each province, these top sects hold a transcendent status. Dazhong Temple, for instance, stands as the sacred ground of Danzhou's Buddhist community, towering above countless others and representing the true essence of Buddhism. Upon hearing news of Dazhong Temple, Yi Xiaobai wasted no time, promptly bringing along the astute Xiao Feilong to Danzhou. As he often reiterated, even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to the promise of 800 taels of gold. At this juncture, Yi Xiaobai's mind was solely occupied with the pursuit of wealth, leaving no room for other thoughts. After a journey filled with stops and starts, the duo entered the realm of Danzhou 2 days later. Compared to Suizhou, Danzhou exuded a more tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, the air seemingly imbued with the scent of sandalwood. In stark contrast to the charlatans of his previous life, the Buddhist community of Danzhou genuinely practices Buddhism, dedicating themselves to guiding others towards virtue. Some masters, possessing profound wisdom, traverse the mountains and valleys, measuring the earth with their feet, alleviating worldly suffering with their hands, and guiding the distressed with their mortal forms, earning the respect of many. Within half a day's time, Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong encountered no fewer than 100 ascetics. All clad in tattered robes, their skin rough and darkened by hardship, it appeared that this task would not be an easy one. Yi Xiaobai grew serious. Persuading a monk to renounce their vows in such an atmosphere steeped in Buddhist teachings would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Moreover, the monk known as Chaodang must possess an extraordinary status if he holds a title within the Tianjin sect. After much contemplation, Yi Xiaobai resolved to first ascertain the identity of Chaodang. Passing through a quaint town, he and Xiao Feilong paused at an inn, ordering a selection of small dishes and provisions. Once their meal was served, Yi Xiaobai called to the waiter, "Young man, a moment. Please, how may I assist you, esteemed guest?" The young waiter inquired, "I wish to inquire about a certain individual." Yi Xiaobai began, "Oh, you know who Chaodang is?" "Of course," the young man replied with pride in his eyes. "Master Chaodang is our Danzhou's pride, the most gifted among the young masters of Dazhong Temple, a true son of Buddhism." Yi Xiaobai felt a surge of disbelief. While he had suspected that Chaodang's identity was not ordinary, he never anticipated it to be this extraordinary. A son of Buddhism held a status comparable to that of a holy son in the Tianjin sect, albeit with the Buddhist sect being slightly lower in rank. Yet, one must not forget that this was the domain of Buddhism. To persuade a son of Buddhism to renounce his vows on their own turf? What a reckless endeavor! The one who issued this task must surely be deranged. Yi Xiaobai's expression darkened. He had initially believed he had chosen the simplest of tasks, only to discover the lurking dangers within. "Is there anything else you require, esteemed guest?" the young waiter asked. "No, thank you," Yi Xiaobai replied. His mood soured to the point where he lost interest in rewarding the waiter, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Xiao Feilong glanced at the dejected Yi Xiaobai and quietly inquired, "Boss, do you still intend to pursue this task? To do or not to do? That is the question," Yi Xiaobai mused. Ultimately, he decided to give it a try, motivated by the allure of 800 taels of gold. After all, they had come this far, invested so much time. and it would be disheartening to simply turn back. Despite the task's formidable nature and potential peril, Yi Xiaobai resolved to attempt it, taking care to be discreet and avoid detection. After hastily finishing their meal and packing away the provisions, Yi Xiaobai glanced toward the front desk, signaling to Xiao Feilong with his eyes. What? Xiao Feilong, perplexed, asked, What are you trying to say, boss? Yi Xiaobai continued to gesture. But Xiao Feilong remained clueless, unable to decipher his meaning. After a moment of silence, Yi Xiaobai took a deep breath and uttered two words. Go settle the bill? Why must I settle the bill? Xiao Feilong protested reluctantly. Why Yi Xiaobai fixed him with a steady gaze, remaining silent. Xiao Feilong sensed the tension and quickly stood up, hastening to the front desk, where he swiftly settled the account, his movements so practiced it was almost painful to watch. Minutes later, the two exited the inn and inquired with a passerby for directions to Dazhong Temple, promptly setting off at a rapid pace. At Dazhong Temple, a young monk clad in tattered robes sat in meditation. His countenance radiated serenity and his gaze was tranquil, resembling a living Buddha as he listened to a young man before him pour out his troubles. Master Chao Deng, I possess ambition, integrity, and talent. Yet why do no young women favor me? What must I do? I beseech you for guidance. Upon hearing this, the young monk smiled faintly, rising to approach a plum tree, gazing at it thoughtfully before shaking his head, remaining silent. The young man's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, I understand. You wish to convey that through persistent effort and unwavering resolve, I can achieve my desires, correct? His excitement grew as he bowed deeply to the young monk, gratitude etched on his face. Thank you for enlightening me. I now know what to do. Yet, the young monk could only shake his head in resignation, sighing, I merely wish to express that without money, what can one say? However, he could not voice this openly. As the abbot of Dazhong Temple had strictly forbidden him to speak in front of outsiders, under the pretense of practicing silence and meditation, in reality, it was to protect him from potential harm. Indeed, the abbot understood the young monk's propensity for trouble. If allowed to speak freely, he would likely face numerous beatings, potentially dragging the entire temple into disrepute. Alas, what a remarkable son of Buddhism he was. Yet he was cursed with a loose tongue. From afar, the abbot observed, unable to suppress a sigh. Indeed, this young monk was the very target of Yi Xiaobai's mission, Master Chao Deng. Gifted with innate wisdom and profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. Should he devote himself wholeheartedly to the path, he could one day become a true Buddha in the flesh. The abbot's expression was complex, filled with both admiration and frustration. It was lamentable that this gifted individual often strayed from the teachings, uttering peculiar statements that, while containing profound truths, ultimately undermined the teachings of Buddhism. If this continued, the very foundations of their doctrine could be shaken, leading to a crisis of faith. The abbot shuddered to think of the day when the faith in Buddhism might collapse. With Chao Deng as the primary instigator, no, he could not allow this mischief to continue any longer. The abbot's resolve solidified. Such a son of Buddhism was beyond the reach of their order. The title of son of Buddhism had not been conferred upon Chao Deng by choice, but rather as a result of a debate 10 years prior, where Chao Deng had bested numerous monks in a contest of wits, ultimately being recognized as the most gifted monk of the century in Danzhou. Under pressure from public opinion, the abbot had no choice but to bestow upon him the title of son of Buddhism. Since then, Chao Deng had only grown bolder, even persuading several elders of the sect to question their faith. One elder's faith had crumbled entirely, leading him to the brink of madness. The abbot, unable to endure any longer, resorted to threats of violence, compelling Chao Deng to refrain from speaking recklessly in front of outsiders. Alas, it had been quite some time since the task was issued, yet no one had come forward to take it on. The abbot gazed longingly, wishing for the arrival of the individual he had been anticipating. Little did Yi Xiaobai realize that the very person behind the task to persuade Dazhong Temple's Chao Deng to renounce his vows was none other than the abbot himself, a figure of great esteem and profound understanding within the Buddhist community, a veritable paragon of their faith. Clearly, the abbot had exhausted all options and, in desperation, resorted to issuing such an unconventional task. Due to Cao Deng's unique status, few dared to take on this challenge. It was not fear of Chao Deng that deterred them, but rather the dread of Dazhong Temple and the entire Buddhist community. The abbot was acutely aware of this reality, yet he felt powerless, unable to publicly invite outsiders to intervene. as doing so would expose his identity as the task's issuer. What would countless monks think of him if they were to discover this? At this point, he could only place his hopes in the task itself. The abbot of Dadong Temple silently prayed within his heart, beseeching the Buddha for protection, hoping for the swift arrival of a person who could persuade this calamity to return to the secular world. The Buddhist realm can hardly withstand such turmoil any longer. Is this truly Dadong Temple, such dilapidation? After a long and arduous journey, enduring the elements, Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong finally arrived at Dadong Temple. Spanning over 100 acres, it was less than a tenth of the size of Tianjin sect, and the various structures within the temple were exceedingly antiquated. The ground was uneven, overrun with verdant foliage, giving the impression of a long-abandoned edifice, starkly contrasting with Yi Xiaobai's memories of Buddhism from his previous life. Yet, despite the temple's disrepair, it did not diminish its revered status in the eyes of its devotees. Incense wafted gently through the air, with people coming and going, monks and laypeople alike, creating a serene atmosphere rather than a cacophony. This Dadong Temple possesses a certain essence, Yi Xiaobai mused inwardly. Boss, perhaps we should leave, Xiao Feilong suggested, swallowing hard, his voice barely above a whisper. Are we not already departing? Yi Xiaobai replied as he made his way toward the largest hall in sight. The grand wooden doors were wide open, revealing numerous stone-carved Buddha statues standing in unison within. All the statues were of similar size, devoid of distinctions in height or status, depicting a myriad of expressions, some solemn, others jovial, some sitting, some standing, ranging from fierce to benevolent, exuding an air of solemnity and dignity. No, that's not what I meant by leave, Xiao Feilong stammered, hastily following behind. Yi Xiaobai stood outside the hall, scrutinizing the statues. Each one was hewn from stone, lacking gold plating or jeweled embellishments, yet they emanated an imposing presence that commanded reverence. This, in turn, shifted Yi Xiaobai's perception of the Buddhist world in this realm. This was indeed the genuine Buddhist path. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Yi Xiaobai from pursuing his task. After inquiring about the whereabouts of Monk Chaodeng, he promptly made his way toward a guest hall. The hall was spacious, containing over 10 rooms designated for receiving worshippers. Beyond the guest hall lay the place where Monk Chaodeng resided, whose duty was to dispel doubts for the visitors. Naturally, many monks were tasked with this role. But Monk Chaodeng held a special status. Most individuals, even if troubled, would hesitate to disturb him, lest they disrupt his cultivation. Upon entering the guest hall, Yi Xiaobai observed several monks engaged in discussions with worshippers. In a corner of the courtyard sat a young monk in a meditative posture, surrounded by solitude. Next to him stood an elderly monk, and Yi Xiaobai immediately inquired, "May I ask, revered master, which one is Master Chaodeng?" Adhering to local customs, Yi Xiaobai refrained from directly addressing Chaodeng as such, opting instead for a term of respect to avoid unnecessary complications. "Where do you hail from, benefactor?" The elderly monk's expression became inexplicably animated as he scrutinized the attire of Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong. "Is it him? Could it be him? What's going on? I merely asked which one is Monk Chaodeng. Why must I first answer your questions?" Yi Xiaobai felt somewhat bewildered, yet he replied, "We come from Tianjin sect." "What brings you here, benefactor?" The elderly monk's excitement intensified as he continued to question. Yi Xiaobai hesitated. Was it wise to answer honestly? He had no doubt that should he divulge the truth, he would be promptly expelled from Dadong Temple, landing himself on its blacklist. "Well, we heard that Master Chaodeng possesses profound Buddhist wisdom, and we came to seek his guidance." Yi Xiaobai spoke earnestly. "Rest assured, Master, we will not take up too much of his time." No. Please, do not concern yourself with time. Feel free to seek guidance from Master Chaodeng," the elderly monk urged. "The individual in the corner over there is Chaodeng. Please go forth." What a peculiar monk, Yi Xiaobai thought to himself. Yet he graciously expressed his gratitude before approaching the serene-faced young monk. One could not help but admire the striking appearance of Monk Chaodeng. His ethereal demeanor and tranquil countenance were reminiscent of the Tang monk from Yi Xiaobai's recollections. Albeit appearing younger, as Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong turned to depart, the elderly monk wept unabashedly. "At last, I have awaited your arrival. I am relieved that I did not give up." Chapter 64. This monk is not serious approaching Monk Chaodeng. Yi Xiaobai remained silent, instead taking the opportunity to appraise him closely. Goodness, such good looks. No wonder he can be a child of the Buddha. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, he possessed an otherworldly charm, and such an appearance seemed almost a waste for a monk. Feeling Yi Xiaobai's gaze, Monk Chowding slightly lifted his head, their eyes locking. As their gazes intertwined and collided, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Enveloping the world in silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time flowed slowly, yet the two maintained their stance, gazing at one another, neither willing to shatter the stillness. Xiao Feilong, meanwhile, fidgeted, alternating between scratching his head and his armpit, his eyes darting between Yi Xiaobai and Monk Chowding. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Xiao Feilong could no longer contain his impatience, exclaiming, "Boss, how much longer are you two going to stare at each other?" Yi Xiaobai, however, ignored him, continuing to fixate on Monk Chowding. After a while, Yi Xiaobai suddenly spoke, "I see through you." This abrupt statement left everyone bewildered. Monk Chowding smiled, maintaining his silence, embodying the image of an enlightened monk. Yi Xiaobai, undeterred, continued, "Although you disguise yourself exceptionally well, leaving almost no flaws, the scent on you has betrayed you." Monk Chowding gazed at Yi Xiaobai in astonishment, but remained reticent. "There is only one truth. You have been drinking." Yi Xiaobai inhaled deeply, detecting a faint aroma of alcohol in the air. "A monk drinking? You have violated your precepts." In his previous life, he had suffered from severe alcohol allergies. Even the slightest trace of alcohol could trigger a serious physiological reaction. This had rendered Yi Xiaobai particularly sensitive to the scent of alcohol. Though this body did not share the same allergic reaction, the aversion to the smell of alcohol was deeply ingrained in Yi Xiaobai's soul. "Is there a scent of alcohol?" Xiao Feilong questioned, taking a few deep breaths. "I don't smell anything." Monk Chowding grew increasingly astonished, never expecting Yi Xiaobai to discern it. He was curious about how Yi Xiaobai had managed to detect it, for he had taken great care to eliminate the scent before arriving, and even the other monks had not noticed. Yet, bound by an agreement with the abbot, he chose to remain silent despite his curiosity. "Honestly, I don't think it's such a big deal for a monk to drink." Yi Xiaobai remarked. "As they say, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha resides in the heart. A sincere heart towards the Buddha should not be shackled by rules and forms." "What profound philosophy! It seems I've met my match here," thought Monk Chowding, regarding Yi Xiaobai with a somewhat unkind glance. "Could this young man be here to disrupt my peace, as the saying goes?" Yi Xiaobai mused, "Although I, a monk, indulge in wine, meat, and even visit courtesans, I know that I am a good monk." Xiao Feilong burst into laughter. "Boss, take it easy. I, Xiao, have a low tolerance for humor." Monk Chowding nearly lost his composure. Was this young man mocking him? How infuriating. He was itching to retaliate. But what should he do? Yi Xiaobai began to realize that this so-called child of the Buddha was far from a serious monk. What legitimate monk would drink? "Kid, are you here to pick a fight?" Monk Chowding could no longer contain himself, his demeanor shifting drastically from that of a wise monk to one imbued with the essence of the martial world. Xiao Feilong stood dumbfounded. The disparity in Monk Chowding's demeanor was quite striking. Yi Xiaobai shook his head, stating, "To be frank, I am here to persuade you to return to secular life." Had Monk Chowding been a genuinely devoted monk, Yi Xiaobai would never have spoken so candidly in front of him. Yet, the issue was that Monk Chowding was not serious in the least. "Persuade me to return to secular life?" Monk Chowding scrutinized Yi Xiaobai. Noting the insignia on his attire, "You were sent by that old man, weren't you, old man? The task's issuer?" Yi Xiaobai pondered thoughtfully. "Enough. There's no need for persuasion. Go back and tell that old man to give up on this idea." Monk Chowding unabashedly plopped down on the ground. "Returning to secular life is utterly impossible. All of us here are exceptional talents, and the conversations are delightful. I, Chowding, have not yet had my fill of enjoyment. How could I possibly return to secular life? Enjoyment. So, you became a monk merely for amusement?" Yi Xiaobai remarked, bemused. "Is there something wrong with that? Let me tell you, you have no idea how much fun it is here. That old man and the elders of the Buddhist sect are amusing, and the little novice monks and worshippers are also entertaining. Especially that old man. He comes to debate with me every time. Yet he never manages to win. Haha, I relish the look on his face when he finds himself unable to best me. Those elders of the Buddhist sect are also quite amusing, but ever since that old chap's faith faltered and he fell into delusion, Those old geezers have kept their distance from me, leaving me to pass the time with some worshippers. While they are entertaining, nothing compares to the thrill of sparring with the old man and the elders of the Buddhist sect. Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong were both left utterly astonished. It turned out that when the grass lantern monk spoke of amusement, he was referring to the manipulation of people. From his words, it seemed he had wreaked havoc throughout the entire Dadong temple, leaving no one unscathed. A dignified son of Buddha, yet ultimately he had become someone detested by all. Truly impressive. I now begin to suspect that this task may have been covertly commissioned by those within the Buddhist community. Yi Xiaobai finally understood why such an absurd task would be issued. This grass lantern monk was nothing short of a calamity, however, for the sake of the reward of 800 taels of gold. Yi Xiaobai still needed to devise a way to complete the task. He pondered the information he had gathered regarding the grass lantern monk, organized his thoughts, and then spoke. My friend, to be frank, in this vast world, there are far more entertaining places than the Buddhist realm. With your talents, where is it that you cannot find enjoyment? Why must you confine yourself to the Buddhist community? Are there truly places more amusing than the Buddhist realm? The grass lantern monk asked skeptically. Pray tell, share one with me. Why Yi Xiaobai hesitated. His understanding of this world was merely superficial. If pressed to articulate specifics, it would indeed be a challenge. His mind felt as if it had been emptied. No, wait. What is enjoyable is the activities, not the locations. A spark of inspiration struck Yi Xiaobai. While he might not know of particularly amusing places, he was certainly aware of many entertaining activities, to say nothing of the tasks at hand, which one could be deemed unenjoyable. Though these tasks were fraught with danger, it must be admitted that they were indeed quite intriguing. Setting aside the matter of enjoyable places, I possess several tasks for you to peruse. Should you find them lacking in entertainment, I assure you I shall take my leave immediately. Yi Xiaobai feigned retrieving a bundle of task scrolls from his sleeve and then proceeded to unveil them, presenting each task clearly to the grass lantern monk. Are these tasks not more captivating than remaining in the Buddhist realm? Task: successfully persuade the Purple Robe Princess to abandon literature for martial pursuits. Reward: 1,000 taels of gold. Task: compel the second young master of the Yi family, Yi Qiu, to publicly admit his foolishness. Reward: 3,000 taels of gold. Task: assist Master Li Tianhua in obtaining forgiveness from his wife. Master Shui Rou. Reward: 5,000 taels of gold. Task: publicly confess one's feelings to the leader of the Imperial Guard, Iron Fairy. Reward: 10,000 taels of gold. The grass lantern monk gazed at the array of tasks, his eyes gleaming with interest. Yet he replied, they do seem somewhat interesting, but I still find the Buddhist realm to be more engaging. You may leave now. Do not disturb my cultivation. Chapter 65, Grass Lantern. Who among us is truly a son of Buddha? Or merely a stubborn donkey? Clearly intrigued yet still feigning resolve, seems I must escalate my efforts. Yi Xiaobai saw a glimmer of hope for completing the task, though he still lacked a little push. The Buddhist realm is amusing, is it? That is only because you have yet to encounter a true rival. Yi Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly and continued. I have heard you are the most gifted among the younger generation of the Buddhist community. Well versed in Buddhist doctrine, I possess a verse of Dharma. If you can craft a verse superior to mine, I shall concede that you are indeed suited to remain within the Buddhist realm. However, should you fail, it would only prove that your status as a son of Buddha is rather superficial, and it would be best for you to return to secular life, lest you bring shame to the Buddhist community. Upon hearing this, the grass lantern monk immediately bristled with indignation. Speak. Not only was he proficient in Buddhist doctrine, but he could effortlessly compose verses of Dharma in terms of profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. He was not on par with those who had practiced for decades or even centuries, but Buddhist theory was indeed his forte. Composing a verse of Dharma was not something that merely anyone could achieve. Listen closely. Dharma verse is: the body is the Bodhi tree, the heart a clear mirror. Diligently wipe it clean, lest dust alight upon it. Yi Xiaobai paused for a moment, then continued leisurely, I take great pride in this, as I have the backing of countless great figures from Huaxia. Any one of them could easily surpass your meager attempts, and I might as well borrow the illustrious verse of a past master to impress. Surely, the great figures would not mind. Having said that, Yi Xiaobai smiled at the grass lantern monk. As long as you can compose a verse of superior quality, I shall take my leave. The grass lantern monk repeated to himself. The body is the Bodhi tree, the heart a clear mirror, his eyes growing increasingly bright. He was utterly captivated. This was undoubtedly the finest verse of Dharma he had ever encountered in his life. Bar none. Xiao Feilong looked on in unabashed admiration. Not only is my master extraordinarily powerful, but he is also remarkably adept in Buddhist philosophy. Seems my own name as De Tsongming must yield to him. It suits him far better. After a considerable time, the grass lantern monk scratched his head, deep in thought. Yet he remained at a loss. It was not that he could not compose a verse of Dharma. On the contrary, he could easily create numerous. In the past, he had also composed many classic verses of Dharma, yet none reached the level of timelessness. The moment this verse was uttered, it felt as if all other verses within the Buddhist community had been rendered inferior. I concede. I cannot compose a verse of superior quality. The grass lantern monk felt somewhat dejected. This was the first time he had been bested in an area he prided himself on, and a profound sense of defeat began to well up within him. Yet, this does not prove you to be stronger. Perhaps you merely stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. He did not suspect that Yi Xiaobai had plagiarized. After all, such a timeless verse would have circulated widely in the Buddhist community long ago, and he could not have been unaware of it. But what if I were to compose another equally excellent or even superior verse? Yi Xiaobai smiled mischievously. Impossible. The grass lantern monk's eyes widened. Such a verse, capable of eternal renown, could not be casually composed. That you managed to create one is already an immense stroke of luck. Yi Xiaobai refrained from arguing, smiling as he said, then hear this one. The Bodhi tree is inherently without form. The clear mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is not a single object. Where then can dust alight? Sorry, sixth patriarch, I must borrow your verse of Dharma for a moment. The moment the second verse of Dharma was uttered, the grass lantern monk knelt in awe. Ordinary is inherently without form. The clear mirror is not a platform. My heavens, what divine verse is this? He felt that this second verse surpassed the first in its profundity. If the first verse spoke of a gradual awakening for disciples of the Buddhist community of duller faculties, then the second verse addressed the sudden enlightenment of those with inherent wisdom. One speaks of gradual understanding, the other of sudden realization. While neither is inherently superior, there exists a distinction in their realms. He could not fathom the depth of understanding of Buddhist doctrine that Yi Xiaobai must possess to create such stunning verses of Dharma. Who among us is truly a son of Buddha? The grass lantern monk's mind was in disarray. Xiao Feilong's mouth hung agape. I once believed my master's wisdom had reached its pinnacle, yet I now see that what I perceived as the summit is merely the foothill of a much greater peak. He gazed at Yi Xiaobai with awe. The latter seemed to be enveloped in a sacred aura of Buddhist light, divine and inviolable. The grass lantern monk remained silent for a long while. Suddenly losing all desire to remain a monk, it was simply no longer enjoyable. How dreadful! The joy he derived from being a monk had been mercilessly stripped away by Yi Xiaobai. These two verses of Dharma loomed over him like insurmountable mountains, forever beyond his reach. What say you? Will you consider renouncing your monastic vows and accompany me to undertake these intriguing tasks? Yi Xiaobai was already contemplating how to recruit this son of Buddha as his assistant for the tasks. Not to mention, this son of Buddha was undeniably pleasing to the eye, his attractiveness nearly off the charts, making him a valuable asset that could be called upon at any moment. The grass lantern monk, already captivated by Yi Xiaobai's tasks, finally lowered his proud head in defeat after the contest of verses, conceding, I can renounce my vows and accompany you, but let us agree beforehand. I am not your subordinate, nor shall you expect to command me arbitrarily. Of course, Yi Xiaobai replied with a smile, we shall engage as equals, with no distinction in status. The grass lantern monk displayed a satisfied smile. It is settled then. Wait for me a moment. With that, he turned to leave the premises. What are you doing? Yi Xiaobai hurriedly inquired. Renouncing my vows. The grass lantern monk responded matter-of-factly. Didn't you wish for me to renounce my vows? What is the matter? You're not pleased now that I intend to do so. No, it's not that. I just spoke with you for a moment, and you're already running off to renounce your vows. Isn't that plainly signaling to them that I persuaded you to do so? Yi Xiaobai shuddered. He could not bear the wrath of the Buddhist community. Let us not forget, this was indeed the territory of Buddhism. You should at least wait until I have left Dadong Temple before renouncing your vows. Oh, come now. What are you so afraid of? The grass lantern monk tore off his facade, speaking with coarse language. Those old geezers view me as a calamity, wishing I would renounce my vows sooner rather than later. They tried every method of coercion, leaving only the threat of a knife at my throat to compel me to renounce. Believe me, if I were to tell them I wish to renounce my vows now, they would rejoice more than anyone else. The moment I depart, they would immediately set off firecrackers in celebration. Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong were both rendered speechless. You are a son of Buddha. Can't you maintain some decorum? Even if you wish to renounce your vows, must you do so thoroughly? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yi Xiaobai replied with feigned skepticism, They wish to force you to renounce your vows. Is that true? As long as the Buddhist sect does not trouble him. The monk Xiaoding can do as he pleases. However, considering Xiaoding's nature, it is entirely possible that the sect might attempt to force him to return to secular life. Yi Xiaobai believed 9/10 of what Xiaoding had said. If he were the abbot or an elder of the sect, he would likely wish to strike down this troublemaker with a single blow. The fact that the abbot and the elders have tolerated him until now, even allowing Xiaoding to be designated as a Buddhist son, truly demonstrates their remarkable compassion. Chapter 66. Yi Xiaobai possesses the essence of a true Buddha. Xiaoding the monk curled his lip and then strode directly toward the edge of the courtyard. Stopping beside an old monk, Abbot, I wish to return to secular life, Xiaoding declared with an air of arrogance, as if renouncing his monastic vows were a matter of great honor. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xiaobai was left dumbfounded. Was this old monk truly the abbot of Datong Temple, revered by countless disciples of the Buddhist order? Just moments ago, he had been inquiring about Xiaoding's whereabouts with this very old monk. What Yi Xiaobai could never have anticipated was that upon hearing Xiaoding's intention to renounce, the old monk became so excited that he nearly lost his composure. What? You wish to return to secular life? Really? Wonderful. This exclamation escaped him almost involuntarily. Perhaps realizing his lapse in decorum, the old monk quickly composed himself and feigned regret. Ah, are you truly intent on leaving? What a pity. Would you like to reconsider? Well then, I shall ponder it further. Xiaoding the monk pretended to hesitate. The old monk's complexion turned ashen. He could have simply processed the paperwork for this troublemaker without further ado. So why did he have to say more? Haha, I was just joking with you. A mischievous grin spread across Xiaoding's face. All right, let us proceed swiftly with the paperwork. I wish to leave today. The old monk dared not say another word, hastily leading Xiaoding to complete the necessary formalities. Moving with great urgency, Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong observed the entire scene, struggling to fathom how such an unlikable figure as Xiaoding the monk could have ever been elevated to the status of a Buddhist son. Within the main hall, the old monk processed Xiaoding's renunciation paperwork with remarkable speed, stamping it with the abbot's seal. From that moment forth, Xiaoding's identity transitioned from that of a Buddhist son of Datong Temple to that of a secular disciple. No longer even qualifying as a disciple. The paperwork consisted of 2 copies, both signed and sealed, one for Xiaoding and the other retained by Datong Temple. Even as he watched Xiaoding sign, the old monk remained in a state of disbelief, grappling with the surreal sensation that this troublemaker had truly renounced his vows. From this point onward, would Datong Temple, and indeed the entire Buddhist order, finally be spared from the torment he had inflicted? Before Xiaoding could depart, several figures swiftly approached from outside the hall, each one a highly respected elder of Datong Temple. Abbot, is what you just communicated via thought true? The true Buddha has manifested. This troublemaker is finally willing to leave. May the Buddha have mercy. Our sect can finally attain tranquility. The voices of the elders echoed from the entrance, brimming with excitement, joy, and tinged with a hint of sorrow. The Buddhist community had long endured the trials posed by Xiaoding the monk. Xiaoding's expression darkened. He had yet to depart, and they were already celebrating. Shouldn't they wait until he was gone to rejoice? The elders, caught up in their exhilaration, failed to notice Xiaoding's presence until they entered the room and had finished their declarations, only to be met with his unfriendly demeanor. A wave of panic coursed through them. Surely, this young man had overheard their remarks. Oh, haha, Xiaoding, you're here too. What a coincidence, one elder awkwardly remarked. You should be grateful to Yi Xiaobai. Otherwise, I would not be leaving Datong Temple so readily. Chowding huffed. Who is Yi Xiaobai? The elders wondered, their curiosity piqued. Regardless of who this Yi Xiaobai might be, he was undoubtedly a benefactor of Dadong Temple. This gratitude would be remembered for a lifetime. Chowding, what did Yi benefactor say to you that compelled you to relinquish your position as a Buddhist son and renounce your vows? The old monk inquired with genuine curiosity. They had exhausted various methods, even resorting to threats, yet Chowding remained impervious. Thus, they found it difficult to conceive of what means Yi Xiaobai might have employed to persuade Chowding to willingly renounce his vows. Listening to the old monk, the elders cast curious glances toward Chowding. He fell silent for a moment before responding with a tone of desolation. It was nothing. I simply lost a contest of Dharma verses to him. His condition was that I renounce my vows. Upon hearing this, both the abbot and the elders were taken aback. Although they had viewed Chowding with disdain, wishing to rid themselves of him entirely, they could not deny that his understanding of Buddhist principles was nearly unparalleled, and he possessed a remarkable eloquence. His most illustrious achievement was dismantling the faith of an elder with just a few words, causing him to spiral into madness. With Chowding's profound comprehension of Buddhist teachings, alongside his unmatched oratory skills, he could effortlessly compose a plethora of classic Dharma verses, many of which had even spread throughout the entire Danzhou region. In this regard, Chowding stood alone in the Buddhist community, unrivaled in his prowess. They found it hard to fathom anyone could surpass Chowding in composing Dharma verses. Most astonishingly, Chowding had admitted his defeat. Was this truly the proud Chowding they had come to know? What verses did you compose? The old monk inquired, though you still remember them. Of course I remember. Those 2 verses left an indelible mark on my spirit. I doubt I shall ever forget them, Chowding replied. Since you wish to hear them, I shall recite them for you. His expression suddenly turned solemn, radiating an aura of serenity and sanctity, as if he had transformed once more into an enlightened monk. Steeped in profound wisdom, he had composed 2 verses in total. The first was, "The body is the Bodhi tree, the heart a mirror bright. Constantly polish it, lest dust alight." Within the hall, everyone felt a tremor within their souls upon hearing those 20 brief words, which seemed to encapsulate the essence of Buddhist practice, piercing directly to its core. This verse struck at the very heart of their beings. Observing the profound impact his words had on the assembly, Chowding disdainfully shook his head. "Is that all? And you call yourselves an abbot and elders? You were so easily subdued?" Moments later, the old monk and the elders regained their composure, exchanging glances of bewilderment. One verse had imparted them with profound insights, bringing them great benefit. Chowding had no reason to lament his defeat. The old monk mused inwardly, turning to Chowding with anticipation. "And what of the second verse?" "The second verse. The Bodhi has no tree, the bright mirror is not a stage. Originally, there is not a single thing. Where could dust alight?" Chowding replied indifferently. Upon hearing the second verse, the monks erupted in excitement. They had initially thought the first verse was the pinnacle of poetic expression, only to find that the second verse transcended even that, reaching an even higher realm. "The true Buddha walks the earth. The true Buddha walks the earth." The old monk was overwhelmed with exhilaration, proclaiming, "This Yi benefactor, no, Yi layman, possesses the essence of a true Buddha." Both verses, each more classic than the last, would be eternally revered. To compose such profound Dharma verses, one's understanding of Buddhist principles must surely rival that of a true Buddha. To claim that a true Buddha walks among us would not be an exaggeration. "Let us go." The old monk seemed to have struck upon a thought, hastily making his way toward the hall's exit. "Wait, abbot, where are you going?" One elder inquired. "We wish to meet this Yi layman." The old monk's eagerness betrayed his intentions, but he quickly corrected himself to salvage his image. Chapter 67. The Escape. Hearing the old monk's words, the elder's eyes brightened with excitement, a talent possessing the essence of a true Buddha. If they could bring him into the Buddhist fold, their order would surely rise anew. "Abbot, do you know where Yi layman is?" One elder asked. "He is not far outside." "I just saw him," the old monk replied. Continuing toward the exit of the hall, upon hearing this, the elders immediately followed, eager to catch a glimpse of the true Buddha's essence. In the blink of an eye, the hall became desolate, leaving Chowding the monk alone. "What? You all are so eager to disregard me. Back in the day, When I engaged in verbal battles with the monks, you all reverently referred to me as the Buddhist son. Yet now that new faces have arrived, you treat me as if I were invisible? At the edge of the courtyard, Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong waited in boredom. Suddenly, they spotted a group of old monks approaching with great intensity, causing both to jump in alarm. This is bad. Xiao Feilong's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down. It seems your machinations to persuade Xiao Ding to renounce his vows have ultimately been exposed. The Buddhist sect has come to settle the score with us. This is it. Shut up. Stop rambling. Yi Xiaobai slapped Xiao Feilong aside, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded the rapidly approaching old monks. Although he feigned composure, a hint of trepidation lurked within him. Surely, this group of old monks would not truly seek to trouble him, right? After all, he had helped them. They ought not to repay kindness with malice. Are you Yi Xiaobai, the Yi layman? The old monk inquired, a smile of wrinkles adorning his face, so young. Yet you have already reached the late stage of the transformation god realm. Not only has your understanding of Buddhist principles reached an unparalleled level, but your innate talent is extraordinary, embodying the essence of a martial deity. The eyes of the old monks grew increasingly fervent, leaving Yi Xiaobai feeling somewhat overwhelmed. I am Yi Xiaobai. What business do you have with me? Yi Xiaobai cautiously remarked. There is no need for Master Yi to be overly anxious. The old monk, Huitong, smiled warmly and replied, I am the abbot of Dadong Temple, Huitong. These esteemed individuals are the venerable elders of our temple. It has come to our attention that Master Yi has composed 2 exceptional verses of Dharma, and we have come to seek your wisdom on the matter. Yi Xiaobai nodded, having overheard a portion of the earlier conversation between the grass lamp monk and the abbot. He was now aware of the old monk's esteemed status as the abbot of Dadong Temple, the foremost expert of Danzhou and a leading figure in the Buddhist realm today. However, while the inquiry was appreciated, their excessive enthusiasm made him feel uneasy. Such unusual fervor must harbor ulterior motives, Yi Xiaobai mused. Although he had rendered assistance to Dadong Temple, the fervent demeanor of these venerable monks unsettled him. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance, Yi Xiaobai, do not be deceived by their flattery. Both Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong were taken aback, while Huitong and the other elders furrowed their brows, casting disapproving glares at the grass lamp monk. Grass lamp, since you have returned to secular life, you should depart promptly, Huitong admonished with a displeased expression. The grass lamp monk, however, paid no heed to the abbot's words and addressed Yi Xiaobai directly. Yi Xiaobai, they merely wish to beguile you into joining the Buddhist order. Their inquiries are nothing more than a pretext. Do not fall for their ruse. I am not. Huitong interjected hastily. Moreover, what harm is there in joining the Buddhist order? Master Yi possesses innate wisdom and the semblance of a true Buddha. Should you choose to join us in due time, you will undoubtedly attain the status of a living Buddha, radiating unparalleled grace. Standing alongside the sword ancestor and the empress, the other elders chimed in, we implore Master Yi to join our fold. Our order will not tarnish your Buddhist heart. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. For Master Yi, we can make an exception and appoint another elder, placing you above countless disciples of the Buddhist order. If you wish to be recognized as a disciple of Buddha, we can bestow that title upon you immediately, without delay. Their intentions were clear, to secure Yi Xiaobai at any cost. Observing the throng of elders encircling him, the grass lamp monk remarked with a tinge of bitterness. So, will love simply vanish? Yi Xiaobai cautiously replied. I am sincerely grateful for your profound affection, esteemed masters, but my aspirations lie within the path of the sword. My entanglements with the mortal realm remain unresolved. And as for the blessings of the Buddhist path, I fear I may not be worthy to receive them. What jest is this? I have yet to indulge sufficiently, let alone live freely, become a monk? To spend my days in your company, consuming vegetarian meals and chanting sutras? Not in this life, nor in the next, or even the one after that. Most importantly, if I were to become a monk, how would I continue to spar with the ladies? Master Yi might reconsider. Our Dadong Temple is earnest in its intentions and will not neglect your needs, Huitong asserted gravely, with the elders nodding in agreement. There is no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up, Yi Xiaobai interjected, anxious that the monks might resort to coercive tactics. The Heavenly Sword sect treats me quite well, the sect leader is kind to me, and the elders show me considerable care. I have been designated as the chief disciple, and barring unforeseen circumstances, I do not foresee leaving the Heavenly Sword sect in this lifetime. Even the mightiest of Buddhist orders could not rival the Heavenly Sword sect. Once the Sword Ancestor emerged, who could stand against him, save for the Empress? Upon hearing Yi Xiaobai mention the Heavenly Sword sect, Huitong and the elders exchanged troubled glances. Master Yi is a scion of the Heavenly Sword sect? Huitong observed Yi Xiaobai's attire, recalling it to be the distinctive garb of a servant within the sect. Yi Xiaobai shook his head. I have not yet accepted the sect leader's offer to become the chief disciple, though that may change in the future. Crafting a grand narrative was Yi Xiaobai's forte, and he was not entirely dishonest, for the sect indeed wished for him to assume that role. After a moment of silence, Huitong sighed. Since Master Yi has made his decision, we shall refrain from further urging. However, the doors of the Buddhist order will always be open to you. Should you ever wish to join, you are welcome at any time. To lure a talent from the Heavenly Sword sect, potentially their future scion, the elders sighed inwardly, lamenting why it had to be someone from the Heavenly Sword sect. If the Buddhist order were at its zenith, perhaps they could contend with the Heavenly Sword sect, but now, in their decline, provoking the sect could lead to their total eradication from the great Zhou martial dynasty by the following day. Hearing Huitong's words, Yi Xiaobai felt a sense of relief. As long as they did not resort to forceful measures, he would be content. I appreciate your kindness, esteemed masters, but I have pressing duties to attend to within my sect. So I shall take my leave. Farewell, masters. Yi Xiaobai swiftly departed, fearing that lingering even a moment longer might result in being retained by the eager monks. While he said farewell, he thought to himself that he would never return. Wait for me, big brother. Upon seeing Yi Xiaobai make his exit, Xiao Feilong promptly followed suit. The grass lamp monk, however, cast a disdainful glance at Huitong and the other elders, remarking, a bunch of fickle-minded individuals. It's no wonder they are despised. With that, he too took his leave. Abbot, are we truly going to let this opportunity slip away? One elder protested, a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes. This is a chance for our Buddhist order to rise anew. Huitong's expression shifted, and after a long deliberation, his gaze grew resolute. Who among you is willing to personally visit the Heavenly Sword sect? If they could not be forceful, then perhaps a softer approach would suffice. They would lower their stance and appeal to the Heavenly Sword sect. Even if the sect were to decline, they surely would not direct their ire towards the Buddhist order. Chapter 68. The three prodigies of the Yi family. Although Huitong did not believe the Heavenly Sword sect would relinquish Yi Xiaobai. What if they did? The Heavenly Sword sect stood at the pinnacle among all sects, wielding the Sword Ancestor's authority, and with a cadre of 8 grandmasters, they were undoubtedly formidable. They might not be overly concerned with the presence of a single Yi Xiaobai. Even if there were but a 1 in 10,000 chance, Huitong was determined to pursue it. What if the Heavenly Sword sect, moved by pity for the Buddhist order, decided to offer Yi Xiaobai to them? Elder Huiming, you are most adept at dealing with outsiders. You shall undertake this mission personally. Huitong looked towards a serene elder, radiating an aura of approachability, and no matter what, we must secure Yi Xiaobai for our Buddhist order. Even if it requires some sacrifice on our part. The Buddhist order was already impoverished, but Huitong was willing to pay a higher price to acquire Yi Xiaobai, demonstrating just how highly he valued him. However, this level of attention might not align with Yi Xiaobai's desires. Rest assured, I will do my utmost, Elder Huiming replied pragmatically, eschewing grandiose promises. Amitabha, all for the sake of the Buddhist order. Huitong clasped his hands in prayer. And the other elders followed suit, solemnly intoning, Amitabha. Suizhou, Dian City Yi Manor. Yi Tianan sat at one end of a long table, his face aglow with joy, beaming as he exclaimed, Elder Hua's visit truly brings honor to the Yi family. If I have failed to extend proper hospitality, I hope Elder Hua will pardon me. The esteemed Elder Huafeng of the Heavenly Sword sect had come to visit in person. Such an event was indeed a matter of great pride for him. Yi Tianan was merely an ordinary grandmaster, while he and Hua Qingwu were of vastly different standings. There is no need for you to be so formal, Yi family head, Hua Qingwu replied with a melodious voice. Devoid of any haughty demeanor, instead offering a sense of warmth, I have come to inquire about your son. Yi Tianan was taken aback. He had 3 sons. His eldest son, Yi Ming, was endowed with immense strength and practiced the earth dominance technique. Renowned for his fierce and bold fighting style, earning a reputation as a notorious combat enthusiast in Suizhou. His second son, Yi Qiu, though of average talent, possessed exceptional wisdom, adept at strategizing, and managed the family's enterprises with remarkable precision, leading to continuous growth in their assets, earning him the title of the Light of Suizhou. His youngest son, Yi Bai, was obsessed with swordsmanship and displayed extraordinary talent in the sword arts, having cultivated the heartless sword technique to a profound level at a young age, establishing himself as a renowned heartless swordsman. Each of his three sons was more accomplished than the last, and any one of them would be a source of pride. Yet, alongside that pride came an equal measure of worry and frustration. His eldest son, though generally obedient due to his honest nature, would become unrecognizable in battle, disregarding kinship altogether. His second son was exceedingly intelligent and strong-willed. Once he set his mind on something, even his father found it challenging to sway him. His youngest son, having nearly severed all emotional ties through his relentless pursuit of the heartless sword technique, exhibited an icy demeanor that sometimes felt as if he were gazing at a stranger, sending chills down his father's spine. The eldest and youngest sons often clashed, engaging in fierce battles every few days, with the second son occasionally fueling their conflicts instead of calming them down, his advice often being to fight without holding back. Others may envy Yi Tianan for raising three exceptional sons, admiring the Yi family for its trio of prodigies, but who could he confide in about his inner torment? Who could truly understand the struggles within his heart? This arrangement with the Fu family was intended to instill some emotional bonds in his youngest son, hoping to preserve a semblance of humanity within him, preventing him from becoming utterly detached. Yet, to his dismay, his youngest son had outright fled from the marriage. Ah, the heart of a parent. After a moment, Yi Tianan regained his composure and apologized to Hua Qingwu. "Forgive me, Elder Hua. I was lost in thought regarding my sons for a moment there." Hua Qingwu swayed gently, her head shaking in tranquil contemplation. Elder Hua had just expressed a desire to inquire about a certain canine, leaving Yi Tianan puzzled as to which individual Elder Hua referred. Yi Xiaobai? No, I meant Yi Bai. Hua Qingwu nearly forgot that Yi Xiaobai was merely the given name of Yi Bai. What news does Elder Hua wish to discuss concerning Xiaobai? Although Yi Tianan found the inquiry strange, he replied, "Elder Hua, feel free to ask. I shall share everything I know without reservation. Do you know where Yi Bai is at present?" Hua Qingwu inquired. Has he returned in recent days? Yi Tianan responded with a wry smile. "Elder Hua, to speak candidly, I too have been searching for Xiaobai." Hua Qingwu was taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting her confusion. "If I recall correctly, Fu Kaier should be a disciple under Elder Hua. Correct?" Yi Tianan suddenly asked. Hua Qingwu nodded, though she found it curious that Yi Tianan would mention Fu Kaier without cause. Not long ago, her son Yi Bai had wed Fu Kaier, yet on their wedding day, both had injured their guards and fled. Yi Tianan sighed heavily, his expression filled with melancholy. This incident stirred quite the uproar in Dian City, turning my Yi family and the Fu family into a laughingstock. For days, I have dispatched people to search for Xiaobai, but this rebellious child seems to have vanished without a trace. Hua Qingwu was stunned. Yi Xiaobai and Fu Kaier are betrothed. Such significant news had eluded everyone in the Tianjin sect. This young lady had even concealed it from me. Furrowing her brow, Hua Qingwu felt perplexed. If Yi Xiaobai and Fu Kaier held no affection for one another, why had they appeared so close during their time in the Tianjin sect? No, she remembered that her sixth senior brother had once sought her out, expressing concern that Kaier had developed feelings for Yi Xiaobai and might suffer emotional turmoil in the future. Pondering this, Hua Qingwu felt increasingly bewildered. If Fu Kaier harbored feelings for Yi Xiaobai, why would she flee from marriage? If Yi Xiaobai despised Fu Kaier, why had he come to the Tianjin sect after the elopement? If they had already eloped, why did they continue to act so intimately within the Tianjin sect? What was the nature of their feelings, love or disdain? The situation was far too convoluted. Meanwhile, Yi Tianan considered Hua Qingwu's status, his brow slightly furrowing. Could it be that Hua Qingwu intends to meddle in Xiaobai and Fu Kaier's marriage? As Fu Kaier's mentor, Hua Qingwu indeed had the power to intervene if Fu Kaier sought her assistance. If Elder Hua has come to help Fu Kaier annul the marriage, then there is truly no need for that, Yi Tianan remarked, observing Hua Qingwu with a serious demeanor. Though wary of Hua Qingwu's strength and standing, he maintained his own dignity. After all, every master possesses their own pride. With both Xiaobai and Fu Kaier fleeing from marriage, the Yi and Fu families had become the subject of ridicule in Dian City. Even if Elder Hua remained silent, it seemed unlikely that the families would unite. Thus, this trip might well be in vain. Elder Hua, you appear to have misunderstood. Hua Qingwu spoke softly. Misunderstood. I have come solely to find Yi Bai. It has nothing to do with other matters. Yi Tianan, taken aback, asked, Elder Hua is not here regarding their marriage. Of course not. Hua Qingwu shook her head. Whether they marry or elope is their own affair. Then what does Elder Hua seek Yi Bai for? Yi Tianan inquired, puzzled. Could it be that my son has offended the Tianjin sect, prompting Elder Hua to personally come and hold us accountable? Hua Qingwu explained calmly, what you may not know is that not long ago, Yi Bai joined our Tianjin sect. She elaborated on Yi Xiaobai's activities within the sect. Yi Tianan's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaobai has joined the Tianjin sect and even become a senior steward in the external combat department. The sect leader even wishes for Xiaobai to become the chief disciple. Such words sounded utterly fantastical. Yi Bai's talent was indeed commendable, a fact Yi Tianan was well aware of. Yet, it hardly seemed plausible that Yi Bai possessed the capability to ascend to the role of chief disciple in the Tianjin sect. The core disciples of the sect were all paragons, their talents not inferior to Yi Bai's. Moreover, he recalled that the position of senior steward in the external combat department required rigorous standards in both cultivation and combat prowess. Only those who had reached the late stage of the transformation realm and demonstrated true combat capability could qualify for such a role. Could Yi Bai truly hold such a position? Was Elder Hua jesting? Yi Tianan shook himself from his reverie, still feeling as if he were caught in a dream. Could it be that our ancestors have truly manifested? Hua Qingwu stated calmly. Yi Bai possesses the demeanor of a martial deity. His joining the Tianjin sect is indeed a stroke of fortune for the sect. The demeanor of a martial deity? Yi Tianan never anticipated that Hua Qingwu would hold Yi Bai in such high regard. Leaving him at a loss for words, however, a pressing issue required Yi Bai's insight. What matter weighs upon you? The child of the demon king Kuatian has gone missing, Hua Qingwu stated solemnly. Yi Bai carries the scent of that little wolf, which may be connected to the disappearance of the wolf demon, and Kuatian has already taken notice. Yi Tianan's expression shifted dramatically. Each of the three great demon kings of Wolf Mountain was not to be trifled with. And Kuatian, the foremost among them, was comparable to a human master at the pinnacle of his realm. To eliminate Yi Tianan would be as effortless as lifting a finger. Since Yi Bai has joined our Tianjin sect, we cannot abandon him, Hua Qingwu continued. However, we still hope to locate Yi Bai to ascertain the situation. If we can avoid conflict, it would be beneficial for all. If not, we must then consider the prospect of war with the wolf tribe. To wage war with the entire wolf tribe for Yi Bai. Does he possess such charm? Yi Tianan could hardly fathom that the Tianjin sect valued Yi Bai to such an extent. In the southern region, Yi Xiaobai soared through the skies, finally exhaling a sigh of relief after distancing himself several hundred kilometers from Dadong Temple. By the way, who is the princess in purple? Does anyone know? Yi Xiaobai asked the monk Xiaoding and Xiao Feilong, if memory serves. I believe I have encountered that girl before. Xiaoding the monk replied. Yi Xiaobai's eyes brightened. The monk continued, 3 years ago. The king of Zhenman visited Datong Temple to debate with the abbot. His daughter accompanied him, remaining mostly silent and obediently by his side. It was only upon leaving that she requested I compose a verse for her. Later, I learned from the abbot that the girl was indeed the princess in purple. Yi Xiaobai was indifferent to the identity of the princess in purple. He simply wished to know her whereabouts. Do you know where the princess in purple resides? He inquired. The king of Zhenman has long resided in the southern province of Yuezhou. Since she is his daughter, she should also dwell in Yuezhou. Correct? Xiaoding the monk hesitated, though that may not be certain. Yuezhou is rife with harsh living conditions, swarming with mosquitoes and miasma. The king of Zhenman might not wish for her to endure such hardships by his side. His thoughts were consumed with how to confront the abbot and the elders of the Buddhist sect, leaving little room for such details, if not for the fact that the young lady was exceptionally beautiful. He might not have even remembered the name Princess in Purple. Seeing that Xiaoding the monk could not provide a clear answer, Yi Xiaobai decided to inquire with a passerby. The Princess in Purple certainly resides in Jingzhou. How could you not know this? The passerby exclaimed, as if encountering a rare creature. The king of Zhenman possesses formidable skills, guarding the borders of Yuezhou and keeping the barbarian tribes at bay. His daughter, the Princess in Purple, is a paragon of literary talent, renowned in Jingzhou for her eloquence and wit. Truly, a tiger father begets no dog daughter. Yi Xiaobai was somewhat taken aback. He had not realized that the king of Jinmon and the princess in purple were so well known. However, the more famous they were, the easier they would be to find. Jingzhou, is it? If I am not mistaken, the commander of the elite troops, Iron Fairy, is also in Jingzhou. Perfect. After expressing his gratitude to the passerby, Yi Xiaobai returned to Chaoding the monk and Xiao Feilong. Do you know the way to Jingzhou? Yi Xiaobai entirely ignored Xiao Feilong, directly addressing Chaoding the monk. Chaoding the monk smiled faintly. I have accompanied the abbot to Jingzhou several times over the past few years. I cannot claim to be intimately familiar, but I am not a stranger either. Yi Xiaobai grinned. Excellent, then you shall lead the way. Finally, he had found a reliable guide. Although Chaoding the monk was not a particularly virtuous monk, he had at least been a disciple of the Buddha and would likely be more dependable than Xiao Feilong. All right, follow me. At our current speed, we shall reach Jingzhou in no more than 3 days. Chaoding the monk immediately soared in a particular direction. Wait, that's not right. I seem to remember that Jingzhou is not in that direction, Xiao Feilong interjected. Be quiet. 3 days later, the trio found themselves hovering above a desolate mountain, the air thick with a faint demonic aura, as if the very heavens and earth had been stained with blood, imparting an eerie sensation. Yi Xiaobai gazed at Chaoding the monk in silence. Xiao Feilong muttered, I told you, his direction was incorrect. Now we have ended up in the wild provinces. Chaoding the monk remained unperturbed. In truth, I was aiming for the wild provinces from the very beginning. Do you believe me? Yi Xiaobai looked up at the sky, an expression of melancholy crossing his face. Why? The desire for a reliable guide seems to be an elusive pursuit. He feels as though fate itself is conspiring against him. After much effort, he finally encounters a monk, only to discover that this monk is even less dependable than Xiao Feilong. Their intended destination is Jingzhou, yet this fellow has led them to the desolate region of Huangzhou. Utterly missing the mark. Chapter 70. Early stage of the 6th tier Nirvana realm. What merit or capability do I, Yi Xiaobai, possess to receive assistance from both the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick simultaneously? All I sought was to save some time, to take a shortcut and avoid questioning passers. Yi Xiaobai is engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. Why must heaven punish him so? With the Crouching Dragon arriving and the Phoenix Chick in place, he senses the heaven's malicious intent. He has stumbled into the same pitfall not once, but twice. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiaobai gazes at the darkening sky and drifts down toward the barren mountains below. After this incident, he has completely abandoned his inclination to cut corners. Some matters ultimately must rely on oneself. The consequence of laziness is merely a waste of time, necessitating even more effort to compensate. Time to rest. Yi Xiaobai, feeling disenchanted, no longer wishes to engage in idle chatter with the Grass Lantern Monk and Xiao Feilong, deciding to set out again in the morning. Noticing Yi Xiaobai's foul mood, Xiao Feilong refrains from speaking, lest he provoke him further. The Grass Lantern Monk wishes to converse with Yi Xiaobai, but upon seeing his expression, he swallows his words. Never mind, I shall wait until he calms down. System, commence cultivation. Advanced mode. After casually consuming some rations, Yi Xiaobai embarks on a new day of training. Out of sight, out of mind. Within the state of cultivation, his mind empties, allowing him to forget his troubles. Task: cultivate the Celestial One Decision. Difficulty: advanced. Basic reward: a minimum of 1,000 taels of silver or equivalent items. Advanced mode. Shall the task be activated? Activated. His body enters a state of preservation, as if his consciousness has been shattered and amalgamated with the cosmos. In an instant, Yi Xiaobai enters a state of unity with the heavens and earth, devoid of desire or need, his thoughts ceasing to function. As he soars through the universe, the surrounding energies of the cosmos become unprecedentedly vibrant, with indistinct, invisible trajectories flickering in and out of perception. The vast energies of the universe seem to come alive, flowing along those formless paths, the trajectory of the Tao. Before long, dawn breaks. Task completed. Please rate the experience. As his body exits the preservation state, Yi Xiaobai's consciousness gradually returns 0.5 stars. Yi Xiaobai holds modest expectations for the system. As long as it does not cause trouble, it is a good system. The system has completed the task of cultivating the Celestial One Decision. Host evaluation: 5 stars. Reward: 1,000 taels of silver. Advanced Mode. Thank you for your use and evaluation. The system shall strive for excellence, and we look forward to your next engagement. Yi Xiaobai opens his attributes panel. Name: Yi Xiaobai. Age: 20. Cultivation level: early stage of 6th tier Nirvana Realm Techniques. Celestial 1 Decision: entry level. Tai Forgetting Emotion Decision: entry level. Body Refinement Decision: mastered. Skills: Dao Field: entry level. 7 Absolute Severing Emotions Sword Technique: mastered. Ghostly Shadow Step: entry level. Heartless Fist Technique: mastered. Assets: 88,000 Taels of Gold, fixed assets. 68,785 Taels of Gold, 4 Taels of Silver, and 82 of Copper Coins, liquid assets. 28 Taels of Gold, IOUs, liabilities. 115 Taels of Gold having reached the early stage of the 6th tier Nirvana Realm. With only 7 days until stepping into the late stage of the 5th tier Transformation Realm, Yi Xiaobai has made further progress, now entering the early stage of the 6th tier Nirvana Realm. His body begins to undergo transformation, significantly enhancing its strength, vitality, and cellular activity, while slowing down the rate of division. It is an astonishing sensation, as if his DNA has been shattered and restructured, transitioning from one tier of existence to another. The Nirvana Realm represents this transformative process, albeit one that is exceedingly slow. Even after a night of cultivation, and despite the extraordinary effects of the Celestial 1 Decision, Yi Xiaobai feels his progress to be quite limited. The outcomes are nowhere near as pronounced as those experienced during his time in the Transformation Realm. Simultaneously, 7 days of fervent cultivation have severely depleted Yi Xiaobai's liquid assets, plummeting from 81,285 Taels of Gold in the late stage of Transformation Realm to 68,785 Taels of Gold, a staggering evaporation of 12,500 Taels of Gold in just 7 days. It is unlikely that the Great Zhou martial dynasty could find another so extravagant. Of course, the expenditure has not been without its rewards. Beyond advancing to the early stage of the 6th tier Nirvana Realm, both the Celestial 1 Decision and Dao Field have progressed from proficiency to entry level, with cultivation frequency skyrocketing to 20 times per night. Yes, I must seize the opportunity to amass wealth. Yi Xiaobai gazes at the remaining 60,000 Taels of Gold, feeling a profound sense of insecurity. The only thing he can rely on now is the system, which, being inflexible, only recognizes gold. For him, as he navigates this unfamiliar world alone, only gold can provide a sense of security. The more gold he possesses, the greater his sense of safety. Conversely, as his gold diminishes, so does his sense of security, leading to unease. This state of affairs may persist until he reaches the status of a master, and only upon attaining the title of a martial deity grandmaster will he find complete relief. Ultimately, it all stems from a lack of personal strength. In his view, only by being invincible can one find true peace of mind. Otherwise, the constant fear of being crushed by a powerful adversary looms. Opening his eyes, Yi Xiaobai rises to stretch his limbs, casually consuming some rations before inquiring with a passerby for directions to Jingzhou. He then resumes his journey with the Grass Lantern Monk and Xiao Feilong toward Jingzhou. Hey, slow down, you're leaving us behind. Xiao Feilong shouts in a panic as he notices Yi Xiaobai drifting further away. The Grass Lantern Monk, feeling somewhat exasperated, adds, "Damn it, Yi Xiaobai, are you trying to ditch us and enjoy yourself alone?" Preoccupied with thoughts of wealth, Yi Xiaobai only then realizes that he has inadvertently flown too swiftly, leaving the crouching dragon and phoenix chick struggling to keep pace. He almost forgets that after entering the Nirvana realm, his speed has dramatically increased. Just a slight acceleration makes it impossible for them to keep up. Yi Xiaobai furrows his brow. For a fleeting moment, he did entertain the idea of abandoning the two. However, considering that the Grass Lantern Monk was someone he had persuaded to leave Datong Temple, and that Xiao Feilong was assigned to him by the chief steward, he ultimately dismisses the notion of forsaking them. What a hassle, Yi Xiaobai sighs, pausing to wait for the two to catch up before continuing onward. The Grass Lantern Monk leisurely trails behind, as if on a leisurely excursion, exuding an air of contentment and nonchalance. Yi Xiaobai, why do you think that girl in purple enjoys dabbling in literature? What is so amusing about the literary path? I think it better to be a monk, or perhaps a nun. Among all paths, martial arts reign supreme. Yet, martial arts are not the only pursuit. The Buddhist path, the literary path, the puppet path, the controlling path, and so forth, all shine brilliantly in their respective realms, competing to bloom in a myriad of colors. If you enjoy being a monk so much, why don't you return to your old life as a disciple? Yi Xiaobai rolls his eyes. How can you say that? If you hadn't dragged me out, would I be forced to endure the hardships of sleeping outdoors and suffering from hunger? The grass lantern monk retorts with a hint of grievance. I'll tell you, Yi Xiaobai, since you have brought me out, you must take responsibility for me. Chapter 71. Arrival in the capital responsibility? You're a grown man with hands and feet. Do you expect me to support you? Yi Xiaobai scoffs, thinking it a pipe dream to extract even a single coin from his generous self. However, gazing at the grass lantern monk's enviable looks, Yi Xiaobai cannot help but admit that this monk truly possesses the potential to live off others. If he were to encounter a female mountain chieftain, it is possible she might indeed claim him as her consort. Why are you staring at me? The grass lantern monk feels a bit uneasy under Yi Xiaobai's gaze. I assure you, I have no interest in men. Don't even think about it. The monk is commendable in many ways, but his only flaw lies in his propensity to speak too freely. Why? Yi Xiaobai's lips twitch slightly. Were it not for that mouth, he would be perfect. Suppressing the impulse to deliver a sound, thrashing to the grass lantern monk, Yi Xiaobai calmly states, I merely wish to inform you that if one day you truly find it hard to get by, you might consider seeking out a demon cave or something of the sort to lie down in. I guarantee you'll never want for food or drink again. Why? The grass lantern monk inquires. Intrigued. Because those female demons are particularly fond of your type, Yi Xiaobai replies earnestly. Of course, we cannot exclude the possibility that some male demons might also take a liking to you. Let us skip the male demons. I might consider the female ones. The grass lantern monk strokes his bald head, seemingly deep in thought, as if earnestly contemplating the feasibility of Yi Xiaobai's suggestion. By the way, I know your monastic name is Grass Lantern Monk, but I'm curious about your worldly name in the future. Shall we continue to call you Grass Lantern Monk, or should we address you by your lay name? Yi Xiaobai asks. Now that I've returned to the secular world, of course, you should call me by my lay name. The Grass Lantern Monk shoots Yi Xiaobai a glance. Remember it well, my lay name is Tang Sanjiang. The 3 zhang in 3 zhang refers to the height of a stream. Yi Xiaobai stares, dumbfounded. Tang Sanjiang. Which genius came up with that name? Is it supposed to be so ostentatious? What, do you find my name unsatisfactory? The grass lantern monk furrows his brow slightly. No, it's perfect. Yi Xiaobai gives a thumbs up. Tang Sanjiang, quite flashy indeed. Your temperament is simply a perfect match. The person who chose this name must undoubtedly be a great talent. The monk Chao Ding revealed a satisfied smile. This name was chosen by me. What do you think? Are you impressed? Indeed, I am. How about I give you a new name? The name Yi Xiaobai is rather lackluster. No need for that. Although the name is not particularly remarkable, I have grown accustomed to it over the years. Yi Xiaobai politely declined the monk Chao Ding's kind offer. The monk Chao Ding, feeling somewhat regretful, turned his attention to Xiao Feilong and inquired, What about you? Would you consider adopting a new name? Xiao Feilong shook his head vigorously, forcing a stiff smile. I believe my name is quite fine as it is, no changes needed. Given the naming style of the monk Chao Ding, Xiao Feilong could easily guess what names he might propose, too flamboyant for his taste. Jingzhou is the heart of the great Zhou martial dynasty, a place teeming with geniuses and countless skilled individuals. The cultural fusion among various states flourishes, presenting a vibrant tapestry of diversity. If the great Zhou martial dynasty is likened to a soaring dragon, then Jingzhou is the pearl within its mouth, regarded as a sacred land by countless cultivators. Each state has its specialties, yet Jingzhou truly embodies the essence of myriad paths converging and blooming in unison. The capital city, Shangjing, serves as the imperial seat of the great Zhou martial dynasty, standing as the most resplendent metropolis within the empire, boasting a permanent population of 30 million and a transient population of 90 million. Countless individuals aspire to settle here, as if merely becoming a resident of Shangjing would elevate their status. However, acquiring a household registration in Shangjing is no easy feat. Ordinary individuals might toil their entire lives without achieving this dream. Those who can secure residency in Shangjing either possess exceptional skills in a particular field or are immensely wealthy, paving their way with riches. Ordinary newcomers, even after renting in Shangjing for 10 or 20 years, remain unable to integrate into the city's core social circles. At this moment, outside the city gates of Shangjing, throngs of people swarmed like an ocean, overwhelming the entrance, with a sea of black stretching endlessly into the distance. Yi Xiaobai, along with Walong and Feng Chao, obediently queued at the city gate. Wow, boss, So many people. This was Xiao Feilong's first encounter with such a scene, leaving him utterly astonished. It had been 2 years since he last visited Shangjing, and the city remained as bustling and prosperous as ever. The monk Chao Ding remarked with a sudden sense of nostalgia. There were 100 passageways at the city gate, of which 50 allowed entry only, while the other 50 permitted exit only, each guarded by a contingent of soldiers. Yet, despite the establishment of 100 passageways, long lines persisted both inside and outside. Yi Xiaobai remained remarkably calm, having witnessed grand spectacles in his past life. He thought it rather troublesome to enter a city, lamenting that the efficiency of Shangjing was rather lacking compared to a third-tier city from his previous life. After a considerable wait, they finally entered the city, and Yi Xiaobai led Wolong and Feng Chao directly towards the Zhiman Wangfu. He had already inquired beforehand and learned that the princess in purple resided at Zhiman Wangfu, a luxurious mansion bestowed by the empress to the Zhinman king. The Zhinman king spent most of his time on the borders, only able to return home a few times a year, while the princess in purple had made this her permanent residence. Wait, Yi Xiaobai, since the princess in purple has always lived at Zhinman Wangfu and is not going anywhere, why are you in such a hurry? The monk Chao Ding could not comprehend Yi Xiaobai's urgency. Indeed, boss, shouldn't we first find a place to stay? Xiao Feilong surprisingly stood in agreement with the monk Chao Ding. What place to settle? I think Zhiman Wangfu is quite suitable for lodging. Ever since Yi Xiaobai learned about the living expenses in Shangjing, he had not considered finding his own accommodation. Why not enjoy the hospitality of Zhiman Wangfu? It is so vast, surely it could accommodate a few more people. While the reasoning may be sound, what gives us the right to stay there? Xiao Feilong scratched his head. Yi Xiaobai halted, turning to the monk Chao Ding. It's time for your performance. The monk Chao Ding's eyelids twitched. What do you mean? Haven't you met the princess in purple before? All you need to do is reveal your identity, and she is bound to give you some respect. Yi Xiaobai smiled, outlining his plan. After all, you were once a disciple of the Buddha, and you have shared a bond through the Dharma verses. The monk Chao Ding's face darkened, and he hastily exclaimed, Don't ever mention Dharma verses to me again. I am allergic to those words. Yi Xiaobai gazed intently at the monk Chao Ding. If we won't mention it, we won't. However, such an entertaining affair. Are you really going to pass it up? The monk Chao Ding hesitated for a moment, then shot a fierce glare at Yi Xiaobai and said, Fine, I will take the risk to help you this once. But don't expect me to assist you further down the line. Chapter 72. I hail from the Buddhist land of Danzhou. Outside Zhiman Wangfu, the streets bustled with activity, vibrant and lively. Yi Xiaobai and his companions inquired with passers-by, walking for a full hour before finally arriving at the entrance of Zhiman Wangfu. What is that place over there? It looks quite impressive. What initially caught the attention of Yi Xiaobai and his companions was not Zhiman Wangfu itself, but a towering building directly across the street, Wenhua Pavilion. The pavilion exuded grandeur and was a luxurious establishment that offered accommodation, reading, gourmet dining, and literary debates among its many functions. It was regarded as the second most revered place for literary pursuits in Shangjing. Following the 1yuan.in fact, Wenhua Pavilion was established only 3 years ago, yet due to its unique geographical location and some special complementary policies, it quickly attracted a plethora of scholars and even received accolades from esteemed literary masters, leading to its meteoric rise in popularity within a mere 3 years, transforming it into a high-end establishment that many intellectuals now regard as a sacred site, second only to 1yuan. The saying among scholars in Shangjing is, for studying, one should first choose 1yuan. For literary exchanges, Wenhua Pavilion is the preferred choice. The stature of Wenhua Pavilion in the eyes of scholars nearly rivaled that of 1yuan. Naturally, not everyone who frequented Wenhua Pavilion was solely there for literary discussions. Some came to take advantage of its complimentary offerings, where those with genuine talent could enjoy free food, drinks, and lodging. Others were drawn to the gathering of talented individuals, hoping to broaden their horizons and engage in mutual growth. Some sought the prestige of associating themselves with such an esteemed venue, effectively enhancing their own status. Still, many aimed to seize the opportunity to encounter influential figures, hoping to cultivate advantageous connections. Regardless of their motivations, most shared another common goal: the pursuit of the illustrious princess residing within Zhiman Wangfu. The princess in purple, a prodigious talent, was regarded as a goddess in the hearts of countless scholars. With Wenhua Pavilion and Zhiman Wangfu merely a street apart, it was said that proximity to the water's edge brings the moon closer. who wouldn't wish to embrace the goddess? This was yet another factor contributing to Wenhua Pavilion's popularity. However, the Princess in Purple held exceptionally high standards, and those who could engage her in conversation were still few and far between, with most being esteemed literary masters of the older generation. Among the younger talents, very few could capture her attention. Her exceptional intellect rendered conversations challenging for the average person, and even those claiming to be literary prodigies often found themselves at a loss after just a few exchanges. With only a handful of young talents able to converse with her fluently, it would not be an exaggeration to state that in the realm of literature, the Princess in Purple is unanimously recognized as the foremost figure of her generation, a radiant star overshadowing her peers. Akin to the sun illuminating the sky, beneath her brilliance, many literary talents appeared dim, like mere weeds contrasting the beauty of flowers. Yet, despite this, countless admirers pursued her in secret, akin to moths drawn to a flame. At this moment, in the bustling hall of Wenhua Pavilion's first floor, a group of scholars engaged in lively discussions, casting occasional glances toward Jinmon Wangfu as if anticipating something. "Monk, it's your time to shine." Yi Xiaobai withdrew his gaze and spoke to Chao Deng. "I hope your past reputation as a monk can still hold some weight. I have already said. My name is Tang Sanzhong, the one who pees into the wind 3 zhong." The monk Chao Deng huffed, adding, "I have already renounced my monastic vows, so please refrain from calling me a monk." After expressing his discontent, monk Chao Deng approached the guards at the entrance of Jinmon Wangfu. "Halt!" A guard stopped the monk Chao Deng, stating, "Monk, do you have an invitation?" "Without an invitation, please leave." 3 years ago, the Princess in Purple had triumphed in a literary contest in Shangjing, surpassing countless prodigies and gaining renown across the land, thus becoming a goddess in the eyes of many scholars. Each day, numerous admirers flocked to Jinmon Wangfu, hoping to gain entry. In light of this, the princess declared that anyone wishing to enter Jinmon Wangfu must possess a personally signed invitation from her. However, in the past 3 years, the number of invitations distributed by the princess could be counted on one hand. "It seems your influence holds little weight," Yi Xiaobai teased, casting a sly glance at monk Chao Deng. The monk Chao Deng felt his pride wounded. He could tolerate being looked down upon by others, but he did not wish to be belittled by Yi Xiaobai. Having lost to Yi Xiaobai once, he was determined not to suffer a second defeat. He inhaled deeply, his expression shifting to one of tranquility, radiating an aura akin to that of an enlightened monk, his clear gaze and profound demeanor captivating the hearts of those around him. "Amitba." The monk named Chao Deng pressed his palms together, his voice seemingly refined and laced with a hint of seduction. This humble monk hails from the sacred land of Danzhou, a disciple of the Great Tong Temple. Bearing the Dharma named Chao Deng, the invitation of the Princess in Purple, I have come to pay my respects. I kindly ask you to inform her of my arrival, as I am here to fulfill our long-standing agreement. He spoke the truth. 3 years prior, the Princess in Purple had indeed extended an invitation to him. However, he had declined, finding no interest in a mere young girl. Yet, the guards were none the wiser. Completely taken in by his charm, her beauty and grace were truly beguiling. Coupled with his subtly enchanting words, several guards instinctively believed him, treating him as a revered monk. "It turns out you are Master Chao Deng." "Please forgive my earlier rudeness," one guard said, his tone shifting to one of utmost respect. "Please wait a moment. I shall report to the princess." The rules of the royal residence were paramount, and he sought the monk's understanding. Chao Deng smiled faintly, calm and composed. However, when he turned to glance at Yi Xiaobai and Xiao Feilong, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes shattered his otherwise serene demeanor. In the garden of the Jinmon Wangfu, a captivating young woman sat gracefully, cradling an ancient book with yellowed pages, gently turning its leaves. "Princess," the guard announced, bowing outside the garden. The woman lifted her head, her exquisite features slightly furrowed in curiosity. "What is the matter?" Reporting to the princess, a master from the Buddhist order, claiming to be the disciple of the Great Tong Temple named Cao Deng, has arrived outside the residence, stating he is here at your invitation. "Master Chao Deng?" The woman's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you certain it is him?" She had first-hand experience of the monk's pride. It had taken her considerable effort to persuade him to compose a verse of Dharma. And when faced with her own invitation, he had unceremoniously declined. It was hard for her to fathom that such a proud individual would personally come to visit. Could the news she received yesterday truly be accurate? The woman pondered, Princess, shall we let him in? The guard inquired. No. I shall go see for myself, she declared, putting away the ancient book and hastening towards the entrance. Over the years, she had encountered many who claimed to possess extraordinary talents. Yet few had earned her genuine recognition. Master Chowding was among that rare company. Chapter 73. Entering the residence at Songming, do you think the princess in purple would truly grant the monk any favor? Yi Xiaobai asked Xiao Feilong. Without hesitation, Xiao Feilong replied, absolutely not. Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. Why not? Because he is a false monk. Having spent time with Chowding, I've come to see through his facade. Though I haven't met many monks, none are quite like him. Unless the princess is blind, there is no way she would extend him any courtesy. I hold an opposing view. Yi Xiaobai replied with a smile. I wager the princess will indeed show him some favor. While Chowding might be unreliable, his unreliability was known only to those close to him. To those unfamiliar, his outward demeanor often deceived them into believing he was a truly enlightened being.